Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. 2 Monday Night Football features yesterday. The Atlanta Falcons beat the Buffalo Bills 24-14, a bit of a surprise there. And the Chicago Bears beat the Washington Commanders 25-24. A couple of games there you thought the one team might win, but then the other team did. Next feature in the NFL to start Week 7 will be the Steelers and the Bengals on Thursday. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Eric Callis. That's next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, Mulsey here for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. And after losing 35 pounds in 6 weeks and keeping it off for over 3 years with Awaken, believe it or not, some of my priorities have changed. And now I'm starting to lift and I want to add muscle. And part of that is nutrition. Anybody that's been in the gym knows if you're not eating right, you're not going to see the right kind of gains no matter how hard you work out. Well, guess what? Everything I learned while I was on the program with Awaken 180 has helped me in that regard as well. I know what to eat. I know when to eat. I know how much to eat. I know, more importantly, what not to eat to help me achieve my latest goal. So even though that wasn't part of it with Awaken 180 weight loss, I was trying to lose weight. Now I'm trying to pack on the muscle. The experience that I have from Awaken 180, and even talking to my coach about it when I still check in, which is free for life even after you reach your goal weight, has helped me along with this process. You can lose weight, and what you learn with Awaken 180 can help you in so many other ways. It is the long-term solution for weight loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com. Hey, Steelers fans, Chris Muller here, and that's right, your Steelers took home the win this week. And because of their incredible victory, Verizon is donating another $100,000 toward veteran debt relief in southwestern Pennsylvania. We all love that winning feeling, and this season, Verizon is making every single Steelers victory mean even more for our veterans. They've committed to tackling veteran debt one win at a time. And for every Steelers win, $100,000 will be eliminated. And with a mission of eliminating up to $1 million in veteran debt in our community, every single game this season counts. When the Steelers win, the vets win. Simple as that. This is more than just a donation. It's Verizon showing up for the heroes who have sacrificed so much for our freedom. With every Steelers touchdown, they're not just getting points, they're helping Verizon to pay it forward for the people who deserve it most. Verizon is proud to stand with our veterans, and to all who have served, we want to say thank you for your service.
Safety isn't just a priority, it's our foundation. At PJ Dick Trumbull, the Lindy Group, our teams integrate safety values into everything they do. Every day, on every job site, we put safety first to promote our workers, our partners, and our communities. From rigorous training to the latest protective equipment, PJ Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group make sure that everyone goes home safe and sound. Join a team that puts people first. Learn more at pjdick.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Nicholas Harry Callis, and we made it past Monday. It's now Tuesday. This is the Family Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get up with the Family Morning Show. It's brought to you by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life. 412-928-9370. That's an open phone line every morning. And I have multiple ones, so I can put you on hold. I can get you on the air. We can talk about sports this morning. 412-928-9370. That is the phone number. Feel free to reach out to me. That way, feel free to reach out to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And you can go to the YouTube chat. Go to youtube.com. Search 93.7 The Fan. And find our live stream. We have a live stream every weekday. And there's a live chat that goes along with it. And people love to join that. So you can do the same. I do pay attention to that. And I can prove it, because right now I'm seeing Tony say good morning from Michigan. All right, welcome. And somebody named Jocelyn said, yo. There you go. See, I proved it. I'm reading them. So if you want to get on there as well, I do read those. If you want to make a comment, we can interact on there as well. A few different ways to get a hold of me, but the direct one is that line. One more time, 412-928-9370. Couple of games yesterday on Monday Night Football that have me thinking about the Steelers in particular, because, you know, they're a team that has been scrutinized. I listened into the Pomp and Joe show with no pomp yesterday, and the first fan that called in on the hotline was somebody complaining about the Steelers, which, if you listened to me yesterday, you know that I said, stop complaining. We still got the complainers. We got some haters. And that got me thinking. I'm like, all right, well, you know, why do people not have faith in the Steelers this season? It doesn't make sense to me at this point. We are going into week 7. The Steelers lead the division, and they're comfortable in the division, and the excuse is that the rest of the division's weak. That there are no other teams in the division that are playing well. They're all soft. They're all weak. They're all struggling. And the Steelers have an easy division this season to win. Which I think is bogus. It's not the Steelers' fault. They don't choose who's in their division, number 1 and number 2. They've only played one division opponent so far this season. And they have one loss. There are only a couple teams left in the NFL with one loss. So the Steelers are in rare company this season. That's number 1. Number 2, the Steelers are playing well. The Steelers are actually playing good football. They're playing a good brand of football. The game against the Seahawks was disappointing, but they're playing a good brand of football overall, I would say. I'm not so convinced that they're going to win a playoff game yet. There's still some mistakes that I'm like, I don't know if that would fly, but they're let me find my words. Their offense is generating points. Bottom line, it's not a rush to the finish. It's not a rush to come back. in the second half of every game. It's all right, they establish a plan, and for the most part, they execute that plan. So that's my take on it. Now, why do I mention the Steelers in that context again today? Well, because they're on a short week. They play on Thursday, so we can critique the Steelers here because we now have a game coming up in 2 days. That's number one. Number two, Monday Night Football had some intriguing final scores. There were two Monday night features that were played yesterday. The Atlanta Falcons, a team that had Kirk Cousins at quarterback last season and is still kind of somewhere, but not established, 24-14 final. They beat the Buffalo Bills. A team that if the Kansas City Chiefs were to continue to struggle, that you would think that they would be number two. Because if not for the Chiefs, this team in the Bills would maybe have made it to a Super Bowl. But they lost. They lost another one yesterday. Their second loss of the season. That's not too many losses, but the Falcons. They lost to the Falcons. So that's number one. And then the second feature was played between the Chicago Bears and the Washington Commanders. The Bears, arguably the worst team in the NFL. And they won 25-24. Bears are really bad coming into the season. The Bears have 3 wins this season. They've figured out a formula to win games. The Commanders, a team that was on the rise, coming off playing in the NFC Championship game, 1 game short of the Super Bowl. They're 3-3 now in the season. So what's my point in illustrating those 2 games from yesterday and then looking at records from different teams? It's that the NFL this season is wide open. It's wide open. The way that the Chiefs have unconventionally struggled this season, the Ravens have unconventionally struggled, the fact that the Bills are already at 2 losses. I mean, there's no team in the NFL right now over 5 wins. Usually you have a team stay undefeated through 7 or 8 weeks, and then the Miami Dolphins fans can celebrate after that loss comes because they're the last team that went undefeated. Hey, 1972, woohoo, all that stuff. It didn't really feel like a big celebration this season because nobody stayed undefeated for what was really a long time. I think that ended in week 4. So no team right now is over 5 wins. The Steelers have 4. They're 4-1, and they already have their bye week, so you can factor that in to the discussion, the conversation. But if you look at the teams and you look at the divisions, there's no team that's running away with either conference this season. And we talked about before, it's for the last 5 seasons, it's been the Chiefs are going to go to the Super Bowl, right? I mean, we caught on to that pattern pretty quick. The Chiefs have made it to the AFC Championship since the 2020 playoffs, right? They've at least made it to the NFC Championship. They've made it to the Super Bowl plenty of times, and they won 3 Super Bowls in that time. They're not running away with anything themselves this season. They're 3-3. And there's a big debate on whether they're going to catch fire or whether they're going to stay in the middle. But right now you got the Los Angeles Chargers and the Denver Broncos tied in first place with 4-2 records. The reigning Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles do not own the best record right now in the NFL. They're 4-2. And the Bears helped out the Eagles a bit because now the Commanders, who had an opportunity to improve to 4-2 against a weaker Bears team, Commanders lost. So now they're 3-3. Cowboys, Dallas Cowboys 2-3. Giants, New York Giants 2-4 to round out that division. Wide open. The Packers leading the NFC North at 3-1, but the Lions right there at 4-2. The Vikings are 3-2, and the Bears, the Chicago Bears, are now 3-2. Everyone in the NFC North is over 500. Wide open. The NFC South has the Buccaneers at 5-1. Falcons improved to 3-2. The Panthers, for goodness sakes, are 3-3. That division's wide open. The Saints are out of it at 1-5. But I mean, goodness gracious. 3 teams in the NFC West have 4-2 records. The San Francisco 49ers, the Seattle Seahawks, the Los Angeles Rams. And the Cardinals not too far behind. They're 2-4. In 4th place. So that's all the NFC divisions. They're wide open. The Buccaneers have the strongest record right now at 5-1. But they're all pretty much open. The AFC, Patriots and Bills lead the East, each with a 4-2 record. So the Patriots are rebounding after the Bill Belichick era, and they're making some noise. They're not bad at all. They played really bad against the Steelers, and I wonder what would have happened if they didn't fumble a gazillion times, but they did, and they lost, and they deserved to lose. But they're 4-2 right now. Respectable record. The Dolphins and Jets are falling out of it. The Dolphins 1-5, the Jets 0-6. But that division's up for grab. That division's open right now. It's a 2-team race there. Steelers at 4-1. We know the AFC North division already, the way it has unfolded. The rest of the teams are under 500. Bengals, Ravens, and Browns down below the Steelers by plenty. The Indianapolis Colts have found a way to be 5-1 this season as we move to the AFC South. Jaguars right there, though, at 4-2. Houston Texans are 2-3. Titans out of it at 1-5. And then the AFC West, Chargers and Broncos at 4-2, leading the division. Chiefs 3-3, Raiders 2-4. So, the point is illustrated. Here it is. The NFL right now is wide open. The NFL right now, everywhere you look, somebody's underachieving, somebody's not meeting expectations. Some fans are expecting more from their team. So the Steelers really aren't too different in that regard. I just don't think we should be so critical of the Steelers, that's all. I know people love to yell and complain. I know people love to accuse us of yelling and complaining. This is just one of those cases right now where until we identify an issue that's going to hinder this team, I think we ought to just be grateful for how they're playing in the regular season and then judge them differently when they get to the playoffs and then judge them based on how they perform in the playoffs. It doesn't feel like it has the last 5 seasons. It doesn't feel like a post-Ben offense. And even Ben's last season was starting to form that theme of, hey, we got to come back late or else. We got to mount a comeback. They're not mounting comebacks this season. Right? I mean, they had one against the Seahawks. They were trying to come back, and then the unfortunate error happened on special teams. Caleb Johnson, I think, has been forgiven by now, but that was tough. So the Steeler team has been pretty comfortably winning football games. The Steelers team has pretty comfortably been winning, has been executing its plan. The defense has figured it out. Apparently, after week 3, they were tired of all the criticism and they were ready to play, which, okay, it took 3 weeks, whatever. They're playing well. The offense has gotten it together, is meshing well, and is scoring points in a way that we haven't seen in a little while. Aaron Rodgers is performing better than I think many of his skeptics had thought. Right, so I don't see a reason to complain right now. I don't. And when you compare the Steelers to the rest of the NFL, this is sports. This is football. The Kansas City Chiefs are no longer invincible. The Buffalo Bills, not invincible. The Philadelphia Eagles, not invincible. There is room for anybody to lose at any time this season, it looks like. Not everybody is perfectly sharp. Everybody's got some defects. Everybody's got some flaws, which could put the Steelers in an advantageous position, especially because the teams in their division cannot survive without their star quarterbacks, which I never looked at it this way before, but now I'm appreciating this more. The Steelers have not used not having a quarterback as an excuse to not compete for the playoffs, which is where you could credit the Steelers' construction of the defense, because while the Steelers haven't won a playoff game, at least they've been in games and kept things exciting. To use the Bengals as an example, they don't really have a good defense. So their offense has had to overcompensate for the last couple seasons. And what do you know? Now they're 2-4. What do you know? Now they're struggling, and they're going to have to come back and win games this season to be able to have a shot at winning the division. Ravens and Browns, they're done. I mean, the Browns sent a boatload of money for Deshaun Watson, and we've seen how that's fallen out. So they've gotten what they deserved, I'll say, in some regard, for putting all that money in one person, not even the off-the-field stuff that went down, but even just from an investment standpoint. To put all that money on one player and then that player not play, I mean, okay, good for you guys. 1-5 you go. The Ravens, without Lamar Jackson, they're heavily struggling. So that's also something to keep in mind as well and appreciate about the Steelers, is that right now they're competing, and even though in years past they haven't had a franchise guy at quarterback, guy that was good enough to be designated that term, they still won enough to compete and get to the playoffs. Now you got to take that next step. Aaron Rodgers might be that guy to take that next step if he can have the endurance to get through the season and through the playoffs. I mean, it's becoming that simple at this point. I mean, there's reasons to appreciate this Steelers team that right now is seeming well-rounded, is seeming like it's moving together and moving efficiently on both sides of the ball. And that's something to appreciate. And that's the argument I have there. Because, I mean, I've heard too many complaints. I've heard too many just nasty comments. Too many people who don't have faith in the team. And so, have faith. That's all I say. Have faith. If you're looking at the rest of the division, there's reasons to have faith in this team. There's reasons to hold out hope. And like I said, when you compare the Steelers to the rest of the NFL, Steelers are in pretty good shape. And there's not too many more teams I'd want to be than the Steelers right now, including the reigning Super Bowl champions, including the reigning kingdom of the Kansas City Chiefs. The Steelers are in a great position. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. I'm reading the YouTube chat as well. Tony types in, playoff game needs to be at home. That's their path to winning. I'm going to the Lions game here and can't wait to wear my new Franco jersey. So Tony's the one, I guess, that lives in Michigan, because he said good morning from Michigan a little earlier. So, yeah, I totally can get with that. I mean, if the Steelers have a home playoff game, you know, they win their division, they get a home playoff game, that would be, I'm sure would be important. I mean, the last playoff game they played at home was an empty stadium during COVID times in that 2020 season. So, yeah, I'd like to see a home playoff game as well. I think it'd be advantageous for them. Mark Crowley said, "Sup, Callus? The Bills got thoroughly dominated by the Falcons. We're never in that game." Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's surprising. So, Mark Crowley also says the Steelers are likely a win at Cincinnati away from being the number one seed in the AFC after the Colts lost to the Chargers on Sunday. I don't want to get ahead of that. There's a long season. But yeah, if that were to happen, the Steelers would be number one in the AFC. I mean, that would be really cool. And then the Steelers would get a bye. Now that Super Wildcard Weekend's a thing, one extra team in the playoffs. Whoever gets the number one seed in the conference gets the bye. There's no longer two teams that get a conference and a bye. So, fair point. What if they were to finish number one? I don't want to get that far ahead because there's a lot of season left. And they would need to be nearly perfect to be able to pull that off, I think, because it's not like teams won't emerge. My point is, too, that we just don't know which teams are going to emerge as the best teams in the conference because of how many teams are struggling. Like, the established guys are no longer guaranteed to just walk into the playoffs. Like, it seems like they're going to have to work for that right now because they're not playing dominant football like they had before. Like, no team, I think, right now is playing overly dominant football. There's very few, if any. Everybody's got some vulnerabilities. Matthew on YouTube says they had to come back to win in week 1 against the Jets going into the bye week. Every AFC North team had a negative point differential. Yeah. I don't know how those two correlate, so if you want to clarify, Matthew, on the YouTube chat. During their bye week, every AFC North team had a negative differential, and they had to come back and win in week 1 against the Jets. I don't know how those two correlate, but they look comfortable now. The first few games looked a little shaky for the Steelers, but they have figured it out, and they've gotten comfortable, and that's kind of my point as well, is that they are improving. They are a team that is winning games, and they're winning comfortably. No matter who the opponent is, and I'll just look. Their last 2 games, and people talk about how the Browns aren't a team that is strong. It was a weaker team, so the Steelers should have won that game. We expect them to win that game. Why doesn't anybody mention or emphasize how important that win against the Minnesota Vikings is, a team that is tied for the lead in its division? The NFC North is crazy tight right now. And nobody was talking about how established the Vikings are. I mean, I get Carson Wentz was the quarterback, okay. That's still a team that is strong right now in the NFL. That's a team that's respectable. That's a team that wasn't an easy win, especially because you had to travel to another country. You had to go overseas to play it. Nothing about that win was guaranteed, or I would not classify that win as an easy win. I mean, have some respect for that fact. Have some respect for the Minnesota Vikings and how they played and how strong of an opponent they were. And the Steelers were able to win that game pretty much comfortably. Toward the very end, it got a little dicey. The Vikings kept scoring, and the Steelers didn't have an answer for that, but the Steelers ultimately stopped them from getting to 24 points, and that's how the Steelers won. I mean, taking that into account, these last 2 games were inspiring, and this game against the Bengals, I mean, if the Steelers win this game against the Bengals and then people talk to us on Friday and then the week following and have complaints, I mean, I'm good. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll take issue with that, and I'll be very frustrated. I really can't do anything impactful. But I'll yell back, and I'll complain about the complainers. That's what I'll do. There's plenty of tests this season. I just don't know. I hear people say the term, too, like, well, this is the final test. This is the final test. Oh. Okay. No more tests. Right now, there's no more tests. There's none of that. This is a situation where they're established. They've played enough games. There's no more tests. The Steelers can be designated as a good football team. Bottom line. So appreciate them, gosh darn it. All right. I'm just about out of time, but I do have time for one call, and somebody hopped on the line, so we'll take this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, good morning. This is Dave from Hermitage. What's going on?
What's up?
Hey, I would like to say, I don't know if you made this point or not because I'm just waking up and going to work, but the Steelers have scored in how many different quarters throughout the game? Like, Sunday it was like every quarter they scored. And last year we never did that. So I feel that is a contributing part of why the Steelers are 4-1. It's one because we are making drives, we're finishing drives, whether you get a field goal or not. We're still finishing drives. We're getting points in a nice quarter. I can remember last year not getting anything the first two quarters sometimes. So I'll hang up and let you chat that later.
Yeah, I'm out of time, so I can't over expand on that point, but it's not a bad point. Yeah, they look like such a balanced offense that they're scoring in multiple quarters now, which again, that was one of the criticisms before was, why are they only scoring in the fourth quarter? Why are they only getting touchdowns in the fourth quarter, right? Remember that? So easy the things we can forget when there's things we should be appreciating right in front of us. And again, it's not like the Steelers were doing like less than the bare minimum to be able to compete in games before. Right? I mean, field goals ultimately are not going to win you games when it comes to playoff time, and the Steelers were relying on Chris Boswell to kick field goals throughout games, and then they would mount late comebacks, and then they would win. Just remember where we were. This decade, the first half of the decade, with all the comeback wins and the and the necessity to take risks and not really have a strategy, but just get the ball out quickly and move down the field, take little chunks of the field, and then score. I mean, that's what they were doing before. Now they're winning games comfortably. And as that last caller pointed out, they're scoring in all quarters. So that's a good point. I appreciate that call. It's a good way to end it. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Family Morning Show, the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorans next. This is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Tuesday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways up to speed. Couple of traffic notes, one of them on the Pennsylvania Turnpike where crews are blocking the eastbound right lane in the area between the Oakmont Plum Service Plaza and the Pittsburgh interchange. Also, the Roberto Clemente Bridge downtown, which has been closed for the past couple of weeks for the Oktoberfest celebration, is expected to reopen by 4 o'clock this afternoon. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington Harvest the Savings event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis.
Don't wait. The The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Visit JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details. Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Harvest the Savings event. Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis. Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Visit JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
This is Ryan Schlava from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Get ready for a night of laughter and surprises at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on Sunday, November 9th. Hip-Rob, where hypnosis meets improv comedy. Watch as audience members become stars, hypnotized by the renowned Assad Mekki. And join world-class improvisers in hilarious acts along with Colin Moncrief. Don't miss out on this unique show that promises to leave you in stitches. Buy your tickets now at librarymusichall.com. Hip-Rob, live at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall, November 9th. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
This football season, huddle up at Rival Sports Bar, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square. Fresh pizza, cheesesteaks, ice-cold beer, and 30-plus big screens showing every game, every Saturday and Sunday. Rival, your sports home.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning. Plus, 24/7 roadside assistance. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. We'll even thank you with a $20 Visa gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. There's something scarier than ghosts and goblins hiding in your house. Something scarier than your defense not playing great on Sundays. It's your air ducts. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about. Because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic note to begin the Tuesday morning rush. This report brought to you by Zero Res. In Plum Borough, a damaged roadway restricts Webster Road in both directions. It's about a mile east of the intersection with Leechburg, Logan's Ferry, and Sardis Roads. Meanwhile, the parkways east and west getting a little heavier but steady into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North. I-79 moving well, both north and southbound. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them online at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas Harry Callis. Good morning to you. It's a Friday when you think about it, because tomorrow's like Saturday.
Yeah.
Because Thursday's like Sunday.
Yes.
So let's do odds and ends. Let's get Lee Sterling on.
Yeah.
Just a couple of days away from Steelers football. I got to tell you, I'm buying so hard into the Steelers hype right now that I'm thrilled they're playing on Thursday. I didn't want to wait.
It's kind of hard not to, right?
Right?
Looking around and watching games last night, it's kind of hard not to. I feel you.
We'll start there at 6 o'clock. But for now, I say good morning. How we doing?
Oh, doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Good morning, Callis. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got food in your beard, man?
No, it's just a drink. I gotta get a haircut.
I kind of like the mountain man look.
It's good for the colder months because it keeps me naturally warm.
You look like Robert Redford in that gif.
Yeah.
A little bit like Zach Galifianakis. You got the whole thing going over there. I like it.
Yeah.
It's also bulking season. You got to store some goodies away in the tummy, keep you warm in the wintertime.
Yeah.
It's that time of year. Speaking of which, I got squirrels in my shed, and we have a trash can in there, yeah, and they filled it about halfway up with nuts and acorns and all that good
They did that
stuff.
last year.
They did. We tried to keep them out and couldn't keep them out. And so congratulations, squirrels, you have succeeded. You've broken my spirit. You have won.
Man.
And you're going to be prepared for the winter. That's all.
Squirrels in my shed.
Squirrels in my shed.
I also saw an Instagram clip yesterday of a guy walking up to, what are those ones with the spikes on them?
Porcupine.
A porcupine. And he's like, hey, buddy. Like it was in his front yard. I think he was trying to shuffle it away. And then it bent forward and launched all its spikes at him. Did not go well.
Yeah, you don't want to get close.
Why was a porcupine in somebody's front yard?
It wasn't local. It had to have been in like Texas or something, or wherever porcupines live. I don't know where porcupines live. It's a big blind spot for me, the porcupine. And those things are long.
Yep.
And it impaled him in the chest and in the neck and in the head and in the arm and in the crotch.
Jeez.
And my man ran away with his tail between his legs.
Do you remember a couple of years ago there was some sort of celebrity or athlete that used a porcupine and would sniff its butt for some type of remedy?
Yes. Why?
I can't remember now, but that's what that made me think of. I remember we talked about that a couple of years ago.
Porcupines live in a variety of habitats, including forests, wooded valleys, mountains, grasslands, and deserts throughout North and South America. These suckers are everywhere. Why do you sniff a porcupine butt?
Oh, there's porcupines in Pennsylvania.
It was Bo Jackson. He tried to cure his hiccups.
There's porcupines in PA?
That's what it says. North America, found across most of Canada and western United States, south to Mexico, and in parts of eastern U.S. like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New York.
You got to be kidding me.
Look at that.
If you could redo it, would you call them the Pittsburgh Porcupines instead of the Pittsburgh Penguins?
No.
Penguin makes more sense because you played in the igloo, and even though they didn't live in igloos, but porcupines are a much more formidable beast. I feel like I could kick the hell out of like a dozen penguins at one time, but one porcupine would drop me to my knees.
I think all the Stanley Cup championships would speak differently.
Well, I don't know that the name change would do anything.
Exactly, so why even try?
It's a more formidable beast, the porcupine.
I like penguins.
I love a good penguin. Go to the aviary, peep the penguins.
I mean, if you're going to sell merchandise too, or you're going to sell more penguins or more porcupines. The penguins are always going to get the kids going like, oh, look. Right? I mean,
I don't think so.
Porcupines are cute until you mess with them. They'll screw you right up, porcupine.
I think it would be just what we know. Like if they were the porcupines, we'd call them the porcupines.
Mm-hmm. As long as you had Lemieux and Crosby and Yager, Barrasso and Fleury and Murray.
Well, you said it too at the igloo. I mean, the penguin makes more sense for the winter theme because the NHL season's played through the winter.
They wouldn't call it the igloo though if it was a porcupine.
No, they'd call it the porcunest.
Yep.
Yeah. No, but we're talking winter theme, right? Winter theme stuff. Porcupines don't make me think of like winter and ice and cold.
Do the coyotes?
Sure do not.
Well, they play in the West. That's different.
Well, they don't exist anymore, but yeah. Utah Jazz never made sense. Well, we're just bouncing around here.
Was there a lot of jazz that was played in Utah?
No, but they got moved from New Orleans, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. It was, yes.
And then they never changed the name.
Yeah.
The New Orleans Jazz is one of the great names of all time.
Absolutely.
It makes total sense. I'll tell you what, I still don't know what a Dodger is.
Trolley Dodger.
We looked it up.
Trolley Dodger. Brooklyn. Yeah. When they were in Brooklyn, they would
dodge the trolleys.
Exactly. So then they named that after the team. And then in the 50s, they expanded out west, and they kept the name, though Los Angeles didn't really have anything to do with trolleys.
Why are we dodging trolleys? Why are we...
Well, back then, cars weren't overly accessible, so people would walk to places. But there was also the trolley, so if you wanted public transportation to travel farther,
dodge.
If you wanted to get to where you were going, you had to walk past the trolleys and dodge them to not get hit by them as they go by the street.
They're pretty hard to miss. It's like a porcupine.
What's a laker?
Great question.
Isn't there a lake somewhere close by?
Not in L.A.
Pacific Ocean's right there. Why aren't they the...
Why Los Angeles Lakers?
I punted on that real quick.
Why aren't they the?
I got scared. And
The franchise was originally the Minneapolis Lakers.
Okay.
See, that's another one. It doesn't make much sense. But they're one of the flag-bearing franchises in North American sports, and so you're never going to change that. Why not the Los Angeles Porcupines? I'm fascinated by porcupines now. I have gone down a porcupine hole.
You know, people eat porcupines a lot.
Stop it.
Yep. I heard it's pretty decent.
No, you didn't.
Look it up.
Do people eat porcupine?
Yes, they do.
Oh, my God. Considered it a delicacy in some regions or a valuable survival food. The meat is often described as dark, fatty, and having a mild flavor with comparisons to chicken, rabbit, or game meat.
Yep.
It can be prepared by stewing, roasting, or slow cooking, but thorough cleaning and quill removal are essential first steps. All right, this begs an obvious question. Are the porcupine, what do you call those things? Quills, are they poisonous?
I don't think so. They're just very sharp.
No, porcupine quills are not poisonous. They are dangerous due to their sharp barbed tips that can cause deep tissue damage.
Barb what?
Tips.
Oh, tips. Okay.
Yeah. And lead to painful infections. The barbs on the quills expand once they penetrate skin, making them extremely difficult to remove.
Oh, man.
Causing them to migrate deeper into the tissue. Yeah, that's why we eat more chicken than we do porcupine. Because you can catch a chicken real quick.
Huh?
Chickens are quick. I ain't effing with no porcupine. I feel like I can handle a chicken.
Chickens can scratch, too.
Sure. Sure. I could probably peck.
They can fly. A little bit.
I don't think chickens...
glide's the better word.
Yeah, they can get up in the air. Like, they're not penguins that can't. They're a little bit aerodynamic, I guess. I guess they can...
They can fly, but only in short bursts.
Right.
So glide, yeah, I corrected myself.
Maybe they should try those blue chews from Mulsey. If they want a little bit more endurance, those chickens. Also sometimes referred to as cocks. Gamecocks. Text us 412-928-9370. Texter, isn't Minnesota the land of 1,000 lakes? Sure is. However, Los Angeles not.
Right.
Texter, they cannot shoot quills. BS, they absolutely can. I seen a video of them shooting the quills. Oh.
They can't?
They detach easily upon... Did I get AI'd?
You might have.
Buddy, I got no chance when I get into my 50s and 60s.
Like, I know that they do come out real easily.
You don't have much of a chance now, to be honest.
I know, dude. I get fooled routinely by AI on the internet now, going all the way back to that Justin Fields thing that happened last year. And my mom, she'll text me once every other week about something she saw on Facebook, and she'll ask me if it's right. It's always like Hines Ward coming back to coach the Steelers. Yeah. And I'm like, no, Mom, that's not happening. There's a DK Metcalf quote that was getting passed around. She's like, he didn't really say that, did he? It's like, no, Mom, that didn't happen. And I want to make fun of her, but I can't, A, because I love her, and B, because I'm just as bad.
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm her age, I'm going to have no shot. I am media illiterate. This is terrible.
Some of these videos are getting bad, too, with AI.
Oh, they're real bad.
I saw a dude who was apparently a DoorDash delivery driver that fell through a porch. And I believed it for a second, and then I was like, oh.
I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe anymore. I was told that ketchup and mayonnaise was a good marinade on a steak, and that was just a prank video.
Well, I don't think, no, it's not a prank video. Some of these people actually believe that they're good food.
Or they do it for clicks.
Yes.
Like, I mean, you could do anything for clicks.
Anything.
And we're talking about it. Look.
They got us.
Yes.
Damn porcupine. What's a piston? Oh, that's in cars.
Detroit.
So that makes sense. No, someone texted in, why would a piston make sense? Well, they make cars in Detroit. Always have.
Mm-hmm.
Cars got pistons.
Yes.
Bang. Uncrack that code. What are some other weird nicknames for sports teams? Text us 412-928-9370. In the interim, can I tell you guys what I did and didn't realize I did until yesterday? So on Sunday, during a Steeler game, my wife had bought queso from Trader Joe's. I ate the entire thing by myself. My wife was ticked off because she wanted some, and I threw the container back in the fridge even though there was like one spoonful left. There were 10 servings in that.
You ate the whole thing?
I ate like 9.5 servings of queso.
That's just...
in one sitting with Fritos.
How'd your stomach feel after that?
I haven't pooped since then.
That's not good.
I've totally sludged myself.
Like, you didn't look down at one point and think, like, oh my gosh, like, I'm eating this whole thing, and then just think to stop?
It was so good.
You couldn't stop.
I could not stop.
You get like that with potato chips, too, right? Can't you eat a whole bag in, like, one sitting?
Oh, yeah.
Like a big bag?
I don't believe in Pringles because I will eat the entire can. Texter, I feel like you guys need to go back to school. We're talking about porcupines. Texter, why are we the pirates? Not many pirates around here. Great point.
I know an answer to that.
Give it.
Back in the 1800s, the late 1800s, the pirates stole a guy's contract from, I think it was the Phillies, or whatever the Philadelphia team was at the time, and the newspapers dubbed them the Pirates, and it stuck.
See, Steelers make sense because we make steel. Pittsburgh Pirates named for the team's piratical actions in 1891 when they signed player Lou Bierbauer. What a name. From the Philadelphia Athletics. This controversial move led rival leagues to accuse them of pirating the player away, and the name stuck. If only they did more of that now. Also, Harry, good job.
Good job, Kels, yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What were the Pirates called before that?
They were the
Pittsburgh Baseball Club. There weren't too many.
They were the Alleghenies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Imagine being a pirate back in the day.
Yarg.
You get scurvy.
Yeah, and be all jacked up, just living on the sea.
Here's a random fun fact. Did you know, you ever wonder why Iceland is green and Greenland's icy?
Tell me.
Because back in the day, there were pirates and Vikings that would come and try to steal things from Greenland or take land from Greenland. So the natives there changed the names of them, so people would be sent to what they thought was Greenland, but they would be caught nice.
So like Redbeard's looking at a map, and it says Iceland, and you're like, nah, skip it.
Yep.
Exactly.
Don't need to go there.
Exactly.
That's genius.
You can learn that in Mighty Ducks, too, whenever they play Iceland. And Bombay is like, oh, I thought Iceland was ice. And she's like, oh, Greenland is full of ice, and Iceland is very nice.
Just like parking lots. Screwed it up. Parkways you drive, driveways you park. Bang. Texter, I live in Ligonier. We have porcupines. Stay away.
Dang.
Texter, not a lot of Jaguars in Jacksonville.
I think that was more for alliteration. That's a newer franchise, isn't it?
Yeah. Not a lot of Panthers in Pittsburgh.
Or Carolina? Or North Carolina. I remember that.
Texter.
Yes.
Crowley, you're a slob. I mean, I was on Sunday. There ain't no... I had to bowl on my belly.
Wait, that's one I never knew. What's a Nittany lion?
They're mountains, or the Nittany Mountains. And so they got the...
Mountain lions?
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't they just called the mountain lions?
Because it's unique.
Nittany lions.
Mm-hmm.
Not even alliteration. Penn State Nittany Lions.
Correct.
That's dumb. Maybe that's why James Franklin got fired. Oh, no, wait, because they lost 3 games in a row? Never mind. Haha.
$50 million.
I would never work again.
You could fire me for $50 million, I'll tell you that.
You could fire me for $80K. My wife texted me yesterday and said, I spy a Joe Starkey coming out of Sport Clips. He appears to have a fresh haircut.
Oh.
Either that or he came out of Pure Bar. So then I sent it to Joe, and he said, oh my God, I came out of Sports Clips angry because there's one guy sitting there, and an hour wait, I said, forget it, and left. I was blinded by rage.
So he didn't have a fresh cut.
So I said, buddy, you don't need a haircut. My wife said it was fresh. And she thinks your abs are looking pretty good because she thought maybe if you didn't come out of there, you came out of Pure Bar. Yeah.
Joe told me he walked by my house yesterday. He said he didn't see me. And I said, well, that's probably because I was here. Maybe.
Texter, porcupines are possums. No, they are not. They might be loosely related.
Yeah, it might be like relation, cousin.
But the possums, possums are vicious,
Mm-hmm.
and freaky looking.
Mm-hmm.
Ugly suckers.
Mm-hmm.
But porcupines, they'll stink them quills up you, and that's no fun. Possums can't do that.
Ever seen a hedgehog?
Yeah, dude, Sonic. Aren't they blue and red?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, they're not. Just in the
Okay.
video game. Unrealistic. Just like growing up, I always thought every plumber was Italian because of Mario and Luigi. Mm-hmm. And Wario.
Wario. They just threw him in there.
That's my favorite.
What are we going to name the third one? I don't know. What was the first guy? Mario? All right, give him a throw a double on there. Wario.
Well, have you heard of Waluigi as well?
Yeah.
That one was...
Which is even less creative. Well, now we got the W guy in Wario, and we had the Luigi, so we might as well go Waluigi.
Well, no, they had a contest, and they had a bunch of fans submit.
Fans are dumb.
And so that was the best one that Nintendo chose.
Wario.
We good?
Yeah.
Let's talk ball. Something that Aaron Rodgers said on July 24th seems relevant today. What is it? We tell you in 30 seconds. A bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Robinson off the right side, breaks free. Bijan Robinson spinning down the sideline, still going. Can they catch him? They cannot. Touchdown, Falcons, 81 yards.
I think most of the 32 teams would probably say something to that accord at this time of the year. But I think that there's really only 6 to 8 that really have a legitimate chance. Sometimes it's 10 to 12, and there's teams that surprise you. But I would say on paper we're probably one of those 10 to 12.
Seems like a good place to start today. First clip, courtesy of ESPN. That was Fowler calling a Bijan Robinson touchdown run, which I still can't get used to him on the NFL, and I cannot get used to Herb Street on the NFL either.
Same.
It just sounds like a big-time college football game. Second clip you heard there was from Aaron Rodgers all the way back on day one of training camp, asked if he thinks the Steelers can win the Super Bowl. And he said in a regular season, a typical year, there's 6 to 8 teams that can usually lay claim to being a Super Bowl contender. Some years it's 10 to 12. And he put the Steelers among that 10 to 12. Well, you and I discussed this ad nauseum yesterday. I think the Steelers are better than they were last year. You think the Steelers are better than they were last year. I look at this roster. I look at the way that they've played. And I don't see glaring weaknesses. We can point to wide receiver too. But you can also point to the fact that the Steelers' offense is scoring more points per game than it has since Ben Roethlisberger retired. The defense didn't play well the first couple of weeks. And so statistically, they're middle of the pack. But the way they played the last 3 weeks, they look like the elite defense we all expected them to be. I think you can make a reasonable argument that Mike Tomlin outcoached one of the better coaches in the NFL in Dublin. And I think you can make the argument that Mike Tomlin outcoached 2-time Coach of the Year, Kevin Stefanski, on Sunday. So coaching, been pretty good. They're 4-1. Defense has warmed to the task. They have 17 sacks the last 3 games. And offensively, they've been consistent. They've protected the football. They've scored early in games. They've had the lead in just about every game that they've played. Are the Steelers a Super Bowl contender? I think it's a fair question. You go all the way back to that Rodgers clip, and I don't think there are many elite teams in the NFL. Detroit is an elite team. They lost this weekend. Philadelphia won the Super Bowl last year. They're 4-2. They don't look like they have any idea what's going on the offensive side, and A.J. Brown wants out of town. The Kansas City Chiefs are probably warming to the task, Doran, but they're 3-3. They're at 500. And the Buffalo Bills, the reason we played that clip, they lost last night. That's now their second consecutive loss, and they did not look all that inspiring when they played against the Miami Dolphins, when they played against the New Orleans Saints. They don't win away from Buffalo. So I look at the Steelers, and if you compare them to like past Super Bowl champions, I don't know that they stand up right now. But when I look across the AFC, I don't know that there's an elite team. And when I look across the NFL writ large, I don't know that there's an elite team, except for maybe Detroit. So I think there are probably 10 teams that can lay claim to being a contender. And I think the Steelers are one of them, Doran.
I can't disagree. I mean, it's very hard to whenever you kind of go into detail each team that could be a possible contender. And let's just stick with the AFC because, I mean, you're a contender in the AFC. I mean, there's obviously two sides, and the NFC is going to be one side. So what's your competition? And how is your competition winning for them to be considered a contender? Every team that I feel is considered a contender right now outside the Steelers is almost playing like the Steelers.
They've underwhelmed.
Like, you think of Kansas City, like they have obviously the pieces. They have Mahomes, but they're an anomaly, so I put them in a different category. I always will. I think that they find their stride, and I think that they're always going to be there. But I look at like somebody like Los Angeles. Like, they kind of want to play like the Steelers. You know, they lost the running backs, but they wanted to run the football and then, you know, have Herbert do his thing after you set up the run. You look at, Buffalo. Like, they don't know what their identity is. They want to run the football, but also have Josh Allen win them games.
They can't play defense, man.
They can't play defense. I just, every team that I feel is a contender, Indianapolis, like, they want to run the football, clearly, and then have Daniel Jones kind of facilitate the, like, every team is almost set up the same way.
Man.
It's going to come down to the one that does it consistently and does it the best at the time whenever the playoffs come around. So, like, it's kind of hard for me to sit here and say that they're not a contender because I look around and everybody's kind of playing the same ball, in my opinion.
That's an angle I hadn't considered, and I think a really good one and a great point for you to bring up. If you say the Steelers are built in a way where your traditional champions in modern-day football aren't built, well, who is built the way that you would consider normal Super Bowl contenders modern day are built? Detroit? Because they can score 40 points on any given Sunday? Sure.
Say Detroit, Tampa Bay.
And even Tampa, and I'm super impressed by them.
Well, they have a lot of injuries, too.
They are so banged up. They've won pretty much exclusively one-score games. In fact, it might not even be pretty much. They might only have won one-score games. In fact, their point differential is plus 14, just 2 points better than your Pittsburgh Steelers. The Green Bay Packers are the second seed in the NFC. They tied what I think is a bad Dallas team, if not just a terrible Dallas defense. They gave up 40 in that game. They scored 40, which kind of speaks counter to what I'm saying, because you need to be able to score to win at the highest level. But they also went on the road, didn't score at all, put up 10 points against the Cleveland Browns and lost that game. San Francisco's the third seed in the NFC. They're banged up more than anybody. They have a negative point differential. The Eagles have a negative point differential. You brought up the Los Angeles Chargers. They can't protect Justin Herbert. That guy's getting hit more than any quarterback in football this side of Justin Fields, and their running backs, like you mentioned, are hurt. They are, I think you nailed it, they are the watered-down version of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yes. So why not us? An age-old question asked in locker rooms since the beginning of time. Since you go back to gladiator times. Why not us? Well, it's because you're David and that guy's Goliath. The Steelers, unless they have a cataclysmic collapse and the Baltimore Ravens have a historic turnaround, because that's what it would take, both of those things happening, are going to play a home playoff game. You tell me that if the season ended tomorrow, the Denver Broncos walk up in here and you're playing them in a home playoff game, the Steelers couldn't win that game?
Absolutely they could.
Denver's scary because they have the best four-man pass rush in the NFL. and you still have an offensive line that, while getting better, still you have concerns about, you'd be favored in that game. What if you play Jacksonville at home? Well, we've had problems with that in the past. We have. But the Steelers would be favored in that game. If the Buffalo Bills came to Pittsburgh for a playoff game, they might only be favored by a couple of points.
Mm-hmm.
If the New England Patriots came to Pittsburgh for a playoff game, I'd like my chances.
Yes.
If the Chargers came to Pittsburgh for a playoff game, I'd like my chances. If the Colts came to Pittsburgh for a playoff game, I'd like my chances. Folks, this is less of a commentary about your favorite football team and more a commentary about all the football teams. I think Aaron Rodgers was prescient whenever he talked all the way back when, on the 24th of July, that they're in that 10 to 12 range. I do think this is as wide open in AFC as we've seen in a while, and maybe, just maybe, as wide open in NFL as we've seen in a while. And I don't think that through 5 games now, it would be right to write off the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're as good as any team going in the AFC right now. Now, I think Kansas City's probably going to be the representative. If I had to pick right now, I bet you damn Kansas City's going to play the stupid Super Bowl again.
Yep.
But this side of them, the Steelers could beat any one of those teams, and the great thing is, we're going to see it. They're going to play the Chargers. They're going to play the Colts. They're going to play the Bills. They're going to play those 3 teams.
Lions.
They're going to play the Lions. I don't love that on the road.
I mean, you're going to get a good barometer of where you're at that time. That's going to be a good test.
Yes. I think the Steelers are a legitimate AFC contender because I don't look around and see much great, and I think the Steelers are pretty good at just about everything. Let's pull at that thread for a second. Last 2 weeks, they've run the ball. Last 3 weeks, they've protected the quarterback. Aaron Rodgers is averaging 2 touchdown passes a game. They have a good number 1 wide receiver. They've really uncovered something with Darnell Washington. Their tight end room, while we can still complain a little bit about the usage, is one of the best in the NFL. Defensively, with Derek Harmon and Nick Herbig, their front 7 looks as good as it was supposed to look. Jalen Ramsey is playing the way we hoped he would play. I think they're as deep at corner as they've been since ... question mark? They gave up some yards over the middle of the field, which has been a sticking point against Cleveland, and I'm a little bit worried about what Flacco could do with those receivers to potentially exploit that, but Patrick Queen's playing a great brand of football. Yep. Are they elite in any one area? Probably rushing the passer. But are they bad in any one area? And you could say offensive line, but these last couple of weeks it's arrow pointed up, and they've done a great job schematically to hide their biggest weakness.
Yes.
And if you can find different ways to win because you're pretty good at everything, and we think you're going to play a home playoff game, you do got a shot, I think, Doran. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, and this is revisionist history. People bring this up all the time. You said the same thing last year loving Wilson, and the bottom fell out. We asked the most important question about Russell Wilson last year. When the Steelers are trailing, or when he needs to drop back and throw the ball traditionally without play action, without rollouts, with all that stuff, when you're behind in a game and he just needs to drop back and win you a game, can they do it? Can he do it? We asked that question even when they were 9-2, and the answer was no. Let me ask this question to that texter. Is Aaron Rodgers a better, smarter player than Russell Wilson? Because the answer there is yes. So where are they weak? And do you think that the Steelers are one of these 10 teams that really could contend for a championship? 412-928-9370. Is there any place you look at and go, oh, that is such a glaring weakness, they can't overcome that? Me neither, man.
Nope.
Offensive line, again, is scary.
That's the only one, if there was one.
But Broderick Jones just came off maybe his best game as a Pittsburgh Steeler, and they're helping him out in a way that doesn't seem unsustainable to me. Like, why can't you keep playing Spencer Anderson? Why can't Darnell Washington be playing a bunch? Why can't Broderick keep getting better? Because Faltanu, you called it before the season, he looks pretty damn good now.
Yep.
Do you consider the Steelers to be a true, we'll keep it to AFC at this point. Do you consider the Steelers to be a true AFC contender? 412-928-9370. We'll hear a hilarious clip from Mike Tomlin's press conference from yesterday when we come back, but we also want your calls, texts, and tweets at 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Couple unexpected finals on the two Monday night features from yesterday. The Atlanta Falcons beat the Buffalo Bills 24-14, and the Chicago Bears beat the Washington Commanders 25-24. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Staybill. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Staybill. Visit sta-bil.com for more information. Ben Johnson's Bears appear to be coming out of hibernation. Last night, they won their third straight in rainy, windswept Landover, Maryland, defeating Jaden Daniels and the Commanders 25-24 on a walk-off 38-yard field goal by freshly signed Jake Moody. On Boomer Esiason.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Never Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart. 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray. Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra. And Emerson Hart of Tonic. If you kid on that. A night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Hey Steelers Nation, it's Chris Muller here, and you know like I do that there are veterans in our community who have given so much. They've worn the uniform, they've served our country, and they've sacrificed for us. And now you have an opportunity to help give back to them thanks to Verizon. Verizon is committed to supporting our military and veteran communities, and they're teaming up with the Steelers for a sweepstakes that will give a special VIP dinner to 20 local veterans and their guests with Steelers players Will Howard and Jack Sawyer at the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex on November 18th. It's more than just a day of football, it's a day of recognition and honor. Think of a veteran you know, a family member, a neighbor, or a friend. Then simply head to any participating Western PA or Ohio Verizon store or go online to submit an entry form on their behalf. They could be selected as a potential winner, and it's a wonderful way to show your gratitude. And if you're a veteran, you can of course submit an entry for yourself. Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. For official details, visit your local Verizon store or check out verizon.com/Steelers Salute. No purchase necessary. Ends October 26th. Open to legal residents of Pennsylvania and Ohio, 18 and older. Player appearances subject to change.
Eliminate your ED issues long term. Call NewFlow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Clouds then sun today, the high 68.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A big traffic update and heads up as we head into the Tuesday morning rush. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Pennsylvania Turnpike closed on the eastbound side between the new Stanton and Breezewood interchanges due to an overnight fatal truck accident. While that's happening, you'll be detoured around there. Just follow that posted detour. Meanwhile, the Parkway East, that is getting in line near Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West stacking up near Parkway Center. Route 28 and the Parkway North are both steady. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did your doctor just add another medication to the list? Maybe for blood pressure, cholesterol, type 2 diabetes? Ask them how you'll get off of it. Losing weight will be the answer, but you already knew that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
That's Mike Tomlin at his press conference yesterday. I'll play it again in case you didn't catch it. Tomlin walking off the podium stage. Boy, you guys are annoying me today. I like a squirrely Tomlin.
He seemed like he was tired. I don't think he got any sleep.
No, he's scared of Joe Flacco. He's got to prepare for the 40-year-old
boogeyman.
quarterback, the boogeyman.
Michael
That's
Myers.
Right. We'll get into his comments where he blasted Andrew Berry because I actually think there's some levels to the discourse there, and I'm really excited to talk about it, actually. We'll do that a little bit later on in the show. Jeff Hathorn will be with us at 7 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts behind why Mike Tomlin decided to take out the GM of the Cleveland Browns. But we've asked you this question. It's the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Are the Steelers AFC contenders? They're sitting at 4-1. If the season ended today, they'd be the number 2 seed in the AFC. The only team with a better record is the Indianapolis Colts. They're 5-1. So the Steelers are one of just 2 teams in the AFC that has fewer than 2 losses. And folks, I'm here to tell you, and you got to take care of business against Cincinnati twice, and you got to take care of business the second time around against Cleveland. But I'm here to tell you, folks, the Steelers can get the 1 or 2 seed in the AFC. They really can. They've got the tiebreaker on the Patriots. Starkey said last week he thinks that the Pats are going to win that division.
Mm-hmm.
I think they might have a better top-to-bottom roster than Buffalo, man.
Yes.
The Patriots.
Yes.
And guess what you've got over the Patriots? A dub, which is the first tiebreaker. If they win the division and you finish with the same record as New England, you have a better seed than them. That's how that works. You're also going to play the Chargers on the road. Not a tough place to play. You're going to have more fans there than they are. You've had a lot of success out there. And again, they can't protect Justin Herbert. If the Steelers played the Chargers today, I would pick the Steelers to win that football game.
I agree.
The Steelers will play the Bills. The Bills cannot win outside of Buffalo. At least they have not shown the ability to win outside of Buffalo this year. They beat Baltimore. Where was that? It was in Buffalo. They beat the Jets on the road, but okay, so has everybody. They played Miami at home, won. New Orleans at home, won. They actually lost to New England at home, and they went on the road to Atlanta and lost that football game. You have them at Acrisure Stadium, and I'm telling you right now, the Steelers, top to bottom, have a better roster than Buffalo. They don't have Josh Allen, and Josh Allen sometimes by himself can be enough. But that game's at least a toss-up to me right now. You are going to play the number 1 seed Indianapolis Colts. Guess where you play that game?
Home.
Acrisure Stadium. If you played Indianapolis on the road, you would be an underdog, and deservedly so. Indianapolis, to me, has been the most impressive team in the AFC, if not the NFL. But you're going to get them at home. And I think the Steelers can and probably should win that football game. There's no juggernauts right now. I think Kansas City eventually will become a juggernaut because gestures wildly, they're the Kansas City Chiefs, Doran. But right now they're 3-3, and guess what? You don't play them this year. So we asked the question, are the Steelers true, legitimate contenders in the AFC? I think the answer is yes.
Absolutely.
There's only one team that's played better than them in the AFC so far, and that's Indianapolis.
Yep.
That's the only one. What would give you pause? Health?
Health, sustainability of... See, like right now, and I know this is an exhausting talking point. We'll get into it even in more depth. But like, if I was sitting there and I looked around the AFC and I looked around the NFL and I knew that I was a contender and in the thick of things right now and really control my own destiny, and I had the cap space, like I would trade for a legit number 2 receiver because that could expand my offense even more, or as an insurance policy, just in case I wanted to go that route and use more receivers than I do tight ends. Or if we feel comfortable at a point where I don't have to use an extra tackle, I don't have to use Darnell all the time, even though that his whenever he's in the game that they win football games. I mean, I still use him, but like if I had an Olave and a Calvin Austin coming off an injury, I would try to patch up the potential holes around my roster right now if I had the cap space to do it, knowing that we can actually make some noise this year.
I'm with you, and it's mostly about the injury thing. Because we've seen DK Metcalf, or DeKalin Metcalf as he would like to be referred to, is really good, and he's the guy that every defense is circling, and they still can't stop him.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if he gets hurt?
Exactly.
You're in the same situation you were in last year when George Pickens got hurt. So I had said last week, well, the offense is developing. They can't even get Freiermuth the ball. Maybe you put a pin in the wide receiver 2 thing. No, you got to go for it, man. This is why they did not tank this year. This is why they didn't even take a step back to take 2 steps forward, because you never know what could happen. Joe Burrow hurt, Lamar Jackson hurt, and they stink. And they would need to go on a historic run to probably catch you if you just take care of business down the stretch. The Chiefs are 3-3. The Bills don't look as formidable. Like, I ain't scared of the Colts. I think they're good. I ain't scared. Do what you can to go for it now, because you have positioned yourself to be legit in a conference where there's not a lot of legit. Now you need to guard against injury, because that's another thing that we don't spend enough time on because it's not sexy sports talk radio. The Eagles were the healthiest team in the playoffs last year. That's going to help. I think the Lions were every bit as good as the Eagles last year. They were the most injured team, and so they couldn't even make it to the conference championship game last year. Health matters. And if you can stay healthy, you've got as good a shot as anybody.
No doubt.
But you're not going to, so to your point, sorry, to circle back around, go out there and get another wide receiver because it's going to help you when you're healthy, but it's really going to help you if one of your guys gets hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I just think about a situation like this past, Sunday. If DK Metcalf would have had
DeKalen, please.
DeKalen Metcalf would have had a hamstring injury, and you're going into Cincinnati with Skoranek, Miller, and Wilson.
You're going into a gunfight based on their skill position guys, and you're probably trying to beat them to death with a ruler. I mean, that's...
Like with Calvin Austin already being out?
Yeah.
Like, that's why I would entertain another receiver.
If you lost DK Metcalf to Kalen, if you lost Metcalf when Calvin Austin's out, you have, bar none, no question, the worst wide receiver room in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. And Aaron Rodgers has played well. He's risen a lot of people's games, but I don't know if he can do that this week. I don't know if he can get what we would hope that he could get out of Skoranek, Miller, and Wilson going against the Bengals.
You know what you're doing? You're going all Rich Rod. You're playing 9 offensive linemen.
Right.
And you're basically going to be a service academy and just try to run it every single play. There's a big-time reporter for the New York Giants who says that they've been circling around Chris Olave. They've been in serious discussions regarding the New Orleans Saints wide receiver. What's that tell you? It tells you Olave is available. Something we talked about this offseason is that the Steelers did check in on the availability of Chris Olave. I'm finally now okay with them trading a draft pick and a good one to go get a receiver for a couple of reasons. One, the AFC's wide open, as we've been discussing ad nauseum. Two, none of these quarterbacks are all that awe-inspiring in college football right now. So, it's not a sure thing probably anymore that you're going to take one because you don't want to take one just to take one. So, if I got to part with a draft pick, a third-round pick, to get a guy like Jacoby Myers from Las Vegas or Chris Olave from the Saints, I've never felt better about moving off of that spot. My opinion of not trading a top 3 pick for one of those guys.
I also don't want a decent receiver going to somebody that's some of my competition.
That too.
Like if you think about that Denver maybe or even Kansas City. I don't want Chris Olave playing for Buffalo.
Yes.
So I would protect that as well with this situation.
And Buffalo was aggressive last year. They got Amari Cooper. They cannot possibly be satisfied with the way that they've played so far. They could be active early. Go out and get a guy. You're right. Keep it from your AFC rivals and bolster yourself in the process. This is why you don't tank. So you have to see that through then, right? It can't be good enough just to have a great offseason, and to this point looks like they did. It really does. That trade to get Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith for Minka Fitzpatrick, who's not playing well in Miami, what a friggin' deal. And Aaron Rodgers looks pretty doggone good. Darius Slay looks pretty good. See this through now then. It can't be 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Right.
Well, we're willing to do all this, but not willing to give up draft capital for next year. No, the AFC's wide open. You're pretty good. Go make a play for a wide receiver. 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by our friends at Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Mike Tomlin was asked a question about culture yesterday by Will Graves from the Associated Press. I think it's a feather in his cap now that Tomlin has that he hasn't had for a long time. And I think that's another reason why I'm starting to believe in this Pittsburgh Steelers team. We'll explain more when we come back, plus your calls, texts, and tweets, 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they play tonight at 10:30 against the Anaheim Ducks. It's on the road on the West Coast. That's why the game is so late for us here locally. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
In partnership with Valley Forge is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. You spot something happening within a game. Was just watching the Giants, man, and if you hopped on the Jackson Dart train early in that game, you were feeling pretty good. Just jump on it. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy, stains, cracks, bad epoxy job, you know who to call. Comer and Cross Concrete Floors. That number's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement ever. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And they make it so easy. They're all uniformed, pros, no subcontractors. They're going to be in and out in one day. That's all it takes. They'll fix the cracks and pits perfectly before applying your new floor. They even take your stuff out for you. How about that? So call Comer and Cross now for your best price of the year, starting with $750 off. Even their number's easy. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call that now. Or go to COMERcross.com. Comer and Cross Concrete Floor Coatings.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service. Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. October is here. Spooky, and you've got old windows. That means you're back to dealing with chilly air seeping into your home. You don't want that. Eliminate those drafts once and for all with Window Nation. And this month, you buy 2 windows, you get 2 for free, plus you pay nothing for 2 years. Celebrate your upgraded home with 2 free tickets to an upcoming Pens game. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years with Window Nation. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
It's all treats and no tricks.
At Joe Ball GMC's Spooktacular Sales Event.
Save $7,000 on brand new 2026 GMC Sierras.
Ask about 0% financing, too.
Who you gonna call?
Joe Ball GMC or 12487-8500.
JoeBallGM.com.
When you walk through our doors, you're not a case. You're family.
At LGKG, we take time to listen, to care, and to fight for what matters most. You.
AV-rated super lawyers. Taking your personal injury case personally. LGKG.com.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevy of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now, Bowser Chevy gets 0% for 36 months on a 2025 Chevy Silverado, $1,500 crew cab, plus $1,000 bonus cash. Get financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I think that is very reflective of the environment here. I disagree with you. He's a good teammate. We're winning games. We're gaining cohesion. He's certainly capable. He knows his time is going to come to ante up and kick in. He better be ready. I'm sure he will be. That's just how we go about our business.
Mike Tomlin answering a question by the Associated Press's Will Graves. Will said Pat Freiermuth not playing a lot, but seems to be taking it in stride. He said that hasn't always been the case around here. And Tomlin disagreed with that. I'm going to disagree with Tomlin's disagreement. There have been guys that when they don't get the football, they don't get the playing time, they bitch, moan, and complain. And a lot of the time, bitch, moan, and complain their way out of town. James Harrison at the end of his career. Melvin Ingram being another example. LeGarrette Blount, George Pickens, when he wouldn't get the football, would be upset. Antonio Brown, when they'd win, but he didn't have a big role in the game, would be upset. Now, there are varying levels of talent among the players that I mentioned. I do think there's been a shift. I think they have a different level of leadership on the defensive side of the ball because of the Jalen Ramseys of the world and the Darius Slays. And Patrick Queen and Deshaun Elliott.
Yes.
It's just, you've transformed this over the last couple of years to where you've got a bunch of vets and a lot of vets who have won ball games.
Exactly. That's where it's at.
Right?
It's the vets that they've brought in and the mix with the vets that were here that have won championships and understand what it takes to win championships. Even Juan Thornhill is a guy that you can throw in that mix. You don't think about, but he's a guy you can throw in that mix.
And, of course, Rodgers. And then you think about Kenneth Gainwell won a championship last year. DK Metcalf's won a bajillion games in his NFL career. These are guys who haven't been around. I do think they had a culture problem before. And is that Tomlin's fault or is that just the locker room? Probably a little column A, a little column B. But there's no great teams that aren't player-led. I think this team's player-led. And so it's another reason why I'm not saying the Steelers are going to win the Super Bowl, but I think they could. I actually think they could, and it's because they're deeper than they've been in years. They've got better leadership than they've gotten in years. And the AFC, it's a mountain of mid. And you have to compare the Steelers to the Joneses. If I put the Steelers under the hood, they are a good football team. I don't think they're yet a great football team. I hope to get proven wrong, and that can change. Hopefully they haven't played their best ball yet. Mm-hmm. But can good be good enough this year with the state of the AFC? Maybe. And the one place that you really don't want to go on the road in the playoffs, and I know they haven't won a playoff game in 8 years, regardless of where they played. One place you don't want to go is Kansas City. And if you win against the Bengals on Thursday, you're 2 up on them. And I'm here to tell you the Steelers' schedule ain't as bad as people think. It's just not.
Good could only be good this year in order for the Steelers to win is if they get better within the good every week. Like, they have to get better.
Yes.
You have to open up. You have to do things a little bit different in order to be just a good team that wins. We've seen it before. It's not like it's never happened before. We've seen just good teams, and you're like, wow, I can't believe this team actually won. I can't believe this team's actually in the Super Bowl. Good teams like that are just good. They get better within the good every week.
Yes, because right now, relative to the AFC, it's Indy and Pittsburgh, the 2 teams that have played the best football. I really believe that. And the Steelers' schedule that they've played so far, they played a good Cleveland defense this weekend and put up points. They played, I think, a good Minnesota team and were physically dominant for 55 of those minutes. They beat New England Patriots, who could win the AFC East this year. So their only loss is to Seattle. And if you want to parse, shoot, they could have won that game if not for 2 fluky plays. But every team that we're talking about, they are going to level up. Mm-hmm. You got to level up too, is what you're saying.
Right.
Anthony in Oakland wants to chime in. Hello, Anthony.
Thank you. Health is the key component.
Yep.
They see themselves, I think, Tomlin, as the 2021 Rams, where they brought in some players that was missing from that organization to put them over the top.
Mm-hmm.
The quarterback that Dorn had played with from Detroit and Ramsey. And remember, the midseason acquisition was OBJ, which that was the receiver they needed to go with Cooper Kupp.
You're good enough in the conference is weak enough that if they don't go for it, they should be criticized constantly.
It's time to go for it.
Yep.
They need to, especially with they're going to start shipping off guys. You want to be just as aggressive as you were in the offseason because this would put you over the top.
Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate the call. And the reason is always.
That's a great point, too. The reason why they're in the position that they are is not – and it's I guess, manufactured by other teams because they've gotten hurt or they're just not that good. But for where the Steelers are, if you're looking internally, you got to where you're at and feel the way that you feel is because of the aggressiveness that you had in the offseason by Omar Khan and Andy Weidel and making trades and bringing in Aaron Rodgers and making these different moves. Do it again.
Yep.
Double down.
Yep.
Double down.
Absolutely.
If you have to, double down. Right now. You got to fill in the gaps that maybe aren't gaps right now, but potentially could be gaps at some point in the season, just so you can protect yourself from anything, knowing that you have an unbelievable chance right now.
Texter writes in to that point, if A.J. Brown really wants out of Philly and the Steelers could pry him away, they'd have to be up there as front runners for the Super Bowl. I don't want another wide receiver 1.
No.
I want an actual 2.
Yes.
I want Jacoby Myers. I want Chris Olave because I think they've got something special here in terms of the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Ramsey. Oh, he's a malcontent. He's a bad teammate. Really? He just busted his ass to come back to play 2 games in 5 days. And Aaron Rodgers was singing his praises. Aaron Rodgers, bad teammate. Really? We've seen just the opposite. I believe in this locker room structure in a way that I was hopeful could be the case, and now we're seeing it come to fruition. And why do I not think the Steelers are going to collapse like last year? It's because it's not the same team.
Right.
It's a different quarterback.
Different
running backs. Different receivers. Different corners. Different safety. They're half the roster's different.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same team. 412-928-9370. Not everyone buying in, though. Vegas still has the Steelers with the 7th best odds to win the AFC. Do you think the Steelers are a true AFC contender? 412-928-9370. Jeff Hathorn at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by our friends at Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Or you could do what Anthony did, call the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football with a couple surprising finishes. There were 2 features yesterday. And in that first game, the Atlanta Falcons beat the Buffalo Bills 24-14. The second game had the Chicago Bears beat the Washington Commanders 25-24. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
From the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Eastbound Turnpike remains closed between the New Stanton and Breezewood interchanges due to an overnight fatal truck accident at mile marker 135. Now you're being detoured off at New Stanton and some heavy traffic in that area, especially on Route 119. Parkway West, you're in line around the bend at Carnegie down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East lining up at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heads the Route 8 on-ramp, then again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Have Coit tackle the dirt in your home this fall. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service and save 35% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Tackle the dirt and save. Get your home Coit clean.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. So many TVs, every seat at Rival feels like the front row.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Pittsburgh, you might recognize my name from the football field or my face from television, but now I want you to become familiar with my family. I'm Johnny J.P. Patrician, and in 1955, my grandfather opened Nick Chevrolet right off of Route 28. We have been family owned and operated for 70 years. The number one priority of our standalone dealership is to treat customers like friends. Whether you're looking for a new Chevy or a pre-owned vehicle of any make or model, stop in and see my family. Before you buy, give Nick Chevrolet a try. 724-224-2700 or nickchevrolet.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Jeff Hathor going to join us in about 10 minutes. The 50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. The Bills lost last night. They've lost their last two. Their defense blows. Their offensive line isn't very good. The Ravens are 1-5, and the Chiefs are 3-3. Do you think the Steelers can contend in the AFC? 412-928-9370. Someone texts in, this was a good hour of sports talk. Winning is much more entertaining, and yes, they can play this year in the AFC. Thank you. First of all, it's fun to be positive. And the AFC isn't great, and it's a week-to-week, month-to-month league, so the picture could change in a month. But we're going to talk about the present. And in the present, I don't think that anybody other than Indy are playing better football than the Pittsburgh Steelers right now. So, yeah, they're a contender in the AFC. And they're going to play that one out in a couple of weeks. And you're going to get the Chargers in a couple of weeks. And you get the Packers coming up after the Bengals. Don't lose to the Bengals. Please don't lose to the Bengals.
I don't even think that's possible at all. Just for the sheer confidence factor. I think that they just have an insane amount of confidence right now, especially on defense.
Oh, man.
I think they look at everything as a challenge, especially with Jalen Ramsey. I mean, these guys are this back end cannot wait to cover Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. That's the type of makeup they have. It just seems like that to me.
I agree, and I'm scared that I agree.
They can't wait.
They have lost games that they're not supposed to lose forever now, right? And 0-6 against divisional opponents, Thursday Night Football on the road. We know the stats. I've said the stat a million times. 2-9 under Tomlin in Thursday night road games. But Jalen Ramsey was playing out of his mind. T.J. Watt, Nick Herbig, Alex Highsmith, Cam Hayward, Keanu Benton, I thought played well. Derek Harmon's a stud. They can't block those guys. Like, all the tangible points to the Steelers winning this game, and on the road to be a 5.5-point favorite, that's a pretty big spread in a division game. Rob in West Mifflin. Hi, Rob.
What's going on, Adam? How you doing, man? How you doing? What's up, buddy?
What's up, pal?
Yeah, y'all right, man. Like, you already got the momentum going by going all in. There's no reason to put the foot on the brake now, man. If all these out there, please don't wait. There's no reason to wait around. Like, even if you want to trade Highsmith and get rid of Fireman for the package deal and hold on to your draft picks, you still got to make that move now because I've seen what you call him, DK or what's his name?
DeKalen.
When DeKalen ran off the field and grabbed the back of his hamstring, I was like, oh, my goodness, man. Are you serious? You know, so I was in panic mode, but I just don't understand. Like, they're watching the same things that we're watching, and they know what's going on. Go get a number 2 receiver, man.
I'm with you, Rob, and thank you so much for the call. We've seen trades made already. Teams need to be bad enough to want to give up on their season.
Mm-hmm.
And New Orleans is swirling it. Miami's another team that's really bad. The Raiders, same thing. It might take one more week, but you got to jump on it. I'm with you. As for trading Highsmith, I ain't doing it during the season. That rotation of Herbig, Watt, Highsmith. Herbig played 50 snaps, Watt 49, Highsmith 47. I love that because they're fresh. You got 3 elite pass rushers, and they're fresh because you rotate them. Oh.
Well, you just don't do it because Highsmith was already hurt, Herbig was already hurt, and T.J. Watt gets hurt at some point every single year. So I wouldn't do that this year during the season because somebody is probably going to be banged up at some point, and they already were.
Yes.
So you want to have all 3 of those at your disposal. Now, Pat Freiermuth, that's a different story.
Depends on the return.
Right.
I think the strength of this team is probably in their depth. In the front 7, in the secondary, and I'm not subtracting from that. Not during the season. If you want to have a trade Highsmith and a blockbuster deal conversation after the year, okay, but not right now. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We'll take some calls after we talk to Jeff Hathorn. He's going to join us coming up next with the Hawk Report. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. What did Mike Tomlin have to say about the Browns GM, and why did he say it? We'll ask Jeff that when we come back. We'll let KDKA take care of the weather. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Low temperatures are near 50 first thing this morning with highs near 70 this afternoon. Cloud cover will be the thickest for the day right now, with partly cloudy skies expected for the afternoon. I have noon temperatures in the mid-60s with light winds coming in out of the north. Hey, looking ahead, frosty mornings are set to return on Thursday and Friday with our next good chance of rain coming on Saturday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. The kids are back in school, fall is almost here, and that means it's time to refocus on the house. And if your windows need an upgrade, Universal Windows Direct and their exclusive Super Spacer technology can help. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, get 0% financing for 3 years. Schedule now and take $500 off your entire home improvement project. Don't wait.
Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Eastbound Turnpike remains closed between the newsstand and Breezewood interchanges due to that overnight fatal truck accident. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you're in line right around the bend at Carnegie. Pretty well stop and go down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks Greensburg Pike. Route 28, once again, is heavy approaching the Route 8 at the bypass down past Shaler Waterworks, and then again approaching the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Got junk? Two Men and a Junk Truck.com. At twomenandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You've coached in the AFC longer than anybody. What did you make of the rarity of seeing an interdivisional trade of an experienced quarterback inside the division?
You know, to be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
When the Bengals acquired him, knowing what you know about Zach and how he likes to run his offense, like from Cincinnati's perspective, did it make sense for them?
It certainly made sense from Cincinnati's perspective.
Mike Tomlin out of character, ripping on a division rival's GM. sarcasm, wit. You love the squirrely Mike Tomlin. And joining us now to get into that and more is our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, with the Hawk Report. Brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. October, 3.95% 7-month CD special at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Jeff A., good morning. B., what got into Tomlin? Why blast Andrew Berry the way that he did?
Obviously, he didn't want to see Joe Flacco in Cincinnati. And I guess that answers the question of, remember a couple of years ago, would they trade any of their quarterbacks in the division? Well, apparently not. And he's not a fan of that. And I get what he's saying. It's just, wow. He could have just said he doesn't understand it. And he had something he wanted to say. So, listen, for us, our business, that was some jolt.
It was awesome. I loved it. And I think the Flacco playing for Cincinnati now this weekend element of it is a big part of it for sure. I also think Mike Tomlin, the ultimate live for now competitor, can't square how a team would have a quarterback start the season, not give that guy an extended look, and then trade him to a division rival when all Mike Tomlin ever wants to do is win that week's game and try to stack him because he wants to win that year. I think he is so diametrically opposed to how the Cleveland Browns run their franchise that he almost takes it as a personal affront to the competitive nature of the sport.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. I think it is that DNA of, like, I'm not thinking about down the road. I'm thinking about why would I hurt myself and make that type of trade. It's not even as like, woe is us as the Steelers. It's like, what the hell are they doing there? Like, why would you ever make that deal? I think, and the fact that he said starting quarterback. So I think it's, people say, oh, they traded the backup. Well, no, that was the guy you thought you could win with. And then when you realized this team isn't going to win, then you went to the rookie.
Jeff, who did you give a game ball to from this past game on Sunday?
Ooh. Man. I mean, I think the entire offense, to an extent, deserves game balls. I mean, everybody contributed at some point. I mean, I think Art called a good game. I thought Aaron executed it well. How about Broderick? Didn't call his name. Weren't expecting that. Even though he was getting help, he was getting some chips. So do other offensive linemen against TJ and Miles almost every time. So I thought he played well. I mean, DK made some big plays. It would be hard for me to break it down. I mean, Jalen Ramsey on defense, everything he fought through to be on that field. 13 tackles for Elliott. 2 sacks for Herbig. I mean, it was a complete game. While some of the other guys weren't a part of the stats, I think they contributed a lot in that victory.
Jeff Hathorn with us on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We asked this question to start the show. The Bills lost. Now that's 2 straight for them. They have not looked all that impressive. Their defense stinks. The Chiefs are 3-3. The Ravens are 1-5. So are the Steelers a real AFC contender? 70% of Steelers fans are saying yes right now. Jeff, it's 5 weeks in, but do you agree?
If the season ended now, they're winning me over week by week. I think the best thing is this, and what I just said about how well they played against Cleveland, that isn't even a great game. Like, there's still a lot of meat on the bone on both sides. I think that's what's different about this start compared to some of the other years. Some of the other years, you just knew everything was clicking early. And you're thinking, how are they going to sustain this through the season? What they're doing now is they're finding ways to win while they're improving. Now, the schedule has helped with that. I mean, if they would have started with Baltimore's schedule, it might be a different scenario, but they didn't. And they're sitting 4-1. And, when you look at the beginning of the year, you think of all these teams that are better than the Steelers on paper, and then those injuries start happening.
And Baltimore's a different team. Cincinnati's a different team. I think Kansas City's starting to find a little something, but the Bills aren't invincible. Like you're starting to realize some things about some teams. And even though the Chargers pulled out a win, they're beatable. But then who thought the Colts, who thought Indiana Jones would have this type of impact in Indianapolis?
Jeff, this is very redundant, but I think it's relevant right now. I mean, the Steelers are clearly in the thick of things. They have some great opportunities ahead of them, especially with the other teams in the AFC not playing so well or beat up and injured. Should they go after a number 2 wide receiver? Do you think that is necessary for the Pittsburgh Steelers right now?
I know they like Calvin, and they feel like their tight ends give them a lot of options in the pass game. But I think one of the things that has helped them to where they're at is depth, and we've seen it at outside linebacker. We've seen it in the defensive backfield. I think they should add some depth to that receiver room, and Calvin could still be your starter if he's performing. But I think as you look at it, while Skoranek plays a nice role and Scotty Miller could do things here and there, I think that's one place where you could look for depth. I know everybody will say, well, offensive tackle. Those are very, very hard to find. And they think they have someone in Calvin Anderson that could at least come in and spot start. So, I would – depth there would be a good add for them.
I'm with you because of the state of the AFC. You would be kicking yourself if an injury to a wide receiver down the stretch wound up derailing your season. I do think this team's better than last year's team, Jeff. Again, through 5 weeks. It's a week-to-week, month-to-month league. But here are some of the differences, and I wonder if there's anything that you think I might be missing. I think the locker room makeup, there's a difference with Ramsey and with Aaron Rodgers. I think Rodgers' consistency and the freedom that they let him operate with are different than what you got from Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. The AFC clearly weaker than it was last year. The red zone statistics, the fast start offensive statistics, all of these things to me are real tangible differences and I think are going to continue. Is there anything else that you see comparing this year's team to last year's team?
I mean, I think all those points are valid. And like I said earlier, I think the fact that they haven't played their best ball, like there's still a lot there that's realistic. Like I'm not talking about unrealistic things that this team could do. There are realistic things. We're starting to see the defense play like they should play. But I think your point 3 is the one that's on the money. I think the last few years, the Steelers have had a good team. It's just that the AFC is loaded. They've had so many good teams. Now, I mean, did Baltimore dig itself too much of a hole? Is Cincinnati just, even with Flacco, just not the same team as the other scenarios that we just talked about? And while Indianapolis is 5-1, I mean that could be the team like the Steelers of 5 years ago. It had a meteoric start, and then all of a sudden by December, it's looking like a whole different team.
Jeff, who's the next head coach at Penn State?
Even though his buyout is huge, Matt Rule. I mean, he and Kraft are buds. Like that, it just makes – I mean, he's a Penn Stater. It's been rumored for years. Like he didn't even dial it down when he was asked about it yesterday in Nebraska. He just kind of sidestepped it.
Yes.
Now, he's got a monster buyout. But, I mean, this Adidas contract is bringing in a lot of money. Like I don't think – and I respect what Terry's done – to rise up from where he was, and he's a Penn Stater as well. He's a 3-generation Penn State guy. But I think you're looking to make a splash. Like you're not looking at a rebuilder. Like you don't need a Matt Campbell or somebody who rebuilds programs. You need someone to take this and just take it one more step.
I'm curious. This is not really a question that we've discussed very often because it seems like everyone's in agreement. But do you think they did the right thing by moving on from Franklin?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Yeah, only because the track record in the biggest games was what it was. And I would tell you, I covered John Cooper at Ohio State, and it was kind of a similar thing. They had great talent. They could get to about here. but they couldn't get that over the top.
Yeah.
And year after year, they would lose to Michigan or lose in the biggest games. And you're sitting there and you're like, every once in a while they tease you with a big win. But you're like, how is all this talent not winning a national championship, or at least being in a national championship game? And I think you got to that point with Penn State.
Jeff Mason Heinschel is something. I mean, his throw to Desmond Reed in the back of the end zone looked to me like Johnny Manziel, like Baker Mayfield. Can Pitt, now that their season's been resuscitated, can they contend in the ACC?
So, I mean, Syracuse is going to be – that's always kind of a tricky game. NC State, I think they're somewhat evenly matched, although now with the way Heinschel's playing, I think there's a little edge. And then you get into November, where you've got Notre Dame and Miami on the schedule.
Georgia Tech.
Yeah,
Georgia. Yeah, you're right. I don't want to shortchange Georgia Tech, and I know Brent Pry. There's a lot of talk about him at Penn State because of the job he's done at Georgia Tech. I think they could. I don't know that they could win the ACC because I think Miami's just a lights out team. But could they get back in the conversation? Yeah, I mean, I think guys at the beginning of the year, I think Pitt was in a mix with a bunch of teams. And they blew that game in Louisville, and you kind of wondered, okay, where do they sit? Well, I think now they're showing that even with some of the injuries that they've had, that they can compete with the upper tier of the ACC. Now, can they beat those teams that you mentioned coming down the stretch? We'll see. But at least now you kind of go into it, it's like, all right, they got a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Like you give them an opportunity, and you're watching a freshman grow. And now it's about retention of that freshman for the program.
Yeah, I think they're in position now to get themselves into position.
Yeah,
I think they've got a shot to be 7-2 potentially when Notre Dame comes to town.
And guys, if Dez stays healthy, I mean that's just a difference maker for them. And he only rushed for 45 yards, but look what he did on the outside, ACC receiver of the week as a running back, and he didn't even do anything in return game. So he's the guy. If he could stay healthy, as much as Mason obviously is critical, he brings something that they just can't have anywhere else, can't bring off the bench.
Jeff, we'll talk to you on game day. Appreciate your time. Stay up and watch the Pens tonight so we don't have to, okay?
Sure, yeah.
All right, Jeff. We'll
Thanks,
talk to you
guys.
Thursday.
Thanks,
a million. That is Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Coming up next, just as I've been perusing some numbers, I found maybe the biggest difference between this year's Steelers team and last year's Steelers team, and one that, no question, it's going to keep up. I'll tell you what that is. When we return, are you smarter than a plumber at the bottom of the hour? Right now, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the Penguins do play late tonight. It's a 10:30 start time for the game. And that's because the Penguins are playing on the road against the Anaheim Ducks. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Harry. What to tell you about my new obsession, and that is Daisy French onion dip. I've been known to eat an entire canister just by myself on a football Sunday. It's one of my guilty pleasures, eating dips and chips and wings and veggies, and now Daisy's got that French onion dip, and now a Daisy Ranch dip. They're a game changer. As delicious as homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So find it for yourself. Look for Daisy French onion dip at a grocery store near you.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Now, loyal listeners will remember that I called this one. I had a strong hunch Atlanta was primed to upset Buffalo, and they did last night, 24-14. Bijan Robinson led the Falcons with 238 total scrimmage yards. Man, is he a beast. Drake London had 10 catches for 158 yards and a touchdown, and Michael Penix Jr. directed a game-sealing 5-minute drive. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
Taylor, during your Jeep of Pittsburgh's Drive Into Fall sales event, what's your difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. Easy as that.
And if you can't,
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard across from the Golden Arches. Or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Two eyes are better than one, right? Same goes for your home security. Buy one Guardian camera today, and you'll get a second camera completely free. That's twice the coverage, twice the peace of mind, and zero extra cost. With HD video, motion alerts, and two-way audio, you'll always know what's happening at home, whether it's package at the door or kids in the living room. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras. That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big problems with accidents this morning. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Eastbound Turnpike remains shut down between New Stanton and Breezewood due to that overnight fatal truck accident. The detour will take you off at New Stanton to Route 119 North and then to Toll Route 66 North. You'll get off at Route 22, take that eastbound to Route 99 South, re-entering the Turnpike after you get off at Route 30 at the Breezewood interchange. We have an accident as well, Route 28 southbound near the Route 8 at the bypass, and one in the Dravosburg area at the intersection of McClure Street and Washington Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. Proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Anytime you guys have struggled on Thursday nights recently, particularly on the road, is there anything you can put your finger on as a through line or anything you do?
I'm only concerned about 2025. I got my ass kicked in a lot of ways over the last 19 years.
I love that. Brian Batko says, you guys haven't won on the road on Thursday Night Football. Yeah, I'm focused on now. Got my ass kicked a lot of different ways over the course of my career. I like that from Tomlin. A chippy Tomlin, a terse Tomlin, a Kurt Tomlin yesterday because he didn't sleep. We might be that way on Friday.
Yes.
After watching the Steeler game. I was attempting to fall asleep at 8 p.m. last night, and the Steelers will kick off after that. I don't think the Steelers are going to lose to Cincinnati. I was scared about it a couple of weeks ago. I was certainly scared when they traded for Joe Flacco. I think Tomlin's panic meter went up a little bit because he clearly loves Joe Flacco. They're not going to lose, and here's why. The Steelers are much better in this particular area than they were last year, and I think it's absolutely going to continue. Last season, the Steelers were middle of the pack in sacks. They had 40 on the year. For them, that's low. They already have 20 sacks this year. Through 5 games.
Yes. Yep.
So that's 40 sacks. They'll hit the 40 sack mark 10 games in with 7 still to go. Their pass rush is so much better than it's been. And you're rotating Herbig, Watt, and Highsmith. 50 snaps for Herbig, 49 for Watt, 47 for Highsmith on Sunday. I don't see why you can't continue that. You can keep TJ fresher throughout the year and not have a dip in sack production because Herbig's been the better pass rusher this year. I think Derek Harmon is a significant upgrade, my God, over Larry Ogunjobi. I think that's obvious. We said they would blitz more. Statistically, they have. We saw Ramsey with 2 sacks. We're seeing Patrick Queen get into the backfield. I think they're going to finish probably second in the NFL in sacks this year, and the only reason they're not going to finish first is because, dude, Denver's got 30 already.
They have 30?
They have 30. They had 70 last year. I'll settle for second if that means you're up around 55 or 60. And by the by, since Harmon came in and Herbig's been playing more the last 3 games, they have 17 sacks over that 3-game span.
Mm-hmm.
Cincinnati's not going to be able to block them. They're giving up about 3 sacks a game. That offensive line stinks. That's why Joe Burrow's hurt. I think the Steelers go in there and dominate up front again and win the game.
It is amazing that this past game against the Browns was the first time everybody on the defense played together this year. So, I mean, you think about if everybody was healthy up until this point, they'd probably be right with the Denver Broncos.
That's a good point, man. Yeah.
I mean, with Harmon being out and Highsmith being out, and it's crazy that they've had these injuries already, and they still have that type of production.
And I don't know why it would change. And I'll give Tomlin a lot of credit. Last year, I think because they didn't trust the secondary, they rushed 4 a ton. And now they trust the secondary, and they're blitzing. The league average last year was blitzing around 26% of dropbacks. The Steelers have been up around 40% this year. That's exactly what we called for this offseason. And you're making difficult decisions up front. You're going to double-team T.J. Watt. You got to throw a couple of bodies at Cam Hayward. If you block Nick Herbig one-on-one, guess what you're not doing? Blocking him.
Exactly.
You can't block that guy.
No.
They got to pay him at the end of the year. Not to advance this like beyond the here and the now, but that guy's one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. I don't even feel like I need to add any qualifiers to it.
But this past game, he almost rushed at every spot too. He rushed it in the A gap and won. I mean, he didn't get to the quarterback, but he won his one-on-one matchup. And to be that small, to be able to do that, to rush every gap and not just out, on the outside, that just lets you do so much on defense. Whenever he's moving around, I'd be like, oh my God,
what do we do with this
Tasmanian devil? This goddamn Tasmanian devil. Where is he going to? What gap is he going to end up in? That would be a nightmare for me if I was an offensive line.
So why can't the Steelers contend? Look at Philadelphia last year. That's why they beat the Chiefs, because they were throwing them around for an entire game. Denver made the playoffs last year on the back of their pressure defense. I think the Steelers can do it again, and the Steelers have forced 5 interceptions this year. They could have had 5 in the game on Sunday, and that thing really would have got ugly. Why? It's because they're getting pressure on the quarterback. I don't see that changing this week. I don't see that changing the rest of the year, as long as they stay healthy, but we've talked about it. They've got better depth than they have in years. So we could talk about all the differences between this year's team and last year's team. I feel pretty damn confident that the pressure they're getting on the quarterback, that's not just going to stop. Their players are far too good, and you're right, now they're finally healthy. We'll put a pin in that conversation. We got Are You Smarter Than a Plumber coming up next. Last week, we wiped the floor with Southside Jake on Steelers-Browns trivia. We'll see what he's got in his quiver this week. First, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football had some surprising results yesterday. There were 2 games featured. The Buffalo Bills lost to the Atlanta Falcons 24-14, and the Chicago Bears beat the Washington Commanders 25-24. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
You've heard me talking about my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel for a while now. They, of course, are the premier uniform and spirit wear supplier for area sports teams. But did you know Keystone Custom Apparel is the place for businesses, restaurants, and other nonprofits? It's not all about sports. They're all about serving the community. Get your company or organization outfitted and looking sharp with Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
It's Donnie. Listen, if you have followed my story for the last couple of years, you know how important Awaken 180 has been to me. I checked in with a doctor a few years ago, and my numbers were terrible. Everything looked bad. For somebody my age, only in his mid-20s, that wasn't a good thing. And the weight, that was just part of it. I didn't like where that was either, but Awaken 180 is what helped me fix that. Awaken 180 changed my life. I followed the program, I got the great coaching, and then just 10 weeks later, I was already 45 pounds down. And now just 2+ years later, I'm down even more, over 50 pounds. I have lost the weight. I have kept it off. Without Awaken 180 steering me in the right direction, who knows where I could have been? Over 300 pounds? Maybe worse. Check it out. I promise you, it is the real deal. Awaken180weightloss.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. You spot something happening within a game. Was just watching the Giants, man, and if you hopped on the Jackson Dart train early in that game, you were feeling pretty good. Just jump on it. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucco's Roofing.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Swinging into fall and leading the way, Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Start your next adventure with Acura now. Every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray. Online at spitzeracura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
At Columbia Gas, safety is their #1 priority. Remember, if you smell the rotten egg sulfur-like odor of natural gas, or see or hear any sign of a natural gas problem, leave the area immediately and call 911 from a safe location. Never try to find a leak yourself, light a match or candle, or operate anything that could cause a spark, including cell phones, light switches, or garage door openers. Learn more at ColumbiaGasPA.com.
Fall is here, and so are the savings at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Right now, drive home a 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport with payments starting at just $285 a month for 36 months. Don't wait. These deals won't last long. See dealer for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
And now it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
That's right. Are you smarter than a plumber? Coming up in mere moments, but before my ADD, ADHD brain forgets about this. We talked about the Steelers having 20 sacks on the season, good for second in the NFL, 17 the last 3 games. 3 of the top teams in the AFC, the Chiefs, the Chargers, the Colts, they're the 3 quarterbacks that have been knocked down more than any other quarterback in the NFL. I just keep finding reasons to be optimistic about these Steelers, Doran.
Look at you. Wow.
I'm always optimistic at 7:35 on Tuesdays because that means we're about to kick Southside Jake's ass in a battle of trivia wits. Good morning to you, Jake. How we doing, buddy?
Good morning, but not this week, boys. Not this week. I dug deep, and I hope you're ready for this.
Why do you say that every week and then we still whoop your butt?
You gotta get the fans what they want. They want a battle, right?
They do.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, but I do. I think I got some really good questions for you this week. But it wouldn't surprise me if you knew them, just because you guys have very large brains.
Bring it.
All right, boys. Here we go. First question. Rico Dowdle of the Carolina Panthers just had back-to-back 230-yard plus games from scrimmage. Only 6 other players have ever done that. All running backs and 1 wide receiver. Who was the wide receiver?
Ooh.
Wait, say it again? Back-to-back 200-yard games?
Rico Dowdle of the Carolina Panthers just had back-to-back 230-yard plus games from scrimmage.
Okay.
Only 6 other players have done that. All running backs and 1 wide receiver. Who was the wide receiver? All right.
Real quick, 'cause I want to be smarter than you, like so much smarter than you.
Okay.
I think we're gonna hear Puka Nacua, and I think we're gonna hear Cooper Kupp.
Okay.
I also think
All right.
Megatron could be a possibility.
Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice immediately was the first
C.
name I wrote down.
A. Josh Gordon. B. Cooper Kupp. C. Deshaun Jackson. D. Calvin Johnson.
You said total yards?
That is from scrimmage, yes, sir.
Oh, from scrimmage.
From scrimmage.
This is a good one. This is real good.
230 yards plus, back-to-back weeks.
I wanted to say Cooper Kupp
So
because
did I.
Cooper Kupp is who I thought of immediately, but Josh Gordon's inclusion in the list and Deshaun Jackson's inclusion in the list has my ears perked. Should we go 50-50?
Yes.
50-50. We are going A. Josh Gordon or C. Deshaun Jackson.
Wow, dang it. He did the thing. It's got to be Gordon, right? Because he's just such a random inclusion. Deshaun Jackson.
He used to light it up.
Yes, he did. 50-yard touchdown catches out his
All
wazoo.
day.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
He was also a great punt returner, which
He
is
was.
why I was
Free.
asking about total yards.
Josh Gordon.
Okay.
Josh Gordon. A.
A. Josh Gordon did do this in 2013.
Let's
So, yes.
go! Yeah!
Here we
You
go.
got it.
There we go. Nice. Man, he was a beast.
Oh, man, I thought I had you. I thought I had you. Really did. But I never had my car. All right, here we go. Since the year 2000, a starting quarterback has been traded to an intra-division opponent how many times?
Since what year?
A.
2000.
Since the year 2000, a starting quarterback has been traded to an intra-division opponent how many times? A. 2, B. 3, C. 4, or D. 6?
Well, we got Flacco, so that's one. Off the top of my head, none are ringing a bell. Other intra-division trades. Are we talking?
One was not an option.
Did you? I know. Did you say mid-season?
Just, yeah, I mean, throughout. It doesn't even have to be during the season. It could be off-season.
Oh, man.
I mean, it's just going to be a total guess.
Yeah, it's a guess. I'd say 2.
Yeah, let's go with 2.
Okay, the correct answer is 3. Donovan McNabb to the Eagles in 2010. Drew Bledsoe, Patriots to the Buffalo Bills in 2001. And then obviously Flacco, Browns to Bengals.
I knew that for the record.
So McNabb went to the
But that's Cowboys.
Washington team,
right?
right? Yeah. All right.
So, according to my research, this is the only 3 intra-division trades of starting quarterbacks that has ever happened.
All right, give us question 3, the rubber match.
All right. Oh, man. You guys play fantasy football, don't you?
Not really.
Not well.
Well, you're going to today. In a standard ESPN PPR fantasy league format, this player holds the record for the most fantasy points in a single season. So, point per reception format. A. LT. B. Jamal Charles. C. Reggie Bush. Or D. Matt Forte.
Oh.
Forte was great.
Yes. It's either Charles or Forte.
Not LT.
You can ask Callis.
Yeah, all right.
Callis.
Callis, no, I'm sure he does fantasy football.
No, I don't. But point per reception? Or point per... Say that again?
We've come to the wrong place.
Right.
TPR, point per reception.
You should have got me for the other one. I knew the other one.
I feel like Jamal Charles is sort of the weird inclusion there, leading me to believe that you're right and it was Jamal Charles.
No, he's trying to throw you off. I mean, I've got Jake's psychology. It's definitely
You
not
might.
that guy.
You might.
He does. He has
Reggie
read me
Bush
like a
seems
book.
too obvious.
It's
That
not
name
Reggie.
caught me
It's
not
first,
him.
but it's not
It's
him.
not Reggie.
What are the other two then?
LaDainian Tomlinson. I think
And Matt
it's,
Forte.
I think it's LT.
Forte had a really
I don't
good
think it's
season
LT, the
that
other one.
season.
Forte was a tremendous fantasy running back. You want to go Forte?
Yeah.
We're going Forte.
It was a LT,
Oh,
2006, 481 fantasy points in a single season.
Goodbye, Jake.
Bye, Jake.
Southside Jake, Southside Plumbing and Heating. We lost. Goodbye.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, see.
LT's one of my favorite players ever to watch.
He is. You like him a lot. I
love
never
LT.
liked him.
What?
Never.
Why?
I don't know. I just didn't like his running style.
Hell's wrong with you?
I don't know.
You didn't like his running style?
I did. Nope. Never liked it.
I wrote down Cooper Kupp again. Before, I like to try to write some down before we get the Final Four. Sean Alexander had that year where he had 30 touchdowns, won the MVP. LT had 1 million touchdowns. What a player.
Should have tagged me in sooner.
You got it wrong.
No, I knew the other one. The interdivisional quarterback.
You knew it after
How
we
did
got
you
the
know
right
the other
answer. I mean,
Yeah, how did you know it?
I
I'd love to
remember
know.
those instances happening.
Who were the quarterbacks again?
Text is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Why a big-time piece of this year's Pittsburgh Steelers could be gone after the year. First, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play tonight on the West Coast against the Anaheim Ducks. Game time locally. Puck drop. It's 10:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of five-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed up by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com. My daughter's softball team, the Pink Pickles. It's Fan Morning Show.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Possibly a glimmer of hope regarding that earlier closure of the turnpike. We have learned that they have reopened one lane past the crash scene. That's on the eastbound side of mile marker 135. Now traffic is able to enter at the Bedford interchange as you travel east toward Breezewood, so just be aware of that. Southbound Route 28, crews on the scene of an accident partially blocking the Route 8 off-ramp. Also an accident now in Baldwin Borough on East Willock Road near the intersection with Aldred Lane. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. Cold beer, hot wings, every game live at Rival.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevrolet, get 1.9% for 36 months on a new 2026 Chevy Equinox, or lease a 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive for $319 a month. Get great financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. Lease for 36 months with 10,000 miles per year and $4,399 due at signing. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a no-sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs, and that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no-sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Winter is here before you know it. That's the bad news. The good news is there's still just enough time to get that last-minute masonry project complete with precision pointing. So if you're procrastinated this summer and you can't make it through another winter, well, then you have to act right now, and I mean right now. The window is closing. If you wait any longer, precision pointing may not be able to accommodate you. I'm glad I used them, so I don't have the problems that you do because I didn't procrastinate. They did wonders on my all-brick home. So use them, call them. I can't recommend them enough. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
It's Joe Ball GMC's Spooktacular Sales Event.
Give me the treats, Pumpkinhead.
New GMC Sierra is just $359 a month for 24 months with $3,000 cash or trade, you witch.
Who you gonna call?
Joe Ball GMC, 412-487-8500.
JoeBallGM.com.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
The great Trey Essex going to be joining us in 10 minutes. 2-time Super Bowl champion offensive lineman with the Pittsburgh Steelers. A lot of blaggers were critical of Broderick Jones, the way he played on Sunday. Pro Football Focus critical of the way that Broderick Jones played on Sunday. What did Trey Essex think about the first-year left tackles game? We'll get his thoughts and opinions on that coming up next. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Real quick, just saw this. The Bills, their 4 wins have come against teams with a combined record of 3-21.
Oh, wow.
The Dolphins, the Saints, the Ravens, and another bad team I already forgot. Jets.
Yep.
3-21. Oh, Steelers haven't beat anybody. Look at the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the Bills. We should grade everyone the same way. Play no favorites. If the Steelers were 4-2 with that schedule, Zero people would be giving them credit.
Zero.
You know who's starting to get some credit around here? One Arthur Smith. This, my friend, from the Tennessean. Titans obviously fired Brian Callahan, their head coach, yesterday, which I can't believe it wasn't McDaniel to be the first coach fired.
Seriously.
And this is year one with a rookie quarterback. Obviously, the rookie quarterback didn't like Brian Callahan.
Nope.
That has to be that, right? Well, the Nashville Tennesseans' Nick Suss compiled a list of candidates to replace Brian Callahan. On that list, former Titans offensive coordinator Arthur Smith. That would be a big loss. You've been saying it, man, that you didn't think Arthur Smith would be here beyond this year.
Nope.
If the Steelers wind up winning 11 or 12 games and the offense continues to be solid, and I think it has been solid, that first play of the game, play call to Darnell Washington, chef's kiss, thing of beauty, I think it'd be a big loss. And I'm starting to see it your way. And I could absolutely see them hiring him. Go back to the familiarity well. They never should have fired Vrabel in the first place.
Never.
We called that at the time. What an unmitigated, unforced error kind of disaster. But I could absolutely see Arthur Smith being the head coach in Tennessee after this season.
I mean, I think that he's going to have a few options or a couple options. I think that the North Carolina job is going to open up too. I think they're going to part ways with Bill Belichick. So he's going to have his pick of the litter, I think, at the end of the season. I mean, if it just stays the same right now, throughout the rest of the season, I think that he's just as good as gone. I think regardless, he's just as good as gone. He either can take a North Carolina job in college or he can go to Tennessee. I think he's going to be the leading candidate.
I'd rather go to Tennessee.
Absolutely. I don't want anything to do with college football.
No, absolutely not.
Way easier to coach in the NFL.
Oh, and you've got your quarterback already because I liked him. I mean, I believe in Cam Ward. It's a rookie season, and they stink. They got no weapons around him. This is why it's so funny that some Penn Staters are throwing out there the idea of Nick Saban. You have to make the call, but Nick Saban left Alabama because he didn't like the state of college football. And he's going to go to Penn State? Come on.
Nope.
No friggin' shot. But I think Arthur Smith's had a really good season. The way that Dan Orlovsky put it in his film breakdown was, I'm going to get this right, cautiously aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
They're not putting the ball in harm's way. I think they've been really consistent offensively. And now these last couple of weeks, they found a way to run the football. I don't see any reason why that wouldn't continue. I think Jalen Warren's a good player, and the offensive line's making strides. Or so we say. And so Trey Essex says. The bloggers in PFF, they don't think so. We'll get Trey's thoughts on the development, the growth of the Steelers' offensive line when we come back. But first, Fan Weather's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Ooh, look what I see there. A little 70-degree day on tap. Low of 52, clear skies. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
At Humana, our Medicare Advantage plans give you coverage you can count on, along with guided support to help you feel your best. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options and choose a Medicare Advantage plan that fits your needs. Things like dental, vision, and hearing coverage are included in every plan, even offering a yearly cap on out-of-pocket costs for covered medical services. And with access to Humana's large, trusted networks, it's easy to get the quality care you need. Plus, every plan has a $0 or low monthly plan premium, which makes it easier to save too. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well with Humana. Learn more now at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Spitzer's swinging into fall with Panda leading the way to wild savings and tame payments at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Start your next adventure and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Plus, chomp down on Spitzer perks. Every new vehicle comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty. And you can save even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details since 10/31/2025.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crew still on the scene of an earlier accident, partially blocking the ramp from inbound Route 28 to Route 8 northbound. Now that's causing delays almost back to the Highland Park Bridge. Pennsylvania Turnpike, they're still dealing with that overnight fatal truck accident at mile marker 135. They have partially reopened the roadway. One lane is open past the crash scene, and you can re-enter the turnpike now at the Bedford interchange. Meanwhile, the Parkway East, that's lining up at the Churchill interchange down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West delays near the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Have Coit tackle the dirt in your home this fall. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service and save 35% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Tackle the dirt and save. Get your home Coit clean.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington Harvest the Savings event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis.
Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Visit JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Line of scrimmage, just shy of the 11. 10th play of the drive. Rodgers, sprint out. On the move, directing traffic, throws! Touchdown! Connor Hayward!
Well, I think he took, hopefully he wasn't reading it, but I feel like probably there's some negative, based on the questions I was getting, I think week 3, some negative thoughts out there about how he was playing. I got a lot of confidence in him. I really enjoy his energy. Sometimes I kick him in the ass a little bit in practice to, get going, but I like his positivity, and I like, he's always like the first one to come celebrate with me on the field. I appreciate that, and I appreciate, him rising to the challenge this week. Obviously, you're playing a generational type player like that. There's not going to be a ton of one-on-ones. We're going to, throw different things at him. I thought we did a good job with tight ends, various body types, and running backs out there trying to chip him just to kind of slow him down. But when he had singles, I felt like Broad, I got to look at the film, but it seemed like he played pretty well.
That was Aaron Rodgers talking about Broderick Jones. And by the way, Football Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Broderick Jones gave up one quarterback hit in 31 pass blocking reps. Yet, he was graded 42.4 by Pro Football Focus, his worst grade of the season.
Come on.
He also gave up 3 sacks in that Jets game. and yet somehow he got a worse grade in this one. His pass blocking grade was 16.4. That's one of the worst pass blocking grades any tackle has had in the NFL this season, as charted by Pro Football Focus. Yet, Myles Garrett was freaking visible. One last thing on the PFF. Take a guess. Did Nick Herbig, Alex Highsmith, TJ Watt, or Myles Garrett grade out the highest?
Myles.
Yeah.
Come on. Are you serious?
Yeah. He had 2 tackles. And I thought the Steelers did a great job of scheming it up. They rolled Rodgers to the right. They threw running backs at him, tight ends at him, Spencer Anderson at him. I don't care if it's Watt or if it's Garrett or if it's Parsons or if it's Benito. Name your elite pass rusher in the NFL. Aiden Hutchinson. You're not going to have your tackle go 1v1v that guy.
No.
Like Joe Thomas, maybe. Anybody short of Joe Thomas? That's not how that's going to go. And so then you're going to get singled up on that guy few and far between. There were times when Broderick had to deal with him by his lonesome. I mean, they even had Sayamalu double teaming him too. But when Broderick had to deal with him one-on-one, again, he gave up 1 quarterback hit. I think Broderick played well.
I used my eyes, and he played very well. Just for the little things that we talked about early on in the season. And as Trey told us, too, his punch, his sets, his feet, things of that nature, they looked a lot cleaner than they did in the than the beginning of the season. A lot cleaner. No, they're not. It's not the best, but it looks like he has been working on his issues.
Yeah, he's not a perfect player. He's not close to that. He's probably not even on the whole an above average tackle right now. But guess what? He's getting better.
Yes.
And you're allowed to get better. We're awaiting Trey Essex, by the way. As you can tell, we are vamping. Trey tweeted out about Broderick Jones. Here's just one particular play. Nice angled kick set. Was much more aggressive because he knew he had inside help if 49 doesn't come. Punch with good hands. Then the extension of his arms to create separation. Good transition to stopping the bull rush. We can definitely work with this 77. If you can do this with 95, you can do this with anyone. Bottle this up and pour yourself a big cup before every game.
Yep.
Now, this same exact rep, this same exact video was commented on by like a Pro Football Focus blog guy. And they said it was a bad rep by Broderick Jones.
Did they explain why?
I'm not going in all that. I'm sure they did. I'm going to take Trey Essex's word for it. And I'm going to trust your eyes. And I'm not Tunchilkin or Craig Wolfley, but I'll trust my eyes. I thought he did great. And it's not some cardinal sin that you need to give a left tackle help against a premier future gold jacket Hall of Fame pass rusher. And I'll say this too. I wonder if you saw this. I thought Myles Garrett later in the game had enough.
Yeah.
I thought Myles Garrett had kind of packed it in.
Absolutely.
They were running at his ass.
That's why all those, the talk show guy, Riz, whatever his name is.
Oh, my God. Tony Rizzo in Cleveland blew a gasket.
Freaked out.
They're all losing their minds in Cleveland. Ken Carman yesterday lost his face. And then they had Tony Rizzo, who does ESPN, I think, in Cleveland, who I thought he was gonna have an aneurysm on the air. Because Myles Garrett was bitching about how he was asked. I think he was more mad about the questioning.
Mm-hmm.
Like the question was, and I think it was from Mary Kay Cabot, like, do you get jealous watching a team play with the lead so you can pin your ears back and rush the passer? And Tony was having none of it.
Zero.
He's like, why do you think this guy walks on water? Why are you asking him a question in that manner? As if he didn't try to quit on the team this offseason and the only reason he's here is because he's getting massive paychecks? Steelers didn't play with a lead very often last year, by the way. And they didn't rush the passer as well as you would have liked. And it was probably T.J. Watt's worst statistical season. Still had 11.5 sacks. Myles Garrett. Just real quick, while we're killing time. Ken Carman, him blowing a gasket yesterday on Cleveland radio.
How could it really get any worse? You want me worked up and angry right now? I'm worked up and angry right now because I don't have anything new to say after this game that I did the last game. So it's all the same. Every day is exactly the same. We may have died years ago and are in hell and we don't even know it because we're talking about the same thing every day. And we're looking for the same people every day. And they ain't walking through the door. Every day. It doesn't change. The same sentences come out of my mouth every morning. Every morning. And it feels like it's in perpetuity.
Hey, walking through the door.
Hey, walking through the door. Texters have lined up in droves at 412-928-9370. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A lot of people saying stop talking about PFF. They've got no integrity. I would like to say we will talk about PFF whenever we want, so long as we're making fun of PFF.
Yeah, that's all we do now.
Yes. I'm done on the PFF unless we're making fun of them. It's just so asinine to me that you can watch Myles Garrett in that game, who got totally neutralized by game plan, by scheme, by the way that they played. And you can say he had a better game than a guy like Nick Herbig, who had 2 sacks and was a damn problem all day. I thought T.J. Watt affected the game. He had a big swat on a 3rd down. He was consistently applying pressure. And I thought Alex Highsmith looked better than Myles Garrett. And it's not like you're not allowed to scheme for those guys, too. And how about the other players on the Browns' defensive front? Save for, I don't know, Denver. Like, coming into the game, we're all talking about that might be the most formidable front four in the NFL. So, like, I don't even want to hear, oh, Herbig had a great game because they got to deal with what? Some of those other guys on Cleveland are allowed to step up, too. Texter, Cleveland guy sounds like a really angry Jason Mackey. People are also texting in that I've been sniffing into the mic too much today. I'm sorry.
You have been.
I know, it's the allergies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got to try to not do it directly into the microphone.
Nothing about awkward pauses either, a little bit.
When were there awkward pauses?
You said, in one of your endorsements, you just stopped and randomly said, oh, my daughter, she plays for the Pink Pickles.
She does. Now you sniffed.
That was the point. I was mocking you.
Okay, just want people to know that wasn't me. I didn't say that I'm going to stop sniffing and then immediately sniff. Stop it. Now you did it.
What?
These are red herrings. They're
You're
sniffing.
Paranoid. Why are you paranoid?
Doran.
That wasn't me. That wasn't
Text. Me. Great. That's a bit much. As Jones still whiffed on a lot of blocks and was left standing around looking for something to do, he played better, decent. I don't agree with that texter's assessment. It was far from perfect, but the end of the text there, he played better. He played decent. Hello? We're talking about a progression here. What, do you think he's going to turn from Dan Moore Jr. into Anthony Munoz in 2 weeks? That's not how it goes. Allow room for the guy to grow. And look, he's been heavily criticized, as Rogers alluded to at the clip at the top of the segment. They deserve blame on it, too, for not playing him in his natural position. So now that he is, we want to throw the baby out with the bathwater? I'm really encouraged because they handled that guy. Now they might have Hendrickson. We'll see if he plays. He injured his back. Then they're going to deal with Parsons. Then they're going to deal with a great pass rush in Indianapolis and a good pass rush with the Los Angeles Chargers. But check box one.
Yes.
95, who tweeted out before the game that he loves playing in Pittsburgh because he loves the hate. Check that box. He didn't love playing in Pittsburgh 2 days ago. Am I trying to match Ken Carman's level now with the outrage over PFF? I think I might be.
Maybe a little bit.
Also, I don't think we've ever heard Jason Mackey angry.
No.
He's more the passive-aggressive type.
Right.
Love you, Jason. Why do you hate Dulac?
I mean, Broderick has passed passed the last couple games. It's not just against Myles Garrett. I thought he did well against Minnesota and definitely did well against a team that led the league in sacks at the time in the New England Patriots.
Yes. And we talk about the exotic stuff that Minnesota does, so it's not just mano-a-mano. It's recognition. It's passing off. It's picking up stunts. It's stuff like that, and they did a good enough job in that game. The offensive line the last 3 weeks has been good, and the defensive front the last 3 weeks has been good. The Steelers, through the first few weeks of the season, They actually, from a sack differential standpoint, they were among the worst teams in football. Last 3 weeks, they're among the best teams in football. And that goes a long way into winning ball games. 412-928-9370. Are you happy with the trajectory of Broderick Jones? 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We'll talk the ins about him when we come back. Also, one of the most trusted NFL analysts had some nice things to say about the Steelers' offense. We play them as ear candy for you. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Week 6 of the NFL season ended with 2 Monday night features yesterday. The Atlanta Falcons beat the Buffalo Bills 24-14, and the Washington Commanders lost to the Chicago Bears 25-24. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina G. and Petro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. When you're ready to sell your home, contact my friend Gina to get you great results. Dawn and her husband have worked with Gina twice and said that Gina was able to sell their home in one day on 2 separate occasions. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina G and Petro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The first NFL midseason head coach firing victim, unfortunately, is Brian Callahan. His Titans went 1-5 in his second season after replacing the fired Mike Vrabel. Ironically, Vrabel leads his rejuvenated first-place Patriots into Nashville this Sunday. 6 of the past 8 quarterbacks drafted number 1 overall, including Tennessee's Cam Ward, have seen their head coaches fired during their rookie seasons. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit BigLoot.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning. Plus, 24/7 roadside assistance. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. We'll even thank you with a $20 Visa gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington Harvest the Savings event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis.
Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Visit JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Never Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart, 90s hits and X-Miss riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray, Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra, and Emerson Hart of Tonic. If you could only see a night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Wednesday means wings. Thursday is trivia. Shiloh Plate and Pour on Mount Washington. When
Your reputation's on the line. You don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some good news in the morning traffic. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Route 28 at the ramp to Route 8 northbound back open after crews cleared that earlier accident. Traffic is getting by. However, you're looking at delays approaching that Route 8 off-ramp all the way down toward the north side. Parkway North, you are jammed around the bend at Bellevue Westview. Pretty well stop and go past McKnight Road as well. Down to the East Street off-ramp. You're jammed across the southbound Veterans Bridge and onto the Crosstown. Parkway West, you are stacked inbound over the top of Green Tree Hill, outbound heavy at Parkway Center, then jammed at Roslyn Farms to Campbell's Run Road, and the Parkway East exit at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did your doctor just add another medication to the list? Maybe for blood pressure, cholesterol, type 2 diabetes? Ask them how you'll get off of it. Losing weight will be the answer, but you already knew that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We said we'd let you hear from a national analyst, a trusted one, talking about the Steelers' offense, and we will. But we talked enough about Tony Rizzo from ESPN Cleveland losing his mind that I feel like we need to play it for the folks. This dude, Cleveland, what did they expect? Did they think
they thought they were going to beat the Steelers?
Oh, well, they haven't done that since 03 at Acrisure in a game where fans attend. Who cares about the playoff game? There were no fans there. Didn't count, COVID. I don't know what they expect with it. Oh boy, if they had won, they'd have been 2-4. Whoa. If they'd have won another one, they'd be 3-3. Oh boy, here they come, the Cleveland Browns. Like, y'all knew they were going to suck. Like, when the Pirates fired Shelton, we reacted, and they had terribly underperformed even modest expectations. But then when they kept sucking, I wasn't going to let it affect my day-to-day happiness. We need to have an intervention, I think, with Cleveland Sports Talk radio hosts. We need to teach them the goose fraba method. Goose fraba.
They do not want to hear from us.
I sniffed again.
You did.
I
don't feel sorry for Myles Garrett.
I don't
Stop
either.
with this crap. He's not a leader. He's a hired gun here for money, and he wanted to leave your city and your team. End of story. Am I wrong?
No, Riz, you're exactly
What goes through your mind? What goes through your mind? I don't know. Every Friday when the direct deposit goes into my checking account, that's what goes through my mind.
If he's gonna talk like this, Riz,
the ass kissing of this guy is insane. Boy, are you getting the Tony Rizzo show today, man? You want Tony Rizzo today? You're getting Tony Rizzo as if you were at my house.
Riz, if Myles Garrett wanted out so bad, he should have stood. He should have stood by his demand and forced his way out.
What goes through your mind? What goes through your mind? What? What are you talking about? Myles Garrett was a no-show yesterday. He never plays well against the Steelers. Rarely. Myles, where the hell were you yesterday? That's my question. Oh, what goes through your mind when their ears are pinned back and everybody's getting a bunch of sacks? I don't give a crap how many sacks Myles Garrett has. I'm not here for Myles Garrett. I want to win.
All right, a couple things. Number one, I feel like I'm watching an episode of Friends.
I know. What was the laughing noises in the background?
They got a laugh track. Why do we get a laugh track? Am I watching Frasier? The Third Rock from the Sun? What are we doing here?
Drew Carey show.
That's so weird to me. And was he hitting his own laugh track?
I don't know.
Was Tony Rizzo, whilst mid-aneurysm, crushing Myles Garrett, so satisfied with the points that he was making that he himself was hitting his own laugh track?
I don't know, but I kind of like it a little bit to use with Quiz Callis after he says something stupid.
Okay. All right, we can learn a little thing from Tony Rizzo then, who's been doing radio in Cleveland forever. And I'm not making fun of, well, I kind of am. I couldn't imagine doing this show every day and have a football team that, like, what am I supposed to say about them? The second thing was, you're getting the Tony Rizzo show today like you're at my house. What, is this how you act at home?
Wow.
My wife would leave me.
Yikes.
She'd take the cats, she'd take the dog, she'd take her favorite child, and that'd be that. Nora, I'm talking about you. You got the Tony Rizzo show like you're living in my house. Sometimes I open up the fridge and there's no bologna and I lose my mind.
He kind of did sound like Carmen, though. I feel like everybody from Cleveland sounds the same.
I think everybody from Cleveland every Monday for the last 30 years has woken up pissed off.
Yes.
Like every single Monday since the Browns got to town, there's been a pall over Cleveland. And that's got to beat you down to the point where you're playing your own laugh tracks to try to cheer yourself up.
In every single offseason, whether it's June, July, or after the draft, they try to talk themselves into this being the year. Every single year.
Well, Joe Flacco did lead us to the playoffs a couple of years ago. Oh, Kenny, I mean, a winning record with the Steelers doesn't turn the ball over. Now, Dylan Gabriel, I mean, he's a 26-year-old rookie. He threw a lot for a lot of yards in college. Did you know that they retired Shedeur Sanders' number? Quinshawn Judkins, that's a national champ. We might have a shot.
Yep.
And Myles, he's going to be satisfied because he's making $40 million a year. You're right.
Every single year.
And you know what? Pirates fans don't do that.
No.
There are a few, like Harry, but the majority of Pirates fans, they go into a season, they're like, we're gonna suck. And you accept it. You're right. Browns fans, and they talk mad junk online, too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're going to come into Pittsburgh and beat you.
Oh, really? Ooh.
Scared. Doran, I was 13 years old the last time they did that. Harry, you were... Oh, math. I struggle with the math. You were... He was 4.
That's crazy.
Tim Couch was the quarterback.
I remember that guy. Not really.
How do you... I'm sorry to, keep... No, I'm not. They haven't beat the Steelers in Pittsburgh since 2003. And Karma and Rizzo lose their minds as if, this was going to be the magical year that they did it. Coming off a trip to London, their third straight road game with a rookie quarterback. They're so surprised that they weren't able to beat the Steelers this time around. That's your own fault then.
You think there's some added frustration that Myles Garrett makes so much money, though, and you think that if you're going to invest in all these players...
I think if you get paid that kind of money after releasing it on letterhead that you want to go to some place where you're going to win, then against your biggest rival, you can't just have 2 tackles and no sacks. You can't. Or you're going to fall victim to criticism.
I think that it's a lot deeper than Myles Garrett. I think it's.
Oh, he ain't the issue.
No, it's the organization.
But sometimes you go into a season and you're like, yeah, we're bad, but like the team's constructed poorly. The Browns have holes, but they're paying big-time players.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to trust a guy in Joe Flacco to be that guy, and then you just trade him. That would frustrate me if I were them.
Yeah, frustrating. If you say you're a Browns fan for real, say you're our age, right? You know how frustrating it would be and you have season tickets, and say you're behind the home team bench, and you just see Deshaun Watson strutting up and down the sidelines eating sunflower seeds with a tassel cap on. You know how mad that I would be, knowing that he's $250 million and he just put you in hell, cap hell.
And
he's still gonna get paid.
He paid $80 million.
He's just walking up and down the sidelines with sunflower seeds in his hand, just throwing them in his mouth, crunching them up, spitting them out.
His annual payout gets heavier year to year. That's how they constructed it. So
you know how mad that would make me.
And then you have to love.
And then you look to your right and you see, last week you see Joe Flacco. You see Dylan Gabriel, who is like half the size of Joe Flacco. Then Shador's over there just miming. What?
My aunt, who has watched like 6 football games in her entire life, and she's in her 70s, she said when they took the field, wow, that quarterback is short. Baker Mayfield stinks, though, right? Like, he's not playing well.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's rough.
That was Baker's character arc, I think.
You draft a running back that is explosive, really good college running back. You're like, okay, fine. We parted ways with Nick Chubb, a guy that actually we liked around here. Parted ways with him. We got Quinshad Junkins. He gets arrested. Like, what? That's insane. Think about it. It's insane. Kenny Pickett. Oh, you know what? Actually, Kenny Pickett can revive his career. Kenny Pickett tears his hamstring.
Injured.
What? Like, what?
All right. That was fun, if not cathartic. All we did there was just rip Cleveland for 10 minutes, and I'm fine with it. Coming up next, I told you a national analyst loves the trajectory of the Steelers' offense. We hear from that person. Does that mean they don't need a wide receiver too? We get to it when we come back. Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have a game tonight at 10:30. They're on the West Coast playing on the road against the Anaheim Ducks. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevy of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevy, get 0% for 36 months on a 2025 Chevy Silverado, $1,500 crew cab, plus $1,000 bonus cash. Get financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With approved credit through GM Financial, offer ends November 3rd.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Hey, who's that girl helping you with your draft picks?
Oh, that's my Clearview expert, Jen. What do you always say, Jen?
Diversify your lineup, just like your investment portfolio.
Yes! She's a genius!
Financial advice is closer than you think. Clearview, clearly different.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers on FanDuel right now can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win by placing any wager you want on FanDuel for all the games that are coming up this weekend. Now, the Steelers are going to play on Thursday night against the Bengals, so we got to look for some games we like, some juicy lines for the weekend, because we're not going to skip football this weekend. How about the Browns as a small favorite at home against the Dolphins? I'd actually take Cleveland in that game because I think Miami wants to get its coach fired. How about the Steelers' next opponent? The Packers going on the road against Arizona as a pretty big favorite. And yeah, Arizona's lost a lot of close games, but I think they can win this one at home and at least make it competitive against a Green Bay game that might be looking ahead to a matchup with Aaron Rodgers next week. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the FanDuel app and get started. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Of course, online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now double bonus. Message expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the upcoming election. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 per day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Exciting news for men. Steel City Medical Center is officially trained and certified from the inventor of the P-Shot. That's right, the P-Shot. Call today to regain your confidence behind closed doors. Steel City Medical Center.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more, or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. Must tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers qualify. Select units only. Offers end 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Football Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Dan Orlovsky, he was doing Monday Night Football last night. He was at the Atlanta Falcons Buffalo Bills game. The Bills lost. They're 4-2. They've lost 2 in a row. He also was spitting opinions on the Steelers' offense on the Pat McAfee show yesterday.
I really, really like Pittsburgh's offense. It's really, really, really impressive. It's like I think the way, one, there's no question they know who they are, their identity, what they should and should not do. This first play of the game, I love it. So, like, the way I kind of categorize the offense after a couple weeks now is, like, it's creatively cautious, and that's meant as a positive and a compliment. Here's the way I view it right now. They started the 6 offensive line package where there's 6 offensive linemen on the field, and sometimes there's 1 tight end, sometimes there's 2 tight ends. This is like 3 or 4 weeks of it, Now, when they started it, there was really only one play out of it, right? They're doing a lot of this. I'm going to get to this. There's only one play out of it. Yesterday, they had 6 different plays out of that 6 offensive line package. So, like, I love when teams take simple things and just make them look complicated to the defense.
He likes the offense, Doran.
Oh, yeah. He's the same guy that said the Steelers are going to start 0-6.
Well, now he's saying things that I agree with. Notice how we do that? If Pro Football Focus puts out a grade that I agree with, I will reference them positively.
Yep.
If they put out a grade that I hate, I will absolutely tear them to shreds. I think Dan Orlovsky's good at his job when it comes to breaking down film. The takes, maybe not so much. Mike Tomlin was the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. They were never going to start 0-6.
Right.
But more to the point, the Steelers running the ball with Spencer Anderson. 6 carries, 46 yards, 7.7 yards per rush. The last couple of times we've talked to Steelers beat writers, so like this was before the Browns game. So during the bye week, and then Kaboli a little bit yesterday, they all seem to kind of say, "Oh, you can't keep doing that." Why? We saw them run the ball really well out of it in Minnesota. They just ran the ball really well out of it against Cleveland, and then they branched off of it and threw with that package against Cleveland. I don't see any reason why you can't continue to grow that thing, man.
Mm-hmm. I think you grow it until you don't have to. Like, I mean, I think that the reason of doing that is to establish a run game, is to help your tackle, is to help in protection. If you could throw out of it, great. Like, you're just seeing levels to it as we go on. I think you'll see another level to it on Thursday, knowing that that's a short week. But I think you should get to a point where you've built up that package so much that it is a staple, but it's not something that you're going to have to rely on moving forward because everything else will kind of shore up, if that makes sense. I think Broderick will be at the point where they could trust him by himself. And I think that, with the protection and in the run game, and I think the run game will already be established, so you don't have to use it as much, but you can bring it out anytime that you want to.
Yeah. It can sort of be your get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yeah, right.
If things aren't going well, if you're having trouble running the ball, okay, we're doing the thing that we do best. I think it makes them hard to play against. Like, to borrow a Mike Sullivan line. How the hell? You don't want to line up against that. You got Darnell Washington and Spencer Anderson coming at your face? Are you kidding me? Both of those dudes are people movers, and Spencer Anderson's a really good athlete, man. Arthur Smith talked about that last week, and your bold prediction for this week is that you might see the Steelers throw to him off of it.
Yep.
I'd love to see that.
Yep.
Though if he scores a touchdown before Darnell Washington, I'm going to lose my mind.
You might.
I'm going to lose my mind.
You might. I can feel it.
I'm betting Darnell Washington anytime touchdown every single week, and clearly he was a massive part of the game plan against Cleveland. They didn't throw it to him in the end zone. Son of a gun. But this begs a question. That's working. They're scoring early in games. They're scoring consistently throughout games. Last year, they were terrible in the first half, and they were a good second-half team until, all the wheels fell off at the end of the season. I don't see regression coming with the Steelers' offense. Like, with Rodgers and the play calling the way it's been thus far, I can see consistency. And they've run the ball against a really good rush defense now 2 weeks in a row, although Minnesota was missing some guys. I don't know why that can't continue. And if you can run, there comes the play action. And all of a sudden we saw it this week against a great pass rush. Rodgers was throwing it deeper down the field, holding on to the ball longer, average depth of target bigger than it had been all season long. Do they need another receiver?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes. Just for insurance.
Yeah.
Would love to involve that receiver, but I don't know if it's needed yet. But for an insurance policy, yes. Because all I saw the other day was, yeah, that's great they got out of the game. But, I mean, the way that field was, all it took for DK Metcalf to roll an ankle, and then what would you be this week? You'd be really heavy on with Spencer Anderson.
That became a really hot-button topic on Starkey's show and then the afternoon show. And your season could have gone up in smoke if Chris Boswell got hurt, man. Or name a player.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they lost their best special teams player because of the field conditions. That's totally unacceptable. But you're right. More to the point, go get me a Jacoby Myers. Go get me a Calvin Ridley. go get me a Chris Olave. Get me a guy that's not necessarily a number one.
Yes.
That can fit into the locker room structure here. Like, A.J. Brown's the best player, and maybe Philadelphia does ship him out. They could do that. He's a malcontent over there right now. It's the second year in a row now. They also worked through it last year, so they could work through it this year. I don't want another guy like that.
Only reason why, there's actually many reasons why where I'd be like, oh, you got A.J. Brown. This is unbelievable. The reason why I think that it possibly could work is because they were teammates in college, and they know how to work together. DK Metcalf and A.J. Brown.
It scares me.
I think that there would be a, hey, we're both 1A.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that A.J. Brown would love to play with DK again.
You've talked about just this segment, how you do the big guy thing until you can block straight up, and then you can throw the ball down the field a little bit more, and there's play action. And, hey, Broderick can go out there for a few more plays a game, then a few more plays a game where you're singling them up on guys. If they were at that point right now, then I would absolutely say get A.J. Brown, because I think the target share for the number 2 wide receiver would go up. And we're projecting, and I do think the offense can get to that point, but they're not there yet. If they were there already, I'd feel much better about getting A.J. Brown. I think they got a good ecosystem. I really do. And I'm weirdly worried about screwing that up. But, God, he's a hell of a football player.
Mm-hmm.
DK Metcalf, by the way, it's not like he's catching the ball a ton. He's blocking his tail off on every play.
Complete.
You're not hearing a peep out of this guy. Now he has scored a touchdown in 4 consecutive games, but it's not like he's out there getting 10, 12 catches a game. If George Pickens were only getting 4 catches a game, I think it would be a different dynamic. Maybe I'm wrong because it's a contract year. Maybe it just took the change of scenery, and he wouldn't be acting that way here. All I do know, DK Metcalf, he has embraced the role, and I love it. I'd take Jacoby Myers right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right now. $10 million on his contract. It's up at the end of this year, so if you felt so inclined as to pay him, you could. And if not, he walks into the sunset, and you draft a receiver next year. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Who are some hot receiver names on the market? Adam Schefter says he expects 15 trades to be made between now and the deadline, and he says the Steelers are poking around on a wide receiver. Who most interests you? 412-928-9370. We'll also go around the NFL coming up next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Week 6 of the NFL season ended with 2 Monday night features. The Atlanta Falcons beat the Buffalo Bills 24-14, and the Chicago Bears beat the Washington Commanders 25-24. The next NFL feature will begin Week 7. Steelers and Bengals coming up in a couple days. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, for the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More accidents in your way. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. We have an accident in downtown Pittsburgh on the ramp from Bigelow Boulevard to 6th Avenue. Crews in the process of arriving on the scene, so watch for some very heavy traffic there. Earlier accident gone on Route 28 inbound at the Route 8 off-ramp. All lanes back open, but heavy delays from that Route 8 at the bypass all the way down to East Ohio Street. Delays on the Parkway North from the bend at Bellevue Westview all the way down the East Street Valley. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill, while the Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. Proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Rival, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square. BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account
account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next Pro Football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey everyone, Dan Zangrilli. Want to take a moment here to tell you about Comcast Business. Call today to learn more about their great offers. Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops, and it's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And it's how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. So with reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Call today to learn more about their great offers.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
$50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Bunch of calls on hold. Want to talk about Adam Schefter's report that the Steelers are poking around for a wide receiver number 2. If you had your druthers, who would you like to see the Steelers acquire? What would you be willing to give up? 412-928-9370. We'll get to your calls coming up next. Also, we'll break down Mike Tomlin's takedown of Andrew Berry. Why did he do what he did? We have theories, and we'll get into them. As for now, we go around the NFL. Call it parody, call it mediocrity, call it whatever you want to call it. There are only 4 teams in the NFL right now, Doran, that have one loss. And those teams are the Colts, the Bucks, the Packers, and your Pittsburgh Steelers. Shall we rank them?
Yes.
Worst to first or first to worst?
First to worst.
Oh. Do you want to go first?
You can.
Okay. I'm going to go with the Bucs as the best of the 4 teams right now.
Okay.
Because they have the best quarterback. Baker Mayfield would be my MVP right now through this point in the season. And they're doing it banged up. Emeka Egbuka is playing as well pretty much as any receiver in the National Football League. And I think Todd Bowles is a good head coach. Number 2, I'm going with the Indianapolis Colts. Point differential at the top of the league. They get after the quarterback. They run the ball. Daniel Jones been a caretaker. And tie for me, if I have them tied with the Steelers, will go to the head coach who has just crushed Tomlin through the years, and Shane Steichen. So I'll go with the Colts at number 2. I'll go with the Steelers at number 3. The Steelers just beat the Browns by 14 points. The Packers went on the road and lost to the Cleveland Browns. The Packers tied the Indianapolis Colts. And I like Jordan Love. I don't love Jordan Love. I would take Rodgers right now over Jordan Love. So I'll put the Steelers at 3, and I'll put the Packers at 4.
Switch the Steelers and the Colts for me. Colts, they do a lot of their winning at home, indoors. Their one loss was away. Wasn't at home, clearly. I think whenever it starts to get a little chilly out and they have to travel, I think you're going to see a different brand of football from them and not as good as it has been. I think the Steelers can win anywhere. I think they're built to win anywhere, and I think they will continue to win anywhere, whether it's home or away. So put the Steelers second, and I agree with you with the Buccaneers as the first team in that order right there. And they have dealt with a lot of injuries. They're dealing with Emeka Egbuka's injury too. But whenever they get all healthy, watch out.
I can't believe there's only 4 teams with one loss at this point in the season. We're not that deep into this sucker. We're 5 games in for the Steelers, 6 games for some of the other teams. The Colts are 5-1. Meanwhile, the Packers are 3-1-1. That's kind of cheating. I don't know that they should be included. They got a tie. They only got one loss, but they also got that tie, which that was a bad tie. If there's such a thing as a bad tie, like you lost that tie, because that's not a good team. People saying, Crowley, the Packers only have 3 wins, and then called me a ding-dong. We're talking about losses, not wins. Bang, gotcha. I hate when people call you out for being stupid and then are stupid themselves. It's a big pet peeve of mine.
So you do that all the time?
Yeah, I know. It's like someone on the text line earlier when we were talking about intra-division trades. Bitch, because they said that's not a word. Google, it's a word. The hell out of here. Google me, I win. Kurt Signetti, who will not be the next Penn State coach.
Nope.
Although I do appreciate calling someone a ding-dong. Underrated.
Yeah, if you're 12.
We already talked about one of my favorite words is dog, just for the record.
Big dong fan. Coming up next, your wish list at wide receiver 2. Schefter says the Steelers are poking around. There's a Giants beat reporter who says the Giants are deep in talks with the Saints about Chris Olave. That would tell you he's on the market. Is that a guy that interests you? He interested the Steelers this offseason. Also, Mike Tomlin's comments on Andrew Berry. Why did he go where he went on the Browns GM? That's all on the way. First, Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We're hitting 70 today, folks. Low of 52, clear skies. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom. Now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Hey, Colin Dunlap from my great friends at Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com. Be sure to check everything out. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to get cold. So you better get a vehicle to get ready for that cold. Get in that Explorer, get in that Expedition. How about that F-150? Get you geared up for that cold weather. Listen, there's so much happening. Great people at Schultz Ford, all those spectacular locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Again, always online at schultzford.com. They got mobile service, too. You need anything done to your vehicle? Come right to your driveway. Get it done there. Pick up and delivery. If it's a little bit more extensive, they'll grab it, take it to the dealer, bring it right back. So there is that. And again, it's going to get a little bit cold. So be sure to be prepared for this winter. Richard Bazzi and his staff will treat you well. All those great locations and always online. SchultzFord.com.
Yo, Adam, around here you got to watch for porch pirates.
Not with Guardian Protection. Buy one camera, get the second free, front porch and back deck cover.
That's double protection for your food deliveries and your holiday packages.
Don't wait. This BOGO deal's here for a limited time.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras.
That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply. Guardian Protection, keeping you safe.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
He's dealing with an accident downtown now on Bigelow Boulevard at the ramp to 6th Avenue, not far from the PPG Paints Arena. Right now, things are moving kind of slow on Route 65 on the southbound side as you approach the Fort Duquesne Bridge and over toward Route 28 and the Parkway North. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound delays from 79 to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East is jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. For the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. 2menandajunktruck.com. Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. 2menandajunktruck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You've coached in the AFC North longer than anybody. What did you make of the rarity of seeing an interdivisional trade experienced quarterback inside the division?
You know, to be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
When the Bengals acquired him, knowing what you know about Zach and how he likes to run his offense, like from Cincinnati's perspective, did it make sense for them?
It certainly made sense from Cincinnati's perspective.
Man! 901, make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. You never hear that from Tomlin. Shoot, man. He talked about the Browns' defense like it was the 70s Steelers, the Purple People Eaters, and the 1985 Bears all rolled into one. Tomlin is not a big bulletin board material guy. He just doesn't do it. The only time that he did was back in 2017 when he was talking to Tony Dungy, and he said he was they were going to see the Patriots a second time. So he was calling a shot that they would meet in the playoffs, and then they lost to the Jags. And then prior to the 16 AFC Championship game, you had AB in the Kansas City locker room doing the Facebook Live, and Tomlin was bitching about how the Patriots had an extra day off. But that was supposed to be behind closed doors. He does not do this kind of thing publicly. And I've been itching to get my theory out on this, and I think it's threefold. And then we'll take your calls on who you want to see the Steelers trade for at wide receiver at 412-928-9370 on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Threefold. I think he's defending Stefanski. Stefanski the other day said he was surprised when Flacco got traded. I think Stefanski wants to win. I think if Stefanski were calling all the shots, he probably would have still been playing Flacco until the last possible moment, because you want to see if you can win football games. And I think Tomlin does have respect for Stefanski. So that's one. Number two, he's terrified of Joe Flacco. I mean, my God, when the Steelers lost to the Colts last year, he talked about Flacco like he was Joe Montana. And then he brought it up this year and threw Anthony Richardson under the bus. Well, we didn't want to knock him out because we didn't want to play Joe Flacco. And now, he wouldn't otherwise have had to play Flacco. Now he has to. So that's two. And number three, and this might be the most important one, I think Tomlin looks at what the Browns did as an affront to the competitive nature of football. Mike Tomlin wants to win every week. Mike Tomlin wants to try to contend for the Super Bowl every season. That's just the competitive cloth that he's cut from. And for the Browns to trade the guy they thought was good enough to be their opening day starter to a division rival who's hurting at that position, I think he's personally offended by a team who's not doing everything that it can to try to win. I think it is a complete juxtaposition between the way the Browns look at things and the way the Steelers look at things. And I think it pisses Tomlin off that a team would ever do such a thing.
I think number three, you're spot on.
Yeah.
I think you're spot on with number three. If I could add one to it.
Of course.
I think it was to screw Tomlin over. I think it was a direct hit at the Pittsburgh Steelers. If you look around the division, you're the Browns, and you know that you're not going to do anything this year. You know that the Cincinnati Bengals are basically not going to do anything this year. You know that the Ravens are sinking, a sinking ship. You know the Steelers are probably going to be at the top of the division. You can't stand the Steelers. Yeah, I'm going to send a guy. Like, they know what's going on. They know that Tomlin feels how he feels about Joe Flacco and playing against him. It's like, all right, let's mess with the Steelers. We don't need Joe Flacco. He's not going to play anymore this year. We're going to ride with the rookie. Let's get rid of Joe Flacco. Let's play the Steelers and have the Steelers have to play Joe Flacco within 5 days. I can see that pettiness, absolutely.
Yeah, I can see that too.
Just to be petty.
Yeah. That's like 3 and 4 are kind of in the same vein to me, where he just can't fathom helping out a divisional opponent that they're going to have to play again too. And you've moved off of your opening day starter, and he is probably personally offended because he does think that you're spitting in the eye of the Steelers. Well, we can't win. Maybe we'll help Cincinnati win.
Yeah.
It's just such a foreign concept to him. You're going to – the way he –
I get it too. Like, I mean, I'm with Tomlin. Like, it makes no sense.
I get it to an extent from Cleveland's standpoint because you want to get something because you know you blow, but I feel like it's so early to wave the white flag.
Like, I don't care what the trade is. I would never trade in division.
Well,
I don't care.
And that's the thing. We know how Mike Tomlin views the North. He has so much respect for the division at large and the Ravens and the Bengals Doesn't sound like so much the Browns. Like, he knows these games are rock fights. You went into Cleveland last year and you lost to Jameis Winston. You lost to a Bengals team at the end of the season last year that wound up not making the playoffs. So he understands how hard it is to win the division. It's been a long time since they won the division. And for a team to trade the quarterback in division, he would never do that. He would never allow that to happen. He would never make a trade in division. They've had one with the Ravens, right? Montravius Adams.
Yeah, like it's like
that ain't quarterback.
He would never trade Charlie Batch to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh my God!
After Charlie started those couple games, that's like trading Charlie Batch to the Bengals.
No, because they never say quit. For better or worse, like when Kenny started and they lost those games to the Eagles, to the Bills, and they got smoked, and they were bad at the bye. They didn't give up on the year. When they were 0-4 after losing to the Vikings in London, they didn't give up on the year. Shoot, when they lost Ben, again, for better or worse, they said, nah, we're going to trade for Minkah Fitzpatrick.
Crazy.
Which, if you didn't like that then, you should probably like it now because it wound up roundabout way getting you Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. But they never say die on a season. And to help out a division opponent, I think it made Tomlin's brain hurt.
Yeah. Makes no sense. You're just kind of waving the white flag in a way. Like, there's so many angles to it.
You're also not scared of losing to the Browns later in the year, because if you were, you wouldn't give them any form of bulletin board material. Coaches are far too paranoid to do stuff like that. Like, they ain't scared of the Browns at all. That was very clear to me. 412-928-9370.
I could see if it was like Shador, though.
Like if they traded Shador to the Browns?
Or Shador to the Bengals.
To the Bengals, rather.
And we're like, all right, like, Shador may be the backup. He may play at some point. Like, he's a rookie. He's young. Like, okay, fine.
Well, you know what it is?
But Joe Flacco, like, they knew that he'd be able to walk right in and play.
Yes. And Mike Tomlin, now we're really playing psychologist. Mike Tomlin has to believe, I guarantee you believes, if he had Joe Flacco in that Browns roster, they'd be a playoff team. He has to believe that. Whether I agree with that or not, ain't here and there. I think he thinks if I had Joe Flacco and Myles Garrett in that front four and Jim Schwartz, I'm making the playoffs, because that's all I do is go 9-8, 10-7. So that's why it's so foreign to him. He thinks they'd have found a way to win with Flacco, not ship him off. And he just can't wrap his head around the loser mentality that the Browns have.
Maybe it's slapping in the face of Joe Flacco, too. He might be upset with that. The integrity of just the respect he has for Joe Flacco.
I picked up on that, too.
Yeah.
He loves Joe Flacco more than, dang, John Harbaugh's got to love Joe Flacco. What is Flacco, 11-11 against the Steelers? You go back to the T.J. Houshmandzadeh touchdown. Oh, boy, 2010, when Ben was suspended. And I knew that day I had a ton of respect for Flacco, because he walked up in here and did that after they had lost AFC Championship here in 2008. That kind of stuff sticks with Tom. Mike Tomlin values an AFC North win more than anything else. So, yeah, he loves Flacco. And the Bengals are better for it. Like, I don't think the Bengals are going to beat the Steelers 2 days from now, but they got a better shot with Flacco than with Browning, my God.
I mean, they traded two quarterbacks within a month and a half, right? 2 months?
Mm-hmm. And the guy, look, the Steelers moved off of Kenny Pickett, but when Pickett threw that touchdown pass to beat the Ravens in the fourth quarter, and you had mic'd up Mike Tomlin, and Pickett's coming off the field, he goes, Kenny bleeping Pickett. Tomlin feels probably like he could have made the playoffs with Pickett or with Dan Flacco with the rest of that Browns roster. It's just, I keep repeating myself, but it's so foreign to him for a team to give up on a season when he's never done that and he's never finished with a losing record.
This early.
Yeah. Like they've had some bad seasons. I mean, many people could argue they haven't had a good season for a very long time. But for him, he never says die. And you can make the argument that sometimes, like when Ben was hurt, you probably should have tanked, because what the hell were you ever going to win ultimately with that set of quarterbacks? But he just doesn't view it that way. Troy in Mount Washington's been waiting patiently. Hi, Troy.
What's up, guys?
What up?
know you got other people on hold, so let me just get through these three quick
No,
points.
you don't have to care about them, Troy. Look out for number one.
All right, I'll take my time. So, first point, Doran, you hit that.
All right, pick it up, Troy. Come on now.
All right, let me speed it up. All right, so, Doran, you hit that right on the head. It's definitely a slight right directly towards Tomlin. That's why they played him on a short week, so he could get a little bit of work in with some live action before they play the Steelers. That's why Jamar Chase is out there with the raw dog comments. All they're focusing on right now is beating the Steelers. That's all they care about. That's what the trade was about. Second quick point, Myles Garrett. I actually think what Cleveland did is going to come back to be the smartest thing that they've done. Pay Myles early before the market was set, and then trade Myles Garrett, because somebody is going to be willing to pay that amount of money for Myles Garrett, who at that time might be the fourth or fifth highest paid edge rusher. So that's going to work out in their favor by just mere how much he's getting paid. And the third point is the Steelers wide receiver. I agree with you. I want A.J. Brown. I want no one else. I don't want Olave. I don't want any of those people, and this is for this reason. I like the way our offense is rolling. I like the way our packages are. And, Doran, you said earlier, I think our reasoning in the back of our minds really for why we would need a wide receiver is in case DK gets hurt. So in case DK gets hurt, I want a receiver that's going to be able to play the position that he's playing, which is contested, combat catches, which is going down the sidelines. It's kind of how our offenses work. If we can get another big body in there with DK coming out and getting hurt, then that's going to be beneficial to us. So I like a big body to replace him, but I don't like an Olave or anybody like that on the outside. I don't think that plays well to how we play. And if we get A.J. Brown and DK stays healthy, my goodness, that is going to be a crazy lineup.
Thank you, Troy.
That is a great point, and I can't believe, and maybe you did, and maybe I missed it, but I can't believe we didn't bring this up about A.J. Brown. The obvious. What's the obvious about A.J. Brown? Why it would make the most sense?
He's good.
He knows the offense.
That would be the obvious. And
Arthur Smith.
And that was a massive.
Did we even bring that up?
No. Well, you are now. We got 4 hours, man.
How did we miss that?
Because we're gonna get to everything eventually. That's how we roll.
It's ridiculous.
I told you off air that you needed to bring that up.
No, you didn't.
That was a big issue last year with Mike Williams.
Right.
Like, you can't tell me Mike Williams, if he knew the offense, couldn't help. Because, dear God. But he didn't know the offense, and they didn't trust him to know the offense. Now, that's a really good point. That being said, he would cost the most, so I don't know what you'd have to give up to get him, and I ain't trading Alex Highsmith. I'm not.
They could use tight end help.
Yeah, sure, take Pat for – I love you, Pat. Trade him for A.J. Brown. That in the third?
In the third, yeah.
Done.
Yep.
Done, fine. You've convinced me. The one point that I will disagree with Troy, kind of, yes and no. He talked about Myles Garrett, and because of the market shifting, that someone will eventually trade for him. That's giving the Browns a ton of credit. That's giving smart man Andrew Berry a ton of credit. Well, we can trade him now because the market changed. Nah, he's going to be a Brown for life because he's the only guy that's going to sell tickets until they build that new stadium. Yes, Harry?
You mentioned Mike Williams. Do you remember his peak on the Steelers? His peak play? When he scored that touchdown. We still have that audio.
I thought you were just going to play the play. Like, yes, we all remember it. It was against Washington, but I forgot about squeaky Mike Williams. That was his peak. Give us a ring in the fan hotline. Which receiver do you want? Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Odyssey NFL insider Jason Lockenfor is going to join at the bottom of the hour. So maybe he's got a little insight into who the Steelers have been poking around asking about. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play tonight at 10:30. They've got a West Coast road game. They're playing the Anaheim Ducks. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
I ate an entire tub and one serving of Daisy French onion dip this weekend. One of my guilty pleasures during football season's eating dips with chips and wings and sometimes veggies. And now Daisy came out with a delicious Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy Ranch dip. These are a game changer, as delicious as homemade dip made with real herbs and spices, other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So go get yourself some Daisy French onion dip today at a grocery store near you.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to College Football Hall of Fame coach Billy Joe. The 85-year-old former AFL All-Star running back who won a Super Bowl ring with the Jets became the first African-American assistant coach in the ACC at the University of Maryland. From there, he became the second most winning head coach at historically black colleges and universities, behind only the great Eddie Robinson. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
It used to be the sole function for a kitchen was food preparation. We cooked in the kitchen and we dined in the dining room. But times have changed. And although today the kitchen is still where we cook, it's also where we share meals, have an important family conversation, and even help the kids with their homework.
That's right. Today's kitchens are multi-use areas and should be designed accordingly. And that's where we come in. Petite Kitchen and Bath will make your new kitchen a warm and inviting place for family and guests alike. We'll make it supremely functional and beautiful.
You know, they say the heart of any home is the family kitchen. Make your kitchen great. Discover why generations of satisfied customers have chosen Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
Visit our showroom on Route 50 or call us at 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Spitzer's swinging into fall with Panda leading the way to wild savings and tame payments at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Start your next adventure and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Plus, chomp down on Spitzer perks. Every new vehicle comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty. And you can save even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details and 10/31/2025.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Much for heavy traffic coming off the Fort Pitt Bridge, heading over toward the Parkway East and as well over toward the North Shore Expressway. Also, delays on the inbound side of the Parkway East approach to the Fort Pitt Bridge. You're backing up toward Wood Street. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that's jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the Parkway East, that stacks at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Buy 2 replacement windows from Window Nation. Get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. WindowNation.com. This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 whole years. Hurry, sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at WindowNation.com. That's WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
93.7 The Fan will showcase a different community each Saturday through the Youth Football Showcase with a special visit from members of the Fan staff like Harry Callis, who did a great job this weekend. Do you want 93.7 The Fan to visit your game? Email youthsports@937thefan.com with your group name, your group's main contact information, and potential dates. Details at 937thefan.com now. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Saloni's Italian Bread, Pellman Electric, and Keystone Custom Apparel. Adam Schefter reporting that the Steelers are looking for a wide receiver. He also says that there will be 15 more trades in his estimation between now and the NFL trade deadline. So we've asked you, who do you want? At 412-928-9370. And a texter writes in, how about D-Hop? Ravens are tanking. Maybe get him for a 4th-round pick. I don't think Tomlin would accept that charity from the Baltimore Ravens.
Nah.
I don't think he would take a player from an AFC North Division rival. Not the way that he talked about Andrew Berry yesterday.
Nope. And no.
They're also not tanking. They're going to try to win. And no, that doesn't do it for me, D-Hop. He's been okay. He has a couple of touchdowns, but he doesn't yet have 200 receiving yards this year. Now, Flacco's been out. Lamar Jackson, they got in a Wayback Machine. Flacco's been out. Oh!
You did it again?
Lamar's been out for a couple of weeks. So that doesn't help. But no, I'm not interested in DeAndre Hopkins. You know why I'm in the Wayback Machine? Number 1 seed in the AFC right now, Indianapolis Colts. Number 2, Pittsburgh Steelers. Number 3, Los Angeles Chargers. Number 4, the New England Patriots. Feels like 2007, 2008 all over it again.
Ben, Rivers, Manning, Brady.
Oh, what a time to be alive. Difference is now it's Daniel Jones, Drake May, Justin Herbert, and Aaron Rodgers. Jeez. It's funny how time changes things. Nolan in Toledo's been waiting patiently. Hi, Nolan.
Well, I didn't really have anybody in mind, but A.J. Brown almost seems like the right fit after hearing the last caller and you guys talk about him. Another name I was thinking about was Garrett Wilson.
He just got hurt, unfortunately, and Aaron Rodgers hates him. Yeah.
Well, that that takes that out of the question.
Not only is he hurt, the quarterback and he do not see eye to eye.
All righty then. But my next point was, do they really need a third wide receiver? Because I'm just watching the Buccaneers play, and they're out with Godwin's out, and Mike Evans is out, and now Ibuka is out. So they're playing with out their 1, 2, and 3 receivers. So I'm just curious. I mean, I think it's apparent they need somebody. But
the only reason why the
I'm wondering
Buccaneers
if they
had a
could do
chance
without
is because they had so many receivers.
Exactly right.
And with the other two being out, with Mike Evans being out and Godwin being out, you feel comfortable with Ibuka, but now he's out. So, I mean, it is what it is at this point. But the fact that they had so many receivers, and I think McMillan was out because he got hurt against the Steelers in the preseason. If they had him, they'd still be fine.
Big Boo.
So,
past is prologue. You're right. They have won despite the injuries because they had the deepest, arguably, wide receiver room in the NFL. If the Steelers lose, dear God, knock on wood, DK Metcalf, because he's been so good, they're probably in a slightly better position than they were last year because your second wide receiver is not Van Jefferson, but they're in a bad spot. They're in a real bad spot. And from an insurance policy standpoint, you should go get a guy. I don't know that A.J. Brown, it's just you probably have to give up a lot to get him. And I heard Mulsey make this point yesterday, and I think it's a good one. You trade with Howie Roseman, you're losing that trade. Now, you can maybe make the same argument with Omar Khan, who's been very good in that department. 412-928-9370. We've got Jason La Canfora joining us in about 8 minutes. Has he heard of any of the names the Steelers are kicking around on? In the meantime, Joe in Brookline next up. Hi, Joe.
How you guys doing?
Good.
I would take Waddle for my money as a true number 2 wide receiver, and he's affordable. You wouldn't have to overpay him.
I agree. I was going to bring that up before, so that's a good point.
I like that.
But, I mean, do they really want to get rid of every? I mean, now Tyreek Hill won't even play probably next year.
Mm-hmm.
So they need somebody. I don't know.
I mean,
they're willing to do it. Yeah, I would take Waddle for sure.
I do think they might be willing. That's a good call. Their coach is dead meat.
Yeah.
He's wearing capris. He can't string sentences together in his post-game press conferences. They haven't won a game yet. They're an underdog against the Cleveland Browns this weekend, which, dear Lord, they're going to start from scratch next year. Maybe everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So why not try to get something for him? That's my favorite one so far.
You've already did business with them.
And that would be a trade that Omar Khan decisively won.
Mm-hmm.
Ron in the car. Hello.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Ron.
So, hey, hear me out here. I know you guys talked about not wanting to move Highsmith early in the show, but San Francisco 49ers definitely need some defensive help. Does Jennings, with a pick thrown in, sound good to you or no?
Jawan.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ron.
He's been injured a lot this year, too.
I know. Now I guess Ayuk to the Steelers is hot again. But he's been on IR.
Right.
Miss me with that one.
Yep.
I can never do that again.
No.
I can never do that again. That might be unfair. He might come in here and be able to help. I can never do it again. I just can't. All right, Jason La Canfora joins us next, our Odyssey NFL insider. He'll tell us what he's been hearing about the Steelers poking around for a wide receiver, too. You could text us, brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
There were 2 Monday night features last night, each with unexpected finals. The Bills, they lost to the Atlanta Falcons 24-14, and the Chicago Bears beat the Washington Commanders 25-24. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Doran!
Football brings out all the emotions. It's why we love the game. But that feeling when your bet doesn't hit and getting hung out to dry by your old sportsbook, that feeling is a thing of the past with the game day guarantee from Fanatics Sportsbook. Here's how it works. Every single game day, new customers get up to $100 back in fan cash if your football bet loses, guaranteed. Additionally, new customers can also bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about that. If you're betting with Fanatics, you're either winning or winning money back in fan cash. You can use fan cash for anything in the Fanatics universe like apparel, tickets, bonus bets, and more. Why risk it with other sports books when you can switch to the sure thing? Every single game day comes with a guarantee. Your old sportsbook, they're out for the season. Fanatics Sportsbook has your back. Go check it out for yourself. Download the app today. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Vitamins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Home is where the heart and the numbers are for Brewers' Freddie Peralta. In the MLB regular season, he was 9-1 with a 1.77 ERA at home. In Game 2 of the NLCS against the Dodgers, Milwaukee's top-of-the-rotation starter deals. Give me Milwaukee on the money line at whatever the juice is. Do it for Bob Uecker. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Hey guys, Mulsey here for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. And after losing 35 pounds in 6 weeks and keeping it off for over 3 years with Awaken, believe it or not, some of my priorities have changed. And now I'm starting to lift and I want to add muscle, and part of that is nutrition. Anybody that's been in the gym knows if you're not eating right, you're not going to see the right kind of gains no matter how hard you work out. Well, guess what? Everything I learned while I was on the program with Awaken 180 has helped me in that regard as well. I know what to eat. I know when to eat. I know how much to eat. I know, more importantly, what not to eat to help me achieve my latest goal. So even though that wasn't part of it with Awaken 180 weight loss, I was trying to lose weight. Now I'm trying to pack on the muscle. The experience that I have from Awaken 180, and even talking to my coach about it when I still check in, which is free for life even after you reach your goal weight, has helped me along with this process. You can lose weight, and what you learn with Awaken 180 can help you in so many other ways. It is the long-term solution for weight loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. When sewer problems strike, you need a hero, Sullivan Super Service. If you notice water pooling in your yard or foul odor throughout your home, it's possible your sewer line needs repairing. With our trenchless pipe lining, we repair underground pipes without tearing up your yard or driveway. It's faster, cleaner, and built to last. And with free estimates, you'll know exactly what it takes before the work begins. Save money, skip the mess, and call or visit SullivanService.com today. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
October means big Jeep savings at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Take home a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo with payments starting at just $289 a month for 24 months. Don't miss out. These fall offers end soon. See dealer for details.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity for more than 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hello, it's Lena Dunham. I host a podcast called The C Word with my dearest friend and historian of bad behavior, Alyssa Bennett.
What is up?
It's a chat show about women whose society is called crazy.
We're going to be rediscovering the stories of women's society dismissed by calling them mad, sad, or just plain bad.
Listen to and follow the C Word with Lena Dunham and Alyssa Bennett. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Steelers poking around for a wide receiver? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Your number 2 seeded team in the AFC, Pittsburgh Steelers. Are they poking around for a wide receiver? Let's get to it with our guy, Jason La Canfora, Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Odyssey original podcast, Wanna Bet. Listen to Wanna Bet now on Spotify or Apple Podcast, or watch it live daily on Jason's X account. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. How's the podcast going, Jason? Good morning.
It's going well. We had a great day yesterday in World Cup qualifying. Mariners money line plus 120, and Bijan over 150 scrimmage yards plus 375. Atlanta on the money line, plus money on 2 passing touchdowns from Jaden Daniels. If Cliff Kingsbury knew how to call plays in the rain and they just got under center and handed that ball off, we had some more plus money winners there that were attached to Washington money line. Can't win them all, but yeah, we win quite a bit at Wanna Bet, and a lot of plays we like at noon today.
Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Jason, will the Steelers wind up with a wide receiver before the deadline, do you think?
I think they'll wind up with something. You know, that they are now as willing, able, and eager to make trades as any team in the league, whether that's in the dead of the offseason or right around the draft or right before the season starts. They're in on everything in ways that I just, look, I've talked to people like Coach Cower about this. I mean, it as reticent as they are at times to admit it, I think the proof is in the pudding. And the expectations are pretty high, and they clearly know how to win football games. But when you start talking about January and February football, can they win 3 or 4 and beat the best of the best in the knockout stages? And I'm sure they will try to fortify their roster. I don't think it just has to be endemic to a wide receiver. You can never have too much or enough pass rush. Linebackers, secondary. They will be looking to make their roster better. And yeah, would you like to have somebody else winning for Aaron Rodgers downfield? I think you would. Guys have popped at times. I kind of wanted to believe that this, Calvin Austin thing was going to be a thing. And it is still pretty early. Remember, Aaron Rodgers waited till way late in the game to sign. So it's not like you got all the infrastructure and creature comforts in the offseason of some others. But yeah, trades are already being made. It already is a very fertile trade deadline. And I expect them to be in on ways to get better.
Jason, do you still believe that the Bills are one of the better teams in the AFC after suffering 2 losses in a row?
I mean, they're one of the better teams because they've got a transcendent quarterback. Now, look, they're also one of the better teams because the offensive line is really good. But if they're without their center for any period of time, I don't fancy their defense. I told you guys, I was on Atlanta last night. That's a bad matchup for them. Physical teams that can run between the tackles and teams that can run outside the tackles, give them fits. And people talked about Ed Oliver coming back like he was, a 350-pound two-gapper. No, they don't have any of those guys. And then Daquan Jones is down even though Oliver comes back. You can beat them in a ball control type offense, and then that's obviously going to set up play action. And now they're getting dinged up in the secondary too. It's a bad defense to begin with. Without Milano, it's open for business for me at all 3 levels. And that could be, an injury that lingers. So I don't think Josh Allen's going to have the season he had last year. And you talked about teams that need a wide receiver. Boy, it's really dink and dunk with them. If they have to play from behind, who's winning downfield for them? Who? Is it Keon Coleman? Is it? I don't know, man. Everybody seems to be catch a 5-yard pass, catch an 8-yard pass, and see how far you could run. The tight ends a little bit downfield and the seam, okay. But again, look at the whole land. Who's the is it the Chiefs? Are we now crowning the Chiefs again? Who's the total package in the AFC? You write the report and I'll read it and grade it. Like I kind of think it's Denver. Like for me, I kind of think it's Denver, but they almost peed down their legs in London against the Jets. So it's wide open.
Yes, it is. And the Ravens sitting there at 1-5. It's a reason why Steelers fans are so optimistic today with their chance to get to 5-1 on Thursday against the Bengals. It's early here in the bye week for Baltimore, Jason. You're based out there in Baltimore on our brother station. You have any idea who they could expect back after the bye from an injury standpoint?
I mean, Lamar's coming back, barring him having some sort of setback. Roquan Smith's coming back. I don't think that's going to change. So they're getting their quarterback back on offense and defense. One of them's an elite player. The other one's a total liability. So I don't think Roquan coming back changes a whole lot. Like, it'll probably help his odds of getting voted to another Pro Bowl or God, even all pro, because it's a popularity contest, I guess. It doesn't sound good for Pat Ricard, and boy, the run game has really been fits and starts, and the pass pro with a bad O-line has been really shaky without him, but that doesn't sound like it's in the offing. Otherwise, people talking about injuries, like Matt Abike might never play football again. Like he's not coming back, and that's a huge issue, and they're not going to fill that void in real time on the fly. Ronnie Stanley, they're whispering that, Ronnie's pulling himself out of games. But, I mean, Ronnie's had a defective ankle going back 4 years now. Like, Ronnie's been on borrowed time since he had to have the ankle surgery reperformed about 9 months after it was done the first time. And, again, we're going back to, like, 2023. So the idea that he was going to hold up again, I think, was always poppycock. So it kind of is what it is. I mean, Lamar covers a lot of warts. Absolutely. But they're a bad football team. They're a bad football team, offense, defense, special teams.
Jason, do you think that Joe Flacco and the Cincinnati Bengals can give the Steelers a game on Thursday?
Mike Tomlin certainly sounds like it, huh? Boy,
my God.
He wanted a piece of Browning, huh? Like he had some ish ready for Browning. Clearly, they were all about Browning. This has really struck a nerve. They've got a lot of weapons. Like, he throws a great deep ball still. He's obviously highly immobile. Like, you can hunt the spot. You know where the launch is coming from. You know where the target is, where the ball is being thrown. Like, there is no moving target. There's no deception. He's going to aid the run game. Not at all. But he's also fearless, and he, has a way of showing up in some of these like primetime windows. And we all know, and it sounded like Mike T. Bristol at it. We all know the road Thursday nights haven't been kind. Now, this isn't Cleveland, right? Which I guess is really their boogeyman.
Yeah, that's the bugaboo.
Like, he has fared, like he's done very well at Cincinnati and road division games. Mike Tomlin throughout his career more than holds his own. I get it. Short weeks have been tricky. I think they win this football game. I don't know about covering this line that's now north of 5. I think they can win an ugly football game here. And I think Cincinnati's allowed 13 passing touchdowns already. Cincinnati's got issues defensively. They've bowed up against the run a little bit more the last couple of weeks. But I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be able to throw for a couple touchdowns and win an ugly game.
Check out WannaBet. We'll be watching today. Jason Lockenfora, Odyssey NFL Insider. We appreciate it, buddy. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, gentlemen.
That is Jason Lockenfora, Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Jason, the host of the Odyssey original podcast, WannaBet. Remember to listen to WannaBet on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, or watch it live daily on Jason's X account. He said regarding the Steelers trading in the trade market, quote unquote, they're in on everything. Also, I don't think the Ravens are making the playoffs.
I don't either.
I think they're done.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Pat Ricard is a big deal for them. I mean, that is a great fullback. Ronnie Stanley doesn't sound optimistic there. And Roquan hasn't been the same player with Patrick Queen or the injuries or just getting older, whatever it is. He's right. Lamar can't he can't Band-Aid a bullet hole.
Mm-hmm.
And they're so bad defensively. That's a real shame.
Yeah.
I was going to ask him next coach to get fired, but we ran out of time. That's going to be McDaniel?
Yes.
Yeah. I can't believe they haven't done it yet.
I know.
I feel like a lot of people probably lost money on that. Like, he would have been my shoo-in for first coach fired. Okay. Coming up next, Mike Tomlin with a quip at the end of his press conference. saying that the media really annoyed him. We power rank who annoys Tomlin the most when we come back.
Oh, God.
But first, it's Nicholas Harry Callis. First, I remind you, this segment brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. And the Fan Morning Show is always brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I full started there. Now it's time for a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have a game tonight against the Anaheim Ducks. That's why it's such a late puck drop. 10:30 Eastern Time is the puck drop. Penguins go into this game 2-1 on the early season. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Midday work causing traffic consternation. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. Inbound on the Parkway West, your delays near the top of Green Tree Hill, but coming off the Fort Pitt Bridge, watch for some heavy traffic heading over toward Grant Street. That's where crews are blocking a lane for that midday work there. Parkway East, you're in line right around Edgewood, Swissvale, and we do have some work going on the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Watch for delays, especially on southbound Route 65. It's now stacking back toward Allegheny Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. So many TVs, every seat at Rival feels like the front row.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevrolet, get 1.9% for 36 months on a new 2026 Chevy Equinox, or lease a 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive for $319 a month. Get great financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. Lease for 36 months with 10,000 miles per year and $4,399 to its signing. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers on FanDuel right now can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win by placing any wager you want on FanDuel for all the games that are coming up this weekend. Now, the Steelers are going to play on Thursday night against the Bengals, so we got to look for some games we like, some juicy lines for the weekend, because we're not going to skip football this weekend. How about the Browns as a small favorite at home against the Dolphins? I'd actually take Cleveland in that game because I think Miami wants to get its coach fired. How about the Steelers' next opponent? The Packers going on the road against Arizona as a pretty big favorite. And yeah, Arizona's lost a lot of close games, but I think they can win this one at home and at least make it competitive against a Green Bay game that might be looking ahead to a matchup with Aaron Rodgers next week. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the FanDuel app and get started. 21 plus in present Pennsylvania. Of course, online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now double bonus. Message expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Steel City Shredding.
Pittsburgh's premier local option for shredding and document management. We make it convenient with on-site shredding at your business or quick drop-off at our Strip District location. We also offer hard drive destruction, e-waste removal, plus new scanning and digitizing services to eliminate the clutter and boost security. Steel City Shredding, trusted, convenient, and 100% recycled. Visit steelcityshredding.com.
Hey, it's Doran. You've heard me talk about my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel for a while now. They, of course, are the premier uniform and spirit wear supplier for area sports teams. But did you know Keystone Custom Apparel is the place for business, restaurants, and other nonprofits? It's not all about sports. They're all about serving the community. Get your company or organization outfitted and looking sharp with Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Mike Tomlin at the end of the presser yesterday. You guys are annoying me today. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Power rank them. Who annoys Mike Tomlin the most?
Man, I'm not doing this.
It's Brooke.
Yeah.
And I don't get it. I really don't. I think it's an ESPN thing, honestly, if I'm trying to, parse through it, because I think she asks good questions that appeal on the local and national level, and some of the national stuff he doesn't want to deal with. But he definitely treats her different than everybody else.
Than everybody, yeah. She's there's a huge gap.
Oh, she's won by a wide margin.
By a long margin.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't even know who number 2 is.
Yeah, she's like LSU when they won the national championship a few years back.
I want to say Tim Benz.
I think it's Benz.
No, but he answers thoroughly whenever Benz ask a question. I feel like he doesn't have any type of, Do
you think Benz should have asked him if there was a big enough bag to get him to coach Penn State?
Oh my!
That really could have sent him yesterday. Benz told me this off the record. I guess Tomlin and him, they conversed. They actually bumped into each other at a restaurant the day after that whole thing went down where he asked about the LSU job. And I think since then it's been a little bit better.
Yeah.
Will Graves annoyed him yesterday because the question he asked him was 15 minutes long. And I love Will. He's the West Virginia guy. He's a really smart guy. But I think that rubbed him the wrong way. And I think Carter was a little long-winded and annoyed him yesterday.
Yep.
And Carter goes at things from an X's and O's standpoint, which you know what you know, and he's very good at that. That's what the Post-Gazette has him doing. I don't think a coach wants that.
No.
I don't think a coach wants you to talk about their schematics to you.
No.
So at least yesterday, I would go Brooke, Graves, Benz, Carter in order of being annoyed. And I actually think he wanted to be asked the question about Andrew Berry to put him on blast.
I believe that as well.
Jory Rand used to be far and away the biggest one.
Really?
Oh, he could not stand Jory Rand.
Really?
And David Todd, was the other one that would always rub him the wrong way because he would ask
Brooke is Hall of Fame, though.
Oh, Brooke's number 1. And you know who's got a gold jacket walking around is Aditi.
No doubt.
Aditi made the Hall of Mike Tomlin disdain.
Doubt.
Yeah. Batko's never in there, and he was in there yesterday, and he got a curt response. All right, Starkey's going to come in here and yell at me.
Isn't Jory Rand, real quick, isn't he on the YouTube chat?
Jory Rand's taint, yes, is on the YouTube chat.
Oh, just his taint. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Not sure where the rest of them went. I think he works out in California these days. Tomorrow, big show. Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. We go behind the curtain. There we go. To talk to a Cincinnati reporter tomorrow and also Ray Fittipaldo. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Hitting 70 today, folks. Low of 52, clear skies. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. From tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon lineup to top shelf spirits served over ice balls. Plus local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. Twin Peaks' drink menu is second to none. And don't forget about those legendary 29-degree drafts. Why wait for the weekend? They're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league at your local Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Looking to upgrade your home comfort without the upfront cost? McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Bryant makes it easier than ever. Right now, get 0% APR special financing for 60 months on select new Bryant Heating and Cooling systems. That's 5 years interest-free comfort for your home. Don't wait. Call McVay today to schedule a free in-home consultation and stay comfortable year-round. Or visit callmcvay.com to schedule online. McVay and Bryant, whatever it takes. Financing subject to credit approval. Offer applies to qualifying purchases of Bryant systems only. Restrictions and conditions apply. Call for details.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43 mile per gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the for details on all offers.
Hey everyone, Bob Pompiani here. Let me tell you about the great work that Pittsburgh Garage does. I needed a new garage makeover. The floor was covered with salt and cracks, living there for 37 years, so I called Pittsburgh Garage. Boy, in just a couple of days, the transformation was amazing. The floor coating beautiful, easy to maintain. Cabinets are on their way to make everything organized. I work with Elijah and Josh, both very professional. All of their team members are full-time. Go to PittsburghGarage.com and you'll find over 400 5-star reviews. They've got long-lasting products designed to be functional, heavy-duty, and look great. For your free estimate, go to PittsburghGarage.com.
Just how mad is she? Send flowers at OliverFlowers.com. That's OliverFlowers.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West delays between the top of the hill and Parkway Center heading down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East inbound is jammed at Edgewood Swiss Sale. A second delay back around Grant Street heading up onto the Fort Pitt Bridge. It's also heavy as you head over from the North Shore across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Also watch for delays as crews are working in Green Tree Borough. Watch for lane restrictions on Route 121 Green Tree Road between McMonagle Avenue and Banbury Lane. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Have Coit tackle the dirt in your home this fall. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service and save 35% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Tackle the dirt and save. Get your home Coit clean.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning.
Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No. Coffee? No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, it was a wild day of Monday Night Football yesterday with two results and outcomes that probably did not expect as the Buffalo Bills went down, losing in Atlanta to the Falcons 24-14, and the Chicago Bears on a last-second field goal to win it against the Washington Commanders, win it 25-24. Washington was driving right around midfield with just a few minutes left in the game. Jaden Daniels fumbles on the exchange on third down, and Washington turns it over, recovered by the Bears. And the Bears ultimately do enough to be able to win it on the road. Steelers and Cincinnati Bengals will kick off the week as the NFL rolls along with the Steelers in first place. And Week 7 begins 8:15 in Cincinnati on Thursday. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. We are all reunited once again on a Tuesday, Pump and Joe.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Spend one and perhaps set up for a long field goal. If he has time, I should say. Threw it across the middle and instead throws an interception. 7 seconds to work with. D. Alford came across the middle. There's Penix, a 1st and 5. Robinson off the right side, breaks free. Bijan Robinson spinning down the sideline, still going. Can they catch him? They cannot. Touchdown, Falcons, 81 yards. And from the pistol, and 3rd and goal. Penix zips into the end zone. Catch made. Reaching across to break the plane is Drake London. And Atlanta jumps on top again.
I told you.
What?
I told you what's wrong with the Buffalo Bills.
You are right. As I was watching that game last night, I was thinking about you. Because he's been the one who said all along, it's my team. I got Josh Allen, but I don't have a defense.
Don't have a defense. Have a leaky offensive line. We'll get into all this, Bob. It's the story of the day. Not the Bills necessarily, but the AFC. But I would be remiss not to inquire as to your well-being. Oh, my God, you have a Nevillewood shirt on. I'm playing Nevillewood today.
I know that.
I'm very excited.
Oh, one of the great golf courses in Western Pennsylvania.
Do you think I'll play well?
Yes, the greens are fast. Just know that. And they don't go, like, reading them is a challenge. The eye deceives you. So when in doubt, what I'm telling you is putt at the hole a lot. If you don't have
putt at the hole.
If you don't have a clear, just go straight at it and see what happens.
Good advice.
Beautiful
Lennox, how
golf
are you?
course.
I'm doing good, guys. Good to be back and reunited again.
What sweatshirt? Oh, my God, Bob. This guy wore a Drew Aller jersey yesterday.
Yeah,
Did you hear
missed
about
it.
that?
No, but I saw the suit that I thought was very good, and you were taking unnecessary heat. It was a step up. I liked it.
Yes, Pony and Mueller decided that they were going to throw shots at me. Yeah, Mueller said that he gives me a C. He gives me a B for effort, but a D for execution. And Pony gave me a C- for my suit.
I thought it was a step up, and that's what I was talking about when we were talking last week. I thought it was a classy look.
It was an A for effort. How could anybody not give you an A for effort? You wore a suit to work, for God's sake.
Right.
I have a quick social etiquette, bathroom etiquette question to start with.
I'm good at those because I've been in all situations.
We have visitors arriving. My sisters are coming in to watch my daughter's volleyball game Thursday, and I have my own bathroom downstairs because I'm excommunicated from my wife and daughter. They make me live in the basement, including my own bathroom down there. But when guests come, they stay down there. So I have 3 toothbrushes in a cup, and I'm being told to put little toothbrush caps on the toothbrushes. Is this common practice?
What do you mean caps?
Like little things on the brush part of the toothbrush.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, like a cap on the toothbrush just in case you put it in like a carrier or a drawer.
Is this normal? But what about on your own sink? You don't have your toothbrush out in the open?
No, on your own sink, I wouldn't do it.
What?
No.
I've had a toothbrush out in the open my whole life.
So do I. And that's what I'm saying. Mine is on, I have one of those electric ones.
Yeah.
It's on a charger.
Do you have a cap on it?
No.
Is it out in the open on the sink?
Yeah, it's on the open. But no one uses it but me. So why am I worried? Well, that's my point. Why do I need to cap it? Now, I have other toothbrushes in the bag I use to go into work.
Right.
Because I brush my teeth sometimes there, and it's all capped off.
So
yes.
is it rude?
Traveling.
Is it rude if guests are coming to use the bathroom and there's an uncapped toothbrush in a little holder on the sink? Is that rude?
I don't think it's rude, no.
I think you
it's
should
your
move
house.
it.
Yeah.
You should.
I should move it?
Yeah, I would move it.
Okay.
I'd move it.
All right.
Or put it in a drawer. Or...
Thank you. That's why I come to you guys for advice.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
You're welcome.
You heard the highlights, Bob, or the lowlights for the Bills. This is unbelievable, or unbelievable, if you will. Do you like that horse?
I like
the
that
AFC has blown wide open here. I mean, we've talked about this several times, but I feel like the world got to see. There were going to be 2 juggernauts in the AFC this season and maybe a third because the Chiefs are kind of always one. But I think a lot of people thought the Chiefs might take a step back. There were going to be 2 juggernauts in this conference. It was going to be the Ravens and the Bills. Mm-hmm. And then probably the Chiefs were going to be a threat, and then everybody else was chasing them, including Joe Burrow. Well, the whole country got another look at that Bills defense last night and that Bills offensive line. And they got to see that that's beyond Josh Allen, and he's a lot. We know that. Beyond Josh Allen, that is a bottom 3rd and maybe a bottom 5 roster in the league. Brandon Beane, the GM there, I think should be fired during the bye week, actually. That's how bad they are defensively. There's not one guy on that defense, at least not an edge rusher, that anybody would think of double teaming. There's not a receiver on the team that anybody would think of double teaming. They're not, and I told you this, not you, but everybody from watching every game. They almost lost to the Saints at home. They almost lost to the Dolphins at home. They did lose to the Patriots at home. They should have lost to the Ravens at home. Amazing comeback. All they do is play home games. Now they go on the road and get their asses handed to them. They beat the Jets. Good for them. And they get really hammered by the Falcons. They're not very good. The Steelers, I can confidently say, and I hope that everybody who's been watching the NFL this season can confidently say and objectively say the Steelers are better than the Bills. Almost everybody's better than the Ravens. And those 2 teams have been replaced atop the AFC by the Colts, the Jags, the Patriots, the Broncos, the Chargers. Why? So here's my question, boiled down. And the Chiefs are lurking.
Yes.
The Chiefs are lurking.
Never count them out. And Austin, I know you already did.
Bob, are the Steelers, A, the best team in the AFC, and B, are they bound for a number 1 seed? And those can be 2 different questions because let me tell you something. Of the teams that they're vying with for that number 1 seed, according to Tankathon.com, which is one of the great websites in the free world here, they have the easiest schedule of all, believe it or not, of all those teams left.
What are you talking about? The Steelers?
Yes. Yes.
Well, I would say overall maybe, but if you look at the next several weeks, I would disagree with that. I think if you look at the teams they've beaten and added up their wins and losses, you will find a sub 500 percentage. I'm not sure what it is.
Right.
But the next one coming up after Cincinnati, you go through the next several weeks.
No, I hear that's a fact. You're right about that. But in terms of remaining schedule, you look at teams like Indy. And their remaining schedule, the teams have a combined winning percentage of .565. They're still playing the Jags twice, the Seahawks, the Chargers, the Niners, and the Steelers, and the Chiefs, and the Texans twice. And that goes under the category of easy opponents for now, according to this site. That's all I'm saying, Bob, is the teams that the Steelers are competing with. Indy, the Chargers, the Chiefs. Even the only team that has an easier one is New England, and they have the easiest one of all. But the Steelers' combined winning percentage the rest of the season of their opponents is .450. But anyway, that's minutia. Are the Steelers going to be the number one seed, Bob, in the AFC? And do they have the best team in the AFC right now? I can't believe that I'm asking this, but I have to. It's all relative.
It is.
The Ravens have crumbled, and the Bills stink.
And it'll change in another 6 weeks from now. We may be having a different conversation. But right now, can they be the number one seed? Sure they can if they continue to do what they're doing. Are they the best team right now? I still think they have some holes that need to be filled, but doesn't everybody. So I would put them right up there. I think the Colts are going to be what I kind of thought they were going to be, different with Daniel Jones. I wasn't sure how different, but when you have a run game that travels like they do, if you have a legitimate quarterback, you're going to be a very good contender on this AFC, and their defense is pretty good too. I think, are they the best team? Right now, you can argue they are. They have only 2 one-loss teams are the Colts and the Steelers. The Steelers' defense does travel, and right now, you heard at the beginning of the season thoughts about them being historically good. We didn't see that in the first 2 weeks, but ever since, it's come on, and now it looks like one of those. They're healthy. They got a lot of big playmakers. So, yes, they are one of the top teams. I'm not going to designate them the top because there are too many teams in the same grouping.
Yeah.
I think Denver can make a case. However, watching them against the Jets made me think, man, any Sunday, any of these things can pop up and you can lose a game. They could have lost that game to the Jets.
But what you just said is a mouthful compared to where we all thought we were a month and a half ago, which is you basically said they're one of the best teams in the AFC, and it's hard to pick one who's better necessarily.
I would put Kansas City up there because I am really worried that Kansas City's got their mojo going. And, boy, the other night, I know that Detroit was banged up in the defensive side of the ball, but it's still Detroit. And at the end of the day, they're going to be there in the NFC. They are. They're just too talented. They have too many good players. But Kansas City, when they get their offense right, and they're adding Rashid Rice this week, they got weapons everywhere. They
got
do.
weapons
and
everywhere,
Pat
and they have a good
Mahomes,
defense.
A creative offensive mind, and Andy Reid, they're coming up with ways to get the ball to people.
No, this is all adding up in some ways. The fact that the Chiefs have taken a step back, the AFC has taken 2 steps back.
Yes.
If that plays into the Chiefs' hands. I picked the Ravens to go to the Super Bowl. So did Vegas. I'm not embarrassed by that in the least. But if I were to make a new pick, I'd probably pick the Chiefs, maybe the Broncos, and the Steelers would be in that conversation. I don't think they're the best team in the AFC right now. Well, then you would ask who is. I'm going to say probably the Chiefs or the Broncos. I still believe in the Broncos. You
still don't believe in the Colts. You never mentioned them and when that.
Not really. No, I like Shane Steichen. I do, but I need to see more from the Colts.
That game on November 1st over here with Pittsburgh
could be for the number one seed.
Could
be for the number one seed.
That's going to be a fun game to watch, I think. And it's nice to get new blood too. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of watching Kansas City get there every single year. I just am. I give them their.
So am I. So is everybody.
Plaudits because they've been terrific, but I don't want to see that again.
The Steelers are not the best team in the AFC, but they're right there, and they could very well be the number one seed. They could very well be the number one seed. The Chiefs, for example, still have some brutal little scheduling quirks. They're playing teams on short weeks after a Monday night game. They've got they've got a Thanksgiving Day game against Dallas, and that's after a home game against Indy. They're still, to me, regardless of the winning percentage of their opponents, they have the most brutal schedule, which really works in the Steelers' favor. The thing with the Colts, Bob, they beat Miami, Tennessee, Vegas, and Arizona, and then they beat Denver on a bogus call on a last-second field goal. And the best team they probably played was the Rams, and they lost that game. So I'm very curious to see if the Colts are for real in the coming weeks. I'm still not calling them the best team in the AFC. I think it's Kansas City 1. I think based on overall roster, although they look like crap the other day, number 2 is the Broncos, and I think number 3 right now might be the Steelers.
I might put the Steelers ahead of the Broncos just because of what you said. And there's a lot of inexperience on that Denver side.
Yeah.
I think the experience is something that will help the Steelers too going through. And Aaron Rodgers and his leadership, boy, he's been more than I thought he could be early on. I thought eventually he might catch on. But it's great to see when you have a quarterback who's been around and can do things with his IQ, and his savvy, the experience that he has there. It makes a big difference. And I thought this past week rolling him the way they did, it's a great way to get away from Myles Garrett. Number one.
Yeah.
But Rodgers can throw on the fly like that. And he made that pass to Hayward, which was incredible. That's a hard pass to make when you're rolling right and you have to throw against your grain to a guy who's well covered.
Great pass, great catch off the top,
Yes.
presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Here's the thing, Bob. The entire country got to see the state of the Bills, and it ain't pretty. And nobody's coming in on, Josh Allen's great. So let's say the Bills came here for a playoff game. They could win because of him, but that is not a good football team. It's just not. And I'm glad in a way that everybody got to see that, them get embarrassed by giving up 335 yards in the first half. In the first half to the Falcons and not be able to do anything offensively against a defense that has been giving up gobs of yards. There's nobody coming in to save the Bills. They were supposed to be a juggernaut. I've been spending tons of time in Buffalo over the last month listening to our sister station there, GR55, an Odyssey station. Their topics when they were 3-0 and 4-0 were, will anybody beat them? Is 17-0 possible? Who are we playing in the AFC title game? And I'm thinking, you almost just lost to the Saints at home. You should have lost to the Dolphins and Ravens at home.
Lost to the Ravens, for sure.
You got lucky on a tip pass to Keon Coleman, and then Derrick Henry drops the ball. That changes things. And now I feel like everybody's eyes are wide open, like, oh, my God, there really isn't a great team in the AFC. And we thought there would be at least two of them, maybe three with Kansas City. There's not a great team that plays into the Steelers' hands. It might also play into everybody else's hands. Maybe even Josh Allen's once we get to the playoffs.
And maybe the Jacksonville Jaguars are yet to be heard from. It's a whole different vibe. There's no question about that. And could you have imagined at the beginning of the season that all this stuff would happen the way it's happened? And teams have fallen apart with injuries and just not very good play. But that's what the NFL is. And that's why it's so intriguing to watch. You don't know how it's going to all play out. You may think you have a bad team, and all of a sudden they get hot at the right time. To your point about the Bills, it's not just defense. But you think the Steelers are hungry for a number 2 wide receiver? What do you think Buffalo would do with another? They need a number 1. They need somebody.
They need a 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
Shakir's pretty good, but nobody's double teaming him.
Right. They need a bona fide guy there, and I would imagine they're going to be on the lookout for that.
Yeah.
It became very apparent last night that Josh Allen really didn't have many options.
None.
And he wasn't all that good last night, too. I think Atlanta did a very good job scheming him.
Yeah, he's not going to be the MVP. Two of the greatest bets in recent weeks that I was advising people on here, Bob, was, the Ravens were still the odds-on favorite to win the AFC North at 1-4.
I couldn't believe it after 1-4. No longer.
I hope if you're out there and you're a betting person, you jumped on that one. And the other one was we had Nick Costos telling us on Friday that Josh Allen was still like a runaway choice for league MVP. He ain't winning MVP. And it's malpractice there to not give a great quarterback a great receiver. Not one receiver who could be considered even really good. And here's the other question in the AFC, Bob, these days. That is, you had 3 I would say generationally talented quarterbacks, wouldn't you, in Lamar, Burrow, and Josh Allen?
Yeah.
I remember asking Peter King a couple years ago, I said, is Josh Allen going to win a Super Bowl before I even finished the question. Bob, is it more likely that 2 of those 3 guys win a Super Bowl or none of those 3 guys?
I'm still going to say it's more likely that one of those 3 will win.
I said 2.
Oh, 2.
2 or none?
Well, I'll take none.
How about one or none?
I think it's hard. I think one. Somebody will win one along the way. They have to. They're just.
I think it's more likely that none win.
Could be. I'll take none over 2, but I think one of those 3 over the course of their careers is going to win one.
Man, you'd think so, but there's more quarterbacks coming into the league. Justin Herbert's still here. Bo Nix is here now.
Trevor Lawrence is here now.
C.J. Stroud, for all his difficulties, is here now. Drake May is here now. And the moral of the story to me is when you have your chance, When you're Phil Rivers and you have the Patriots at home and you're the number 1 seed, you better win that game, and you might want to win that year because your chances are going to run out. And these guys have all had multiple chances. Lamar and Josh Allen have had the best team multiple times, and they couldn't get it done. Burrow got to a Super Bowl, didn't get it done, got to an AFC title game, and they're just getting worse. The Bengals are getting worse, and those receivers are going to start to get banged up, as their careers go along. Their defense stinks. It's even worse than the Bills. And what becomes of the Ravens? Are they going to have a reset with Harbaugh? Well, Derrick Henry's not going to run forever. He doesn't really have a star receiver. I wonder if the window has passed for all 3 of those guys. Limits, what do you think? Is it more likely that one of those guys wins the Super Bowl or none?
You said
Lamar,
2. You said 2.
Well, first 2, yeah. 2 of them or none. Lamar, Burrow, or Josh?
I think at least one will.
That's more likely than none will?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And I think that it's ultimately going to be Allen in the best situation right now, just because I think the waters are murky with Harbaugh, and that might be a little bit of a long fix in Baltimore. Burrow, I think, needs to be traded if he's thinking that he can win a Super Bowl. They're not going to get it done in Cincinnati with him.
You forgot to mention my MVP, Baker Mayfield. And if you saw him on display this week, you talked about having no
pick.
receivers.
Yeah.
Abuka got injured in that game, so he was down to his 3rd, 4th, 5th receivers.
Yeah.
And they all made plays for him, and he made the biggest play of all.
That run he
using
made
his
was
guts.
legendary.
That was as good a run as you'll see.
You'll see
for
that
a
on
3rd
highlight
and 14
films.
play, and they needed it, and he followed it up with a 50-yard bomb for a score.
It's the best run by a Tampa quarterback since that legendary Steve Young scramble. You remember that
Yeah,
one,
I do
Bob?
remember that.
Was that with
The
Tampa or
Pewter
San
days.
Fran?
I think
Now
it was
that
with
I think
Tampa.
about it.
I think
Yeah.
it was.
It's unbelievable, really, to look at those 3 guys. What becomes of them in the AFC? And then you look at some of these teams, Bob, and here's my other question while we're on the topic of quarterbacks. I think you already mentioned it, or maybe you didn't. I can't remember. Is Aaron Rodgers going to play here another year? And do the Steelers, do we all still feel that the Steelers are going to push all their chips in with the draft in Pittsburgh, with Donnie Football taking photos with his fiancée near the draft clock? Are they going to push all their chips in and take a quarterback next season? Would that be wise?
First of all, the whole quarterback scenario has changed drastically since the beginning of the season.
Yes, it has.
So now, if you're going to do that, it may be not for the names we thought we were going to be talking about.
They ain't taking Drew Aller, I can tell you that.
You never know.
Maybe in the 3rd round.
You would waste a 3rd-round pick on him?
I think
just
the
because
scenario,
you have his jersey limits?
Yes, I would.
The scenario you're creating here is that they're going to put all chips in the first round, move up to a top 10 position. Is that what you're describing, kind of? If they're not
I mean, the thinking, I think, amongst us and fans and everybody else is that the Steelers desperately need a franchise quarterback, and they've been gathering resources to make their push at next year's draft.
Well, I would, you don't have to necessarily go into the top 10 to do it. I mean, Lamar Jackson was 22nd overall? There are guys who fall later in the first round. And if you're, there are going to be so many different options, and I still think it's an incomplete science to try to figure out who that may be.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, I still agree with that concept. I still believe you got to find more people here. And even if Aaron Rodgers decides to play one more year, and again, we're only 5 weeks into this now, so I would be careful trying to assess this now. It's a long season. If he plays well and if he's healthy and if he feels like he can, I would welcome him back. Yes, but I would not stop searching for the next guy. You have to. The next guy is going to be here before you know it. It may be Will Howard. Give him a shot, maybe, or more. You need more. You're going to have to.
Is it possible, though, you mentioned Baker, to set up your future with a guy you didn't draft? And let me just give you a few examples here. There are teams doing very well in the NFL right now with a quarterback they didn't take. Danny Dimes in Indy. Baker Mayfield, MVP candidate in Tampa. Sam Darnold in Seattle. Matthew Stafford for the Rams is, again, good. Now, I don't know how much of a future he has because he's old, but he's another example of a team. So is Detroit that went out and secured a future of sorts with a guy they didn't pick.
Right.
That's 5 or 6 really good teams, give or take year to year in the NFL right now who are thriving. And it's not like they have Tom Brady at 45. They've got guys, most of them, who still have futures with their teams. You know what I mean, Bob?
And the Steelers were trying to do that last year with a combination of Russell Wilson and Justin Fields.
Especially Fields,
right.
Yeah.
But the point is, there are guys out there, and Baker Mayfield was available for everyone in the NFL. And it
Right.
just so happens at the time the Steelers were still looking for a quarterback. And I always thought they had a lot of respect for his style of play, that he was a blood and guts kind of quarterback. He would be putting on the line. He's emotional. He's a good leader, it looks like to me. And his pass game has evolved into one of the better games in the NFL. So that's also part of it. But I think the way they want to do it is still draft the guy, have him under a first-year contract, which allows you to do a lot of different things to support him. But it depends on who they look at and who's available. And it's changing week by week.
Percent chance as we sit here today, knowing a lot can happen, including Rodgers at his age, surviving health-wise this year, that the Steelers take a quarterback in the first round next season.
80%
80.
for me.
Limits?
I think it's now down the more so around 50-50, 60-40.
I agree with him. I think it's down around 50-50, Bob.
There's no one at this point, Bob, that is making me jump out of my chair.
Telling us 4 weeks ago was the best quarterback class of all time.
About 7 weeks ago.
7 weeks ago.
You got all these. The thought was they're going to have to move into the top 5 to get who they want because there's so many.
Right.
Or there's going to be a plethora of guys to choose from. We still may have that discussion at the end of the year. There's still a lot. I'm still saying 80% because their search for a franchise quarterback remains number one over any other issue they have. Once Rodgers goes, they still have to find the next guy. And if you're in a position to take whoever it may be.
But you can wait, maybe. You can wait now. I think that's the whole point. All right, percent chance Aaron Rodgers will be back next year as we sit here right now.
As we sit here right now, it's 50-50.
I agree, 50-50.
I agree, 50-50, which is a hell of a lot more than when he said that on the Pat McAfee show.
10-90. It was against.
Or 298, yeah. He's playing well, isn't he?
Well, again, he's just the moxie that you see from him is terrific. And I'm sure he has a lot to do with some of the play calls.
How would you define moxie, Bob? I love the word, and I think I know what it means.
It's my version of swaggy.
Swaggy.
Swagger, It's moxie. You got moxie. You got style. You're styling and profiling, and you're confident. And
like Limits in his suit.
Yeah, exactly.
You're calm. You're cool. You're collected.
You're good. You don't have to necessarily show it, but your attitude and the way you carry yourself shows it.
I think this leads us right into a quarterbacking quiz, Bob. And I'm going to exclude Lamar Jackson because he's only played like 3.5 games.
I love these pop-up quizzes that happen on the Joe Starkey.
Pop quizzes, Bob. You better have studied.
Who has the best passer rating in the NFL right now? Wrong.
Passer. No, before you quickly go to that wrong thing, you just brought up the question. We're wrong. We probably will be wrong. The best passer rating
Best passer rating in the whole league.
I'm going to say Baker Mayfield.
Jared Goff.
You have that in front of you.
I do not.
Yes, you do.
No, Jared Goff is one of the most accurate passers of the last 5 years.
He is.
Yes, Jared.
That, by the way, was the best trade of any NFL trade, I'll say, in the last 3-4 years.
Jared Goff, who has the most touchdown passes in the NFL. Wrong.
That's got to be Baker.
Bob?
Baker.
Jared Goff.
Oh,
at 14.
Okay.
Who
Baker,
has the highest completion percentage, Bob?
Wrong.
Jared Goff.
Bob?
Baker.
Jared Goff.
Okay.
If they beat the Chiefs, this guy's an MVP candidate, but he leads in all those categories, which is incredible. But Baker has been just fantastic. I mean, we're looking at with him.
Look at his total line, from touchdowns to interceptions.
12 touchdowns, 1 pick, 108.5 rating. And does he lead in yards per game? No, he's up there.
But again,
Mac Jones
remember
leads
this:
in yards per game.
Baker Mayfield has not. Godwin has been out here and there. He's out again. Emeka Egbuka is going to have time spent on the injured list. And
What happened to him?
He has a hamstring, and still no Mike Evans. So those 3 guys have really largely. Egbuka has been there, and he's been really good. To me, was the easy choice for Rookie of the Year. The way he was going, now that may suffer, but. He did it the other day with his backup receivers against a really good San Francisco
those 3 guys
team.
healthy, they're going to the Super Bowl.
You would think.
That might be the best 3 receiver set in the league. No? If healthy?
I think that's what they're counting on. Yeah.
All right, Bob. 412-928-9370. Couple things on the table here. Are the Steelers the best team in the AFC? Are they going to be the number 1 seed in the AFC? And do you think Aaron Rodgers is coming back here next year, the way things are going? What do you think his mindset is on that, Bob?
I think he's enjoying this. I mean, I did not foresee this being the way it was going to be.
Have you sat down and interviewed him yet?
No, not yet. I mean, he's pretty much done a lot of just, big-time interviews with a bunch of hammers in his face once a week.
Yeah.
But I'd like to do that because I'm curious about just the way he feels about being here. He came here for a reason after he was convinced it was the right culture for him. I think culture is a big word for him. And he's added to that culture. And I think those guys, he's been like embracing his relationships with the players. He knows them all by name. He knows what they do. He's getting into their lives from what I've heard from different players who've dealt with him. And it's almost like he's some coach who they just embrace having on the team as the quarterback. So I think it's a tremendous, why not? He has his Hall of Fame career already written. The gold jacket's waiting to be fitted. All he's doing is trying to play for one more.
And I truly do believe that he's enjoying it.
Yeah.
Like, I think in Green Bay, and of course with the Jets, it was, this guy is the franchise. This has to happen. Hasn't happened in a while for Green Bay. He's not winning playoff games. And the Jets was a total and complete and unmitigated disaster. And now I think he almost has nothing to lose. We talked about this last week, Bob, and it's like the team has taken on that sort of vibe from him. Like, let's just cut it loose here. You know? Yep. And that emanates from the leader of the team, from the guy playing the most important position. They look like they're having fun.
And he's also a guy not afraid to go to somebody and get in his face a little bit and explain something. But then all of a sudden take a handshake and, hey, I still got your back. You know, he can teach you, like Calvin Austin with that deflected pass that was getting to Freiermuth. He went right up to him and was in his face about it, about route running, I suppose, whatever it was. But I think he also knows, hey, I'm doing that constructively. I'm not doing it any other way. So take it for what it is, and I got your back.
ESPN has their own rating for quarterbacks. It's called QBR. Who leads in that statistic this year?
Baker Mayfield.
Wrong.
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones?
Yeah, that's my guess.
No, another guy named Jones.
Yeah,
Danny Dimes. Danny Dimes.
That's one of the guys at the beginning of this whole process I thought would have been a good fit here in Pittsburgh if they wanted to. He was, to me, in a bad system with no direction. And, sometimes the system makes you better. It makes the things you can do highlighted more so. And right now, he's in a good place with Shane Steichen. That guy's a good offensive mind. He knows how to utilize him and his receivers.
I agree. Can you believe that the Colts and the Steelers are right now 1-2 in the AFC? Think of how big big that game could be here.
Yes, but again, only because the NFL is so unpredictable, which is a great thing for its own existence. You have to have this in a salary cap league where all the decisions are made. And it has nothing to do with who's spending more or less. It's just about your decisions. And, the cap is there. It's a realization of your sport. You deal with it every time. But it leads to this sort of stuff. But you could call it parity if you want. But what it is every year you have a chance. I love systems where every year any team has a chance.
Any team has a chance. Where I would disagree with you is the predictability. I've always said NFL week to week unpredictable. Year to year, to me, very predictable. This is different in the AFC.
But you know what I'm saying. There are teams that can go from last place to first place.
You can go from last to first, but I've never seen the AFC bust open like this.
Well,
and the Kansas City Chiefs are the epitome of predictability. Yeah. I mean, we can call the league unpredictable. For the last 25 years,
but it's not because they're out spending anyone. It's because they're out maneuvering everybody. They're making the right
true,
trades.
But that's a different story about whether it's predictable or not. The Kansas City Chiefs are the most predictable thing in all of sports.
But the unpredictability comes from they don't have an advantage over anyone else. They have to play by the same rules, which means they're doing things the right way. This is a absolute credit to their management staff, to their head coach, all of it.
Yeah.
Because they're doing it the way a lot of teams want to do it but just can't do it. They traded Tyreek Hill. I remember listening to a lot of Kansas City people after that complain, why are you doing that? They knew what they were doing with him. They got more assets, so they continue that ball rolling down the field.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, in baseball, they have a wider variety of champions and teams that win than football does. That's a fact. But in football,
the predictability part of it in baseball is regular season predictability. That's what you can guarantee. I know the Dodgers are going to be in the playoffs next year. I know. Now, you can make exceptions. Of course, the Mets just mangled everything with their payroll.
Now, watching the Dodgers makes me sick. But the fact is, baseball has less predictability than even the NFL.
When it comes to winning? championships.
Yeah, more champions in baseball than in the NFL.
I understand, but that's a condensed 7-game season or 7-game series. What I'm saying to you is the regular season predictability, and we do it every year here. Where are the Pirates going to finish? Last. Why? Because they're not doing the same things other teams want to do.
Yeah.
That is drafting, developing, and spending. They're not doing as well. If you do that better, and Milwaukee's the crystal example of it, a team that does it all well, and without having to spend a lot of crazy money, they still have to spend, but not to the level of the Mets.
Bob, can I borrow a sweatshirt for my round?
You want to
later?
go? Yeah, I have plenty.
Warmer.
I almost have it's an entire gallery of stuff down in my car. I
get to take
hoard
my
everything.
pick?
Yes. You want to come down in the break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do that. This will be fun limits. I didn't think the first break was going to be this fun.
Very exciting. It's like you're going shopping.
412-928-9370 fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. All those things on the table. You feel like Rodgers is not going to be one and done? And what about this AFC? New England, Indy, Chargers, and Steelers are your division leaders right now. Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, not where anybody thought they would be. I mean, the Bills are 4-2, but like I said.
How about the Bears last night? Came away with a nice win in Washington.
Was great. I love Ben Johnson. All right, we'll talk about all of this coming up, hopefully with you, 928-9370.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, Calvin Austin is continuing to work his way back, and Mike Tomlin is leaving the light on for him to be able to practice today and potentially play Thursday night in Cincinnati. Miles Killebrew out with a significant injury. He will not play in the game. Fan Game Day will get you ready for it beginning at 6 o'clock. Mark Cabali, Donnie Football, Jason Mackey will get you ready to go with a 2-hour pregame show. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Brought to you by Mr. Magic. 23 neighborhood locations to keep your car clean and shiny every time.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The bluntly candid Mike Tomlin clearly didn't approve of Cleveland GM Andrew Berry shipping Joe Flacco to Cincinnati. Berry must be a lot smarter than me, Tomlin said, because it doesn't make sense to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening starter to a divisional opponent that's hurting in that area. I actually agree with Mike Tomlin here. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. You spot something happening within a game. Was just watching the Giants, man, and if you hopped on the Jackson Dart train early in that game, you were feeling pretty good. Just jump on it. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
If you have Medicaid and are new to Medicare, you may qualify to enroll in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan with a lot more benefits like dental, vision, and hearing, along with helpful support when you need it most. Now is the time to see if you qualify to enroll. It only takes a few minutes to find out if you're eligible. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well. Learn more at humanaduals.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a dual-eligible special needs PPO SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the state Medicaid program. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Join the Lindy Group and drive your career forward. We're hiring Class A and Class B CDL drivers to expand our growing fleet in Pennsylvania and Ohio. As a Lindy driver, you'll earn competitive union wages and receive comprehensive year-round healthcare benefits. Enjoy driving local routes with Lindy's new, well-maintained equipment while being part of a team that values safety and reliability. Learn more and apply today at www.thelindygroup.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the upcoming election. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 per day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Check out Taft Brick Oven and Poorhouse in Greensburg, launching a new fall cocktail menu.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Thank you for the sweatshirt, Bob.
Yeah, you're now part of the Strixon family. How about that?
I like it. Bob, it's a virtual golfing wonderland in the back of your car.
I have to hoard things because I have enough clothes in my house, and Lisa thinks I have too much closet space devoted to me. But I have a lot of golf stuff, and I love. Isn't it funny how golf stuff, you can have a lot of it, you really don't need anything else, but when you get a swag from a country club or some event like the U.S. Open, you got to have that little shirt or hoodie that has the U.S. Open on it.
Of course you do. We have so much to talk about on this show today. We open with, are the Steelers going to be the 1 seed in the AFC? They had a topic yesterday on the PM show. Are the Steelers closer to great or average? How would you answer that one, Bob?
That's a very good question. Great is a tough word. Great puts you into the elite class of the entire league. Are they there yet? No. But I think they're above average. I think they're trying to figure out consistency through the next part of the season. So if I'm leaning great, but it's somewhere in between for me still yet.
Great is a big word. So for now, I'm saying they're closer to average than great. That's too big of a word.
Yeah, but they're in the middle.
This team, they're a good team right now, but we still don't know a lot, do we? I mean, they've got to go to the meaty part of their schedule here coming up before we really find out about them. And here's, I think, the storyline in the NFL this season. There's not a great team.
Well, in the NFC, I still think Detroit has a chance to be great. I love their team when it's healthy.
That's the problem. They lost Arnold, the corner, maybe for the season now. They showed up last year with their entire defense hurt, and they showed up in Kansas City the other night with their entire secondary hurt. If they don't stay, and I'm not sure even when they are healthy, if I believe Jared Goff can finish the deal. Having said that, they're 4-2 and just got hammered by the Chiefs. There is, in my opinion, there is no great team right now in the NFL. There's no juggernaut.
The right statement, yes.
Do you agree with that, Limits, or no?
There are emerging teams.
There are. I do think that the Lions are the one great team in the NFC. I still believe in them.
A great team?
Yes, I do. And I think their offense is just
got
so
ripped by the Chiefs.
They're going to score 30
They scored
plus.
17 points against the Chiefs. They're a good team. They're not great.
They're not the 17-0 or the 16-0 New England Patriots from 07.
They've already lost to the Packers and the Chiefs by a combined score of 57-30. That's not a great team.
All
6 games
but
in.
You'd have to say, if you had to pick an offense, I can't find a better offense top to bottom than that offense. I think when you have 2 running backs capable of doing what they're doing, you have 2 wideouts and a tight end.
What happened against the Packers and Chiefs? They scored a combined 30 points. They've beaten the Bears, the broken Ravens, the Browns, and the Bengals.
Right. They're not going to be undefeated teams. Miami Dolphins can drink all the champagne they want from here until the end. They're never going to have that situation happen. It's because of injuries and too many games and too many good teams. Not even the best teams are going to go through this unscathed. You're going to have injuries.
I know, but usually there's a great team or 2 or 3.
Would you take their offense over any other offense in the NFL?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
Who would you take?
Kansas City? Is that what you're thinking?
No. Maybe Kansas City healthy. Yeah, maybe Detroit, now that I look at it. It should be the Eagles. It should be the Eagles, and it still could be the Eagles.
It still could be.
Could be Tampa Bay.
It could be Tampa Bay, Bob.
Well, I love Tampa Bay, but I still think if I had Detroit, because of the running backs, the combination of Gibbs and Montgomery are just dynamic. And when you put that game together with their play-action game, their wide receivers, and one of the best tight ends in the game, in Laporta, to me, they got everything.
And by the way, guess who leads the NFL in points right now?
Detroit.
Wrong.
Tampa Bay.
The Indianapolis Colts. And if you gave me a mind like Steichen and a running back like Jonathan Taylor and a tight end like Tyler Warren and a couple decent receivers.
Tyler Warren may be putting his hat in the Rookie of the Year.
And a very workable quarterback in Danny Dimes. I think that might be the best offense in the NFL, Bob. What do you think of them apples?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's funny how the Giants get rid of Saquon Barkley, get rid of Danny Dimes, and both have achieved great stuff after they play in New York. And they couldn't do it together, and I think a lot of that has to do with the unstable situation they always had at head coach, different people coming in and out. It's hard when you have a lot of different coordinators and thoughts.
I'd like a thought on each division. Speaking of that, you can join in at any point, 412-928-9370. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest run Wednesday through Friday at noon at 937thefan.com's contesting page. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. And it's sunny today with a high of Ernie Stautner. And a low of 55. Devin Bush, he made a nice play the other day, Bob, didn't he?
Yeah, he's been their leading tackler. You know, I mean, that's when you see that on a team, not necessarily the best news, although most linebackers are, but his are happening. And look at the metrics, as I did the other day, they're happening, 5 yards into a play.
Right.
And the Steelers had that problem at the beginning of the season where their safeties were leading them in tackles, and that's never a good thing, I don't think.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. I want a thought on each division. You ready for that, Bob?
Sure.
I don't care what the thought is, mind you. Could be anything. Let's start with the AFC East. My thought is that there's going to be a new champion this year, and the New England Patriots have already won in Buffalo, and they have a star quarterback. They're going to win that division and play a home playoff game. Your thought?
Yes, unless they fumble it away. They've been prone to making too many turnovers. They got a very good team. I think Mike Vrabel was the right man to coach that team. Drake May's doing stuff normally reserved for some of the elite pass throwers in the game. So he's on pace to become really one of the next guys in this league. So I would agree with that. I think New England, it's theirs to lose. I think Buffalo does have problems. I would predict an order of finish, I suppose, of New England first, Buffalo second.
Jets go 0-17. Any chance?
No. They'll win a game. Like I said.
You sure?
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, I think they'll go.
They should have beaten the Steelers when you think about that game.
I know.
Boy, that seems like eons ago. And at the time we're saying to ourselves, man, what happened in that game? They're lucky to survive.
They'll beat the Dolphins in the toilet bowl.
Somebody asked me in the mailbag today, what was the first sporting event Ron Cook ever covered, Bob? I said it was David versus Goliath, which was a bigger upset than Penn State UCLA. Wasn't it, Limits? Where did Limits go, Bob? What's he doing?
He's on the phone.
Oh.
He's got to do his job back there.
He disappeared under the table. Do you think Ron did cover David versus Goliath?
If that was a wrestling match at some point or a boxing match, if there was a David and a Goliath, yes. Because he used to be into that stuff.
AFC North. My thought on this division is it's at least possible that we're going to have 3 new coaches with only Mike Tomlin standing next year. What's your thought on the division, Bob?
3 new coaches. Yeah, I think you're probably
it's
right on that.
It's at least possible. It's not a prediction.
I don't know how Zach Taylor gets penalized for losing Joe Burrow. I mean, that's a hard one for me to take. But John Harbaugh's been in this situation a lot longer than he has, and they haven't come up with what they need to do. So you can also blame their GM a little bit down there for not having, better defensive depth pieces. But, yeah, that's a possibility. I like the Steelers to win. I think they should be the favorite at this point. And if they lose it, to me, it would be dramatic that they would lose it given their lead, given what's, the other stuff these teams are going through. That's why this game Thursday is very important. So I'll say Steelers first. Still going to move Baltimore second, and then Bengals, Browns.
How about the AFC South? My thought on that division is, crazy as this sounds, I think Houston still might win it. Yours?
No.
What's your thought on the division?
The Colts. It has to be the Colts. They're playing at a good level, and I think they're a better team right now.
Those 2 teams haven't even played yet, though.
Right,
Bob.
and it's going to come down to that.
Yeah. And Houston's won 2 in a row and looked mighty impressive doing that. And they could have won any of their other 3 games, and they played 3 pretty good teams, the Rams, Tampa, and Jacksonville, and lost by 1 score.
And they got the Ravens at the right time when the Ravens had lost everyone, and they went in there and just pounded them.
Now, their problem is they're in Seattle for a Monday night game. That's a huge game for the Texans.
A legitimate Seattle team.
Yeah. Who do you think wins this division?
Which division? The Seattle division? Or which one?
AFC South.
AFC South. No, I said Indy.
2 wild cards come out of that division? Or
very, very possibly 2, yes.
And then we go to the AFC West, Bob, where I think the Chiefs may come back and win this division, which just sickens me. Denver's won 3 in a row, though, and I thought that they would win before the season, but God, that was ugly the other day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and they're lucky to get out of there with a win, but they did. They're a better team there. Their defense does travel. It's kind of like the Steelers. I think it'll be there for them. Bo Nix is still on his way to I think Drake May right now is moved ahead of Bo Nix, but I think they're both, good young quarterbacks in this league and can last multiple years doing it. So I'm going to say in that division, let's see. I still like the Chargers, though.
Chargers have injuries.
I still like the Chargers.
That's the problem. Their offensive line's been decimated a little bit.
Running backs.
Yeah.
Najee Harris and Hampton, both, who never had injuries until now. So, Kansas City's still going to win the division. I'm not going to move away from that. They're going to win the division.
Are they going to win the AFC again?
That depends on where they play. Although they have proven over the years they can play on the road and advance and win in tough places, which they have. But if it has to go through Arrowhead Stadium, that's going to be tough for anyone.
All right. Let's continue some Steeler talk next. Who do we have, Limits? Limits is on the phone.
We have Nick Farabaugh, Penn Live.
From Penn Live. We can also ask him from Penn Live for a James Franklin opinion. And then you and I are going to dive into that, Bob. The James Franklin talk, who the prospective replacements will be. That'll lead us into Pitt talk.
The role of these companies like Adidas and Nike and how much sway they have in making decisions and then paying off on some of these buyouts. Apparently
is that what's going to happen?
Apparently that's, they have enough say. And if they're putting money into your NIL and your program, it's several $1 million, they may want to say, I don't know if they select or they may have an input, but if it's time to get rid of a coach and they're telling you we're going to put this money into your program, but man, you got to make a change. I think that does play into this, yes. Do you? You have to think that.
I think I haven't read enough on Adidas's influence at Penn State. Now, my brain wasn't even thinking, wait, are they going to step in and pay the buyout? Has that actually been broached and reported?
It's been talked about. I don't know if it's been absolutely reported. Nobody really knows.
Limits, what have you heard about that? Is Adidas going to make that? Are they allowed to? Is that legal for NCAA?
So what Pat Kraft said is that it's fully on athletics, that Adidas did not have a part in this. Mike Asti.
I heard what he said, but I don't
care about the firing. Are they going to pay the buyout?
Is Adidas going to pay the buyout?
Yeah.
Not from what I know, but I trust Mike Asti in what he reported. And he said that Adidas was a part of this and is funding part of it.
Well,
I've heard that from other people.
Tells me they could pay part of the buy, or at least pay the new coach.
Yeah, they're going to have a big role. They want to have their product on those big-time universities, and that's how they do business. And so as such, you're probably a partner, which means if you're a partner, you're going to have a say.
All right. Let's talk to Nick Farabaugh next about some of the things everybody's talking about with the Steelers. Pat Freiermuth's role. What will they do at the trade deadline, etc. Farabaugh next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, last night on Monday Night Football, 2 games were played, and it was 2 surprising finishes as the Buffalo Bills go down to the Falcons 24-14, and the Bears beat the Commanders 25-24. Steelers and Bengals will play 8:15 this Thursday. Fan Game Day will get you ready for the matchup beginning at 6 o'clock. Penguins tonight are in Anaheim to play against the Ducks at 10:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Verizon has some big news. America's best 5G network wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers.
Hey, it's Doran. You've heard me talk about my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel for a while now. They, of course, are the premier uniform and spirit wear supplier for area sports teams. But did you know Keystone Custom Apparel is the place for business, restaurants, and other nonprofits? It's not all about sports. They're all about serving the community. Get your company or organization outfitted and looking sharp with Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington Harvest the Savings event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis.
Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Visit JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a no sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. No interest for 3 years. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevy of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now, Bowser Chevy gets 0% for 36 months on a 2025 Chevy Silverado, $1,500 crew cab, plus $1,000 bonus cash. Get financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With approved credit through GM Financial, offer ends November 3rd.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
Doug. Limu and I always tell you to customize your car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. But now, we want you to feel it. Cue the emu music, Limu.
Save yourself money today. Increase your wealth. Customize and save, we say.
That may have been too much feeling.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Now open, Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, design-forward solutions, 2 great divisions, 1 unstoppable company. Make your appointment to visit our new showroom in the heart of Pittsburgh's Cultural District. Call 412-771-0760 to schedule today. Tri-State Office Interiors, elevating the everyday.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. Cold beer, hot wings, every game live at Rival.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football on a roll right now. They've won 2 games in a row with Mason Heinschel as the new quarterback. 34-31 the win on Saturday against Florida State. The Panthers will play against Syracuse and are currently double-digit favorites on the road against Syracuse. Fan Game Day will get you going on Sunday for the matchup on Thursday, against the Cincinnati Bengals at 6 o'clock. And you can catch the Panther pregame show at 4:30, getting you ready for Pitt and Syracuse. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, what's your take on one of the most popular topics in town, the use or lack thereof of number 88?
I'm surprised by that, actually, because I thought coming into the season and the affinity that Arthur Smith has with tight ends that he would be a prominent fixture, which is why they went out and got Jonnu Smith. And I still think there's time for this to play out. I think when you do what they've done with Darnell Washington and Mr. Eligible, they're trying to establish something and help out their tackles. I get all of that, but snaps become difficult, especially for guys who aren't as good at blockers as those guys, and that falls into Pat Fryermuth. He's too talented to ignore. I still think they got to find a way to do it, and I think they will in time. So I think it's one of those things. I'm surprised, but I'm not disappointed because they're getting the results, and I think he's a team guy, and I think he understands how this works. But he'll get his shot. I believe he and Jonnu both will.
Speaking of that, Bob, did you see where Arthur Smith was mentioned by Ian Rappaport as a candidate in Tennessee? What do you make of that?
Well, if I'm him, and if he wants to get back in the head coaching game, I would have to ask this question: do I, as Arthur Smith, believe in Cam Ward? I don't know my answer to that yet. Because if I went down there, and they got a long way to go to rebuild that program, I think it starts with him.
Originally from Tennessee, born in Memphis. How about that?
That's fine. I mean, he's been around, today everything is connected one way or the other, so I don't think that'll impact what he does. I think what will impact is what he believes they have on offense and defense, and right now it's not all that much.
I guess I still have to see a lot. I thought he had a good game the other day.
I thought the first play was genius. I didn't expect that. When I saw those two guys run out to the field, didn't you? You thought you were going to have a run play because that's all they do with those things. Or
right.
All of a sudden.
Certainly the Browns did, yeah.
So Del Pitt comes up. He forgets about a guy who's 6'8". Lets him go by him. And, man, what a good call.
I thought the whole game was pretty good from a scheme point of view. For example, DK Metcalf breaks wide open. It was the pass Rodgers underthrew. Then on the very next play, they scheme away from Myles Garrett. It's a rollout for Rodgers, and your best receiver is wide open again. We went months without seeing a wide receiver run open across the middle for the Steelers over the last 3, 4, 5 years. He had his best guy on consecutive plays wide open, Bob.
Yes, he did, and the rollout was a great thing for them to add into it because it just, when you have moving pocket, so to speak, or when he's rolling, all of a sudden Myles Garrett has to cover a lot of ground to try to get to him, or anyone else for that matter. And he's good about throwing the ball on the run. We've seen that now. We saw it on the throw to Freiermuth, which was 40 yards down the field, right on the money, and he dropped it. And we saw it on the touchdown to Connor Hayward.
Yes, we did. That was a great play, too, a little ad-lib there. But I guess I don't really get it with the Arthur Smith, we want him to be our head coach thing. I mean, it didn't really work out in Atlanta. It's been okay here, but we still need to see a lot more. What are they? Are they 29th in the NFL in offense, yardage-wise, Bob?
Yes. Yeah, and again, I think, it's like any play calling. You're going to have to sequence some things from formations you have already. And that's what they did on that first play. They did something that you wouldn't have expected from a formation that I think Cleveland
Would you hire this guy as your head coach?
I don't know. I mean, I look at what he did in Atlanta.
He wouldn't be a top of my list of candidates.
No, and he had his chance in Atlanta, and that didn't work out for 3 straight years. So I think he's a smart football mind, but I also, to be a head coach, you got to have a lot more than that going.
Well, let's get to Nick Farabaugh. Is he going to be on the video limits? All right, we'll get him on the phone here on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Sports Talk on the Fan presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Nick Farabaugh from Penn Live. Nick, let's get right to the question that we were just asking here about Freiermuth. It seems to be a weekly question. What's happening here, and is there a chance that he'll be traded?
I wouldn't be stunned if he is on the market. I'll say that because they don't seem to have plans for him. I mean, it's really that simple right now. We're talking about a guy that is getting paid $12 million per year, fell to 21 snaps in the last game. He was behind Jonnu Smith, behind Darnell Washington. I think they've, as I've said before, kind of have realized very quickly Darnell Washington is pretty indispensable. They can't really take him off the field because they can't really run the ball without him on the field. And so he's kind of needed on there. And then Jonnu's kind of their yak threat, and we know how much Arthur Smith loves Jonnu. So if you're not going to use Pat Freiermuth like a $12 million tight end, then it's really hard to justify that acquisition cost. And it's potentially something that you can turn into maybe a pick that you can then flip for a receiver. Like there's different things you can do with that acquisition that you might get from a trade for him. I think right now with his usage, I like Pat Freiermuth as a player. I think he's being sorely underutilized, but it's pretty clear right now to me from how they're utilizing him, from what they're asking him to do, they just don't have a clear, concrete plan for him, and they have more concrete plans for Darnell Washington and Jonnu Smith. Even Connor Hayward has his own little niche role as this versatile player. Muth is just kind of floating around out there, and I know they say that he's going to have his moment in the sun and all of this, but they haven't shown me anything that's going to kind of bring that out just yet.
Nick, is it simply what you described as they're using big, heavy packages? They're putting him in a position to help out Broderick Jones, and Mr. Eligible is in there as well, Spencer Henderson. Is it just that, or is there something more to that? Because I still think they made a commitment to him, and I think they had visions of him becoming one of those guys who can, go 50, 65 catches and make big plays down the field after the catch. So is it a combination of both? What do you think it is?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a combination. I do think going heavier packages naturally lends itself to Darnell just playing a lot. And then your second tight end in that formation, obviously, is Spencer Anderson. So you're not going to have the second guy on the field. What I don't understand, and this is just me kind of spitballing here, I just don't understand why Freiermuth is being put to the back door for Jonnu Smith. I just don't really understand it. I never really understood the acquisition of Jonnu Smith. He felt kind of redundant, to be quite honest with you, in this offense. They do a lot of the same things. I think Freiermuth is a better zone beater. He doesn't have the yards after catch ability that Smith has, but they have plenty of that already on their roster. It's just a little bit of a weird decision to me to prioritize Jonnu Smith over Pat Freiermuth. I think that, to me, is kind of what is happening here. And, Washington taking on a bigger role is not surprising. He has taken a step in every single year. He's now not a non-zero in the passing game. He is a guy that can legitimately catch footballs and run decent routes and allow you to hit him over the middle of the field and on these kind of bootlegs. He's a big weapon there. But Smith, he's kind of this guy. I mean, his average depth of target right now is under a yard. They're basically using him as a screen running back, jet sweep guy, and I just think that's not a super valuable thing that they need in this offense. So I think that between those two things, that has kind of squeezed Freiermuth's role out of this offense, and maybe to the detriment of the offense, to be quite honest with you.
Do you think that this is any bit, Nick, similar to a Garrett Wilson situation in New York? Now, they're different types of players, but that Aaron Rodgers maybe just doesn't trust Freiermuth or has the chemistry with Freiermuth that's necessary?
I don't necessarily think it's a Garrett Wilson situation because I thought there was tension there. I don't feel tension between Rodgers and Muth. I don't think there's the same level of connection between Freiermuth and Rodgers as there is certainly with Rodgers and Washington. I think those two guys feel like they're really on the same wavelength. And Rodgers and Smith, I think are also probably at a better spot there. So I do think that's part of it too. That connection just hasn't really developed. It hasn't blossomed like it should. And when you kind of take it in context with the other things I talked about, it kind of explains why he's not playing as much. And I do think, if there's a week where Freiermuth is going to wake up and have a big game, it's this week. This is a good matchup for him. Those linebackers for Cincinnati have struggled this year, and he's a zone beater. He is kind of a guy that settles down in zones. He's a really smart, heady player. Cincinnati runs a bunch of that. So if there is going to be a week where Pat Freiermuth gets the usage up and really has his moment in the sun, it's against Cincinnati. And that's been in the past too, but this should be the week that they utilize him. Let's see if they do it.
All right, Nick. We have Nick Farabaugh from Penn Live. Does a great job covering the Steelers. Limits, can you cue up Mike Tomlin on the Browns trading Joe Flacco within the division? And we'll play that for Nick.
Very interesting moment that happened yesterday.
I thought it was a brutally honest answer and also a really honest news conference, Bob. It was devoid of the usual cliches that we hear from Tomlin, where it's almost unlistenable at times. We feel like we've heard this a trillion times before. And my theory is yesterday he was tired and cranky from staying up all night, getting ready for a Thursday game. And I'm the same way when I'm tired and cranky. Let's just get to the point here. Let's go.
But I also think it's still his affinity or respect for Joe Flacco. And he truly looked at what Cleveland was doing and said, what are you doing for a team in your division that needs its most important position filled, and you're going to help them do that?
Right. Who I don't think he has an affinity or much respect for, and I don't want to speak for him, I just get this vibe, is Andrew Berry, the guy who's running the Browns. Let's hear this, Nick.
You've coached in the AFC North longer than anybody. What did you make of the rarity of seeing an interdivisional trade of an experienced quarterback inside the division?
To be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
When the Bengals acquired him, knowing what you know about Zach and how he likes to run his offense, like from Cincinnati's perspective, did it make sense for them?
It certainly made sense from Cincinnati's perspective.
That was Benzie from the top rope. Are you friends with Benzie, Nick?
Me and Benzie are cool. Friends, acquaintances, maybe.
All right. Well, wait? Is there a story here, Limits, that I don't know about?
Yeah, is there something here? Do you not like Benzie?
You guys are reaching. They work together. It doesn't. You don't know. You have a lot of people that you have associations with.
Yeah, Mike T coming from the top rope there. There's no story with Benzie and I. Me and Benzie are cool. It's just, friends, and you're not friends with everyone on the beat.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's something that you have to develop.
That was an honest answer, just like Tomlin's. What did you make of his answer?
Yeah, I think when you look at what kind of Mike T said there, I came at it from three angles. One, I think you guys kind of hit it on the head. I think he's mad that he has to face Joe Flacco. Hey, listen, I'd be licking my chops if I saw Jake Browning's film too. It's bad. He probably thought he would be able to walk into Cincinnati against Jake Browning and really kind of coast on it. I mean, if your two matchups were Dylan Gabriel and Jake Browning, you would feel really good about it too. Flacco has also just been the type of quarterback that has been able to dice up the Steelers' defense. He's played against it for 20 years. It hasn't changed that much since LeBeau was around. They do a lot of the same stuff, still play cover one, cover three. He knows where the bones are buried. And so that, I think, is annoying to Mike Tomlin, just because you face a guy that you know so well and someone that knows you so well, it gets a little bit annoying in that respect. And Flacco, I mean, look at what he did last year. He came in on a whim when Richardson got hurt, diced him up for 2.5 quarters, beat him in Indianapolis. I think that's on his mind. Don't forget the comment that was from earlier this year where he kind of shouted out that he didn't want Flacco in that game. I think that speaks to that. So I think that's part of it. I also think there's a coaching fraternity thing here between, kind of Kevin Stefanski taking a lot of heat in Cleveland right now. And that was at least a little bit of a way, I think, for Mike T to take some heat off Stefanski and put it on Andrew Berry. Stefanski and Mike T did work together in Minnesota when he was the defensive coordinator there. So they've known each other. They've been on the same staff before. I think Mike Tomlin has respect for Kevin Stefanski. I'm not so sure, as you mentioned, he has the same for Andrew Berry. So I think there's two kind of things to look at there. But I think he is mad that he has to plan for Joe Flacco on a short week, because Joe Flacco can pick up that Cincinnati offense, and you have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins to worry about. It is not going to be a walk in the park like it would have been, in my opinion, with Jake Brown.
I agree 100% what you said about Stefanski. And here's another thing about that move that was made. If you watch Stefanski's press conference last week, he was asked about that trade, and he said, I had no idea this was happening. How does a GM and a coach not on the same page on something as big as trading the guy who you named as a starting quarterback to start this season? That doesn't make any sense to me. And maybe Mike Tomlin was saying, well, this guy is hanging his coach out to dry. And you're right, it is a coaching fraternity, Nick. So they know each other. I'm sure he knows Kevin a lot more than he knows Andrew Berry. So, and to your point last year, 16 of 26 off the bench, 168 and 2 touchdowns, Joe. That's exactly what Joe Flacco did against the Steelers. So I think that's all, I think there's many layers to what Mike Tomlin said yesterday.
Is that a question for Nick? Bob?
I was just trying to follow up with what he said about Flacco. If you want a question, here's my next question.
I zoned out. I was reading Jerry Dulac's chat. I thought you were asking him a question, and then I
wanted to comment
what happened there.
I wanted to double down on what he said about Stefanski, and I brought up last week if you were paying attention, but you're not. Stefanski said he had no idea the trade was being made. How does the coach not know what a GM is doing?
I don't know. Everything in Cleveland makes no sense. What are they doing? What are they ever doing, Bob?
All right.
By the way, I got a nice note of condolence from Shelty last week, which I really appreciate.
That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, it goes beyond what we do here, and relationships are relationships.
Yeah,
they go
I really
beyond
appreciate
the stuff we do. So, all right, so Nick, I do have a question for you then. We've seen a lot of different things from Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers. I really liked what I saw about him rolling out to the right and making throws. It seems to make it more difficult to put pressure on the quarterback. When Cleveland came up the middle, he was already out of there, moving to his right, and he's good enough to do it. Do you think we're going to see more of that stuff, or was that just maybe for this game because of Myles Garrett?
Well, I do think part of it was Myles Garrett. It just rolled them away naturally from him. They created traffic for him. He wasn't able to make plays. So I do think that was part of it. But they did the same thing against the Jets. I think when they see more man-to-man heavy teams, it's kind of a nice way to pickpocket them, if you will. They got to keep their eye discipline. Or if they don't, you get big plays like the Darnell Washington one. And it's a good way to be sneaky with your scheme. The Steelers don't really run a lot of plays. I don't know if people realize that when they watch it live, but it's a lot of the same stuff dressed up differently. And it's been a really good job by Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers to kind of come together and marry the Rodgers hits and the Arthur Smith hits. And that, I think, is a prime example of that. It gets him on the move. It takes some pressure off an offensive line that is still growing and developing, and you hope turns into an offensive line you can trust in true drop-back situations. And more importantly, it allows the Steelers' athleticism and speed and size to kind of shine over the middle of the field. And so I think there's multiple ways to access the middle of the field, but I think that's a really big way to do it. So I'm expecting we're going to see that rollout stuff. I think it's a really good conduit for them against man-to-man teams. Are we going to see it against the Bengals necessarily? I'm not sure we're going to. It's not really the type of team I think that you would see it against. I think, the Ravens, for example, sure, that's a game where I think you could see these types of concepts come out. Against the Packers, when they have Parsons and Gary, sure, I could see that as well. So there's multiple reasons you utilize that, but it's a nice kind of doing it all encapsulating type of concept that allows them to access parts of the field they wouldn't otherwise be able to access. So, yeah, I think we will see more of it.
I think Patrick Queen played his best game as a Steeler on Sunday, Nick. Would you agree with that? And do you think that this consistent play we've seen from Queen the last couple of games is going to be able to be sustainable?
Well, listen, I think you're right. He has played his best 2 or 3 games here, really dating back to New England, that he has as a Steeler. And I do think it's sustainable. We're seeing a guy in his natural element. He has always been a guy that is better when he is just flying downhill in a blitzing scheme. And the Steelers are that this year. They have decided to become Blitzburg again. And they lead the league in blitz rate right now. It's not a surprise to me. I think Patrick Queen signed here because that was one of the promises the Steelers told him. He wanted to be in a blitz scheme. He wanted to be in a scheme that kind of accentuated his strengths, his athleticism. He is just seeing the ball really well right now. He's processing at a different level. He's in his zone. In coverage, I think, has been the really big positive for them right now. It's not just a run game. It's not just a screen game. It's not just him blitzing, which have all been very good. He's making plays in coverage. He's not being manipulated by quarterback size and moved out of windows right now. He looks comfortable. And as that green dot linebacker, he looks great as a play caller. Kind of being that guy to relay everything. The communication has been more fluid recently. And so I think Patrick Queen has really stepped up his game. And, yeah, I do think it is sustainable because I think the Steelers scheme is exactly what fits his strength. He is the type of player. He's not in the, Fred Warner tier of players, but he is right below that. And having a guy that can do so many things as inside linebacker when there are not many good inside linebackers in the league right now is really valuable for a defense.
All right, let's get back to Freiermuth because I guess I'm a little bit confused here. Why did they draft him if they knew they were playing a bunch of 4-3 teams and there were questions about his blocking? I mean, aren't you then drafting a guy who's, only hits against lefties, so to speak? I mean, what are we doing here? Why did they draft him? And if that was the case, Mike Tomlin has been speaking these last couple weeks like this is obvious and always, always known that you can't possibly play a guy like that against 4-3 teams at tight end.
So the schematic kind of changes of the NFL since then have changed. More 5-man fronts, bigger edge rushers. When Muth came into the league, there weren't these big teams tanking on the edge. Those edge rushers that we talk about in a 4-3 were very similar to a 4-3 outside linebacker. They weren't these 300-pound hulks. So that's part of that. In terms of drafting him, I also thought, his blocking at Penn State showed flashes. And so I think they thought, hey, we can develop this guy into a blocker and he can take a leap. He really hasn't taken a huge leap. He's actually been, to be quite honest with you, when you watch the tape this year, I actually think he has taken a decent enough leap as a blocker. He's not a total non-zero there anymore. I think they should trust him a little more, to be quite honest with you, which has always been my argument, is why is Pat not playing more? I just don't understand the Johnny Smith fascination, to be quite honest with you. But I think the fit has always kind of been, hey, he's going to be a guy that can be a zone kind of beater. He can be a seam buster, and we can develop his blocking. And the blocking part just never truly blossomed. And so I think when that's the scouting idea is, he's a big guy. He's not Darnell Washington big, but he is a big guy. And so I think that's what they thought when they drafted him was, hey, he'll be able to inline block because we'll be able to develop this part of his game. But it just hasn't necessarily truly blossomed into that. So that's what I think they came from when they drafted him. But by 2023, I think that became clear. Thus, Darnell Washington enters the picture.
So this question we've been asking for over a year now is about number 2 receivers, Nick. And there's always thoughts that the Steelers are still looking, and it's been clear that they have. They've looked at some names and bigger names. Do you think they're going to do anything before the trade deadline or at the trade deadline to acquire a so-called number 2 or somebody who, in case of emergency, and let's say DK Metcalf gets injured, that they have more depth there? Because right now it seems to be shallow in terms of the depth. What do you think happens there? And what, if any player, would be made available in a trade if it takes a trade to get that done?
Well, I do think we see them make a trade at wide receiver. I think something happens there. I'm not so sure it's the trending names. I'm not sure, it's your Chris Olaves, your Rashid Shaheeds, your Jacoby Myers. I'm not sure it's going to be that group. I do think this is the year to maybe take that swing because I think the AFC's so wide open that if you're going to do it, I'd be in favor of it this year, but I'm not so sure they're going to. I still have said this since preseason, and because his role has been getting phased out and that team is 0-6, I still think Allen Lazard is probably the likeliest option. He's an Aaron Rodgers guy. It's not an inspiring option. He's just kind of another guy, but he does bring size that they don't have, and he does bring a built-in connection with Aaron Rodgers. So I can see that being kind of their move, and that's what they're going to patch it up with. If you're going to talk about players being moved, I mean, we talked about Freiermuth. I think given the kind of role he has, he's probably somebody that could be included in a trade. Outside of that, I mean, there's not really guys. I don't see them trading an edge rusher. I don't think they're going to move Alex Highsmith. I think that is not going to happen. And outside of that, I'm not sure who else they would move. Maybe a safety, but I think they like having the safety depth that they have. So I think Freiermuth is the one true player that I can see them moving. But I think if you're going to look at their receiver, it's probably going to be draft compensation there, which might discourage them from going for one of those bigger fish I talked about, because we know eyes still towards the future to a degree. The 2026 quarterback class does loom.
Bob, may I engage Nick in a game of free association?
You're free to do that, yes.
Nick, the questions will be short. The answers will be shorter. Are you ready? We'll go through about 10 of them.
Cool. Works for me.
Steelers will be the number 1 seed in the AFC.
No, that's not happening.
Steelers will have a home playoff game.
Yes, that will happen.
Steelers will win the AFC North by at least 2 games.
Yes, I believe that will end up happening.
Bills will miss the playoffs.
That will not happen.
Patriots will win the division.
That will not happen.
Ooh, is right. Chiefs will wind up back in the Super Bowl for the AFC.
Yep, I think they're the best team in the conference.
Oh, my God. I think you might be right. Who will be the Super Bowl rep from the NFC?
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
There you go.
There you go.
And that's your MVP, dude, right there.
Is that your MVP, dude, right there, Baker Mayfield?
It's him and Mahomes. I think it's 1 and 2.
The Steelers will draft a quarterback next year.
Yes, they will.
Who will it be, in your humble opinion, Nick?
If I had to take a guess right now.
If you say Drew Aller, we're cutting you off.
No, we're not.
I'm saying Ty Simpson from Alabama right now.
Aaron Rodgers will be back for 1 more year.
I don't think so. I think he's going to call it a career.
The Steelers will trade for a number 2 receiver.
They will trade for a number 2 receiver.
And yet, you like Calvin Austin better than most. True or false?
True. I do like Calvin Austin a lot more than people do.
Bob, I thought Nick did great in this. Did you?
Yeah, short answers. You wanted them, you got them.
That was as good as it gets, Nick. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
See you,
Thank
buddy.
you, Nick.
Great stuff. That's Nick Farabaugh. Read him at Penn Live.
Oh, you were going to ask him about Franklin.
Oh, get Nick back on the line. Is he still there, Limits?
No, he just hung up.
Why did he hang up so fast?
I don't know. He said he's been having Wi-Fi problems today. He's been trying to fix. That's why I couldn't be on the video.
He's focused on the Steelers. Let's get to James Franklin next. But hold on. Who did he say the Steelers would draft? I was focused on the questions.
Bob, do you remember?
I don't think he said. Did he say a name? I think
yes,
he just
he
said.
did.
He did.
So the kid from Alabama.
Simpson.
Yeah. Oh.
Do you like him?
I do. I like the Mateer kid. Is that how you say his name? From
Yeah,
Oklahoma?
John Mateer.
Mateer looks like he's the kind of guy you'd want on an NFL team. Whether or not that, is how it turns out, who knows?
May I read you Mel Kiper's 10 best quarterback prospects right now next year, Bob?
And I'd like to know what it was at the beginning of the season.
I can tell you both those things next, Bob.
Okay.
I have the technology here. And then we're going to get into James Franklin and that whole situation and who might replace him. And that combined, Penn State's downturn is coinciding with a Pitt upturn thanks to Mason Heinchel. And I can't wait to talk about this guy, Bob. We'll do that Next, Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And then, Bob, there's FanDuel, and there's a lot of big games this weekend. Make no mistake about that. And there's one Thursday night, too, I might add. How do you think this game goes, Bob? You think it's a high-scoring one or no?
You know, that's I don't know about this. I have visions of what happened last year where Russell Wilson went in there, threw it all over the place, and they scored in the 40s, and they allowed in the 30s. I don't think that's going to happen just because I don't think Flacco and company are going to be able to generate that many points. So I'm saying probably if the over and under is, did I see it at 40 or 39.5?
Yeah.
I would go over that, though.
Wow.
I still think the Steelers are going to be able to score. Cincinnati's defense is no good.
I think the Steelers' defense is going to bust them up. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but I love the fact that Mike Tomlin metered out the snap counts the other day. Some guys got rest at the end of the game. They have a ton of depth, and they're healthy on defense right now. And when the Steelers are healthy on defense, they're trouble. But you get to make the call on FanDuel. Every Thursday, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, because FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot gives you a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. How about Mount Washington for the first TD on a nice little alley-oop? Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in, must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penn State fired head coach James Franklin on Sunday. It's a $49 million buyout that Penn State Athletics is now on the hook for. Terry Smith, Gateway Zone, is now the interim head coach at Penn State. He was on the staff with James Franklin for his entire tenure, and Smith now takes over with AD Pat Kraft looking for a new coach that said that the goal is for the next coach to win a national championship. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. The week off did not affect A-Rod's chemistry with his receivers. Rodgers had 21 completions to 8 different players, including touchdowns to Haywood and DK. The future Hall of Famer threw 235 yards. A-Rod recognized the history of the rivalry during his post-game presser, saying it's nice to continue the mastery of the Browns at home. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Jorge Polanco continues his red-hot postseason. Last night, blasting a 3-run home run to lead the Mariners past the Blue Jays 10-3 in Game 2 of the ALCS. Polanco has now delivered go-ahead hits in the 5th inning or later of 3 straight playoff games, a first in MLB history. Seattle has a 2-0 series lead, just 2 wins away from their first-ever World Series. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details. 84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom. Now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Car dealerships have come and gone, but one has stood the test of time. Smale. We're proud to announce the grand opening of our new Smale Kia showroom. Get up to $1,000 APR bonus cash on select models, plus 0% financing for up to 48 months on 2025 Kia Sportage and Kia Sorento gas models during the Kia Fall Savings Event, Route 30 East, Greensburg. SmaleKia.com. With approved credit, not all will qualify. Must finance with campaign for 0% APR and bonus cash on select models. See Smale Kia for details. It's 11/3/25.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with cherry berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Text
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Becoming sunny this afternoon, the high 68.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Mel Kiper today put out his top 10 quarterbacks in next year's draft. And I want you and City Limits, Bob, to tell me you love, like, or don't like this guy. You ready?
And I want to know what his list was earlier, because obviously things have changed.
I couldn't retrieve that.
Okay, but I'm sure it has changed.
That. Well, yeah, everybody's has. I mean, look at Drew Aller, number one. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Number one, Dante Moore from Oregon. Bob?
Well, we saw him in that Penn State game, and it looked like he was, certainly very comfortable on the big stage of that game. And I've watched him since. He's a pretty talented kid. I don't know if I'd have him number one, though.
I like him a lot. Now, he was outplayed by number two on the list, Fernando Mendoza from Indiana. Love, like, or not like that?
I like him, but I'm not going to be sold on any of these guys until I see the final stats of the entire season.
I know, but all we can say is whether we love, like him now, Bob. We don't have the entire season at our disposal.
I know. Okay,
I got to see more of Mendoza. I haven't seen him.
You just said what I said.
No, but my
in a different way.
No, I didn't.
Hey, Austin.
No.
I said I can't. He just said we got to see more of him. He just said
no.
Yes,
he did. No. I said I have to basically see him. I have no opinion because I haven't really watched their games. It would be idiotic of me to say if I like, love, or don't like him. I haven't seen him really, Bob.
Okay.
For which I apologize. That's different than saying I'll wait till the end of the year. I can't try to fool the listeners here, Bob.
I'm not trying to fool the listeners. I'm just trying to be honest.
You've probably seen him. You watch a lot more than I do because you're at KDK with all those TVs on.
And so I have seen him, and I like him. I don't know if I would take him as first-round pick.
Well, he looks like one on Mel Kiper's list. Limits, how about those two guys? Very quickly, Moore, Mendoza.
I do like Moore a lot. He didn't play great in the Indiana game. I also am like you. I haven't seen enough of Mendoza.
Ty Simpson from Alabama.
I like him.
I'm starting to like him a lot, and I have seen more of him. I think he's the fastest riser on the board. Limits?
I don't really like him yet.
Why?
Just not my cup of tea at quarterback yet.
What's the Earl Grey?
You want to talk about a film breakdown there?
Chamomile instead?
Yeah, I'm just not on board the Simpson bandwagon just yet.
Lenoris Sellers from South Carolina.
I like him more than I like the others.
The bits I've seen of him, I haven't loved, Bob. He has 4 touchdowns and 2 interceptions.
I know, but
we can agree to disagree.
His athleticism intrigues me.
Wonder Twin?
I like his athleticism too, but he's just not put it together in the big games this year. Last year he was solid.
5 through 10. Give me one guy you like more than the others. Mateer, Carson Beck from Miami, Garrett Nussmeier from LSU, Sam Levitt from ASU, Jordan Mayava from USC, and Mr. Drew Aller from Penn State.
I'm taking Mateer, and I'm not going to totally shy away from Drew Aller. So I still think, given all this injury stuff, it's going to make it difficult to assess him as I think a lot of teams would like to. But I think he can be a productive player in the NFL. So I'm going to go with John Mateer is a guy I really like. If I'm going to pick really like, not yet love, I really like him.
I really like Garrett Nussmeier. I would be very happy if the Steelers drafted Nussmeier. I would.
He throws interceptions every week, Limits.
Yeah, which one of these quarterbacks isn't? Like, I do like Mateer. I'm a little bit concerned that he's too much of a runner and needs to develop more in the pocket, especially just the way that Oklahoma offense definitely caters to him. And then I'm not fully out on Aller, too. I mean, I've given the 95% speech that I am on, but if he's going to be somebody they could get in the 3rd round, I'd be okay with it.
All right.
You think he'll be all the way in the 3rd round? Because
I don't know, Bob. I feel like the injury is going to hurt him, the inconsistency. He did not play well this year.
No.
That he's going to be drafted on traits, and that might, because if you're not a first-round pick, you're going to slide a little bit. And that could result in the 3rd round, especially because of workouts
sort
and
of
everything.
Like Mason
He's injured.
Right? They had a 1st round, and he didn't get selected, and all of a sudden you fall further.
Right. So I think that could happen, Aller.
Sunny today, a high of 70. Ernie Stautner, low of 55. Cole Holcomb had a nice hit in the game the other day. He provides nice
and
depth,
he started,
doesn't he?
Yeah, I like what Mike Tomlin did in starting 12 guys. He announced 12, including Nick Herbert, just because out of respect for what he's done.
I like the depth at both linebacker spots. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. All right, that leads us into a little Penn State talk. We can carry over to the top of the hour and morph into Pitt talk at some point. As the Savvy Old News Hound reported the other day, Bob, or at least I wrote about this based on USA Today's report, this whole buyout with James Franklin was so overrated in the first place, and there was language in many coaches' contracts. Franklin's hadn't yet been released, but many college coaches' contracts that said if you go to a new school, the money you receive there will mitigate this buyout. And that's exactly what frontofficesports.com, Amanda Kristovich wrote this story. Here it goes. After abruptly firing James Franklin, Penn State owes the former football coach close to $50 million in buyout money, among the largest in the history of college sports. But if Franklin gets a new job soon, that number could significantly diminish. In fact, Penn State may not owe him anything at all. They got the terms, they obtained the terms of his 2021 contract extension, and it read like this, and I quote, should coach obtain such applicable employment prior to the date this contract would otherwise have expired, the university's obligation to make payments will be offset by the total compensation earned in his new deal.
Offset.
Yeah,
which
offset.
Means, right. It may not be totally. They still may be on the hook for $10 million or something of that nature.
It's pocket change, Bob.
I'll take that pocket change.
Oh, I would too, but for Penn State, it's pocket change.
Right, I understand. But he can also decide, I'm not going to do anything.
Well, here's the other little glitch to that. Once terminated, coach is obligated to diligently search for and make, and where is this? To diligently search for and make a good faith effort to obtain another position appropriate for his skill set. There you go.
Okay, he can do that, but still not take one.
But he's going to okay, that could happen, but I think we all know he's going to be much sought after and that he'll take
He will,
the deal.
but I'm also saying to you that if he decides I've had enough of this, He can go through the process.
Well, then Adidas steps in and says, "Here, take this," or that $700 million project they're doing over at Penn State on all the athletic stuff suddenly becomes a $660 million project, right?
Yeah, there's certainly ways around.
They're going to get around it, and they're also going to pay a new coach. They're going to have the pick of the litter, and they're going to pay whatever that guy wants. Do we all agree on that?
Yes, fully agree.
So then the next question is, where do you think James Franklin would go next if he's intended to go? If he wants to keep going, there are a lot of ACC schools that could use him, right?
Name some. I mean,
Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
I can go down the list. I think they could swap out Mike Norvell at Florida State. He's struggling right now. It was 2-10 last year, and they're not the same team this year. How about if they make a move and he has buyout language, and then all of a sudden that job becomes off? I mean, there are a number of jobs that will be available, I think, and he'll have his pick of what those jobs are if he wants to do it.
Well, the other question is, who's going to step in at Penn State? What kind of job is that? Let's talk about that next. And there's one guy on this list from The Athletic by Bruce Feldman, who, in my opinion, is as good a college football writer as there is.
And we've had him on the show, right?
Yes, we have. Unfortunately, Limits, did he give us the Belfont snorkel today?
We did receive the Belfont snorkel, yes.
Tell us all about your interaction with Bruce Feldman. How'd it go?
Well, there wasn't much of an interaction, Joe. I sent him a nice text message, and he did not respond last night.
Oh. Well, maybe he was busy, Bob. You can't call that a Belfont snorkel yet, can you?
If he said he would do it and he didn't do it, it is.
That's a snorkel.
That's a snorkel.
And he said he would do it, right?
No, he didn't.
No. I was ghosted, Bob.
Oh, you were ghosted.
Maybe I should have emailed him. That's how we've gotten him, because I actually know the guy. I shouldn't have relied. And not that you didn't do anything wrong, but he just doesn't know you.
Austin, he just insulted you.
He did.
He just said,
"No, I didn't.
You're nothing. I'm the guy who gets."
He said,
"No,
I'm the guy. You peasant is not going to get a response."
I know Bruce Feldman. So when I've talked to him, he's come on.
I know.
He probably saw a note from this guy.
At some point, he had to deal with Austin
Bechtold, and then he probably looked up and said, "Where's this guy from?" And
also,
then they probably showed
in your text. Did you say who you are and where you work?
Yes.
Okay.
And
that's
I said,
the problem.
"Can you come on with Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey?"
And then he probably looked you up and saw you in a Drew Aller jersey yesterday and said, "Okay, this is some Penn State fan show. I can't do this."
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity.
Yes, he is, Bob.
I think that's what happened, Bob.
Yeah, well, he may call you. He may get back to you soon here. You never know. It's not yet a Belfont snorkel until the show's over.
Right. I think, is there a 24-hour snorkel rule?
I'll give you 24 hours, yeah.
Yeah, even 48 in some cases. He's very busy.
He is. He was on the Cowherd show yesterday.
He was?
Yes.
All right, then he is answering emails, so the snorkel time shortens to maybe 16 hours, Bob, right?
I think at the end of the show, the snorkel time is done. You're drowning at that point. No more snorkeling.
Do you give him a follow-up email and say, "Bruce, we saw you on the McAfee show"?
No, I think that would send a wrong message.
What would the message be?
Message, "Hey, Bruce, we know you're in popular demand. We would love to include you in our program. And we have big viewership and big YouTube following. I think you would love it. Plus, it connects you with Pittsburgh, Western Pennsylvania, Penn State."
Wow. Did you listen to that? Take
That's
notes
good,
here,
Bob.
Limits. Yeah.
That's a lot better than, Bruce, you've been around with a lot of the bigger guys. Can you help out the little folks here?
All right. Maybe we'll get him. But at any rate, you won't believe one of the guys that Feldman puts on the list who is a potential candidate to replace James Franklin. Limits, I believe we have some clips of this man, do we not?
We do.
Why don't you play one before we go here? First, I'll tell people the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Sunny today with a high of Ernie Stautner and a low of Cole Holcomb, 55. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. I'm not going to tell you who Feldman has on his list as a potential candidate, but here's at least a clue.
I love Penn State. Met my wife there. It's my alma mater. Fan since I was born. I think probably had a Penn State shirt when I was born.
Limits?
I did not know that's who you're alluding to. Whatsoever.
We have miscommunication in the secondary right now.
No,
before the show, I called you and said, "Can you believe this? This is going to be great for us because we have all those clips of Brian Kelly."
Yes, and we also have multiple clips of this other person that we were supposed to talk about.
We never talked about.
Yes, we did. You sent me two clips
I sent
from this
you a
person.
clip of who is it? Matt Rule. He's the obvious candidate, Limits, and he has nothing to do with the history of our show, Bob.
You know what? You're spoiled.
You're spoiled. You're spoiled.
And we're sitting here.
Oh, here we go.
Again, we're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Let's all try to time it with our own hands on the table. Play that again.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Him. And we'll talk about that next, Bob.
Yes, we will. As we try to figure out our miscommunication issues. Who has the green dot around here? Who has the green dot?
Oh, boy, Bob. Well, the green dot for the Steelers is typically in the hands of Patrick Queen, who will play on Thursday. Short week for the Steelers against the Cincinnati Bengals on the road. AFC North football. You can hear Fan Game Day beginning at 6. With Donnie Football and the crew getting you ready for the matchup. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof for siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we love to exceed our customers' expectations. It's what we've been doing for over 50 years.
Our kitchens are a combination of quality materials and master craftsmanship. And through each step of custom creation to expert installation, it's all about taking care of the details.
With a focus on the details, we make sure that the design meets your needs and that the materials and construction ensure that your kitchen will stand the test of time.
All while managing the scheduling so that your life has as little disruption as possible and your kitchen is completed without surprises.
Exceeding expectations. We'll deliver more kitchen than you expected for less money than you expect to pay.
Visit our showroom or call us at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
This holiday season, make your party unforgettable at Shooters Golf in Wexford. We're transforming the entire venue into a winter wonderland with festive decor from wall to wall. Not just a restaurant, not just a golf facility. Your guests can swing into fun on our multi-sport simulators. You can even customize your event with your own private bar. Our events team makes planning simple and stress-free. Holiday dates are filling fast. Inquire today at info@shootersgolf.com. Shooters Golf in Wexford, where holiday parties become experiences.
Swinging into fall and leading the way, Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Start your next adventure with Acura now. Every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray. Online at spitzeracura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy, stains, cracks, bad epoxy job, you know who to call. Comer and Cross Concrete Floors. That number's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement ever. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And they make it so easy. They're all uniformed, pros, no subcontractors. They're going to be in and out in one day. That's all it takes. They'll fix the cracks and pits perfectly before applying your new floor. They even take your stuff out for you. How about that? So call Comer and Cross now for your best price of the year, starting with $750 off. Even their number's easy. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call that now. Or go to COMERcross.com. Comer and Cross Concrete Floor Coatings.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Listen, if you have followed my story for the last couple of years, you know how important Awaken 180 has been to me. I checked in with a doctor a few years ago, and my numbers were terrible. Everything looked bad. For somebody my age, only in his mid-20s, that wasn't a good thing. And the weight, that was just part of it. I didn't like where that was either, but Awaken 180 is what helped me fix that. Awaken 180 changed my life. I followed the program, I got the great coaching, and then just 10 weeks later, I was already 45 pounds down. And now just 2+ years later, I'm down even more, over 50 pounds. I have lost the weight, I have kept it off. Without Awaken 180 steering me in the right direction, who knows where I could have been? Over 300 pounds? Maybe worse. Check it out. I promise you, it is the real deal. Awaken180weightloss.com.
This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevrolet, get 1.9% for 36 months on a new 2026 Chevy Equinox, or lease a 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive for $319 a month. Get great financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. Lease for 36 months with 10,000 miles per year and $4,399 due at signing. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd. Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pitt football with a successful previous 2 weeks as Mason Heinschel has taken over at quarterback for Eli Holstein, and Pitt 34-31 winners on the road at Florida State. They win a top 25 matchup, something that was very difficult for James Franklin to do at Penn State, who was fired on Sunday. Pitt will play against Syracuse prime time at the Carrier Dome at 7:30, and our coverage will begin at 4:30 for you right here on The Fan, getting you ready for the game. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled.
Some people would say that to Penn State fans. Some have said and written it over the past couple days that Penn State overreacted here. Bob, what do you think of that?
Well, yeah, yes and no. I mean, there's a part of me that says he's been there for 12 years. Their goal is always to win those big games, and his record is miserable against top 25, top 10, Big 10, all these big opponents. And sooner or later, you got to do it. Now, I've also had people call and say, well, those wins last year in the playoff were not big wins. To me, they are big wins because you had to get to where you had to go, and you had to go through, yes, I know, it was Boise State and SMU. Okay, fine, but you still won the games. Those are big games. So, you know, James Franklin did a very good job. He should be remembered for someone who took the program to where it needed to be after what happened.
Would you have fired him?
Yes.
Me too.
But I wouldn't have done it or Sunday. I would have done it after the season. I'm not a big fan of interim stuff. I just don't. I would have said to him, hey, listen, you have a lot on the line here. How you respond for the next this will determine your fate.
I don't think it would have made it. I would have said that after UCLA, but you come back and lose at home to Northwestern. There's nothing you can do to redeem it. And I am not on board with people saying, "Oh, Penn State overreacted to
I'm not
a
either.
little 3-game losing streak." This was a disaster, and they upped the ante in the offseason by making Jim Knowles the highest-paid defensive coordinator in the history of college football. The way they pay their coordinators, the way he himself talked, we're a great program, we need to be elite. That was 8 years ago, 7 or 8 years ago, that he said that. And they simply didn't beat enough good teams over the years. The numbers don't lie. It got to the point where it was ridiculous. He's 1-5 against AP top 5 teams. I mean, 1-15. 1-15. He's 4-21 against top 10 teams. I'll say that one again too, Bob. 4-21. He's 1-10 against Ohio State, 3-7 against Michigan, and 1-8 against top 10 teams at home. He's only 16-29 against top 25 teams. It simply wasn't good enough. And if you're never going to beat the best teams on your schedule, and I agree, those 2 playoff wins were big wins, but they weren't the best teams on the schedule. He lost to all of them again last year. And then you become the first person that anybody can find in recent college football history to lose back-to-back weeks as a 20-plus point favorite. You've hit bottom. I'm sorry. That is a fireable offense. The UCLA game in and of itself was a fireable offense if you watched the game and what happened at the end of the first half and Franklin's blatant mismanagement.
That was as bad as it gets right there. You're right.
And then you come home and lose to Northwestern.
So I thought they would do it. I just didn't think it would be this quickly.
This isn't about Penn State going on a pesky little 3-game losing streak. Come on. That argument is intellectually dishonest. Oh, they go on a little 3-game losing streak and you fire them after all those double-digit win seasons? No, there's a lot more to it than that when you put it in context. He almost literally never beats the best teams on his schedule, okay? Period. They upped the ante. He begged for more resources. They gave him more resources. They gave him the highest paid defensive coordinator in the history of college football. This was supposed to be the year. He had the quarterback, the coordinators. He said it. It's the best we've ever been here at Penn State since he's been there. He said it before the season, and then they go out, they lose the same way they always lose to good teams. They're unprepared. They get their asses kicked early. Then they make a game of it. Then they lose it late. That was Oregon. And then he loses at UCLA and Northwestern as a 20-plus point favorite. There's zero argument for keeping the guy. None.
Let me ask you this. It's funny how it changes so quickly. And it did for Day in Ohio State last year. When they lost to Michigan, there were people out for his head then and there. And there had been, and then he redeemed himself. And if he hadn't, he probably would be gone. But I want to ask you, if they complete that game against Oregon and win it, what do you think that does the next week at UCLA? Anything different? Do you think that win, because they lost that game the way they lost that game, I think it had an impact on how they started against UCLA and then that whole. But if they won the game,
but that's on coaching.
No, I know. I'm just asking you. Would it be a different story if they won that game against the number 6 team in the country?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah,
I might have buoyed them and carried them.
Yeah. So,
but they didn't,
no,
and they never ever do. Come on, the guys 1-10 against Ohio State. That's laughable. That's ridiculous.
What you should do is look up Matt Rule's numbers against top 25 teams, or more specifically
against top 10, 0-11. And thank you for asking.
So if they bring him in,
he's one of the most overrated coaches.
That's going to be one of the questions. So you got rid of James Franklin because he can't win a big game, and then you bring in a guy who's 0-11.
Right, exactly.
He's 2-23 against the top 25.
That's what I mean.
25. 2-23.
He's I think he's 0-11 against top 10
That's
teams.
Correct.
Am I right?
Yes.
I mean, that's worse than James Franklin.
I know. Now he wasn't coming at it from a Penn State type of situation.
It's still what it is.
It's still what it is, and I'm not a Matt Rule guy. But on Franklin, he absolutely deserved to go. What if I ask this little question, Bob? Do you think Pitt fans, if I asked them before the Mason Heinchel emergence, if I asked this question if I asked this question before Penn State played Oregon, would you rather have James Franklin or Pat Narduzzi? How do you think that would have gone?
I don't know. The answer to that would probably be neither.
Before the Oregon game.
Yeah, I think, before the Oregon game, that changes it. Again, if that game goes in a different direction, I think they would say James Franklin.
Do you think there are any left who would want to have James Franklin? See, James Franklin Pitt fans don't like him for good reason. I think he's been very arrogant over the years. Right, Bob?
Yes. You know who's the winningest college coach now in the state of Pennsylvania, don't you?
Who?
Pat Narduzzi. I mean, if you're going to go down to different levels, it may change. But I'm talking about
Mike Sirianni in D3.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But I'm not going there. I'm talking about just.
I mean, he's also barely over 500 against.
I know. But he's
Division I competition over the last few.
But he's pulled some upsets against some pretty good teams.
He has, and now we may have found a quarterback, which changes things.
Yeah, and he brought him here after he was urged to do so by Cade Bell. They liked him. They saw him. They wanted to see more tape of him, and they did, and they gave him an opportunity. Never thinking it was going to turn out to be this year that quickly, but it did.
And good for him and good for them, because I think this kid has something special about him. Do you?
I do. I think there's something, again, moxie is the word I'll use instead of swaggy. He's got something about him. He's not afraid. He stands in the pocket. He knows when to run. He's got to hold on to the football a little bit more sometimes. I was more impressed with the Florida State game than I was the previous week against Boston College. He did everything right in that Boston College game. That's a tough place to play. I don't care what kind of team they have. You're still in a different kind of surroundings. He made some tremendous throws at big times and runs. He was their leading rusher, I think, in that game as well.
Limits, would you rather have James Franklin or Pat Narduzzi as your head coach?
I appreciate you asking the question because I've thought about this for years. And the consensus that I've always had is that James Franklin is definitely the better recruiter, but I think Pat Narduzzi is the better coach. And what I mean by that is there were so many things with Franklin that just drove me insane, with a lack of in-game adjustments, management of the clock, management of timeouts,
and
just a lack of aggressiveness.
You think Narduzzi is a good game manager?
I think Narduzzi is a better in-game coach, yes. Oh. And I also think that the way that Narduzzi is letting Mason Heinchel basically play free in this Cade Bell offense, they're taking shots, they're being aggressive.
Yeah, he's
that's
very
something
aggressive.
That Franklin never let Allard do that unless they were down by 2 scores.
And that's what I think is the biggest thing about James Franklin is he's afraid of certain things. He plays it tight to the vest, even though your roster is better, and you should be the guy going out there dictating. And this roster was as good as it gets for him this year, and they go 3-3 like that. For me, that's a non-starter. But to your point about recruiting, that's the biggest thing. I know X's and O's, James Franklin needs help there. But he is a really good recruiter, and I think he heavily recruits Virginia, which is why Virginia Tech makes sense to me for him. He's one of the
you're
best.
right about that. You're right about that.
If you're going to do that, take him on. They need help down there. Why wouldn't you?
But the other thing as to why this was bottom and why he needed to be fired is that recruits started jumping ship. And Adidas apparently started jumping ship.
And Adidas
it was time for this to end. It had to end.
I was just surprised. I thought it would happen at the end of the year. I was 100% sure it would happen. It just, the timing struck me as, wow, that's quick. But you're right. 3 losses in a row like that, 2 to top the teams that had 20-point underdogs, that's just ridiculous, especially the one at home.
Bob, I'm distracted right now. I told you I got diagnosed with a little hernia right in my belly button yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been there for 2 years. It's like a little marble, except it's soft. You can push on it. I didn't even know it was a hernia. I didn't know what it was. It doesn't hurt. I didn't worry about it. And now the guy, the doctor said, yeah, don't worry about it, except it could turn into this and this and this and this, and you'll know if it starts to hurt. And now I think it's psychosomatic, but it starts to hurt today. I also told him, he asked me about my stomach problems from the past. I said, I haven't had any of those. What happens last night at my girls' volleyball game? I have more blowouts than the 07 Patriots. And then on the way home, I thought we were going to have to pull over again.
Well, I've been there, done that, and I've not made it there. So I've had some accidents along the way. I have a hernia, too, right in the same spot, but mine is called an incisional hernia. I've had open heart surgeries, and the suturing inside broke away, I guess, and now it's there. And it's really awkward looking. I hate it.
You can't see mine. It's right. It's in the belly button. Bob.
Well, yours is going to grow. You wait. It'll be huge. It's like a tomato at some point. I'm just kidding. I don't want to do your psychosomatic.
Tomato?
What?
Nothing. I'm kidding.
Do you think it will grow?
I mean, those things tend to. This one started smaller, now it's bigger. But as long as it doesn't hurt you, it's good. I've had mine
but it hurts today.
That's because you're thinking about it.
No, I'm not. Now, when I press on it, he said if you press on it and it hurts, you'll know. For 2 years, it was nothing. I never should have brought it up.
I think you're overreacting. You're going to play golf today. Get your mind away from all of that.
Yeah, I think the golf will probably affect the hernia. Now I'm headed for surgery because of this. And now I have stomach problems. As soon as it's like when I swear to God this happens, Bob, I'll have no problems, I'll have a problem with my car, which I did before I brought it in for my yearly, what do you call that thing? Inspection.
Mm-hmm.
And checkup?
Yeah,
your inspection?
My annual checkup.
You're taking your car in? It's like you taking yourself into the doctor?
And there was squeaking, right, with the brakes, major squeaking.
Now that's a sign.
Yeah, except when I go and I take a drive with the guy and it doesn't squeak. This is the reverse of that. I think nothing's wrong, and then you go and you get your physical, and they tell you what's wrong, and it's worse than if you didn't know. I don't even want to know. I didn't want to know it was a hernia. I don't want to know what it is. Does yours hurt,
Information. No, it doesn't, and it hasn't for all these years. I still compress on it, and it's there. It looks terrible, but what am I going to do? I don't want – he said you can get it removed at any point. I don't want to do it just to do it. I've had enough surgeries.
Then you got to get a screen put in there, he said.
Right.
Like a screen. I don't want a screen porch in my stomach. What are we doing here?
Make sure there's good enough insulation and ventilation.
And maybe while they're there, the screen-in porch can have a little wind chime so that when you push in, it makes a little noise.
See, now even when I laugh, I feel it. Something's gone wrong just since yesterday.
Now, your mind takes you in places. That's the biggest thing. Stress.
Is there a news story?
No, that's the sound of the chimes that Bob mentioned in your stomach.
Can you imagine you're on the toilet? Every time you do, there's a little ding, 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 ding. What?
An angel gets its wings. I'm never getting a physical again.
No, don't think that way. Stress is
There was nothing wrong with me yesterday at this time. Now there's 6 different things.
Hey, we all have stuff. You know that. We all go through things. The stress is a non-starter. It shouldn't be, because all it does is make everything worse. And you don't even know. You're speculating based on your analysis of what he said.
No, it's based on his analysis.
No,
I had nothing wrong with my stomach yesterday. Now I'm blowing out like Game 4 of the NBA Finals, and I have a hernia. I didn't have that yesterday.
Maybe your blowouts were a little bit too aggressive, and it caused that thing to do it.
Well, see, now that's all I think about when I do that, when I'm doing push-ups, and now when I play golf today. Am I injuring the hernia more? Now I'm going to be a hermit and never move.
Oh, Joe, what can we do with you?
I don't know.
Don't worry about it. Just go out there. I have things I worry about, but I'm trying not to think about.
So was I, and I was doing a damn good job of it till about 2:30 yesterday.
You can try your best, but sometimes it does ease into your mind, but you just have to trust. And there's some great doctors and hospitals around here. Just trust what they say, And if they're telling you that it's no problem right now, all that means is you got to continue to check up on it. That's it. Just follow up as best you can.
Is yours like a balloon when you press on it?
Yes.
Soft?
Do you want to see it?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it's
Is that
soft.
what mine's going to become? Yours is the size of like a golf ball, isn't it?
Bigger. It's just been that way, and I can't do anything about it unless I get surgery, and I don't want that right now. I've had too many. I'm on blood thinners. I don't need surgery.
Limits, do you have a hernia, or are you the only guy on the show who doesn't?
Thankfully, I do not have any hernias that I know of.
How do you know? Get a physical.
Maybe I need
then
to know.
You'll find out everything wrong with you. All right, Bob. I don't know where to go from here. I really don't.
We may as well
I'm
go to the
distracted
colonoscopies now. We're going to just keep on going there.
I'm having one of those in a couple weeks.
And they're going to find a hamburger from 1985 stuffed way up in there, and they're going to yank it out, and you'll be a great guy. That may be contributing to your hernia.
How about the prep for those things, Bob? You want to talk about blowouts? That's like, I don't know what.
No, that's bad. That's the hardest part of it.
Alabama
really.
against
When they put
Corpus
you under,
Christi.
when they put it under, you're magically fine.
Yeah.
You got to wake up.
I actually enjoy being under. It's a very nice respite from the problems.
Whatever
of the
they
world.
use there works.
Yeah.
That's good.
See, I can't even take a deep breath without thinking of it. I told you I couldn't. I told you this would happen.
Just get it out of
and
your
did.
mind.
I can't get it out of my mind.
Let's get into another conversation
it's like, don't
about
think of the
something.
pink elephant. What do you think of, Bob? A pink elephant, don't you?
You wanted to talk about people who may become Penn State's next coach.
I don't care. I only care about my hernia.
Okay.
I can't believe I'm a person with a hernia now. I wasn't that yesterday. I have a hernia.
This is all what happens as you get older. It's just
Do a
one
lot
of
of
those
people
things.
have these?
Oh, very common. Very common.
Limits, do you know people with hernias?
No, I don't walk around doctor's offices that often to ask.
Anybody in your family?
My dad might have had a hernia once when there's a funny story when I was like 8 or 9, something like that. He was shoveling the driveway and was trying to get his car out, and eventually the car started sliding. So my dad tried to play Superman and stop the car from sliding. And he ended up getting pinned in between the car and a tree.
Oh, my God.
And he called, my mom or our neighbor called, and they ended up sending him to the hospital. And he was like, man, I really thought I was going to stop the car. But I think that's the closest to a hernia that my family has had.
Bob, is there a hernia support group? Like a 12-step group? Hi, my name is Joe, and I have a hernia. Is there somewhere I can go for support?
Like that, yeah.
Will you join it with me?
Well, no, because I'm not to the point where mine's bigger than yours, and yet you're complaining.
I know, because it hurts now. Although I can't tell if it's that or the blowouts. I don't know. Hi, my name is Bob. I have a hernia. We'll go to a meeting together, Bob. Should we?
Mine's bigger than yours.
All right. Forget that. And I apologize to everybody out there, but I have to be honest when I'm distracted, Bob.
Okay. Let's not be – no more distractions.
Okay.
Let's concentrate on what we're doing
on the task at hand.
Yes.
You're right. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. See, here's the other thing. Forget it. Forget it, Bob. I'm not going to bore you and the listeners with anything else.
I'm concerned that
I'll tell you what's good is my blood pressure, 114/70.
That's really good.
It's
really
4
good.
nights of complete darkness.
Maybe you'll need that.
Can we go on a hernia retreat, Bob?
You know what your mind would do in that hernia retreat where there's nothing but darkness and you have nothing to think about but your hernia?
They found a way to grab a pickaxe, a shovel, and dig even a deeper hole to a rung of hell that is far past Satan himself.
You think you have time to think about that, Bob?
That's the hernia therapy they do, Bob. They come in and they scream the hernia right out of you. Zangrilli appears at these things. He's a paid. He's a paid speaker.
That was a fun exchange there when he did that one. After I forget what performance it was, but
that was amazing. Oh, it could have been one of about 80, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what to say, Bob. The fan.
Did you see? I'm going to shift gears on you just because it was a weird play. Did you see the Dodger play last night?
Yes, 8-6-2 double play on a ball off the wall.
I never saw anything quite like that.
I'm glad you brought that up because the Dodgers, watching them makes me physically ill. Maybe that was half the problem last night. Listen, these two things are true. One, baseball's economic system is no excuse for the Pirates. 0. 2, the Dodgers situation is an absolute joke. and I can't watch that team. I hate them. All they do is collect and buy players. They've, a $350 million payroll. They almost got beat in the World Series by Blake Snell a couple years back for Tampa.
Snell's with them
and now they just stole him because they bought him, and now he goes the minimum through 8 last night or through 7, whatever it was. Baseball is a joke, and I can't stand watching that team. Do they think they're actually earning this? All they did was buy a bunch of players, and they're going to win the title again because of it.
Well, you've already described that there are most of the teams that spend money don't win, but in this case, they're spending it wisely, I think. And the system they came up with deferred payments to their Japanese stars, and they have 2 of them, both making a lot of money, starting with Shohei Ohtani. I mean, I don't know if that's circumventing rules, but, man, it's making it so that they don't have to pay a lot right now, and they're just going to spread it all out like Bobby Bonilla payments to those guys over the course of time.
I mean, it's a joke. Are you interested in watching the Dodgers? They're obviously going to win it. They have about 11 pitchers who are unhittable right now, and Hall of Famers up and down their lineup. It's a joke.
It may be, but if you're in L.A., you love it, and because the rules allow you to do whatever. They've been creative. I give them credit.
Wait a second. I thought you were going to rail against this just as much as
I hate the system, but you're asking me if I were a Dodger fan, would I be worried about a system? No. If I'm in Pittsburgh, yes, I still think the economic system has to change, and hopefully next year at the end of 2026 season, they'll have something happen that changes the way things are.
You think they'll get a salary cap?
I hope they do. Do you
think they will? No, I don't think they will, unless they're willing to go dark for a year, which I don't think they have the you-know-whats to do.
How about if they do?
Then I think they may get one, because once those paychecks stop coming,
and so what would the players
change.
What would the players want in return for that then? Because they're not going to like a salary cap.
Well, it's definitely coming with a salary floor.
Okay.
I don't know if Bob Nutting's going to love that.
You need the Players Association to agree. So what would they want in return? Less time before you become a free agent?
Maybe that,
So instead of waiting 6 years, in 4 years you can become a free agent?
Sure, that might be one. Absolutely.
Well, that would mean Paul Skeens would have already been traded by now then, right? If 2 years remaining for him?
Yeah, it wouldn't be good for the Pirates. And I don't know that Bob Nutting would love it if the pay floor was 110 or 120 million.
He should love it. You'd be more.
I guess, but he sure doesn't love it now.
No.
He won't go anywhere near that number.
No, and he's not forced to. He doesn't have to. I'll tell you one thing I'm sick of seeing is nosebleed section fights at sporting events. I just can't stand. Every time you pop up, they're all over the place.
How about Juju getting his nose broken? Did you see that?
Yeah, well, Brian Branch,
actually,
did they come up with something on him?
I don't know if it was broken. I shouldn't say that, but it was bleeding.
Yeah, Brian Branch should get a major suspension for that.
He got a 1-game suspension.
Is that all he got?
Yeah.
When did
Is
that come
right,
out? I didn't see that.
1 game?
I think it was just 1 game.
Yeah.
Man, they're getting soft. Like Michael Terrian used to say. They're getting soft.
Is there medication for hernias, Bob? Why can't they just dissolve them? Why can't you take a pill and have it dissolve?
Well, why don't you get a pin and stick it through your skin into the hernia and see if that helps.
You know what's actually in there? Fat.
I know.
Steve tweets us, tell Joe I have a hernia and I just live with it. The only way to get rid of it is surgery, and I'm holding off right now.
That's what I'm doing.
That's what I'm doing, too. But that's no way to live.
Sure it is. If they told you it is not anything to worry about.
He told me that yesterday. Today it hurts every time I touch it.
Because you're allowing your mind.
No, it's because he did it.
The mind is a terrible thing to waste.
Anybody else on the texting line weighing in limits? I'm open to all suggestions here.
I'm looking at some of the texts that just mentioned.
I don't know if you want to read them.
Yeah, some of them are probably not for the best to be able to read. But one person says that their dad currently has 3 hernias and still works a blue-collar job at 66. Shout out Big Dave.
Big Dave.
Shout out to Big Dave. Shout out to my guy MJ for picking a big win for the Steelers over the Browns.
Nice pick, MJ.
Great job.
Great pick.
Shout out to, oh my gosh, there's a stink bug flying around in here now.
Don't kill it. That's when they stink. Did you know
what
that,
should I do with it? Should I just
wrap it up in tissue and take it outside and set it free? I'm not against killing bugs by any means, but the killing of them is what makes them stink.
Lantern flies, on the other hand, you have to kill them?
Yeah, they tell us to kill them.
They do?
I think they do.
Yeah, lantern flies. Tony has a shirt that says, please kill me, with a lantern fly on it.
I like that.
He's warned it before.
But they look so nice. They have colors, and they just fly around innocently, and then you have to stomp on them.
What do you do with a stink bug in your house?
I let it go out the window. I take it and move it.
How do you move it? I usually put it in a coffee cup with a little plate on top.
You could trap it and then
get
it out there.
Or down the toilet.
At least my woodpecker problem is over. thankfully.
They have medication for that, Bob. Can stink bugs swim?
Oh, Joe. I don't know.
Where did we start here?
You idiot.
Candidates for Brian Kelly. All right, let's go there. Limits here thinks it's going to be Kurt Cignetti. Do you think so, Bob?
First of all, they've given Kurt everything he wants at Indiana. He's done a really good job there, but it would be a step up for sure, I think, because Indiana is most known, although not recently, basketball more than anything else. But I think he's comfortable where he is right now.
Are you sure? In what? Now, Penn State obviously has history, tradition, and they've got tons of money too, but so does Indiana now.
That's
Mark Cuban's become their Phil Knight.
They treated him very well, and he likes it. He signed a big deal there. He's got.
And by the way, they're better than Penn State. So how is it a move up?
It's just Penn State versus Indiana in football. It's never been looked at the same way. You
but
know what I mean?
Aren't we in a new landscape where how
Sure we
things were until like yesterday don't matter, and the only thing that matters is how big of a check can you write to the players?
Absolutely, and that's a big part of everything that goes on here. NIL money is taken over. It's such a difficult thing to do, but if you're comfortable where you are, like Kurt Cignetti, I think is, then I do not think he's going to want to make a move. Now, if you throw a ton of money at it, he's already getting a ton of money. I don't know. How old is he? 64 years old? He may be very comfortable where he is. What about Lane Kiffin? Now, we've seen guys go from big programs to big programs. We saw Brian Kelly go from Notre Dame to LSU. If Lane Kiffin is interested in taking that job, how would you look at that? He has things rolling down there, but if you're Lane Kiffin, would you look at that as a step up if he took Penn State's job?
From USC?
It's Lane Kiffin moving up.
From Mississippi? Yeah. I'd have to know more about Mississippi's financial situation. I mean, the way that I used to think about what's a good job in college football and what would be a step up or a step down has completely changed. You know what I mean?
Yes, you can become very good very quickly.
And also, I think you're going to be dealing with a fan base in a situation where only a national championship is going to matter if you walk into Penn State. Right?
Mm-hmm. That's it. And that's why Matt Rule would have that 0-11 thrown down his throat every time it's brought up. Oh, we're bringing in a guy who's supposed to win big games, and he's 0-11 against top 10 teams.
And I think he will be the next Penn State coach because of his relationship with the AD.
Yeah, but isn't that a valid point, though? I mean,
what?
His history against
Of course.
top...
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend him. I'm writing about that for tomorrow morning. He's James Franklin Part 2. Okay. But I think he will be the next coach.
I don't think he will be.
See, I don't think he will be, Joe.
He vacations with the AD.
All the more reason not to do it.
Exactly. I think that there would be way too much heat and pressure and
you don't think those guys
on
want
Pat
that?
Kraft.
Isn't there anyway?
This is a career-defining job for Pat Kraft.
Right, and his one of his best friends in the world and a guy who
all the more reason not to do it.
All the more reason not to do it.
I don't understand that logic. When you have a guy that you're best friends with and you've already worked with and you've already you rebuilt a college football program in Temple for a brief time with, why wouldn't you want to do it with that person?
Well, I think you also have to look at the. I'm sure you'd want to, but is that the best thing that is good enough for the program?
What is the best thing for the program?
Not Matt Rule, not somebody who has the same record as James Franklin in these bigger games that failed in the NFL.
That's what you say. That's what you say. What makes you think Pat Kraft will think differently?
Because the problem is his relationship to me is I wouldn't go there. It's a non-starter. I know he likes him. I know he's worked with him. I know that's how it normally goes. But I think given the fact that you just relieved a head coach who's had a lot of number success but cannot win big games, you're bringing in a guy who has not won big games.
So who are you bringing in then?
Well,
that the fan base would welcome with open arms? Cignetti?
He would be a candidate. Whether or not he takes it's up to him. Again, Lane Kiffin, I think, has a lot of things that they would love up there. And the way he handles things. Urban Meyer's name has been tossed out of quite. Now, if you're going to say, well, look what he did in Jacksonville, I'll say, look what he did at the University of Florida and Ohio State University. You know, I have to consider that because he's had success at two major programs in college football.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing eye to eye on this, Bob, with the Rule effect. Like, look, it's great that he's a Penn State guy. He would understand the community and stuff like that. I just feel like you need to hit so much of a home run with the hire that it's somebody that's successful, that's been there, done that, maybe not won a national championship, but could take you to that next step where Matt Rule, I mean,
what do you mean? What do you mean? What I
mean is,
what had day one before he went to Ohio State?
He had still gone to the semis and had won. Are you talking about before he became the head coach?
Yes. It seems to me a lot of the recipe for a lot of these schools is to take a guy who hasn't been there and done that.
Like a young and up-and-coming coach? Yeah,
yes.
And if you look at the trends of the playoff from last year, that is true. There were more first-year head coaches, the Lannings of the world, the Ryan Days of the world, than guys who have already been at a previous spot as a head coach. Do you want an offensive coordinator? I feel like that would be more of a rebuild where the pressure is on right now to win pretty immediately.
See, I would want to know what immediate expectations are.
To win a national championship.
Okay, so if you're doing that, then some of these guys may say, okay, I need time to do what I got to do.
What does Lane Kiffin won that would make him a better candidate?
I just like him as a coach. I think he's a good X's and O's coach. I don't know. How about Marcus Freeman? Again, I cited the fact that Brian Kelly left there once, and I think Notre Dame really likes him. He likes them. I don't think.
We have to continue this conversation, Bob. And this is my fault. We've gone way over because of the hernia talk.
Yeah, there are people on Twitter giving advice about hernias here, too.
Okay. We'll come back to that in a moment. The Fan will showcase a different community each Saturday through the Youth Football Showcase with a special visit from members of the Fan staff. Would you like the Fan to visit your game? Email youthsports@937thefan.com with your group name, main contact info, potential dates, details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Saloni's Italian Bread, Pellman Electric, and Keystone Custom Apparel.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Front Office Sports has acquired a copy of James Franklin's contract with Penn State and saying that Franklin is required to look for another job in coaching or in broadcasting, that if Franklin's new job pays him less than $8 million, he's owed annually through 2031. That's how long Franklin's contract is supposed to run. The Penn State only owes him the difference. So the $49 million in the buyout money could end up going significantly down for Penn State, depending on what happens with Franklin moving forward. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, swords on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Matt Rule may have deep ties to Penn State, but is he the right hire to replace James Franklin? Despite success rebuilding programs, he's 0-18 against ranked teams since 2016. Penn State may need more than familiarity. It needs a coach who could win big games and compete for a national title. Is Rule really that coach? I'm Maggie Gray.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for almost 10 years. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. We have a 5-star review. Please give us a call today. Steel City Medical Center.
Tomlin Presser is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years.
For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. Two men and a junktruck.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
You finally did it. You found the perfect girl for you. Before you pop the question, make sure you have one of my rings in your pocket. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest unique selection of diamond engagement rings, designer lines, vintage, and all the classics. Don't settle for a mall chain store bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you can afford and from a local, family-owned business that has been making couples happy for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
When you hear an ad for an injury attorney on the radio, as you know, there's plenty of those, it's not often that you hear the same voice on the radio that you will on the phone with you directly handling your injury case every step of the way. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. With the injury firm at LGKG, you get the named partner, the big cats, Larry Kelly or Joe George.
We've always built this practice on service. We like talking to our clients. I think it's important if someone takes the time to call me, they get a chance to talk to me. Or if they want to call Larry, they get a chance to talk to Larry or one of our other associates.
Larry, it's rare that the same group will take things from the onboarding phone call all the way to the final resolution, whether it's the settlement or it's trial.
That's continuity. At LGKG, we're a small firm that handles cases on an individual basis each and every time.
What a concept that is. That's service. That's the Western PA way, where you don't get lost in the fold or you become just another number. That's a huge home field advantage, and that's LGKG. Accidents, MedMal, workers' comp, history, trust, service, and results. LGKG.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
You know, you take data, right? All right. This is not a 3-game thing. This is really diving into where we were as a program. What is the trajectory of this program? And you all know, and I'm not shy to admit it, I'm here to win national championship. And I believe our fans deserve that. And I wake up every day trying to achieve that goal. So, long-winded answer, Rich. It was kind of on a Sunday. Hey, this is probably the time.
That's Pat Kraft, the Penn State AD, talking about James Franklin. It wasn't just a 3-game thing, and I actually buy that. Limits and I were talking in the hallway to some people. One opinion that was expressed, Bob, was that Penn State has a delusional fan base. Do you agree with that? Delusional fan base in terms of expectations being too high.
Yeah, I think you always want expectations to be high. Is it delusional, given the fact that it's never been achieved under James Franklin? Maybe. But yeah, I think you always want to shoot that way. And now that there's a playoff of 12 teams, the goal should be get in there every year. And then, when you have a chance to play, regardless of who or when you play it or where you play it, you should have expectations to win it. I don't know if it's delusional. I think it's what I would want as a fan base. I want people to think that this team has a chance to compete for a national championship.
I don't think it's that delusional, honestly, when you get down to it, with the resources that they have and getting 108,000 people and the recruiting that they've been able to do under Franklin, actually, just not the game day coaching, and the resources they've put into the program. I've said it a bunch of times. I'll say it again. They took the defensive coordinator from Ohio State. Now, he made himself available and made him the highest paid defensive coordinator in the history of the sport. So what would you expect if you were a fan? I would expect not this. I can tell you that much. And I would be expecting national championships, or at least legitimately vying for them. They did last year. They did. I think they got a break in the playoff with 2 opponents that they should beat. And they did beat, and credit to them for doing that. But last year, they didn't beat the best teams on their schedule. They never did under Franklin. So he said it himself. We're a great program. I don't know if great would be the word I'd say, but very good, but not elite. And he never got them to elite. Somebody else deserves that shot. But I don't think fans are delusional at all for expecting that at Penn State, for expecting that you'll beat the best teams on your schedule once in a while.
And I think James Franklin increased their expectation level of the fan base by building a good recruiting system that served them well after all these years. You always look at those classes they're getting in. They're getting some of the more elite players, and that's the problem with James Franklin. He is very good at doing that. And there are teams around this country that could use somebody like that to bring up the recruitment facet of their programs. But when he got them all together, like this year, the expectations were extremely high. He said it himself. They said it. I believe they had the kind of roster that could win it all. But his coaching, especially on game days, was lacking, and that's the problem. You need a guy who can do both. You need a guy who can recruit and then also know who to hire, who to trust in a coaching tree or on your staff.
How about Joe Brady, the Bills' offensive coordinator, one of Joe Moorhead's guys back when they won the 2016 Big Ten title? Went to LSU, was the pass game coordinator. They won a national title with Joe Burrow, and now he's Josh Allen's play caller. Now, as Adam Bittner of the Post-Gazette details, Bob, Terry Pagula, who's a Penn State mega donor, also owns the Bills. So you figure if he didn't want Joe Brady to leave the Bills, he might be able to control that situation. I think that's a pretty good candidate.
Yeah, the hockey rink is named after the Pagulas at Penn State.
And he's put a ton of money into Penn State hockey, no doubt. And Gavin McKenna's making a lot of money, and I'm sure he has something to do with that too. So, I mean, he would be a candidate. I'm kind of lukewarm on him as a head coach. And what he can do here, and with the expectation, the pros versus college is so different, and it's gotten even worse. You got to manage so many different parts of this, and you better have the people in place. If I'm looking for a job, the first thing I want to do is find out who is funding my program. How many big donors do we have? Where are they? I think John Calipari is very happy in Arkansas because he's got a bunch of huge donors, so he never has to worry about NIL money. And now that's a bigger consideration than it's ever been. Penn State has money to make that happen. So that would be a very intriguing part of this if I were a coach, any coach trying to go there. I think he'll swing big. I don't think Brady's big for me. I think he'll look big as far as big-name guys. I think Kraft will do that. And he'll take a swing and see where it gets him. And if it doesn't, then there could be other options there. So
yeah, and I don't know if that's the right way to go when you're talking about swinging big, because, again, some of these guys who, where was Dabo Swinney before he took Clemson where they went? Mm-hmm. Where was Day before he took Ohio State where they went? Sometimes it's identifying the right guy on the way up rather than taking guys who have been around.
True. But how about if you miss on that assessment?
Well, how about if you miss on the guy who's been around?
But at least with the guy who's been around, you have some sort of resume to understand what he's been able to do.
How many of those guys that we are talking about have better resumes than Franklin?
As far as big games, probably a lot.
As far as general overall resumes, who's available?
I'm talking about, again, high-stakes games.
Well, give me a guy then.
I'm just saying, I don't know. I'd have to look into it, but I'm sure there are guys who have far better big-game resume numbers than James Franklin has. That's why he was fired.
I guess we'd have to see. Chris Vanini from The Athletic is actually the one who wrote about all these candidates. Here are some of them. We've already been over Matt Rule. He certainly does not have a big game resume.
No.
He is something like, 2-23 against ranked teams in his college career. He was a disaster in the NFL. He's barely over 500 in his college career. I know that doesn't tell the whole story because he helped rebuild programs, but he never got anybody to a place where they were winning games against top 10 opponents. In fact, I think he's 0-11 in his career against top 10 opponents. How about Brian Kelly? He's listed here. He never has quite fully fit at LSU, The Athletic writes. So perhaps he takes a look. How about Brian Kelly, Bob?
Well, he's finally, I think, LSU are they on the upswing?
They're good. They're better this year, yeah. Number 10.
So I know he has I saw the recruiting numbers. He has pretty good, it depends on what he's looking for. He would be somebody.
Would you want him?
Here we are again.
You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled.
I love that.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Yeah,
how about Dabo Swinney?
See,
how
I was
about
going to bring
Swinney
up Dabo
man himself? He has done that.
Yeah, I know that. How about if he began? Now, he has not totally embraced NIL as much as some of these other coaches do. I think he has to change in that regard because that's where it is right now.
Limits, you bleed blue and white.
But Clemson was looked at as a top 5 team this year, and where are they?
And look what happened to them. I actually would be very okay with Dabo Swinney here. Now, I wonder how much he would fit into the culture, and I do think that matters because one thing that was discussed about a lot with Franklin is he didn't really feel a part of the community. And when you're in small town, Happy Valley, it's not like Columbus or I don't know how big Ann Arbor is. But
what do you mean he didn't fit into the community?
Well, I mean, like Paterno and Bill O'Brien and some of those guys, you could see them walking around downtown and being more involved with things that are more community type of events where it didn't really seem like Franklin, that was necessarily the case. I heard on a podcast that someone said that you saw Franklin at the Starbucks, and that was basically it. if you were walking around downtown State College, and people just want, your coach that will be a little bit more actively involved and stuff like that. That's obviously not the end-all, be-all.
No, I just want a coach that beats good opponents.
Right.
Yes.
That's where it starts.
And I wonder if Brian Kelly or Dabo Swinney would fit here. I do. I wonder about that. I don't want Kelly, but I would take
wouldn't
Dabo.
Anybody fit there who wins the biggest games?
Probably, ultimately, yeah.
Now, Limits believes that do you think Kurt Cignetti is almost a lock to be the guy?
I don't think it's a lock, but I think if I had to bet it right now on who I think the coach is going to be, I would bet Kurt Cignetti, and I would put $500 on it. And $500 for me as a bettor is a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, I would, if Kurt Cignetti is willing to do it, I would definitely bring him in and talk to him and find out, what his expectations are for this job, what my expectations are if he takes this job, all of that. There are going to be a number of good candidates. I wouldn't mind him at all, though. He has experience now in the Big Ten. He knows how to win some of these games. He's put together an outstanding program, even though he was never looked at as a football-first school like some of these places have been. There's a lot to like about him.
There's been some talk about the Missouri football coach right now.
And the Kansas coach, and Syracuse and Minnesota and Duke.
Yeah, Drinkwitz, the Missouri guy. Could you imagine if he ended up being the coach and they brought Prabula back and Prabula was the quarterback? That's where he is right now with Missouri.
That would be
whatever happened to Charlie Weiss?
Classic 2025
he made a lot
college
of money,
football.
Yep.
Right? I mean, he went
Charlie Weiss
as an assistant in New England, and he goes to Kansas, and then everything changed.
How old is Charlie Weiss?
I don't know. I just haven't heard his name in a long time. I don't know if he's still in football. Not that believe me, that's not why I'm bringing his name up for this job.
He's
I'm just
70.
wondering. He's 70? Okay.
Sunny and a high of 70 today. Ernie Stautner, low of 55. Good old Devin Bush. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. 50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, let's go to a different coach. Mike Tomlin doing a good job so far this season and was very direct in some of his answers yesterday on what I thought were very good questions. It's always funny to me when Tomlin said, man, you guys annoyed me today, and then people jump on the same old stupid questions from the media. No, I thought the questions were great yesterday, and so were the answers. Everybody thinks they're a tough guy that's going to, walk into the Tomlin news conference and confront him on something or ask the best questions that can be asked. I thought the questions were excellent yesterday. And I thought his answers were great. And we're going to play some of the best of them next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Bengals this Thursday. It will begin Week 7 in the NFL, and Fan Game Day will get you ready for it with Mark Caballi, Donnie Football, Jason Mackey, as the Steelers are favorites in Cincinnati and will play against Joe Flacco, who Mike Tomlin was stunned and shocked was traded from Cleveland to Cincinnati, the day one starter this year for Cleveland, who will now play against the Steelers potentially 2 times, unless Joe Burrow has a very surprising and earlier return with his turf toe injury. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Right now, Joe has a message for you.
Thank you, Limits, for your undying well of kindness. Every Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. So get in on this Thursday's action. All you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your chance to win $2 million in bonus bets. How about the local team's top receiver for the first touchdown of the game? That might be a good one. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Price pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. The week off did not affect A-Rod's chemistry with his receivers. Rodgers had 21 completions to 8 different players, including touchdowns to Haywood and DK. The future Hall of Famer threw 235 yards. A-Rod recognized the history of the rivalry during his post-game presser, saying it's nice to continue the mastery of the Browns at home. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in real estate legal solutions for residential and commercial clients. Considering buying or selling or a sale by owner, home or property, contact Myers Law Group first. Their experienced attorneys will make sure all documents are correct and all promises are kept before the sale. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Here in Pittsburgh, we know porch pirates don't take a day off. That's why Guardian Protection is giving you double the coverage for the price of one. Buy one Guardian camera and get the second absolutely free. Keep watch over your front porch, back deck, or wherever yins need it most. HD video, motion alerts, and total peace of mind without paying extra. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras. That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43-mile-per-gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the open details on all offers.
What's up, black and gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
Never-Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart, 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray, Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra, and Emerson Hart of Tonic. A night of all the hits.
November 20th, 7 p.m., the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Hey, it's Crowley. Skip your gas bills this winter with Sullivan Super Service. Buy a new furnace in October and we'll pay your November and December gas bills up to $900. You heard that right. Your November and December gas bills are on us. You've seen our bright yellow trucks flying around town. Schedule today and your hometown heroes will deliver super savings to keep you warm and protect your budget. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit us online at sullivanservice.com. Don't wait for the first freeze. Skip the bills with Sullivan Super Service. We'll be your hometown heroes.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevy of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevy, get 0% for 36 months on a 2025 Chevy Silverado, $1,500 crew cab, plus $1,000 bonus cash. Get financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
Hey everyone, Dan Zangrilli. Want to take a moment here to tell you about Comcast Business. Call today to learn more about their great offers. Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops, and it's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And it's how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. So with reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Call today to learn more about their great offers.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All righty, Joe. The Penguins will be playing tonight. They are playing at 10:30. and will be in Anaheim as the season rolls along, with Tristan Jarry expected to be in net, but we'll see what ends up being the case for the Penguins ultimately, if they will go with Artur Shilovs, who's off to a solid start, but on Saturday in the 6-1 defeat to the New York Rangers, Shilovs, well, he allowed 6 goals and faced 30 shots, made 24 saves. Ben Kindle had his first goal. It was in the second period of the matchup and was the only goal that the Penguins scored. So after the break and trip over to the West Coast, it's a 10:30 puck drop. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, the proper Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, as soon as Mike Tomlin gave his answer to this question yesterday, I knew it was going to be a story, and sure enough, it was on the top headlines on ESPN and everything else, and people in Cleveland were asking Stefanski about it, and people in Cincy were asking Zach Taylor about it. I mean, this was unreal. This was just like you found Tomlin at the team hotel late at night, sat down, had a beer, and got his honest feelings on something, which he never or rarely gives you at news conferences. Like most coaches, he just spews cliches a lot of the time, frankly, on Tuesdays. And yesterday he didn't. He was, I thought, direct. He was annoyed, he admitted afterwards. Good. Then maybe that's what prompted him to have a little more of a real back and forth with reporters than the stuff we usually get on Tuesdays. I thought it was great. And, man, if you had stopped the tape after this question, I thought the answer was going to be what other teams do in this division's no business of mine. Something like that, right? Instead, it went like this.
You've coached in the AFC North longer than anybody. What did you make of the rarity of seeing an intra-divisional trade of experienced quarterback inside the division?
To be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us. Because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
When the Bengals acquired him, knowing what you know about Zach and how he likes to run his offense, like from Cincinnati's perspective, did it make sense for them?
It certainly made sense from Cincinnati's perspective.
Bob, I don't know when the last time, and I saw Jerry Dulac reference this in his chat today, the last time I remember an NFL coach taking a shot at an opposing GM and team, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. What did you make of this, and what do you make of the accusation here, or the charge that this was basic incompetence by the Browns? Why do you think they did this?
I think most of it is the fact that Cincinnati has been struggling with Jake Browning, and they have been an ineffective offense. And all of a sudden, before this game and one game prior to it, they make a trade of their starting quarterback. I know that he finds that to be just a bad move to make, especially since you declared Joe Flacco your starting quarterback. But I think it probably goes deeper. There's got to be something behind it. And one thing I've known about Mike Tomlin is that when he does speak, though, on something that he feels pretty, motivated about, he will come out and tell you things that you may not expect. When it comes to overseeing teams and talking about their players, I mean, he's going to do what he does, and most coaches do that. They know this is the NFL, it's tough to win, and he's going to talk about those guys that he has to deal with. But this was unusual, but I think there's got to be a deeper layer to it. And again, I go back to what Kevin Stefanski said the day this happened, and he was doing a press conference, and he admitted that he had no idea it was going to happen. When you hear stuff like that, you have to wonder, what kind of rift is there between the GM and the coach, who's been on a hot seat just because they're floundering as they do every year, but I don't think it's all his fault. And maybe it was just coach sticking up for coach.
Maybe. Why do you think the Browns did this move? I mean, obviously they want to go
I have no good reason for it, because they didn't get anything. They swapped draft picks. 5th and 6th rounds, I think it was. What did they really get? And you would have thought that with the young quarterbacks, Joe Flacco, and I thought one of the reasons why he was there in the first place was to help those young quarterbacks deal with the minutia that comes with the NFL season, understanding how tough it is, what reads you can make, much like Aaron Rodgers has helped Mason Rudolph and Will Howard. So what's the point of bringing him in and then getting rid of him if he has a role on that team, even if he's not playing?
Are the paranoid amongst us justified in their feelings if they think the Browns did it to screw over the Steelers?
Who knows? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, but I just find it weird that they did this. I think, again, my gut feeling tells me there's something there that we don't know about, whether it's feelings with Andrew Berry or he's sticking up for Kevin Stefanski.
I don't think Mike's an Andrew Berry fan. It certainly doesn't sound that way. I got a question in my mailbag. Did the Browns do this to ensure that the Bengals would finish ahead of them and therefore get a better draft pick?
It doesn't matter because they'll blow it. Right? I mean, what are they going to do with a better draft pick? The way they've gone. The fact that you have 41 starting quarterbacks in a 25-year span tells you everything you need to know. And they had Baker Mayfield, who they drafted first overall, and they could have kept him, and they decided to go against it in favor of Deshaun Watson. What does that tell you?
Next. What do you got, Limits?
I would like to tell you about what happened with Brian Batko, and
I still have to tell you something first.
You do.
I apologize for this, even after a reminder from my friend Limits. Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Limits?
I would like to remind you and let Bob know about what went on with Brian Batko's questioning on Darnell Washington.
Oh, boy.
And also the Thursday night struggles the Steelers had first.
I know a lot of the guys were talking about how you teed up Darnell for that week against the Browns. How fun was it to watch him follow through and embrace that and play like that?
I'll keep our in-house business in-house.
And then...
Same time, you guys have struggled on Thursday nights recently, particularly on the road. Is there anything you can put your finger on as a through line or anything you do?
I'm only concerned about 2025. I got my ass kicked in a lot of ways over the last 19 years.
So, does Tomlin have a problem with Batko like he does Andrew Berry, or was that just good stuff, Bob?
I don't think at all. I think that's how he views it,
I love those answers, too,
but
especially the second one.
The second one was a good one because he acknowledges, he knows how this goes. They've been really good on Sunday nights and Monday nights, but Thursday nights not been their business.
And coming off bye weeks, and against rookie quarterbacks.
Right, all of that is in
and
his
against
favor.
the Browns and Bengals for the most part.
So, but this Thursday night has been a bugaboo. 0-6 in the division on the road against these teams, and something's got to give.
How about the first question on Mount Washington? Was that just Tomlin not wanting to pump up Mount Washington's tires? He just wanted to avoid that topic?
I think he's done stuff like that before, not trying to pump up guys like Nick Herbig when he knows he's on an ascending voyage here to becoming a good player. And sometimes you don't want to, if you start praising people too much, because I've talked to other coaches who used to do this and say that's the wrong approach sometimes. They start hearing this and they think they're better than they really are at the time, So who knows what goes in. I'll tell you what, he's a very smart man. He knows how to articulate whatever message he wants for the most part, man. He comes at you, and he's more entertaining to watch than Kevin Stefanski or any of these coaches who just don't even want to answer questions. Even when he doesn't answer a question, he does it in a way that makes you interested, I think.
He did yesterday. Sometimes I get very bored with the cliches on Tuesday.
But they all do it that way. They're all gonna.
They all do. Yeah.
They're not going to come out and say, "Hey, this team stinks, and we should kick their butts all over the field." What does that do for you? So
next,
the Gravesdigger got out his shovel, Joe, and resulted.
Will Graves, Bob, you have him on the showdown.
What did he do?
Listen,
it resulted in
this.
Listen.
You guys paid Pat a significant chunk of money a couple summers ago. The production in relation to the numbers hasn't been there, but I talked to him.
I'm sorry, say it again, please.
Production, like he's not getting
who?
Friermuth. I'm sorry, Friermuth. He's not getting a lot of targets right now just because of the way the scheme is. The games are unfolding, but he's also not out there complaining about it. He told me yesterday, "Hey, look, my time is going to come." Do you find that mindset, which hasn't necessarily been the way it's been here for a while, maybe pervasive throughout the offensive unit as a whole, and how much of this may be Aaron's influence in that?
I think that is very reflective of the environment here. I disagree with you. He's a good teammate. We're winning games. We're gaining cohesion. He's certainly capable. He knows his time is going to come to ante up and kick in. He better be ready. I'm sure he will be. That's just how we go about our business.
Bob, what did you make of that exchange?
I thought he's just protecting the player and his team. He's not gonna come out and think he's talking about him as past tense or we're not using him for this reason or that. Again, that doesn't. He knows at some point he's going to get an opportunity, and I still believe he will. He's too talented not to. They paid him money for that reason. So it's just a matter of when that happens, and I think that's the message he was trying to play. Don't underestimate his lack of usage or lack of snaps at this point. There's going to be times for him, and I still think that's the case.
Possibly, not against 4-3 teams.
If you do not have a number 2 legit receiver and you're looking for ways to move the ball, how could you ignore him?
But the story there to me was Tomlin vehemently defending the idea or rejecting the idea that this has been the case with other players who have gone the opposite of Freiermuth and been selfish. Tomlin seems to reject that notion. Somebody needs to remind him of George Pickens, of Deontay Johnson, 2 guys who basically quit at times during games, I might add. George Pickens bitching and moaning about not getting the ball, things like that. I'm not buying Tomlin's argument there. Are you?
I think that's how he wants it to be perceived, the way he presented it. It may not be true in certain cases. I don't think you can satisfy everybody who comes into your system. You're certainly dealing with players who have their own agendas and their own red flags, and they knew there are red flags on some of these guys coming out of school. So you try to do it, but you're not going to give away any secrets about what you guys try to do as a culture. So I don't even really. I think you're thinking very deeply into this, and I understand why, but I don't think that's that big of an issue right now. I think there's certain guys who are going to be players you got to deal with, and they may not respond to you the way you want them to. That's professional sports. That happens everywhere. So I'm not surprised by that.
By what?
By guys who do what they do regardless of what you think your culture is. They go against it. They do things that are not an endorsement of your culture, and yet you talk about it, but at the same time, here you have somebody who's not listening to what you're saying. That happens all the time in sports.
Right.
And that's why guys leave, and that's why guys are left to leave. So
that's why you shouldn't draft certain guys.
Yeah, but Bob, they knew that going in.
Right, but then they got rid of him, but you say they should still have him.
Again, my context of keeping him, George Pickens, was because I felt that for 1 year, they put up with 3 years of him. Right, Joe? They have. They knew what they were doing. So they put up with 3.
And it got progressively worse.
Okay, but this is the 1 year. And I'm one of these guys, if I were a GM, I want people playing for money. If I know you're going to have something that you're really going to be motivated to play for, then I trust that that'll be your only thing that you're going to do. You're going to focus so hard on the carrot at the end of this season that it could lead you into a 5-year deal for whatever millions of dollars or not. And if you act like the way you acted here, you're not going to get that done. People are going to know the reputation's out there.
So you think Pickens will be putting up those kinds of numbers here?
I believed he would have had to, especially opposite DK Metcalf. Yes, I thought their answer for a number 2 was here. I get why they moved him. That's what that's the decision they made. I would have wanted him here just because I think he would have cashed in on 1 year left, and it's 1 year only. This is your opportunity to make or break your career, your future money. Are you going to be stupid enough to throw it away?
Yes.
I don't think he's done that. I think if anything,
we haven't done that in Dallas. CeeDee Lamb got hurt, and that's a way different offense and a way different environment.
He has 6 touchdown receptions so far this year. 6 in 6 games.
Right.
It's pretty good pace.
You think he would have those numbers here, 6 touchdowns and all these yards with DK Metcalf in this offense?
I think they would have complemented one another, and at least he would have been looked at as somebody who can be a potential number 1 someplace else at the end of the season. I would not, regardless of what he put up on paper this year, I would not have signed him after this year. I would have used this 1 year and this 1 year only to bank on his production trumping any of the nonsense.
I don't know that he would have made it out of minicamp if he even showed up. I think this is a way, way different situation.
Why do you think he's doing it down there then? Why do you think
fresh situation, starting number 1 receiver out, offense different, high-flying passing offense, and what?
Money.
Okay. That's a lot of factors in addition to money, though.
Money trumps everything when you're a young guy and you know you have one year.
I've seen other guys throw it away.
Maybe so.
You don't think Deontay Johnson would be making more money right now? Of course, he did it after he got his money.
Right. What I'm saying to you is I think money trumps this. That's all I would base this on. I would not have re-signed him I don't care how many catches and touches, because I know I have DK Metcalf at $150 million.
Yeah.
This guy isn't making that. He will, not 150, but he'll make a lot more that I can't afford after this year. But if he uses this year as sort of the springboard to that contract, I'll take that, and I'll use it to my advantage.
I hear you. You have more faith in what would have happened here than I do.
I was making a bet. That's the bet I would have made.
After they gave another man his job, number one wideout, and his money that he thought he was going to get here.
But again, what option does he have at that point?
And put him in this offense.
What option does he have at that point? That all happened.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about him like he's somebody who would have rationally approached the situation and done what was best for him and the team.
I think he has rationally approached it in Dallas.
We'll see. It's early yet.
I understand
that,
but I'm
of the
just
way
saying
into the season, things have gone great for him, not so great for the team.
And
He's been great.
I'm not endorsing anything that George Pickens has done. He deserved what he got. He deserved being reprimanded, and if they wanted to move away, he created all of this.
Yeah.
But I was betting on 1 year. That's all I was betting on.
And maybe it would have happened. We'll never know. Two very, very different situations. And it seemed like it was pretty much poisoned here.
I'm sure it was. And believe me, I know it's not been great. He's caused a lot of friction. I get it. But there have been other guys. I mean, Antonio Brown was not friction-free when he was here putting up his big numbers, too. He had some issues going on.
I guess it finally blew up. I guess you have a ticking time bomb. You got to predict when it's going to blow up. You would have given it a year.
I would have went one more year, and I would have said, okay, then blow up elsewhere. You get your money, and then you're going to have to. You
might be right. We had the Martavis Bryant ticker. We had the Deontay Johnson ticker, the Chase Claypool ticker, the Santonio Holmes
Johnson, as you said, was fine up until he got his money.
Yeah.
And see, when George gets his money, oh, boy, that could be a big problem. But again, I think the money's out there.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. In the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Bob, we'll wrap it up next with a little Penguins prediction, maybe a couple of them.
Can I read a tweet for you, too, before you go?
Yeah.
This is from Jason at Slippery Rock. Did you see this?
No.
Austin, you did, probably. It says, people around here follow the NBA more than people think. This is in response to somebody else who put something out there about NBA doesn't matter. That you and I should do an NBA segment. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I like talking about the NBA. I know you do too, Joe. You watch it.
I'm wearing a Golden State Warriors hat even as we speak, Bob, on my way to Nevillewood for a golf round.
There you go.
I can't wait.
Maybe you can hit threes just like Steph Curry. Threes on the scorecard.
And he's a great golfer too. Did you see him get a hole-in-one
He's unbelievable.
last year?
Yeah, he is, and he loves the sport.
Most
of these elite athletes love golf. They're out there playing all the time, and their athleticism allows them to hit the ball the way they hit the ball. But he's tried out for tours. He's that good.
I'm jealous of that, Bob. Let's talk FanDuel in the meantime. We have a Thursday night matchup that you may know a thing or two about involving the local team. It's your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, because FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot is happening. You can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to take a shot at the jackpot. I like either Mount Washington or DK Metcalf as a first or last touchdown scorer in this game. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in, must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt will play against Syracuse on Saturday as the football team has won 2 games in a row. 7:30 is the kickoff. 4:30 is when the Pitt football preview show will begin right here on the Fan. And you can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. The week off did not affect A-Rod's chemistry with his receivers. Rodgers had 21 completions to 8 different players, including touchdowns to Haywood and TK. The future Hall of Famer threw 235 yards. A-Rod recognized the history of the rivalry during his post-game presser, saying it's nice to continue the mastery of the Browns at home. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Ben Johnson was a prize hire this offseason in the NFL coaching cycle. The former Lions OC chose the Bears. And while it hasn't exactly been fireworks, Johnson is doing one thing well that we're not used to in Chicago. Last night, the Bears won a game because of situational football. They were better at game management than the Commanders. That's something we're not used to with this team, and it's a reason to feel optimistic about where the Bears are going. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. Must tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. Select units only. Offers end 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directive.
Everyone, it's Bob Pompiani here. If you are like me, you tend to want to keep everything, never throw anything out. My garage is where I stash stuff, and it lacks organization. So I called Pittsburgh Garage, the authority in garage makeovers. Schedule a free estimate at pittsburghgarage.com.
Swinging into fall and leading the way, Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Start your next adventure with Acura now. Every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray. Online at spitzeracura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, now open. Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, design-forward solutions, 2 great divisions, 1 unstoppable company. Make your appointment to visit our new showroom in the heart of Pittsburgh's Cultural District. Call 412-771-0760 to schedule today. Tri-State Office Interiors, elevating the everyday.
This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevrolet, get 1.9% for 36 months on a new 2026 Chevy Equinox, or lease a 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive for $319 a month. Get great financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. Lease for 36 months with 10,000 miles per year and $4,399 due at signing. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd. Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Bob, it's time for What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly in the 50-minute mark on the Fan. We're coming up to that, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Brian Batko, I just saw this, wrote an interesting piece at postgazette.com about the turf the other day, Bob.
And what were the findings?
Well, his lead is very good. Chris Boswell has just 2 missed field goals this season, but one was blocked and the other has a grasterisk. You like that, Bob?
Well, he had made how many in a row from 50? I think Chris wanted that streak to go on, and this was 54, and I think he would have made it.
Probably, based on his history, yeah. This is why the Bacconian Mongoose gets the big bucks with a grasterisk. That's unbelievable. That was a problem the other day, and it looked like the Miles Killebrew significant injury may have been caused by it, and they almost lost their all-world kicker. That was almost a blown-out knee. Oh. I don't know what's going on over there, but you can't have that. You just can't. for a game.
Well, the strange thing was there was no play on it for 2 weeks. When Pitt played Louisville there, the place looked wonderful. You did not see that. So I have no idea. There may have been some sort of, who knows, what goes underneath there with, watering system that may not. I don't know what. All I know is it turned brown in a hurry. And we haven't had rain, but that should not be an issue. The good news is they immediately changed it. I think that was the plan all along. They were going to do it at some point, and this was going to be the point because Pitt's out of town, the Steelers are going to be out of town, and so they have to look at it from that point of view. So I think that was already in the plans, but
it was almost a week way too late.
Yeah, because when he got his knee,
it was for Killebrew.
Yeah, Boswell, the plant foot didn't move, and that's really dangerous,
Do they always replace the field?
Yeah, once a year.
I thought this is going to be twice a year then, because they always do it after Whitfield Championships.
Yeah, but when they may do it twice a year. I'm not sure how that goes.
Do they still play the Whitfield Championships
there?
there?
Yeah, Saturday,
4 out of the 6.
4 out of the 6, all on one day. So, but again, I did not see that field looking that way when Pitt played Louisville.
I know, it's
weird.
And
nothing happened between then and the next game, which was the Steeler game.
Now, he breaks it down into exactly what kind of turf they use, et cetera. So it's a good story by Batko. Finishes, will the Steelers do anything about it? They're resodding the field, but Pitt and the Steelers both play here very soon. I'm not going to get into the kind of bluegrass it is, Bob. Nobody cares.
You're a grass person now because you have to analyze grass.
I'm not a horticulture expert.
No, but you play golf, which means you have to know grain, not grain.
I'm always amazed how the divots one day are like fixed by the next day, Bob. How does that happen?
Yeah, well, they have that stuff, the seeds with sand, put it in there, water it, and it goes away. I don't know how they do it. It's magical.
Time will tell, Batko says, if the Steelers and the publicly funded Acrisure Stadium use this particular firestorm of criticism to replace the grass more often, increase the size of their grounds crew, or perhaps change providers. I don't know, man, but that was inexcusable. So find a way to fix it is what I would say. You can't have a game like that in your home stadium, lose your special teams captain, and almost lose one of the most important players on your team. Aaron Rodgers ripped the field conditions after the game, and rightfully so, Bob. Borderline unplayable.
Yeah, and he cited Green Bay. I don't know who's in charge of their stuff over there, but he said he never had a problem over there. So the good news is there's a new surface. So hopefully it'll withstand whatever it has to withstand. And you're right, Austin, the WPIAL championship games are coming up. I think it's November 22nd.
Yeah.
So
meanwhile, Bob, the Penguinkians are back on the schedule tonight.
Anaheim's a good young team.
They're in Anaheim.
Still trying to figure out how to get better and make a playoffs several years after their big 3 left. So
how long do you think Kyle Dubas is giving this thing? What I mean is, are they going to become a viable team, like, a team first, defense oriented, capital Spencer Carberry type team that hangs around for a while and maybe more than that? Or are they going to stink? And how long do you give it before you start making moves?
I don't think they're going to stink. I think they're going to be a decent team.
But you'll acknowledge there's a possibility.
Oh, of course there is. There's a possibility that they can also do what Carberry did. And I'll shock everyone with the way his system and the guys who bought into his system, and they're younger guys mostly. But I think you have to, it's hard for players. And when you have Sidney Crosby on your team, the last thing you want to do is start moving away pieces because he's there to try to win. He still wants to win.
He's going to be a very unhappy man if they get off to a terrible start.
Yeah.
That's the first
So
thing.
far, 2-1. We'll see how this trip goes. This is typically a tough trip for them to make. Anaheim's an improving team. The Kings are a legitimate Stanley Cup contender. So we'll see. And also the goaltending in the next month will be answered. You may see Murashov, who's off to a good start down there in Wilkes-Barre-Scranton, up here.
I'm ready to see him now, and I know Shilovs and Jari both played well in their first games anyway. That's great. I want to see the future. I want to watch this kid play.
Yeah, so do I. And I think, again, it'll be dictated by how these guys do, especially on this trip away from here. So we'll see probably both goaltenders.
Probably, yeah.
Shilovs did not look good against the Rangers, but the Rangers were due to do something like that, too.
Sunny today with a high of 70. Ernie Stautner, low of 55. Cole Holcomb. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Bob, do you think I'm going to play well at Nevillewood today? Now, the second last time I was there, my car alarm went off for a long time because I locked my keys in my trunk.
That story. How about that story? I remember that story.
Everybody was laughing at me there. I don't really belong in a place like that anyway.
Sure you do.
But everybody was laughing at me. It's a very prestigious place, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really
Do you say prestigious or prestigious?
prestigious. That's what I say.
What do you say, Limits?
I say prestigious.
Yeah, I say prestigious. Do you have a problem with that?
Not at all. Tomato.
I think you're going to do well.
You do?
I think you're going to. You just keep the ball in play and don't three-putt. Hard to do on that course, but don't three-putt.
Don't three-putt.
Yeah.
I mean, that's advice for sure, but I don't know if that's like saying hit it straight. Of course, I want to hit it straight and not three-putt.
Well, your problems normally come off either off the
I
tee
stink,
or
Bob.
on
I'm
the
a
green.
golfing fraud, and
You just had
everybody knows
9
it, and they're
pars
going to
at
laugh at
Moon.
me. Huh?
You just had 9 pars at Moon.
I know, but that ain't Nevillewood.
It's golf.
I'm a golfing fraud, Bob, and everyone there is going to laugh at me.
I could see you playing and Ron one day showing up on a beer cart, which has a bunch of, Modelo's or whatever he drinks down there, free and free light.
Yeah. What if I retired and just went and lived with Ron, and I'd play golf and he drank?
That would be the odd couple.
Yeah.
That would be, the version
I'm
of
Tony
the odd
Randall,
couple.
and he's Jack Klugman.
Jack Klugman, yeah.
You remember that show?
I remember. I love those two together. I mean, very good concept, and those two were perfect. And how they handled it.
Everything sucks, Bob.
Joe, just go out and have fun. It's a beautiful day.
I know.
You're going to love it.
Believe me, I feel
And
lucky.
I want to hear a report.
But
as
they
soon
are
as
going to
it's
laugh
done.
at me. I don't even know the guy I'm playing with.
All the better. I went to Pebble Beach this year with no knowledge of who I was playing with, 30 guys. And we had a great time. And you got to meet him, talk to him. Golf can do that for you.
Did you play beer drinking games?
No.
Too old for that.
No, we were tired. We played, ate, had a few drinks, went to bed. Get up, play again, eat,
Have
drink,
drinks,
go to bed.
Thank you, Bob. You're a wonderful man. Are you going to be here this week?
No, I have a golf thing. I'm going to be here Saturday, but you're not going to be here Saturday. I'll be here
Saturday.
That's what I got yesterday confused. I thought the Tomlin presser was Tuesday. I thought yesterday was Tuesday.
Every day it changes.
Today's Wednesday.
Wrong.
No, it's Tuesday.
Monday.
What's today?
Good night, Bob.
Tuesday.
Good night, Bob.
Good night.
See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins are in Anaheim. They'll play tonight at 10:30. We'll see who ultimately ends up being in goal on this West Coast trip that'll also continue to be played in L.A. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team is next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Abali, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Den Day here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. I'm taking the Dodgers' first 5 money line tonight in the NLCS. Freddie Peralta on the mound from Milwaukee. He had a great 2025 campaign, but in his 2 postseason appearances, he's allowed 5 runs in 9 2/3 innings. With the Dodgers only scoring 2 runs in game number 1, I'm expecting a stronger performance from their bats to start. Take them on the first 5 money line. I'm Denton Day from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Hey guys, Mulsey here for Awaken 180 Weight Loss, and after losing 35 pounds in 6 weeks and keeping it off for over 3 years with Awaken, believe it or not, some of my priorities have changed, and now I'm starting to lift, and I want to add muscle, and part of that is nutrition. Anybody that's been in the gym knows if you're not eating right, you're not going to see the right kind of gains no matter how hard you work out. Well, guess what? Everything I learned while I was on the program with Awaken 180 has helped me in that regard as well. I know what to eat. I know when to eat. I know how much to eat. I know, more importantly, what not to eat to help me achieve my latest goal. So even though that wasn't part of it with Awaken 180 weight loss, I was trying to lose weight. Now I'm trying to pack on the muscle. The experience that I have from Awaken 180, and even talking to my coach about it when I still check in, which is free for life even after you reach your goal weight, has helped me along with this process. You can lose weight, and what you learn with Awaken 180 can help you in so many other ways. It is the long-term solution for weight loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Claich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
At twomeninadjunktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, "You like the price?" Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Car dealerships have come and gone, but one has stood the test of time. Smale. We're proud to announce the grand opening of our new Smale Kia showroom. Get up to $1,000 APR bonus cash on select models, plus 0% financing for up to 48 months on 2025 Kia Sportage and Kia Sorento gas models during the Kia Fall Savings Event, Route 30 East, Greensburg.
SmaleKia.com. With approved credit, not all will qualify. Must finance with campaign for 0% APR and bonus cash on select models. See Smale Kia for details. It's 11/3/25.
The Neofis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neofis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neofis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neofisinsurance.com. That's NEOFES insurance.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Need birthday or anniversary flowers fast? Order today at oliverflowers.com.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College class of 2006. Westminster College means a lot to me.
I learned from great professors and received hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. At Westminster College, every student accepted for fall 2026 is guaranteed a scholarship, making exceptional education genuinely affordable. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more and to find out if you're eligible for a $1,000 visit grant.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Harvest the Savings event. Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis. Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Visit JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
You've probably seen it on local real estate shows or in the classifieds. A home is for sale, and the listing boasts about having a petite bathroom or a petite kitchen. Hi, this is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich.
It's gratifying and most humbling to know that long ago the Petite brand became a status symbol in Western Pennsylvania. Whether you prefer a traditional or very contemporary design, upgrading your kitchen or bathroom the Petite way adds value and makes your home more desirable.
For over 50 years, we've helped thousands of satisfied customers make their kitchen or bathroom dreams come true. We invite you to visit our showroom at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center or call us at 412-279-2222.
You'll see great ways to create the kitchen or bathroom that fits your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Never Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart, 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray. Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra. And Emerson Hart of Tonic. A night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
It's all treats and no tricks.
At Joe Ball GMC's Spooktacular Sales Event.
Save $7,000 on brand new 2026 GMC Sierras.
Ask about 0% financing, too.
Who are you going to call?
Joe Ball GMC, 412-487-8500.
JoeBallGM.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, today we'll find out the Steelers' injury report for their quick turnaround game in Cincinnati on Thursday. No Calvin Austin yesterday at the Steelers' make-believe practice. We'll see if he takes place in the real one today. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What did you make of the rarity of seeing into the divisional trade of an experienced quarterback inside the division?
You know, to be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me
to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
From Cincinnati's perspective, did it make sense for them?
It certainly made sense from Cincinnati's perspective. He can throw the football, and he's always been able to throw the football. Arm strength, arm accuracy, anticipatory passer, fluid movement through progressions. That's always been his game.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. We are 2 days away from the Steelers' primetime date in Cincinnati, a place where the Steelers have won a ton, but they are trying to end a dubious drought under Mike Tomlin, and that is the inability to win AFC North games on a short week. Yes, it is a very kind of niche category of game here, very narrow category of game, road, short week, AFC North. But Tomlin's been here almost 2 decades, and he's never done it. And so that's why I think it's a little bit in his head. And that's why we got, and believe it or not, Mulsey and I both knew this, that this was kind of choreographed, that Tomlin last week was seething about this trade, was cussing a blue streak about this trade,
yes, he was.
And allegedly kind of primed the pump and told reporters to ask him about this trade because he promised that something viral would happen, and it did. It came up, and he delivered. He was true. He was true to his word on it.
He likes to use his weekly press conference on occasion as a pulpit to get a message out, and no mistake in this one.
Right. So the part I like about it is it dunks on the Browns, and they've been such a hapless franchise. They deserve it. And they do have a GM who thinks he's smarter than everybody who runs their team. Mm-hmm. And so when you don't mince words here and you don't do anything anonymously and you come right out and say, yeah, this guy thinks he's smarter than everybody else, but really he's an idiot, I do appreciate that as a Steelers fan. What is most interesting about this comment, though, that now has been talked about for almost 24 hours, is why did Mike Tomlin choose now to do something he never does? Which is talk about somebody else's business. That's one of his 10 commandments as a coach. I worry about the Steelers. I talk Steelers on Tuesdays. I'll only talk about the team we're playing if it pertains to that matchup. I'm not going to talk about a trade another team made. I'm not going to talk about a signing another team made. I'm worried about us. And instead, he took this opportunity to blast the Browns for giving Joe Flacco to the Bengals. And here we go. Mere days after that trade happened, Flacco's going to suit up against the Steelers in this game. My theory is he is maybe not scared to death, but he is concerned about Joe Flacco. He respects Joe Flacco. He thinks Joe Flacco, even at 40, is a very dangerous man. And I frankly don't really get it. I don't get why at this point in Joe Flacco's career, Tomlin still wakes up in a cold sweat about playing against him. Because he's not a good quarterback anymore.
I do. I know why he wakes up in a cold sweat.
Because of what happened last year in the Colts game?
I don't think it's even – that's absolutely part of it because it's proof of concept.
But he was worried about that happening before it happened. Like he had a premonition that Flacco might go in the game, and then it ended up beating them.
I know where the premonition comes from. But, I mean, the whole point of it is I think he doesn't like Barry on general merits, I think, because of he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, and to Mike, he's not a real ball knower. He's not like a true football guy. Whatever.
He's an analytics guy. He's a numbers guy.
Omar Khan's an analytics guy, but he's our analytics guy.
And I boss him around.
And Andy Weidel is our football guy, and he's as football as it gets.
Sure.
I think this is why he's afraid of Joe Flacco, which is the real thing. I think my Mike Tomlin checks under his bed for Joe Flacco every night comment continues to be more and more valid. This is why. Joe Flacco is the outcome with Flacco when Tomlin is on the other side running a defense is very binary, I think. It is either one of two things. Tomlin's pass rush consistently gets home on Joe Flacco and forces him into the kind of mistakes that are bad Joe Flacco and sacks him because he's immobile. Or Joe Flacco does not get bothered by a pass rush, knows the answers to the tests that Tomlin is providing, and carves him up. When Tomlin plays Dylan Gabriel, is he worried about Dylan Gabriel knowing where to go with the football, not panicking if he's got a clean pocket?
No.
Not really. It's pretty much how he feels about most rookies. Mike is worried about quarterbacks, and this goes back to Tom Brady, which even straddled into the Dick LeBeau era, frankly. even if they're just immobile statues, if they don't get touched by a blitz, the answers to the test present themselves, and those guys know where to put the football. And Mike knows that. Mike knows that if his pass rush does not get to Joe Flacco, that Joe Flacco won't panic, that Joe Flacco knows what he's seeing, he'll get the clear picture, and he'll start cooking.
Okay, so do you agree with him? Are you worried about Joe Flacco? Is he right?
Under one condition. Does your pass rush get home? He's much scarier than Jake Browning for Mike.
Great, Chris. Like
he's much scarier than Jake Browning would have been.
You just said the boilerplate thing that every
unlike the Bengals
football guy says about quarterbacks. Fine. If you give anybody time, they can pick you apart.
Unlike the quarterback that the Bengals were going to put out there before they traded for Joe Flacco, I think Joe Flacco on the right can beat the Steelers Thursday. Yes, I think he can.
That still really doesn't answer the question. Are you worried about Joe Flacco?
Yes, because he played Green Bay. And they hardly got run off the field. He had them in that game against a team that I would imagine most Steelers fans don't feel all that great about the Steelers playing in a couple of weeks.
They did virtually nothing in the first half of that game, and I think went 3 and out the first 5 possessions.
Was it not a one-possession game pretty late?
It was a one-possession game because the Bengals scored a touchdown to take it from 2 down to 1 and never really threatened to win the game, though. I mean, the final score wasn't really close, and the game was never close.
I mean, the final score was well within the spread, which I know very well because I picked it.
Yes, the spread was 15. It was like a college football spread.
I think
Congratulations, Bengals, you covered. You didn't exactly strike fear in the Packers on Sunday.
Joe Flacco smoked the Steelers last year with Michael Pittman and maybe...
They've got weapons in Indy.
Yes.
We know that. We're seeing what they're doing now. They're the highest scoring offense in the AFC.
They also do not have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, who, of course, we know Mike thinks is a goon.
No, but what Indy has is an offensive line. They have a really good play caller, and they have maybe, now that Saquon's having a down year, the best running back in the NFL. The Bengals have, I haven't looked this up, they might have the worst rushing attack in NFL history. They might be the worst team we've ever seen at running the football through 6 games of a season. Their offensive line, they've done what the Steelers have done. They've put money and draft picks into it. It doesn't work. It ain't working.
Oh, it's going to be one-dimensional offense.
So they can't run it. The offensive line stinks. Zach Taylor's not Shane Steichen. And you're still worried? You still subscribe to the Mike Tomlin theory, which is I've seen Joe Flacco 15 years ago throw the ball 50 yards downfield and either complete it to Torrey Smith or get a pass interference penalty.
Pretty simple. I've seen Joe Flacco stand in the pocket in the last 365 days and cook a Steelers defense where Mike was desperate to keep Anthony Richardson on the field and worried about it. I think Joe Flacco with, for my money, still at worst a top 3 receiver in the league and probably a top 15 to 18 receiver in the league as his running buddy, can absolutely give the Steelers fits.
No quarterback has played the Steelers more. He's played more games against the Steelers, Joe Flacco, than any quarterback in NFL history. Are you worried about Joe Flacco on Thursday night? 412-928-9370. Donnie, how about you? Yay or nay? Worried about Joe? Last year you were clairvoyant. I heard you on pregame. I was on your pregame.
Yeah.
I was in a press box where I could get the video to work and Kabali couldn't.
Correct.
And so I had to do more work because Mark was technology illiterate. And you were saying those things. You were calling it before the game. I hope Anthony Richardson plays. I hope he does because Flacco can come in off the bench cold and slice and dice this defense. Do you have the same concerns Thursday night?
So I have a little bit of it, but what is nice is that they can fully game plan for this because that's what caught them off guard, even though they knew Joe Flacco was the backup anyway in Indy last year. That was like the first excuse that got made. Well, we prepared for Anthony Richardson. He's much different than Joe Flacco. We weren't prepared for Joe Flacco. Getting to have that prep on him, I think, does help quite a bit here. Now,
you don't sound worried. I think you're doing the thing where like you're giving Joe Flacco a little tip of the cap because he's had a great career. But I don't actually think you're worried that Friday morning we're going to come in here and you're going to be like, can you believe this old-timer, this senior citizen?
Who's as old as your quarterback?
Yeah, but I was going to say Aaron moves better, but he really doesn't.
He moved a little bit better. I mean, Flacco's never moved well.
I think Flacco could beat them if they can't get to him. But the last 3 games, they've had, 17 sacks?
That's the same thing Chris said. But no, does anybody actually believe they won't get to him? That's the thing. Like, if you had to make a bet on this game, will they sack Joe Flacco more than 5 times? Yes. Maybe they don't because he just throws the ball away and it's just a dead play, and he's savvy that way. But there are going to be a lot of plays in this game where he's like, well, I can't go anywhere because my feet are in cement.
He got sacked once by the Packers.
I know. I watched that game, though. He did what I'm describing, where it's like, well, this play's screwed because I'm about to get blasted. There you go, out of bounds. There you go, throw it in the turf.
If Joe Flacco goes 29 of 40,
dead play.
If Joe Flacco has his exact line against the Steelers that he had against the Packers, 29 of 45, 219, 2 touchdowns, no picks.
The Steelers, I think, can still win, for sure.
Will they win?
Yes, I think they will.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of that, too, was second half stat padding. And if you get a lead, I mean,
it wasn't as much of a garbage time affair. It was 10-7 at one point, then it was 17-10, and then it got to 24-10, and then it was 24-18 with 4.5 to go. There are teams that have absolutely won games this year.
24-18 with the Packers having the ball.
Yes, they were 1 3 and out away from getting it back with a chance to take the lead.
But there aren't 3 and outs against the Bengals defense. That's the other thing. It's not Joe Flacco and the 08 Ravens coming in here.
Why didn't the Packers have like 40 points?
Because they're Green Bay. They lost to Joe Flacco's Browns on the road. Sometimes Jordan Love just sort of does dumb things, like the interception he threw at the beginning of the game. It's what keeps him from getting in the conversation with the Josh Allens and Patrick Mahomes.
So why are we denigrating a Green Bay team that beat the Lions by 2 touchdowns, beat the Commanders by 2 scores, and
because that's the NFL. Okay. Philadelphia looked like world beaters for the first 3 weeks, and now they look like ass.
Wouldn't the NFL be a perfect example of that statement? Be Joe Flacco with a second week with his new team actually gets one over on the Steelers or throws a major scare into the Steelers?
Well, Mike Tomlin makes it sound that way. Yeah. Mike Tomlin sounds like he believes that. Mike Tomlin sounds like a guy who was already counting this as a win when Jake Browning was there because he figured with the way Browning plays, his team was going to set a record for takeaways on Thursday night.
Jake Browning was playing horribly.
But guess what? They still might, because it's not as if Flacco always protects the football, both with being old and getting hit, and also once in a while he just throws it up and says, here, jump ball. Maybe you'll come down and catch it instead of my guy. He had 6 picks for Cleveland. That's why he partially got benched. I'm just surprised of all the times for Tomlin to be like, I'm pissed that another team made a move. It's over this. A guy that his defense should absolutely roast.
But didn't the last time he was in a game against them?
But Donnie laid out the circumstances very well. They prepared for the most athletic quarterback in the entire league. It's like, I think I'm going to play a basketball game against a guy that can literally break my ankles on every possession. And instead he doesn't show up. And here comes Uncle Steve, who's got all these pump fake moves, and he's got Ben Gay on his elbows and ass. And he's, you know what I'm talking about.
Wearing an ace bandage?
It's an old man game. They got old man gamed in that matchup against the Colts.
It
happens in sports sometimes.
Veteran savvy took over.
Yeah, I know. It's annoying.
He had a knee brace and an ace bandage, and I think I was ready to fight.
There should not be a quarterback that Steelers fans know more and have opinions more on than Flacco, because you've seen him more than any quarterback. You've seen Joe Flacco play against your team more than Tom Brady. So I would assume that we're going to have full phone lines here on how people feel about Flacco Thursday night, because it sounds like Tomlin's worried about him and nervous about him. And I wonder if Steelers fans having nightmarish games in the past against Joe Flacco feel the same way about Thursday night. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. That's the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. You can text as well. A person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here it is.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A couple of upsets on Monday Night Football. The Falcons beat the Bills 24-14 in Atlanta. Chicago beats Washington 25-24 on a last-second field goal. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about FanDuel. And the official partner of the NFL is giving you this offer for Thursday night's game between the Steelers and Bengals. You log on to FanDuel, you create an account, you make a deposit. Then you make your first $5 bet. You can make it on this game. Steelers a 5.5-point favorite. All kinds of props out there like Aaron Rodgers passing yards, DK Metcalf receiving yards, Jalen Warren rushing yards. Okay? Find a bet you like. Make the bet. If you win the bet, you're going to get $300 in bonus bets along with whatever you win from the bet. So let's say you win 5, you bet 5 to win 4 on the Steelers to win the game. They do that, $4 plus the $300 you're going to get in bonus bets. Pretty good. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the app and play. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. The week off did not affect A-Rod's chemistry with his receivers. Rodgers had 21 completions to 8 different players, including touchdowns to Haywood and DK. The future Hall of Famer threw 235 yards. A-Rod recognized the history of the rivalry during his post-game presser, saying it's nice to continue the mastery of the Browns at home. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you are 50 or older, it is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult 19 to 49 with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protectyourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Atlanta Falcons coach Raheem Morris is pretty adamant about one thing. He keeps saying his running back, Bijan Robinson, is the best player in the NFL. Last night it was certainly true. He ran for 170 and had 68 receiving yards. Robinson is on pace to shatter the all-time mark for yards from scrimmage. Best player in the league might be a stretch, but calling him a legitimate game breaker is the truth, and that's what makes the Falcons dangerous. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevy of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevy, get 0% for 36 months on a 2025 Chevy Silverado, $1,500 crew cab, plus $1,000 bonus cash. Get financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
Black and Gold fans at Schleid Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schleid.company.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The story is Joe Flacco. You know, it's reasonable to expect him to be significantly better in week 2. Been in the stadium with him. They've been in the stadium with him. They understand his demeanor, how he deals with circumstances. I would imagine they worked hard a week ago on developing timing and cohesion. I'd imagine it's taken a significant step after having done so under some live football circumstances. I saw him make some anticipatory throws even last week. Thought he was significantly better as the game wore on. Certainly we got a full week's work ahead of us in terms of minimizing a veteran, savvy, talented thrower like him, coupled with the eligibles that they have.
The story is Joe Flacco. Tomlin's pissed that the Browns traded him in division. Tomlin might even feel like the Browns did it to try to screw the Steelers.
Well, think about it.
He didn't get asked that, but I don't doubt it's possible.
Well, think about it from Mike's perspective. He had been benched So you weren't going to see him because they had given up on him for the time being to let Dylan Gabriel get run. So, okay, you're avoiding Broadway Joe unless you – Tomlin probably, if Flacco was still in the Browns, would have given his defense specific orders to sack Gabriel nicely so he didn't get hurt. And then, presumably, you have Jake Browning waiting for you, all of his 8 interceptions in his game action this year. Human turnover machine. And Mike probably looked at that and said, I can deal with that. That's like essentially easy pickings for me. Now he's got Flacco, and this is Flacco's numbers. Or these are just the game totals the last 4 times he's seen Tomlin, okay? 27-24 in relief of Richardson, a win last year. 23-16, the Steelers beat Baltimore in 2018, okay?
So it had been that long?
Yeah.
So he's only seen Flacco one time post-COVID?
I believe so, yeah.
So all this stuff that happened is like the only guy that's still.
As a matter of fact, the last time he saw him with the Ravens,
yeah,
that was the game that ended Flacco's run as the starter.
Yeah,
Jackson started the next game.
So the only guys that are still around from that are Boswell, Hayward, and him.
Yep.
From actually facing Flacco annually.
Yeah. Flacco, that same September, though, 26-14 Ravens win. Flacco, 2 touchdown passes in the first quarter.
Chris, I get it. He's had his moments. He's played a ton of games against the Steelers. He's won 12. He's lost 13.
But he has, for the most part, 3 out of the last 4 times that Mike has seen him, okay?
Yep.
Flacco has either put up pretty good or excellent numbers. And more to the point,
I know, but so many of those games are so long ago. Who cares? He's 40 now.
But realistically, what is all that different about Joe Flacco at 40 versus Joe Flacco at 33? Has he suddenly lost foot speed that he once had?
No, not really.
Mike has even said it. He knows what he's looking at. He has seen every defense in the book. And if he has time to step up from a clean pocket on a clean platform and let it rip, there is no trepidation about what he's doing.
Twitter is absolutely split on this. Are Steelers fans worried about Joe Flacco Thursday night? It's 50-50. It's right down the middle. Tomlin would vote yes. Malsey would vote yes. How about you? 412-928-9370. At 2:24, time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. 724-443-5610. Here is Nate on the fan. Hello, Nate.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
I just want to make just two quick points about it and follow up with a question here. But I can understand why Mike Tomlin is scared of Joe Flacco. I'm not. But if I coach the way Mike Tomlin did against, veteran quarterbacks, the way that they scare him, he coaches in his fears. So 100%, if he coaches the way that he typically does, which is, you got to bring the numbers. You got to get after Joe Flacco and sack him. But I think you guys kind of buried the lead here when you first brought this topic up. And what I find more interesting is with how veteran savvy Mike Tomlin is, the choice to go out of his way to request to have this question brought up leads me to believe that he believes there's really something there, possibly with the collusion of the Browns trying to stick it to him. Because whether Joe Flacco is a threat or not, that's up for Mike Tomlin to worry about. But it obviously concerned him enough that he thought this was worth bringing up.
Nate.
I think that's interesting.
Question: if the Browns really wanted to stick it to him and knew he feared Joe Flacco that much, why didn't they just keep Joe Flacco and start him against the Steelers?
I think that probably comes from a directive from the team, right? The Browns aren't doing well as it is. I think that the ownership has 2 quarterbacks they'd like to see that aren't Joe Flacco to see what they have for the future. So I think that they probably got the directive to not play Joe Flacco again, so they have him as a trade asset.
You said something interesting, though, too. Your point is that you don't think Tomlin's a good coach against veteran quarterbacks. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you'd have to look at the numbers, but I know for a fact that even when guys are past their prime or are not good, you hear the way he talks about every team like, they're the Bears from the 80s, and they're just not. But I think that's why you see his clamoring for Russell Wilson at the time and for Aaron Rodgers now. I think that he just has an enormous amount of respect for veterans, and I think he tends to coach scared when he plays guys that he's afraid of.
But how would that manifest itself? Like, he gives the guy more respect than he's due and, thinks he, has his team play more conservatively because he thinks a veteran quarterback is going to be able to exploit an aggressive defense.
And then I guess he feels like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that he plays differently and gets carved up as a result. I just think Mike has his way of playing defense that he likes. It is pressure-based and confusion-based. The pressure causes confusion because it speeds these guys up. And I think Mike looks at Flacco as one of a handful of players in the league who aren't going to get sped up and could cook him if they don't get hit.
One of his best wins as an underdog in the NFL might actually be his biggest is when they beat Brady here a couple years ago when he came in with Tampa. And Kenny got hurt and Trubisky went in.
Exception that proves the rule to me. And also Brady had been at, Robert Kraft's wedding the day before.
Really care about football anymore.
Correct.
Here is Mark next. Hello, Mark.
Hey, guys. Hey, not to get off topic here. I got a fight yesterday at work over this, and I want your opinion. How bad are we that we screwed up George Pickens that bad that we couldn't get him to do what he's doing down in Dallas? Now, I know the CD Lamb injury has played his favor, but we had wide receiver too. We gave him the Dallas. How bad are we?
Dak Prescott is better than any quarterback the Steelers have had since Ben in 2018, I would say.
Wait a minute. So you think that Dak right now is definitively better than Rodgers?
Yes. I don't think it's close.
Why is that?
I think Dak is playing at an extraordinarily high level to keep the Cowboys even semi-relevant.
Okay. But he's got...
I don't know, man. He's got a passer rating of about 105. Sure. He's got the most completions and attempts, so they're not really running the ball much. He's got 13 touchdowns, man. I think he's been unbelievably good.
He's had a fantastic year, but I'm just surprised that you think you've also been very high on Rodgers this year, and Rodgers, if we're looking at resumes, it's not even close.
I'm saying right now, I would much rather have Dak Prescott as my starting quarterback.
So what would DK Metcalf do in the Dallas offense? Would he be the greatest wide receiver of all time?
I think DK Metcalf would have very good numbers. Maybe not 5.25 and 6, but he probably wouldn't be far off.
I would honestly feel, and I know you disagree with me on this, I would feel like if the Steelers had George Pickens right now, and I didn't, and I loved the trade when it happened, and I was sick of the guy, but this version of George Pickens, the Steelers would be a Super Bowl favorite if they had him.
I don't think this version of him exists. I just think it's a false premise because I don't think this version of George Pickens would manifest here, both in the way they run their offense and the fact that Metcalf would still, I think, be target number one for them.
But why? But they would change their offense if they had both of those guys.
I mean, Dak also. How much Dak's.
They throw it more.
I don't know how much time Dak has had to throw, on average, but it feels to me like they have probably a little bit better pass protection than the Steelers had early in the season.
I don't think their offensive line is great. I mean, they've run the ball pretty well. Javonte Williams is a top 5 rusher, but they've had wholesale changes to their offensive line. It's not a great unit.
I just refuse to believe that George Pickens would be having this kind of year, and I think you'd be getting a guy who'd be ticked off in a contract year that he would be the second option, and right now he is the first option with a bullet down there.
Well, and so your prediction must be when CeeDee Lamb comes back, the honeymoon's over for him.
I do think that's the case.
412-928-9370. There you have it from Mulsey.
He got into a fight at work about that with somebody? You imagine if people just came to fisticuffs about that?
But I could see it because I think that people are very dug in on it. I think it's an absolutely lightning rod topic. We've done it, and you've got people that are on both sides that don't want to see the middle at all. So, yeah, I get it. I totally get that. If anything, that might be, of all the things we could talk about, that would be the thing that would piss people off on both sides the most. The people that think Pickens would put the Steelers over the top can't understand where the other side's coming from. And people like you who are like, he would lose his mind here and bitch up a storm and be a malcontent are like, how could anybody actually think he would put up numbers here? So, yeah.
Pretty much it in a nutshell.
Yep. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Mike Tomlin broke his own rule, blasted the Browns for trading Joe Flacco. He never does that. He hasn't done that in almost 20 years. My theory is he's nervous about Joe Flacco and scared that Joe Flacco could beat the Steelers on Thursday night. Do you agree with him? 412-928-9370. If you want to chime in on Pickens, you can too. We'll also give you our PM Team Tomlinism of the week next. This one's about us, the media. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back on the ice tonight. Puck drop against the Ducks set for 10:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. We just talked about a player there for whom professionalism has been an issue at times. You never have to worry about professionalism, about positive and productive communication if you need a new roof, as long as you call my friends at MHI Roofing. If you do need a new roof, they should be your first call because then they will be your only call. You won't waste valuable time getting the runaround from other places. MHI has thousands, of 5-star ratings for customer service, for high-quality installation. And customer service means they're going to communicate really well. High-quality installation means exactly what it sounds like. That is exactly the reason that they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. They also, at MHI, don't want you to pay high interest rates. So for a limited time, they're offering 5-year, no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. Xavier from MHI came to look at my roof, and the process was incredibly thorough. He said, hey, you don't need a new roof. Your roof's in pretty good shape, all things considered. They're also going to be very honest with you, too. So if you need a new roof, if you know your roof is in bad shape, start it off with the free 21-point roof inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online, mhiroof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attention sewer techs. If you got jetting and cammering skills, we want you. Join our family-run plumbing company. Competitive pay, full benefits, company vehicle, no on-call. Apply now at metsplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Spitzer's swinging into fall with Panda leading the way to wild savings and tame payments at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Start your next adventure and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Plus, chomp down on Spitzer perks. Every new vehicle comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty. And you can save even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details ends 10/31/2025.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site with seasonal selections every month. Next is their award-winning menu. The holiday season is around the corner, and there's no better place to celebrate than Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh. Book your holiday event today and bring the warmth of Bavaria to your celebration. Call 412-224-2328 or email Heather at hofbrauhauspittsburgh.com to get started.
Big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, now open. Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, design-forward solutions, 2 great divisions, 1 unstoppable company. Make your appointment to visit our new showroom in the heart of Pittsburgh's Cultural District. Call 412-771-0760 to schedule today. Tri-State Office Interiors, elevating the everyday.
This October, Power meets performance at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get behind the wheel of a 2025 Ram 1500 with savings up to 25% off, or take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months. But hurry, these fall deals won't last. See dealer for details.
Eliminate your ED issues long-term. Call NewFlow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Doran. You've heard me talk about my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel for a while now. They, of course, are the premier uniform and spirit wear supplier for area sports teams. But did you know Keystone Custom Apparel is the place for business, restaurants, and other nonprofits? It's not all about sports. They're all about serving the community. Get your company or organization outfitted and looking sharp with Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Your neighbors, your family, the people of Western Pennsylvania.
That's us, LGKG, with roots right here for over 90 years. When you need trusted personal injury attorneys, we bring experience and heart.
Free case review. 0 fees unless we win.
LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Caleb Johnson, specifically maybe bouncing back on our confidence.
What do you mean?
I mean, after the muffed kick there before.
That has nothing to do with his ball carrying. He's never lacked confidence as a ball carrier. He's been continually growing and developing in that area, and given an opportunity to get some reps, he's been good, and we expect that to continue. He hasn't been given an opportunity to bounce back from the kick return, And so it's a separate discussion for me.
Listen to the PM Team. That's us on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. This segment is our PM Team Tomlinism of the Week conversation. What you heard there was not the Tomlinism. It was Mike getting snippy with one of our favorites, Ashley Lyotis from Channel 4, which turned out to be a theme from the Tomlin press conference, which is going to get me to the Tomlinism of the Week. You hear that Tomlin press conference at noon here on Tuesdays. And if you're a regular to that, you know that around the 12:25 mark, getting close to 12:30, the Steelers' head of PR will butt in and say any more questions. He'll try to wrap that thing up. That will be his sign or clue that Mike Tomlin has just about had it with the interrogations and the Q&A. So that happened yesterday, and there were like 6 more questions that came in. And Mike gave very short, curt answers to all of them. And on his way out the door, Malsey, he said this.
Well, you guys were annoying me today.
Man, you guys were annoying me today.
Mike, you should know what you do to us every Sunday.
That is our Tomlinism of the week. Man, you were annoying me today.
Cool.
I find that he is like this
after wins.
After wins, exactly.
Oh, when they lose in really embarrassing fashion, he turns on the charm. It's a charm offensive. But when they're winning and he's feeling good, man, he doesn't have to tell anybody bleep.
It's the opposite of what you might think out there. Oh, they won. Good mood. Chipper.
No.
Ready to go.
No.
Nope. It's like he woke up on the wrong side of the bed and someone urinated in his Cheerios. That's what you get when they're riding high. When they're not, there's more of a...
Dude, there's the very famous story when they lost to the Vikings.
No longer rough around the edges, Mike. Softer side of Mike.
When they lost to the Vikings in London in like 2013, I think Kabali or somebody tells the story that he was like on the field or after the game asking people about their families.
Yeah, and
like how they were doing.
Yep,
like,
at 0-4.
Yes.
Here's another example of what I'm talking about. Good job by Will Graves. I think fans care about what's going on with Pat Freiermuth. So this starts with, I think, tight end. No, it goes, I think, right into Freiermuth. I believe the question is in here from Graves. Let's hear it.
So not out there complaining about it. Told me yesterday, hey, look, my time is going to come. Do you find that mindset, which hasn't necessarily been the way it's been here for a while, maybe pervasive throughout the offensive unit as a whole, and how much of this may be Aaron's influence on it?
I think that is very reflective of the environment here. I disagree with you. He's a good teammate. We're winning games. We're gaining cohesion. He's certainly capable. He knows his time is going to come to ante up and kick in. He better be ready. I'm sure he will be. That's just how we go about our business.
So just argumentative, pedantic, like Will makes not an observation as much as puts his opinion in the question. Hey, you've had a lot of self-centered, spoiled players for a long time.
Mike,
here's a guy here's a guy who's doing the opposite. No, you're wrong.
Hey, Mike, if you haven't had a lot of self-centered, spoiled players, why were you okay with the team trading George Pickens?
I guess I give Will some credit there. Because
he's telling the truth, and Mike doesn't want to hear the truth.
Because I could see myself after that answer being a dink and like, oh, you know what, being sarcastic. Oh, you're right, Mike. I just imagined Antonio Brown and Martavis Bryant and George Pickens.
And Deontay Johnson.
And all yes, exactly. And all these guys who moped or did worse on social media and things like that.
They were actually terrific teammates.
Yeah. Guys who didn't show up to practice, Melvin Ingram because they wanted traded, LeGarrette
Juju
Blount.
dancing on a logo, fumbling a ball later.
You're right.
You definitely don't have a history of asking very direct questions of coaches that lead them to want to leave the podium and strangle the life out of you. You've never done that in your career.
You've never had to say we want volunteers, not hostages, because
Correct.
Somebody was holding your team hostage with their selfish behavior.
Yeah,
Thanks, Mike.
He's prickly today.
And I don't even really want to. Like, Mike is in my, he's like in a safe zone right now. He's like in a sanctuary city. I'm not like in the mood to rip Mike. I don't know if that was the right term. Probably wasn't. He's got sanctuary for me right now.
Yeah, but when he's like in the club, if he's inside the velvet ropes at Club Pony, here's the problem.
He's found a port in the storm.
He's he's like one false move away from being chucked out like by the belt and by the collar.
Lose to Cincinnati on Thursday, and I'll be ready to say some nasty things about him. But right now, why should I? That's why it kind of. But you know what? Bottom line here
Isn't his press conference supposed to be more than anything kind of for entertainment?
Yes, and
it's pretty entertaining when he's being a standoffish jerk.
Right,
to the
and the other thing I was going to say is one thing that every person listening probably thinks is that they know more than the media, and that they generally don't like the media.
And that they also would ask better questions than the media if the fans
So
were
here
allowed
is
in
a
there.
coach that's winning, and he wants to give the media a hard time, and that's probably going to get him to score points with Steelers fans.
I think you kind of got a sense, though, of what a fan question to him would sound like when Tank got in there. It was like, he's getting killed out there.
You know what actually the Steelers should do, in all seriousness? Would be great. Would be a great promotion, and the old school journalists would hate it. You know, Bob Smizik would go on like a Twitter storm about it.
Yes. I know what you're going to say.
They should say, we're not going to censor the person. We're not going to know the question in advance. We will draw at random. One fan per press conference is allowed to ask a question on Tuesdays. And say, here is the fan question, and that person represents the fans and is able to ask one question. I think that would be cool.
The person's in the room and gets to read it.
And just how does that person do? What was the question they came up with? You know, it would be cool because it would, A, be giving a voice to the fan, but also it would be showing people, there's not a lot of folks out there that have the balls or the guts to go in there and just ask a question like, hey, Mike, why haven't you been fired? You know?
Yeah, the key is the person can't just have their question selected and read by, a neutral party.
Yeah.
They have to go in there and face him and ask it.
Mm-hmm. But also, make it so it's not always a softball question.
Can you imagine Adrian from the YouTube comments going in there?
Well, apparently Adrian would kiss his butt because
he's been ripping Tomlin.
Why? He said they're going to win the Super Bowl.
He said Tomlin's their only weak link, but I think he might have said that after, the Vikings game or something.
Here's Anthony in Oakland. Hello, Anthony.
Fellas, you're missing the real point. What he's done is reverse psychology.
Okay.
He's getting his team ready on the short week to know that this is business here. We got to take care of business, and he's building Flacco up for them.
I would generally agree with you. But he literally out of nowhere this year brought up a story about how he told this team, don't let Anthony Richardson get hurt because I don't want to face Joe Flacco. So we know his true feelings on Flacco. He thinks Flacco's a dangerous man.
That's part of the buildup. Let me tell you why.
So wait a minute. You think, well, hold on, I'll let you do whatever you want. But I'm just going to ask you this. You think Tomlin actually think Flacco sucks?
No, here's what I think he thinks. He thinks he wants to make sure that what happened to them last year doesn't repeat when they were not prepared when Flacco got in and he carved them up. Because let me tell you why. They played Aaron Rodgers last year against the Jets.
Yeah,
he didn't build Aaron Rodgers up like this.
No, he didn't.
He didn't. He wasn't talking about Aaron Rodgers before.
So do you think he texted the Browns beforehand? Was like, yo, Andrew Berry, I don't actually hate your guts and think you did a dumb thing. I'm only saying this because I need to get my team fired up. Please don't take this personally.
I'm not going to go that far, but what I'm saying is I think this is he knows what because you know why, Scott? He knows what's going to happen this week. This is not your typical slug it out game. He's going to go in there saying, you know what, this is just going to be
Anthony, are you worried about Joe Flacco or not? Answer the question is directly, black or white, binary, yes or no?
No, he's not.
Okay.
I would say no,
I'm saying
he's not.
you. I'm saying Anthony in Oakland.
Oh, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because I saw Flacco most of this year. He's god-awful. He threw more interceptions.
He's god-awful.
Anthony,
remember that line, Mulsey?
Did you hang up on Anthony?
I
was going to say, what would Anthony ask if he was in there? We know he's been at the labor negotiation table. He wouldn't be cowed by Tomlin.
Mike, why didn't you cut that bastard Cam Hayward when you had a chance? Why didn't you cut that money-hungry Cam Hayward, who's won you single-handedly games in places like New England this year? I should have actually asked Anthony that. Anthony, you've been quiet on Cam Hayward lately. You still hate his guts? You still think they should have cut him and his brother? Nice play by his brother on Sunday.
I don't think Anthony would give us the satisfaction of saying, no, he's played really well. I think Anthony would He would never, like a good boxer on defense, he would never give us a clean shot like that and let us take it.
Here's Nathan in Slippery Rock. Hello, Nate.
Hey, guys, what's happening?
We're good.
So, I personally agree with Tomlin on this one, which does not happen very often. I'm concerned with Joe Flacco. I kind of agree with Malsey, something he said. His play style has not changed since when we played him pre-COVID every year. He pretty much ended Justin Fields' Steelers career last year, I think it's fair to say. He's thrown 27 passing, 5,000 yards against the Steelers. So I think it pretty much goes to show why Tomlin is all fired up for Cleveland making a poor decision and trading him to Cincinnati. And then in terms of George Pickens, I just wanted to add that
to be very clear, like if you go outside of the Pittsburgh bubble, in Tomlin's opinion, NFL people who like decide
they're
to
crushing Mike for this. It's like the one thing I've seen them gang up on him
They
for
think
ever.
that it's like a very good trade by the Browns. Like that overall, as far as asset management goes, they think this is very good.
But
work.
I'm saying they're pissed that Mike actually had the balls to call out another GM like this. They thought it was inappropriate. But anyways, what were you going to say, Nate?
Yeah, so I was just going to say, in terms of the George Pickens thing, we weren't going to re-sign him. He's playing fantastic right now, and I don't truthfully think that Aaron Rodgers was going to sign with us had George Pickens been on our roster. I don't think that he was going to want to deal with the head case in his last year.
In fact, I think
so. I just don't, and then I just think we made the right decision to sign Aaron Rodgers because truthfully, we had no answer at quarterback. We'd probably be too.
Well, when you put it that way, thanks. Would you rather have, Justin Fields at quarterback or somebody like that, and George Pickens and DK Metcalf? My answer is obviously no. I prefer Aaron Rodgers. And I do think Aaron Rodgers was like, yeah,
I'm not dealing.
I want my 1 year in Pittsburgh to be fun, and I don't think I'm going to have a good time.
Give me a
with this
reasonable facsimile of George Pickens physically, without the headache, if you can find one.
Well, they already had that, right?
What? Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, they already had that. He was probably like, yeah, I can make it work with Metcalf, and I don't need
two guys demanding
person.
the ball. Yeah. This insane, yeah.
Donnie, post.
How about Michael Brewerly, by the way, is back?
And is he like loving life?
He quote tweeted somebody like writing up how great George Pickens has been in Dallas and said, "Grass is greener. Our boy Brewerly is back."
Donnie, Joe Flacco's 12 wins, including one in the playoffs, tied with two other quarterbacks post-merger for most against the Steelers. Who are they?
I'll go Brady.
Yep.
Brady, Flacco.
And wait, this is total wins including playoffs.
Yep.
Post-merger.
If you go pre-merger, the guy is a Rumpelstiltskin. It's Sonny Jurgensen.
Isn't he a Hall of Famer?
He is.
That's not that much of a Rumpelstiltskin.
Well, but he played in the NFC his entire career. Well, NFL. I guess there wasn't NFC and AFC back then.
So Brady, Flacco, and who else would have beaten them a fair amount?
I feel like we have to go back a little bit. Not going to be somebody recent.
Mark Brunell wasn't with the Jags long enough to and didn't.
Do you want a hint? You watch this guy play football.
Okay. I was thinking of somebody like 70s or 80s, like when they were
You
bad.
watch this guy play ball.
I mean, you know the name I want to say just because it's fun and it's my
Jeff Blake.
Yeah, but I'm not officially going.
Every answer about the
Jeff
Steelers
Blake.
football from the 90s for Mulsey is Jeff Blake.
I don't know. I'll take Steve McNair.
Yes.
Is it?
Yep.
Good guess, Mulsey.
McNair, Flacco, and Brady all of 12.
McNair was a problem. Kids today forget Steve McNair was tough.
Co-MVP. Had no business winning it, but that's okay. All right, coming up next, another day of James Franklin at Penn State fallout. One of his former players and a team captain cut a promo, as you boys like to say, on James Franklin haters today. I want you to hear it next, and I want you, Penn State fans, and everybody else out there to react to it with us. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. Awaken 180 weight loss. It can be the difference for you if you've tried to lose the weight and you failed like I had so many times before. I was on that stupid yo-yo kind of situation where, yeah, I'd lose 5 or 10, but then I'd put 12 back on, and then I'd lose 12 or 14, put 16 back on. you get very demoralized very quickly doing things that way. Not so with Awaken 180. You're developing healthy habits because of the way the program works. You're eating to lose weight. Your coach is putting you on the plan, kind of giving you the game plan. You're executing the game plan. You see the weight start to fall off. It kind of builds morale. That's what happened with me. And you're not putting anything in your body other than healthy food. Like nothing that's going to make you nervous about side effects, nothing that's going to be a quick fix that if you stop taking it, suddenly the weight comes right back on. That is all why Awaken 180 is the long-term solution for weight loss. If you want to find out more and you want to succeed like I did and then keep succeeding, check more out at awaken180weightloss.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Line Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, EJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy, stains, cracks, bad epoxy job, you know who to call. Comer and Cross Concrete Floors. That number's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement ever. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And they make it so easy. They're all uniformed, pros, no subcontractors. They're going to be in and out in one day. That's all it takes. They'll fix the cracks and pits perfectly before applying your new floor. They even take your stuff out for you. How about that? So call Comer and Cross now for your best price of the year, starting with $750 off. Even their number's easy. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call that now. Or go to COMERcross.com. Comer and Cross Concrete Floor Coatings.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. October is here, and if you've got old windows, that means you're back to dealing with chilly air seeping into your home. Eliminate annoying drafts once and for all with Window Nation. This month, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Plus, celebrate your upgraded home with 2 free tickets to an upcoming Pittsburgh Penguins game. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years with Window Nation. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Looking to upgrade your home comfort without the upfront cost? McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Bryant makes it easier than ever. Right now, get 0% APR special financing for 60 months on select new Bryant Heating and Cooling systems. That's 5 years interest-free comfort for your home. Don't wait. Call McVay today to schedule a free in-home consultation and stay comfortable year-round. Or visit callmcvay.com to schedule online. McVay and Bryant, whatever it takes. Financing subject to credit approval. Offer applies to qualifying purchases of Bryant systems only. Restrictions and conditions apply. Call for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers injury report will be out shortly. Their only practice of the week going on right now. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Appreciative for 12 years of loyalty and service to this institution. Brought Penn State out of a living hell. Brought in guys to represent Penn State and still honor the tradition and culture and the standard that's been set from years before. For the alumni and for the lettermen, contagious energy, fighter spirit, toughness, grit, all the flack and criticism and boos and chants in the face of adversity, remained a strong shoulder, remained stone cold for his players, for the university, and that's the mark of what a real man is in the eyes of all that is bad, in the eyes of all that is negative against you, standing tall for those that are standing with you and those that are standing behind you, and that's what he is and he exemplifies as a true leader and a real man in this day and age.
A true leader and a real man. That is Penn State center Nick Dawkins, captain, Penn State offense, cutting that promo on James Franklin haters today. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge, Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan weather in Pittsburgh, a high of 72 this afternoon. That is weather brought to you by the Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We heard from a lot of Penn State alums and fans yesterday, and I will allow for that to happen again here on this topic because this kind of thought or opinion we didn't hear at all yesterday. The initial reaction that we got to James Franklin getting fired was, I would say, joy and glee and excitement about what's next for Penn State from Penn State fans. And here's a guy in the inside blasting people for basically celebrating James Franklin's demise and dancing on his grave and giving him credit. This I thought was overboard for bringing Penn State football out of a, quote, living hell. No, I would say Bill O'Brien did that. I don't think that was James Franklin who brought the program back from the dead.
O'Brien left in a blaze of glory. Remember, he was basically saying, if these Paterno loyalist people are mad about what I'm doing, they can shut the F up. And I'm paraphrasing here. I'm sick of those people. And then walked right out of there. And Franklin did take over at a point in time where they were still sanctioned heavily.
Yep.
And so I absolutely think like he finished the process of bringing them out of a dark period. Bill O'Brien took the ball and ran with it at the start, but I think Franklin on that front absolutely did a lot. His problem was he got them to a level and then couldn't get them to the next level and kept them there long enough where people were like, how are you this bad at beating your new contemporaries in the sport?
But I felt like when he got there that Penn State was already on the comeback trail. You know, like I felt like the heaviest lifting had already been done by O'Brien.
I didn't.
Like you actually still felt it was a hellscape when he got there. So you agree with Dawkins?
Yeah, I think that's actually.
Well, then he should get a lot of then he should get a lot of credit then.
I mean, I don't think I think calling his tenure like some binary pass-fail is completely missing it. I think for much of what he did, like his time there, he did very good work. He elevated that program. That was not a plum job when he took it. It has become a plum job because of the work he overall did. His big sin was once he got them near the level of Michigan, but especially Ohio State,
right?
He never got over that level. But if you're taking his tenure in balance, he took them from a place that was pretty ugly, and got them to a place that is much, much, much better. They are going to be, I would say, unless like some other monster job comes open, the most attractive job opening in this carousel season. That's a more attractive job than Florida, in my opinion, if and when they fire Billy Napier. It's a more attractive job than Oklahoma State.
Well, that's a given.
More, I mean, who else is? It's a way more attractive job than Virginia Tech.
I don't necessarily agree with Florida. I don't know if I want to make that an argument right now and have that conversation so much. I do think it's interesting that just hearing you say, "Hey, let's give this guy props for digging Penn State out of the hole it was in." I do think it's interesting then that you were so, firm on saying yesterday this was the right move and getting rid of James Franklin was the right call when just a year ago they were in the Final Four. I mean, he did get to the national semifinals. They were beating Notre Dame late. It's not like he was coming off a disappointing year. He was coming off his best year as Penn State head coach, arguably.
The continued, that's like a sliding doors moment because I think the continued failures, like beating Notre Dame late but not finishing the job, to me.
So you would look at that year as a failure?
I would look at that year as a continuation of the same problems that plagued him every time he saw a team with a big ranking next to their name. And then this year,
Boise State and SMU had, quote, big rankings. They just weren't.
A major conference team, I should say. I know SMU's an ACC team, but they're, I would say, 4th on 4.
I mean, I'm guilty of that, too. I mean, I absolutely think that fans moved the goalposts on him. In terms of like,
but they did because they moved the goalposts because he moved them by being successful enough for the expectations to change.
I understand that, but I would say that the national quarterfinals is a big game. He won it. It wasn't close. And then we decide after the fact that it actually wasn't a big game because Boise State wasn't a good enough team. I am raising my hand as someone who did that to him. I could understand some people in his camp being like, well, that's horse crap. They had the best running back, maybe the best player in the country, and we smacked him in the playoff, and nobody gives our coach credit for it. And for the most part, I think they're right. Like, I didn't give him a lot of credit for winning that game. But it was a big game.
You could still file both of those games under beat a team he should beat. It was a one-man band in the form of Genty. Kevin Jennings puked all over himself at Beaver Stadium in a game you and I both thought SMU was going to win. Right. Not our best look.
Well, then he should get credit for it if we thought he was going to lose that game.
He absolutely should get credit for having built that program back up. Like, if O'Brien started it, here, you know it's the analog here? In this situation, O'Brien is Ben Howland, and Jamie Dixon and James Franklin are one and the same.
Fine. I'm cool with that analogy.
Jamie Dixon actually was a better Pitt coach, pretty obviously, because he did it for a lot longer than Ben Howland.
Yes.
But he never got over But he never got over the hump, and eventually it curdled.
Yeah.
And I think if they lose to Oregon and they come back and kind of do their thing and definitely lose to Ohio State, they never go there and win. That's part of the problem. And probably with the way things are going, lose to Indiana, but that's it. And they beat everybody else. They beat Iowa. They beat Nebraska. He's a 9-3 coach, and people are like, you lost to 3 likely playoff participants. No big shakes. This is same old, same old. It's losing to the 2 teams he lost to that made it toxic.
But I do think, and it's interesting, I was talking, I'm not going to tell this person's name because I don't have permission to do it. Amanda and I have a mutual friend who was a captain at Penn State. And I asked her to text him last night for his thoughts on this.
And I thought, having been at these games, that he was going to have a very negative viewpoint in terms of, like, it was past time.
Mm-hmm.
It had to happen. You can't lose to Northwestern like that. And to pick up on what you said about Dixon, his take was actually Penn State fans have lost their minds here. We just fired a guy who wins 10 games every year, with the exception of, this is a horrible year, but for the most part, has us really good every year, and we just fired him because we've got these, delusions of grandeur that we can actually be better than what we've been under James Franklin, which, if you think about it, to go back to your, Dixon analogy, that's kind of what it's been like for Pitt since they got rid of him. They have not gotten back to that point. Everybody thought it was stale and it was time, but we were bitching about getting into the NCAA tournament and not playing well in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? They haven't sniffed that consistency since.
I would say the one difference between Franklin and Dixon in that sense is Dixon's 09 team especially was a really good college team, but, Kevin Stallings once made fun of me to my face about this. Most people in the sport thought if they had gotten by Villanova, UNC would have crushed them.
But
James has had rosters that other.
But James could say if they didn't take a Washington team that had no business being in the playoff, we would have gotten in, and maybe I could have won with Saquon Barkley.
Maybe he could have, but
probably not because he's James Franklin. But he could at least say that.
But also this year, on paper, he was supposed to have maybe his best team ever, and it cratered for him.
Right.
That's where it changes. He had a better team on paper this year than I think Jamie was ever able to assemble at Pitt, and look where it has them at through 6 games. They're probably going to be 3-6 after 9 games. Would you agree? Iowa, Ohio State, Indiana in a row?
It's possible. I think they might win at Iowa on Saturday, but who knows? What difference does it make? It's still an unbelievably lousy,
that's what I mean. They'll be struggling to get into a bowl.
Season.
They might be playing their future coach, potentially Nebraska, with a chance to save themselves for bowl eligibility.
I just wonder if any Penn State fans agree, and I want to give them the chance to sound off on this, that Franklin kind of got a raw deal at 412-928-9370. Someone else who agrees with that is Rich Rodriguez, which is interesting. He said this on his radio show last night, quote, "I don't know if it sends the right message to your team that you kind of gave up on your team. It's not even halfway through the season. This is not the right time to fire a coach." Rich Rodriguez.
The right time to fire a coach is right before they bolt for a new job at Michigan, presumably.
But, they didn't even give him time to turn the season around.
I maintain that you've got former players sticking up for him here and everything, and you might have a subset of that fan base that is now wildly out of touch with maybe what the reality is, as long as Ohio State is Ohio State, Pony.
Yeah.
But I maintain, I haven't talked to anybody on the inside there. You think any Penn Staters really want to talk to me? I maintain that the way this happened, it was probably kind of impulsive, but probably also based on that locker room looking like an atrocity right now, as far as morale and everything else. I think he lost this particular team. And I think that they were
they played like it. They played like a team that had quit on their coach.
And I also think that once the UCLA game happened, truth be told, I think that they were going to move on from him at bare minimum at the end of the season. And
right.
I think Northwestern just accelerated the process.
Yes.
That's what I think happened.
Well, it's interesting. There's a lot of Penn State fans. This is everything. This is like their world right now. What do you do? How do you replace James Franklin? I did not think that after yesterday we were going to be met with criticism from inside the program, from current players and former players, that this was the wrong move. And I wonder, I'll open up the phone lines again to Penn State fans and Penn State alums, if anybody actually feels that way. Maybe there isn't, and I'll throw it out there at 412-928-9370, and we'll have nobody call in who says, actually, I do second guess or question them firing James Franklin, and we'll just move on from it. But when probably the biggest mouthpiece, Dawkins is a great talker. He's just like his dad, who passed away. He is an excellent, excellent, excellent talker. When he, unprompted, cuts this promo on people that are reveling in James Franklin getting fired there, it does get my attention.
It sounds like he should have just done the Hard Times promo, Donnie. You think James Franklin put Hard Times on Penn State? No way.
He's saying it's the opposite. He's saying he basically saved the program.
He did save
the
program.
And he's getting I almost swore. He's getting blasted for it. And I wonder if Penn State fans feel weird about that. Yes, here's a man that rescued us, but I'm thrilled that he got fired. How do you say he sucks at his job then? You know, if you're one of these people.
Now, should Pitt fans not call in on this in case, or neutral parties?
No, they can eventually, but like I said, I prefer to hear from Penn State fans first. Bill texted in and said, well, what grade would you give James Franklin for his entire tenure then at Penn State?
I think his tenure is probably like B to B plus range.
Malsey, Donnie?
That's what I was thinking. I mean,
probably B plus. I'll be firm and say firm B plus.
He up until these last 2 weeks, the guy never had teams stub their toe. Like he always just lost.
He lost to Indiana and some teams early on, way back. He lost that game against Illinois that went like 20 overtimes.
Okay, so once he got this team and program back to the level that it's been at, he very rarely
2020 and 2020 from 2016 up through the end of last year. He has 2020 weird year, COVID year, throw it out the door, and he has 2021 also weird. Other than that, it's been 10, 9, or 11 wins every single time.
And he usually just lost to the teams that everybody else
He won a Rose Bowl, he won a Cotton Bowl, he won a Fiesta Bowl there.
Do any Penn State fans second-guess firing James Franklin? Yes or no? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Check in on the Major League Baseball playoffs. Seattle up 2-0 in the ALCS, a 10-3 win in Toronto yesterday. Game 3 tomorrow night at 8 p.m. The Dodgers beat the Brewers in Game 1 in Milwaukee 2-1. Game 2 is tonight at 8. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. Steelers on a short week here. They have a horrible history when it comes to Thursday night games inside the North Division. Tomlin's never won one of these games. He's lost in Cleveland. He's lost in Baltimore. He's trying to avoid one of these losses in Cincinnati Thursday night. Steelers a 5.5-point favorite. Total on the low side, only 42.5, which is one of the lowest in the NFL this week. Right now on FanDuel, new customers can bet $5, and if they win their first bet, get $300 in bonus bets. So pick a bet, bet 5, and then if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets. Just go to FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the FanDuel app today and start playing. 21 plus in President Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now double bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Malsey.
Thanks, Pony. I want to tell you about Daisy French Onion Dip because I want you to be snacking better on game day. I want you to jazz up the celery sticks, the veggie tray with the carrots, the cucumbers, things of that nature. I want you to take the chips and the pretzels and everything else that you'd normally be noshing on during game time and add Daisy French Onion Dip into the mix. Daisy Ranch Dip, too, as delicious as homemade, both of them, made with real herbs and spices, made with the good stuff that you'd find in your own kitchen. Do not let snack time on game day be bland anymore. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. The Chicago Bears' victory over the Washington Commanders puts them at 3-2 and gives them 3 wins in a row. But the real takeaway is the fact that Ben Johnson is the right guy. In a culture of losing, in an organization that has been weighed down by its own incompetence, they finally have someone, however long it takes, who's going to teach them how to win. And that, in and of itself, is what matters most. I'm Bill Ryder.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic is starting to build on the major roadways, starting with a small delay on the Parkway West heading outbound from 2nd Avenue, and on the outbound side of the Parkway East, it is brake lights from the bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
Got junk? 2 men and a junk truck.com. At 2menandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. Two Men in a Junk Truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Jay Franklin's a great coach, and it's a business we're in. Again, I say business, it's business, and let's gotta do what we gotta do. But, I'm not concerned about that. We don't play him, and James will be okay. Got a lot of respect for him, and it's a shame because he's a great coach. I mean, we all know that he's won a lot of football games. It's in the playoff a year ago, and he's looking like he is. So I'm more focused on Fran Brown and Syracuse, Georgia.
Pat Narduzzi on James Franklin getting fired. It's a shame. He's a great coach. I didn't think Penn State fans felt that way. Then one of their captains sounded off on Penn State fans being excited for what's next and how that's disrespectful to James Franklin, basically. And I talked to a former player last night who thinks Penn State fans might regret dumping a coach who's won this much for the coach mystery box that comes with hiring someone else.
Who if they hire, who could they hire who would be perceived slam dunk by essentially 100% of respondents as an upgrade?
It's Kurt Signetti.
That might be the only name, right?
Nick Saban.
Who could they realistically hire? Because I'm going to leave Saban out of it, and probably Urban Meyer, too.
Kurt Signetti.
Okay, so there's one. If they hire Matt Rule, what exactly have they hired? James
How about
Franklin?
Marcus Freeman?
That would be a less than lateral move for him. That would be a step down. Notre Dame is a top, 3 job in perpetuity in that sport?
Well, the last guy, though, left for greener pastures.
Did he?
Well, he thought so. And then he
affected
took
a
on
weird southern accent. Talking
right.
about eating grits.
Let's talk to Mike in Somerset. Hello, Mike.
How are you doing?
Hey, man.
It's disappointing to see James go in a way, but it was time. I mean, he was a great coach. He did great things, but...
Are you confident that the next coach will be able to get Penn State over the hump that James Franklin brought them to, but like Sisyphus would constantly have the ball roll back onto him?
It better not be Matt Rule, because he will not.
Thank you, Mike. All right, so there's a guy that's going to...
That's the front runner.
Call James Franklin a great coach, and
but it was
give
also
him some
time.
love on the way out.
I mean, the Jamie Dixon parallels, I think, the more I'm actually playing this out of my head, seem pretty obvious here.
Here's Andrew in Altoona. Hello, Andrew.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
I think that Franklin did a lot of good things at Penn State, but I think, like last caller said, it was time for him to go. And I want to give you guys a name who I don't know if someone called in yesterday. Joe Brady. He has Penn State ties, and he's offensive coordinator of the Bills right now.
Man, his stock probably not that high. Did you watch that Bills offense last night?
I think Joe Brady is going to get an NFL job here. Unless
a lot of people think he's going to get the Tennessee job now.
Unless their offense continues to go in reverse, which you're right, it did last night.
I mean, there wasn't a single open receiver, I think, the whole time.
Yeah, which to me is more a failure of the GM than it is him.
BLV and Fayette County Jesus in the chat are saying Brian Hartline as a dark horse, although one of them did not really say that. He just made a joke, adding one letter to Hartline to make it a funny word. But sure. I think Hartline is the kind of guy that's hasn't been a head coach before, where you'd be making a big unknown swing, but it could really work in your favor. But then again, hiring away Ohio State's defensive coordinator has quite literally blown up in their face.
Well, again, it's a guy whose career record is 0-0, and you're willing to swing roll the dice on him versus keep a guy around who had you in the Final Four last year.
Let me ask you a question.
And I like Hartline, and I'd probably prefer that too. But, I mean, just saying it out loud, you're dumping a guy who had you in the Final Four last year
an unknown commodity.
for somebody who you have zero clue what he would be like as a head
coach. It's basically the old bit of, I just want something different. That's, I think, part of the reason a lot of people want Mike Tomlin out here. They don't even know if the next guy would definitively be better, but they're willing to see something different. Let me ask you really quick.
But the difference there, and I said yesterday,
Mike should never be talked about in the same breath as Franklin.
Tomlin's career is much better than James Franklin's. But the equivalent of what James Franklin was in last year is the AFC Championship game.
True.
And he got fired Not even a whole season after that. Like, I think it was the right call, and the last 2 weeks have been unbelievably embarrassing and a black eye for the program. But that is a knee-jerk reaction, and as you put it, a pretty impulsive thing to do to a guy who had you a win away from the national championship game. It is crazy.
If you had to take one,
it's nutty.
If you had to take one of the following two people who's never actually coached a college game as their next coach,
yep,
Hartline or Mike Shanahan, who's the OC for Cignetti.
I would say Hartline, but I understand why Shanahan has a strong argument. He's doing it at Indiana, which is not a place anyone has ever won before.
Correct.
Prior to these two guys getting, I guess they were they were pretty good with Penix for that 1 year with Allen, but nothing like this where they were in the playoff last year. Here's Jim in the car. Hello, Jim.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, listen, I've been a Penn State fan since birth. I appreciate everything Franklin did for us. It was time. It was just time. I get it. He was in the national semifinal last year. They brought almost everybody back. Penn State went all in. Kraft went all in. And Oregon in that overtime game broke him. You saw it on his face.
Yeah.
He was broken after that game. And he couldn't come back the next week against UCLA, and then he couldn't come back against Northwestern. It death spiraled from there. I mean, that post-game press conference after Northwestern, you saw it. I mean, if you see that there's a picture of the guys looking at him during the press conference, everybody knew what was going to happen after that press conference. They knew. He was done. I mean,
so you think most Penn State fans are going to look back on James Franklin fondly?
I think there's going to be – give it some time, and they will look back fondly. I think right now it's kind of a fresh wound. I mean,
right now he's riding a 3-game losing streak, and 2 of those games
Jim.
are to very bad teams.
Yeah.
Like I said yesterday, you could squint and understand the UCLA one. It's a road game, and they've got a 5-star quarterback that they brought in the portal under a big NIL deal, and that specific dude, Iamaleava, balled out.
Mm-hmm.
There's no such excuse for Northwestern. They walked into your house and physically were the better team.
Well, there was no excuse for the UCLA game either.
But I just said he's a 5-star quarterback. He's a guy who will play on Sundays, and he was the whole bleeping show. As what was that, Rob Van Dam, Donnie? He was Mr. Saturday Afternoon at the Rose Bowl.
Adam is next. Hello, Adam.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey.
I think getting rid of Franklin's a little premature.
Okay, so here's the first person to call in and actually say they're not exactly sure this was the right call. Please continue.
I mean, you have Clifford, you have Aller. If anybody should have been gone, it should be Danny O'Brien, your quarterback's coach. You can't take a coach that almost had you at a national championship, 1 year removed, struggle, and put all the blame on him when I believe it's the quarterback that can't get the job done.
But Franklin brought in Aller, and Franklin vouched for Aller, and Franklin wanted them to pay Aller and bring him back. So he's got to be held responsible for that.
He does, to a point. At some point, though, too, till Aller has been put in those positions and given the opportunity to win in the big games, and when he doesn't, then you say, okay, maybe he isn't the guy I thought he was. I mean, that's no different than anybody picking any quarterback up saying he's our guy. And
I just don't think you can pass the buck to the quarterback's coach and say it was his fault when the head coach hires the quarterback's coach and the head coach goes out and picks his own groceries and picks out that quarterback to be his guy.
I think I'm going to say this about the situation as far as why they did it now. I think if they beat Northwestern, he's still the head coach right now. Pretty obviously, it still is probably dead man walking situation up there. Look at who they put in charge as the interim head coach. Terry Smith is not their OC. He's not their DC. He's the guy everyone respects in there. He's a longtime Franklin lieutenant. He's the guy who
He's a Penn State lifer.
He's just a guy who I think is going to be good at rallying that locker room. Doesn't that suggest to you that Franklin had lost a lot of those guys?
Yeah, they need someone to kind of
if they thought that it was
galvanize the team.
If they thought that it was more of a tactical problem than anything, and that was the biggest concern, wouldn't they just make Kotelnicki probably or Jim Knowles the interim head coach?
Well,
and say
I think
you're
if
both?
they felt like Franklin was the problem and those two guys were great and maybe one of them could be promoted to be a head coach,
But
they
also,
would give the guy the shot now.
But also, if they thought like just giving the guy with one side, whose side was doing better, more control directly over game day, they wouldn't have made Terry Smith the interim.
James Franklin fired. One of his captains came out today and clapped back at those who have celebrated his firing. Did James Franklin get a raw deal? 412-928-9370. Do any Penn State fans feel like this was premature and this was the wrong call? 412-928-9370. Plus Donnie's Tomlin tidbit of the week, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Bengals Thursday night. These teams will kick off Week 7 of the NFL season. 8:15 kickoff in Cincinnati. We will have fan game day from 6 until kickoff right here on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about your garage floor. It's probably really gross. It's probably got stains. Mine has a ton of stains. Not as many cracks, and I haven't bothered with an epoxy job, but maybe you have those other two problems. Epoxy, you did it yourself. Years later, it looks like garbage. Go with Comer and Cross today and let them revitalize your concrete floor. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR is the number. They're going to have that thing looking like a new car showroom. It's affordable and it's easy. Those are two great words. They're going to have people that work for them who come to your house and do the job. These are not subcontractors. They can do it all, and they will do it all in one day. They're going to fix everything that's wrong with the current garage before they apply the new floor, and then voila, it is looking better than it ever has before. If you got a lot of stuff accumulated in your garage and you're like, damn it, I don't want to move this stuff out on my own. It's going to take too much work. I can't do it. They will do it for you. Call Comer and Cross now for your best price of the year. $750 off. They're going to start there. Their number, easy to remember, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. Hey, I want to tell you about Blue Chew. Add a little boing in the bedroom. Folks, guys out there, come on. You want to feel like the younger, just more pep in your step, so to speak, version of you? Blue Chew can help. It's not just a tablet. It is a cheat code for, downstairs. It can make someone feel like that area got a pep talk, got a gym membership. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you be more confident where it counts. In fact, Blue Chew can also help the date nights, not in maybe chilling and relaxing on the couch with a nice movie, but actually you're heading up the stairs. Because you know what happens up the stairs, right? Date nights could get longer, better for everybody involved. Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. You want to give her group chat a little something to talk about. Nothing makes you a little bit more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. The week off did not affect A-Rod's chemistry with his receivers. Rodgers had 21 completions to 8 different players, including touchdowns to Haywood and DK. The future Hall of Famer threw 235 yards. A-Rod recognized the history of the rivalry during his post-game presser, saying it's nice to continue the mastery of the Browns at home. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
2 eyes are better than one, right? Same goes for your home security. Buy one Guardian camera today, and you'll get a second camera completely free. That's twice the coverage, twice the peace of mind, and 0 extra cost. With HD video, motion alerts, and two-way audio, you'll always know what's happening at home, whether it's package at the door or kids in the living room. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras. That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
you better have some corners taller than me if you're dealing with the likes of T. Higgins and people like that. And that's something that we talk about as a collective, the intimacy of divisional relationships. It's just a component of the game. You better stack up good against those that you compete against a lot of ways. And so I'm sure people acquire secondary people to match up with that collective. Baltimore took a first-round corner in Nate Wiggins the other year, I'm sure, with that group in mind. The Bengals have taken right tackles in recent years, I'm sure, to minimize TJ's impact in that relationship. That's divisional play. That's what makes it so challenging and so exciting.
Listen to Starkey tomorrow to learn about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest run Wednesday through Friday at noon on the 93.7 The Fan contesting page. Football Talk on the Fans presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Time for Donnie's Tomlin Tidbit. Mike Tomlin talks for almost a half hour every Tuesday. Sometimes, like this week, he gets annoyed with the Steelers media, and a hot mic picks up him saying that. But throughout all that, we do get some nuggets in there, and Donnie has found this one from this Steelers-Bengals confab. Mike Tomlin saying we need corners bigger than him to play against Cincinnati.
So I think it's a little bit more relevant this week because even though some of the personnel is different, Jalen Ramsey into the fold, and he is playing very well in a Steelers uniform. It's hard for people in Pittsburgh to forget that first matchup last year and what T. Higgins did to Joey Porter Jr. in this game. And if we know anything about Joe Flacco's game, at this stage in his career, it may count on a lot of plays like that. Throw it down the field and just hope for a yellow flag more than even a reception. And we got the quote after that game, what he compared T. Higgins to Shaq.
Hack-a-Shaq. Got to use your fouls against him.
Doesn't exactly work in the same way, at least to me.
Yeah,
but
it's really a terrible analogy because it just,
Shaq would often miss the free throws.
Right, it was
Here
like
they would just give you,
right.
Tons of yards.
Let the Bengals get down to the goal line where it's much harder for them to score.
But it does make me think going into this game how that matchup shakes out again because they still have Jamar Chase. That guy should be covered by your best player like Jalen Ramsey. And it will turn into Joey Porter Jr. against T. Higgins again.
Yeah, where's that leave Darius Slay?
Covering
Yoshi Voss, who had about 10 drops last week.
I'm kind of more interested in how they handle Chase Brown on little routes coming out of the backfield because they can't run the ball there. But I do like him as an overall talent. Like, just ball in his hands, I think he's a dynamic player when he's got a little space.
All of this talk about this game just makes me think how pissed I'm going to be if they lose.
But you don't seem to think that there's a real chance that they're going to lose.
They've got this division in the palm of their hand. They could get a vice grip on it if they win this game and go 4 up on Baltimore and basically make it choke-proof if they win. And if they slip on this banana peel,
the door has been
I'm going to be really,
wide.
really, really upset.
The door will have been reopened widely if they slip on the banana peel.
Because you'll give Baltimore a glimmer of hope with Lamar coming back. And he might even give Cincinnati a little bit, a tiny smidgen of belief because they'll think Flacco can get it done until Joe Burrow comes back. So, and any hope Cincinnati has, Cleveland's already out of sight, out of mind.
You'd be 4 ahead in the loss column of every team in the division going into a weekend where, yes, Baltimore can't lose because they don't play. You will have 3 more wins than anybody and 4 fewer losses than anybody.
Yeah.
What a percentage chance do you give them to actually lose this game?
3.
3. Exactly 3. Not 2, not 4.
The first number that popped into my head. Donnie?
3 just feels way too low.
That was my gut answer.
I give the Bengals
like 25.
I give the Bengals 20 to
25 or 30
chance to win. Cowboy Joe Flacco, I mean, an extra week getting ready and learning those plays, I think you're going to get a better version of him.
He doesn't have an extra week. He has like one extra day, Chris. He has one more
Yeah,
practice.
he can go home and study, though,
He has one phony baloney practice where they won't hit anybody or anything.
He can study more and more.
I also think the Mike Tomlin road record on Thursday Night Football against his division is still relevant here. He's never won a game in that setting.
He's due.
He's due.
Yeah. That's what I'm going
and
with.
They have played some bad teams.
Oh, I know.
And some bad quarterbacks.
Brady Quinn would be one of them. All right, thanks, Don.
How about Jameis in the snow? Jameis had never seen the snow or played in it before. Just balled out.
His helmet broke on one of those throws in the snow.
Yes.
Right, there was like
he had that even
piece
goofier
dangling
helmet
off.
on. Yeah, he was wearing a very goofy, stupid-looking helmet.
No, he is goofy. That's for sure.
Would you feel like this game was more or less dangerous than it currently is if Jameis was their quarterback instead of Flacco?
For the Bengals?
Yeah. Does he make them more dangerous than Flacco or less?
I think he makes them slightly more dangerous, but not by a lot. But they're both. I mean, Jameis in a lot of ways just a younger version of Joe Flacco. There's a ton of arm talent there. There's also questionable decision-making, to put it mildly.
Questionable decision-making.
To put it mildly. They're both turnover-prone. So
Tomlin would rather see Jameis if I had to guess.
100%. He doesn't respect Jameis, not nearly as much.
He's been in battles against Flacco, and he's come out on the wrong end.
He would never
Bottom
want
line.
Jameis Winston on his team, and I think he would take Joe Flacco as a backup, for sure. Here is B. Weezy on the James Franklin firing. Hello, B. Weezy.
What's up? What's up, boys? Hey, I think he got a raw deal. I got a couple things to say, and then I have a question I want to ask you guys.
Sure.
I think he got a raw deal because the 20 years before James Franklin was there and Joe Paterno was the coach, when was Penn State ever a top-tier team? They had like two good seasons. Their Rashard Casey, Kevin Thompson year, and Michael Robinson year. Other than that, they were mediocre the whole time. And then last year, I'm in a text group with all my friends. I was so annoyed. We lose in the college semifinals, and everybody's mad like it's a bad year. Like what did they want? That was like a dream year for us as Penn State fans. We almost made it to the end. We were in the Final Four, and I think what it is it's this money, the NIL money. Everybody, like on the Pat McAfee show, Penn State's loaded, up north, all these teams got all this money, and I think it's ruined it for the Penn State fans. We've got a 12-team playoff now. We were going to be able to be in it every year, like 7, 8 out of 10 years, we'd have been in the playoffs. I just
All right,
think it.
Gotcha. Malsey, I'll let you.
The opening part of that call is not wrong, and it is indicative of how I would say brainwashed people were by the Joe Paterno experience.
Where do you want to start the odometer on that comment? Like, how far back do you want to go? What do you think his starting point was?
As far as Paterno and how it curdled?
Yeah, and how he said it was mediocre for a long time, other than a year or two.
The early 2000s, right before I got there, was not headed in the right direction.
All right, why don't
Most
we just...
of my time, I started there in 2003, and they were atrocious, all but really the Mike Robinson
All right, so let's do this century. So that would be 26 seasons, including this one, right? Under Joe Paterno, so from 2000 to 2011 is when the scandal happened.
Yep.
So that's 12 seasons of Penn State football.
Yep.
They finished the season ranked in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 of 12, that's less than 50%. And they finished ranked in the top 10 3 times. That's 3 of 12, 25%. 05, 08, and 09. They lost in the Rose Bowl in 08. They finished ranked 9th in 111 games the following year.
They were a perpetual Capital One Bowl and Outback Bowl. And I mean, the time I got there, 3-9, 4-7, 11-1, and then 9-4.
James Franklin was the coach. Same thing, 12 years. So same number as Paterno. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 top 25 seasons. And 1, 2, 3, 4 times ranked in the top 10. So it's better.
Yeah, and it was
objectively, it's
dealing
better
with sanctions that Joe wasn't dealing with. Joe sucked his last, relatively speaking. He was
not really, Chris.
He had the 11-2 year with Mike Robinson, and he was pretty good in 2008 and 2009 back-to-back, but, like, they did not feel like a team that was going anywhere for real. I mean, there was a lengthy
Okay, in 2010 and 2011, that was true, but the 2 years prior to that, one of them, they went to the Rose Bowl and won the Big Ten. What do you mean they weren't going anywhere?
They still weren't going anywhere as a program long-term, in my opinion.
Well, they probably weren't going anywhere long-term because they were coached by a man in his 80s.
Yeah.
So, yes, like he did not have many years left, regardless of if the scandal was on the horizon.
They tried to force him out of there, and they went to his lawn years before the scandal happened, and he told them to get off his lawn. He told the AD of the school, and he told the school
we all know the story.
To F off, basically.
I mean, from 2000 to 2004, yes, they had a 5-year period that was not very good. They finished ranked one time. They had 4 losing seasons in there. That's not good, but then he got it back together again. But not back together to the high, I won't say much higher heights, but Franklin did take the program
they were in better
to
shape.
Higher heights than when Franklin was here.
Joe left it in complete shambles in more ways than one, and Franklin brought it back. I'm sorry, I'm tickled by a YouTube comment about when we were talking about Jameis Winston. It said that Jameis had a 30-30 season before O'Neal Cruz. I am very tickled by that one.
Coming up, we have Tomlin Takes, where we have the 30-minute Mike Tomlin press conference that includes a lot of bloviating about the opponent and some questions that are arcane and really out of nowhere. And we take all of that, reduce it down, edit it, and give you the greatest hits. Give you the stuff you want to hear and stuff you want us to react to coming up. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It is the PM team. All right, I was looking for a new car wash, and I found it with Mr. Magic. It's your turn to join the team like me and enjoy Pittsburgh's premium car wash from Mr. Magic for just $10 per month for 3 months. You can choose from any of our unlimited washes and enjoy 3 months for $30 total. There's 23 locations around town, so there's one right by you. You can go to MrMagicCarWash.com, or you can register in person. This deal lasts through Halloween. And how about this? Want to try it out before signing up? Get a free premium wash right now. All you have to do is text FAN, F-A-N, to 47757. Keep your car shiny and bright at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Go out there if you want to take advantage right now of some great deals on the entire new lineup of 2025 Mitsubishis. It's all happening at Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington during the Harvest the Savings event all throughout the month of October. You can get 0% APR for 60 months on every new, yes, that's right, all new 2025 Mitsubishis. So 0% APR for 60 months on Outlander, the 7-passenger SUV. I drive one. On Outlander Sport, on Eclipse Cross, on Mirage, which is the lowest priced new car on the market. You save on the entire lineup, and you get more for your trade right now during the Harvest the Savings event. $500 more for your trade, to be exact. You also get that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, and that is, in a phrase, peace of mind. Don't wait. Get your deal your way. What a great day. Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington, and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, partly cloudy with overnight lows around 50 degrees. Mostly sunny Wednesday with highs in the upper 60s. Clear Wednesday night with lows in the upper 30s and patchy frost. Sunny Thursday with highs in the low 60s. And Thursday night clear with patchy frost and lows in the upper 30s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Pre-case review, 0 fees unless we win.
LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43-mile-per-gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about. Because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Hey everyone, Bob Pompiani here. Let me tell you about the great work that Pittsburgh Garage does. I needed a new garage makeover. The floor was covered with salt and cracks, living there for 37 years, so I called Pittsburgh Garage. Boy, in just a couple of days, the transformation was amazing. The floor coating beautiful, easy to maintain. Cabinets are on the way to make everything organized. I work with Elijah and Josh, both very professional. All of their team members are full-time. Go to PittsburghGarage.com and you'll find over 400 5-star reviews. They've got long-lasting products designed to be functional, heavy-duty, and look great. For your free estimate, go to PittsburghGarage.com.
Taylor, during your Jeep of Pittsburgh's Drive Into Fall sales event, what's your difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. Easy as that.
And if you can't...
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard across from the Golden Arches. Or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really worked so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey, it's Doran. You've heard me talk about my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel for a while now. They, of course, are the premier uniform and spirit wear supplier for area sports teams. But did you know Keystone Custom Apparel is the place for business, restaurants, and other nonprofits? It's not all about sports. They're all about serving the community. Get your company or organization outfitted and looking sharp with Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Never Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart, 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray, Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra, and Emerson Hart of Tonic. A night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Harvest the Savings event. Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis. Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Visit JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Let's get some runs in Milwaukee. I'm Sandy Peak, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Pitchers duel last night in the NLCS, a 2-1 final, but the market moving up tonight for Game 2. BetMGM opened 7, now we're 7.5. I agree with the move and expect a regression offensively. I'm Sammy P. from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43-mile-per-gallon Mirage now up to $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the for details on all offers.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see some delays on the major roadways, starting with the Parkway West heading outbound. You will be slowed down around 2nd Avenue as you try to leave the city. And heading out of the city on the Parkway East, you'll be slowed down around the Bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
Did your doctor just add another medication to the list? Maybe for blood pressure, cholesterol, type 2 diabetes? Ask them how you'll get off of it. Losing weight will be the answer, but you already knew that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers finish up practice today. Their only practice for the game against Cincinnati Thursday night on the road. We'll figure out if Calvin Austin is going to come back and give it a go in about an hour. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Tomlin Tuesday on The Fan.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Temperatures in Pittsburgh still in the 70s. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. All right, Tomlin's takes here on a Tuesday moved up an hour, and that's because we've got some more breaking Penn State news to get into later in the show regarding their coaching search. But let's react a little bit to what Tomlin said about this Bengals matchup. In Tomlin takes, we do the hard part. We filter, we cut, we parse, we take everything from Tomlin's long press conference and pull out the sound bites and clips you guys will find the most interesting. And we usually have some catchy song from the 1980s that plays underneath it. Yeah, that's the magic touch. Malzy, let's go on this ride together, starting with what Mike Tomlin said about his diverse tight end group. Aaron Rodgers has come out and said, hey, I played football for 21 years in the NFL. This is the best tight end room I've ever had. Mike Tomlin was expansive about the roles of each tight end today. Note the role he gives Freiermuth and how long it takes for him to mention him.
I think the more you have a better understanding of what I think it's certainly an advantage for us. We've got a diversity of skill set and talent in that room. We got a big one that's capable of matching up against 4-3 ends, particularly in the run game. We have one that's a oversized athlete with excellent run after in Jonnu. We got a zone killer in Freiermuth. We got a versatile guy in Connor, and so the diversity of talent is a component that makes that room as competitive as it is and so helpful to us as a collective.
He never would have mentioned Heath Miller third when talking about a group of tight ends. I'm only bringing that up. I get it. Freiermuth's not Heath Miller. He never will be. But they're paying him like he is a top 10 tight end. And whether or not it was by mistake or not, when getting into the talents of each, he mentioned Pat third. And oh, by the way, lately, that's where he is on the depth chart in terms of snaps in games. He gave him a very niche kind of skill set there. He's a guy that beats zones. Mm-hmm. Up until 2 weeks ago, I never remember hearing Pat Freiermuth talked about as a tight end who really only excelled against one kind of defense.
They pay him to be a tight end who's on the field every down.
Yes.
Doing everything. Granted, not blocking very much, or like certainly not like a George Kittle or one of those guys, but they paid Pat Freiermuth the kind of money that suggests they think he was a weapon. Just a weapon, period, in our passing game. He is an offensive weapon. Now he is apparently Pat Freiermuth, king of the zone defense.
If I told you guys you could trade him for someone that was a number 2 wide receiver, would you do it?
Yeah.
Donnie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just not using him, man. If you're telling me, like, give me an example of a number 2 that you think is, like, you know, somebody who can realistically fill that role.
Jacoby Myers. Not that they would ever do it because they already have 2 tight ends. But
right. If they were going to make the whole plane out of tight ends for Jacoby Myers, for Pat, yes.
You flip him to a team that needs a tight end. You take that pick. You then trade that pick.
Do the Saints need a tight end? Can we get, not Olave, but...
No, they've got the Penn State guy there. Another one, Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Jawan Johnson.
He just, I don't know, man. It's been, they don't want to say it because, you know, ruin the good vibes, and I think Mike does like that Pat isn't, like, vocally complaining, but it's obvious that he's fallen out of some favor there. There's just no other way to interpret it.
Here is Mike Tomlin on what's going on with the Steelers' offensive line.
You know, I think the collective has gotten consistently better, but I just think that's a reasonable expectation. They're young as individuals. They're young as a collective. And with experience comes execution and precision. That's been the overall trajectory of it. I've probably answered that question every week over the last 3 weeks, and my answer is still the same. It's moving in the direction in which we would like it, certainly, whether it's an individual within the group or whether it's the group as a whole.
It was a rocky start. They couldn't block anybody and move people in the run game. And Aaron Rodgers was getting hit a ton. And that has changed the last 2 weeks. And I think the extra offensive linemen and putting the big, beefy people in has made it better, which is fine. Like, I don't see that as a criticism. I'm not sure people are criticizing it. But, all right, if something isn't work, what do? Just stubbornly, like, stick with the 5 guys and say, get the job done?
Isn't the definition of good coaching identifying where you aren't doing well and trying to take measures to fix it? Like, it's not what everyone wants to see because their offense, with the passing game specifically, is mainly DK Metcalf and then try to sprinkle in other players. But their 41, almost 42-year-old quarterback isn't getting killed anymore.
Yep.
Guys are finding running lanes. They got to triple digits against the Browns. And they neutralized Myles Garrett with their game plan so much that I kid you not. This was a tweet from PFF 7 hours ago.
Oh, God, do I want to hear from
a
them
lengthy video post that's gotten about 200,000 views, breaking down the confusion around Myles Garrett's PFF grade and how the Steelers schemed him out of box score production.
So he did great, he just couldn't make any tackles.
A roundabout way of saying he still won his pass rush reps, but because the Steelers scheme was so good at neutralizing his actual ability to impact plays, that's why he had a high grade and low, like, actual stat production.
So at the end of the year, when PFF gives out their NFL awards,
He'll win, baby.
I'm saying I expect to see Artie Smith as their assistant of the year.
I agree. He played
a phenomenal game. He did literally nothing, but he played a phenomenal game. You got to credit their scheme.
I'll tell you this. They should give out a Game Plan of the Year award, and Artie Smith should win it for Week 6 versus Cleveland.
But I would even flip it to, does that mean that Schwartz's scheme blew ass?
He didn't find a way to get Garrett
and the whole thing we give them credit for all the time is he moves around to make sure that what you just said, Chris, doesn't usually happen. Where he wins all these reps and it goes for naught.
I did like one of the people in the mentions pointing out, remember the play where Jones managed to backtrack and, like, clip him just before, not actually clip him, but, like, Rodgers flipped it to Warren?
Yeah, I love that play.
Warren was one-on-one with Garrett and absolutely nuked him at first impact.
I loved Warren in that game. Warren had a big block on the touchdown throw to Hayward, too.
He nuked him right into the pile of people. To Garrett's credit, he didn't give up on the play, and he kept chasing Rodgers, and then Jones was able to sneak back in there and get a small piece so that they could get something out of that play. But
I do think very
funny.
I do think the question becomes, and I don't think it'll happen Thursday against the Bengals.
Yes.
The question is, with the Spencer Anderson and Darnell Washington thing, what happens when they're losing in a game? Because when it's close or they're winning, you can use those two guys. You can stick with those two guys. But if it's like the Seattle game in week 2 and you're down,
what do you do?
You're not going to have those guys out there necessarily.
Isn't the hope, though, that part of this play here is that your O-line, the 5 starters, gain some confidence here too and start playing better? Like it's training wheels a little bit on a bike. We're helping you. We're giving you one extra guy plus a tight end who's bigger than all of you. Right?
Yep.
And we hope that if you ride with 4 wheels for a while, you start to ride with 2 wheels just as well.
The other thing I like about it, because this has come up a lot, and this is a fan thing, but the Steelers have, I think, quenched their thirst on this. They do have an offensive identity now. They're known for something. They weren't before. They really haven't been known for anything for years. Their identity now is that they get bigger than everybody else.
It's bully ball.
Yeah. But it's not just a slogan or a saying now or like a mentality.
No, they're
actually
tangible.
Putting chess pieces on the board that let them play that way.
They are lining up on any given play now when they have Washington and Spencer Anderson out there. They're lining up 7 players, I believe you would say, right, who are all over 300 pounds. Frazier's got to be a touch over 300, I would think.
Have the Steelers ever dressed somebody over 400 pounds?
Who would be close? McCullers at his heaviest?
That's not a bad guess.
How about that big dude from Florida? I wanted him to make a team. The kid from the U of Florida. He was like 460.
Yeah, he's on Tampa's practice squad.
But didn't he get moved to this practice squad because his entire preseason was just
losing weight.
You lose weight?
Yeah. All right, Steelers injury report for the game in Cincinnati is out. Jeff Hathorn's going to join us next to tell us what he saw in practice today, his Hawk Report observations. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. A personal law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money from you. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Local college football this weekend. West Virginia at UCF Saturday at 1. Penn State at Iowa Saturday night, 7 p.m. kickoff there. Pitt at Syracuse Saturday night, 7:30. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 4:30. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Hey, thanks, Don. Daisy French onion dip. Oh, yeah. I'm a big fan. I am a big fan because it jazzes up and adds a ton of flavor to anything I'm snacking on, even up to and including wings. You've heard me talk about veggies. You've heard me talk about chips and pretzels. It can even go with wings. I've tried it. I've done it. It's terrific. So is Daisy Ranch Dip, too. Made with real herbs and spices, made with real deal ingredients you'd find right now in your own kitchen. It's going to make the snacking so much better. Take my advice. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Money and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. The AFC has not been this wide open since the 1990s. The Chiefs are 3-3 and lackadaisical. The Buffalo Bills have won 4 games against teams with a total of 3 wins. And we know that the Ravens season is over, and that means if you're the Colts or the Jags or the Steelers or the Chargers, this is your moment. You better seize it. I'm Bill Ryder.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
What's up, black and gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shlydeckcompany.com.
If you're considering functional medicine, there's only one Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one, Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Fall is here, and so are the savings at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Right now, drive home a 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport with payments starting at just $285 a month for 36 months. Don't wait. These deals won't last long. See dealer for details.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevrolet, get 1.9% for 36 months on a new 2026 Chevy Equinox, or lease a 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive for $319 a month. Get great financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. Lease for 36 months with 10,000 miles per year and $4,399 due at signing. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
Cloudy skies overnight, the low 51.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see some heavy rush hour delays back up the major roadways. The Parkway West outbound is bumper to bumper from 2nd Avenue, and the Parkway East on the outbound side is at a standstill from Technology Drive. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
Buy 2 replacement windows from Window Nation. Get 2 for free plus pay nothing for 2 years. WindowNation.com. This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free plus pay nothing for 2 whole years. Hurry, sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at WindowNation.com. That's WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Football Talk on the Fan is brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL Day. CBS has a single header this Sunday. The Steelers play Thursday. So what game are we going to get? Here are the options. Dolphins at Browns at 1 o'clock. Patriots at Titans at 1 o'clock. Raiders
the
at
Mike
Chiefs
Vrabel.
at 1 o'clock.
Raiders at Chiefs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
4:05, you've got 2 spicy matchups. Giants at Broncos. Colts at Chargers. I want that game.
Yeah, Colts at Chargers is far and away the best game there.
What's the worst game? Browns-Dolphins? That is a tough one.
Yeah, I actually think Patriots-Titans is even worse.
At least that has the Mike Vrabel angle, though.
And
There's
one
Browns-Dolphins
pretty good-looking team.
Browns-Dolphins just feels like staring into the abyss here. Who's on that game?
Spiro Ditas and Adam Archuleta, with Aditi Kinkabwala policing the sidelines. Tickets in Cleveland as low as $42 for that game. Not the cheapest ticket in the NFL this week. What is it? This will shock you. Commanders Cowboys, you can get in for $21 in Dallas.
No way.
Yeah.
You know what? That would be like, if I were a Dallas fan and for some reason I was disillusioned, though, at least they're fun to watch. I know they lost to the Panthers, but like you want to take your kid and see a lot of action. A Cowboys game is almost like a guaranteed hit the over kind of game.
I think they're what the 2024 Bengals were.
Bingo.
Yeah.
100%.
But I mean, like, if I wanted to take my kid to watch football for that cheap, I'd rather watch a team that's probably going to give up about 30 and score about 30, pull a Jameis Winston.
Then watch the Browns.
Then watch like 10-6. My God.
All right.
That's obvious.
Let's get to the Hawk Report. From 93.7 The Fan, Steelers Insider.
Saw it coming that time.
Jeff Hathorn. All right, Jeff, no Calvin Austin at practice again today. This doesn't seem like as big of a deal because the Steelers' offensive identity has shifted, and we've seen Spencer Anderson and Darnell Washington so much lately. Do you expect that the Steelers will stick to that in Cincinnati, or will they pull a rope-a-dope here and surprise Cincinnati and come out with some much different-looking offense?
Well, historically, although, it's a new coordinator now, it's been Cincinnati's been a Pat Freiermuth day.
That's right.
And in the last couple of games. So maybe we see a little bit more of that. I think we see Pat and Jonnu take a number of those reps, but I mean, they love Darnell. I mean, you hear so many things about his improvement and how there's still more there. And obviously such a different matchup. And obviously he can also block and set up the run game for them.
How much of it is they love Darnell versus, in Pat's specific case, he's maybe fallen out of favor? Mike Tomlin called him a zone beater tight end. He's the great guy against zones. You don't say that about a guy you've paid that much money to, where you put him into one specific role.
Yeah, I'm still not there yet, Chris. I still think there are going to be games where he is going to be more featured than he is now. And throughout the course of a season, injuries could happen and his role could expand, but I think it's the matchups they have now. And Arthur was asked today about trying to find ways to get those two guys the ball, and he was very quick to say that it's matchup specific.
Sure.
Now, I'll buy into that. I will say this, and we saw this out at camp. I mean, we've seen ways where they've taken the tight ends and, and flanked them out, and we might see some more of that.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question to you this way because I'm very curious to hear how you answer it. If they had to put out a depth chart that showed their true feelings and not some BS one that the NFL requires them to do, and they had to put out a depth chart listing their tight ends from 1 to 4 on how they really feel about the guys, how would they do it? Ranking them.
Wow. So skill sets have to play a part in this. Matchups have to play a part. I would say it's Jonnu 1, and then depending on the matchup, either Pat or Darnell and Connor 4.
Jonnu 1.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I just assumed it was going to be Darnell, Jonnu, Pat, Hayward in that order, frankly.
It's not that we haven't seen the Darnell snaps, but I still think Jonnu. I mean, there's a lot of history with the offensive coordinator with Jonnu. I think they still feel there's more there with John, and we saw them try to get him the ball a couple of times against Cleveland.
Jeff, if we asked you to not BS here and rank how they would feel about the quarterbacks across the NFL, would Mike Tomlin put Joe Flacco ahead of or just behind Patrick Mahomes?
Ahead of.
I mean, what was where do you come down on the motivation? Was it just, I don't like Andrew Berry personally, or he wants no part of seeing Joe Flacco on the road on a short week in division?
I think it's the principle of it is a big part for him. Like, what is a team doing trading the quarterback that started for them at the beginning of the season to another team in division? Now, obviously that here directly impacts the Steelers, but I think there's an annoyance more that like how the Browns are operating. Like what are you doing?
Do you think he feels like they did it to stick it to the Steelers at all?
No, I don't think that. I just think it's an overall feeling.
Okay.
And I think he's just annoyed as a competitor. And obviously
we heard he was mad about this last week, Chris and I. He was
extremely mad and wanted to make sure he got a chance to say something about it.
Which is why the question came up, because there were a few of us standing there, and he mentioned something like, "Oh, who you guys going to interview now, Andrew Berry?" And at first we're Rolodexing in our mind, like, Wait, is there a player? Like, or is he talking about the GM? Like, what's he? And then it kind of hit us, and Carter was first, and credit to him to bring that up to him and had that fantastic answer.
All right, Jeff. So Austin not going to play. We saw very little from the other receivers against Cleveland, and they ran the ball well, and they played great defense, so it really didn't matter. Roman Wilson did catch one football, and outside of DK Metcalf, that was it from the supporting cast of wide receivers. Where are you currently on the Steelers trading for a wide receiver at the deadline? Likelihood it happens and potential names.
Yeah, I think there's a potential that it happens. I'm not going to go as far as say likely. I think you're looking at more depth, not a number one. You're not looking at someone to compete with DK. And it was said today again by Arthur, like, hey, everyone in that room knows that DK is our main guy. Like, he's going to get the most of the reps. So A.J. Brown or someone that's going to want to get a ton of opportunities, especially with them trying to feed the tight ends as well, I don't think that's a fit. I think – I'm trying to think of it. Waddle's probably too big of a name.
Shaheed from the Saints.
Maybe. That's a good one. I don't think they would go back into like the Van Jefferson well or something along those lines. But I do think this. I think one thing that they've learned from the way their secondary has performed due to injuries is they probably need a little bit more depth there. I mean, look, they made trades at a lot of places to win this year, and I think there's a knowledge that they need to at least inquire about adding depth at that position, and not just a guy who doesn't have a job right now, but maybe a guy on another team that team's going nowhere.
Would Highsmith be on the table?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't. They like this package. No, I don't think he would be on the table. Now, I'm not saying never, but this season, no.
Jeff, we were lauding Jalen Ramsey yesterday and just talking about the way it feels. Not only has he been really good on the field, but you're kind of getting the attitude like Joey Porter in a good way when he played. Might not have been their best player. Now, Ramsey sometimes is on defense, but Porter was like the heartbeat of that defense attitude-wise. Can you just give us a sense of how he has changed things in that locker room versus Minka? Because it certainly seemed like Minka's teammates weren't the biggest fans of Minka by the end of it.
In some ways, they're very similar in terms of how serious they take practice, but it's more of a team thing with Jalen than it was with Minka. Like Minka would do he would be out there forever, but a lot of that stuff was on his own. And not to say he wasn't a good teammate or that he didn't, he wasn't for the team. But with Jalen, like he brings this swagger, this attitude. And then when he did what he did on Sunday, you heard what Aaron said about him and how he gushed about him. And other guys are saying similar things on and off the record about, hey, this guy doesn't just bring that attitude, but then he backs it up by going out on the field and making those type of plays. And it's not a Harrison. It's not quite full Porter because he doesn't talk as much as Joey. But there is this, like, I'm here, and we're not messing around here in the secondary. I think Aaron's brought that on the offensive side. We heard him say it, and Broderick said it too. Like, he'll get in Broderick's face and tell him to quit screwing around. Like, get to work. Like, you need to focus in on this. And I think Ramsey is a similar guy on the defensive side in the secondary. And when you can bring that type of game and then bring that type of dedication that he showed on Sunday, that's when you really win over your teammates and coaches.
Jeff, Mike Tomlin's never won a game like Thursday night's
Crazy.
AFC North road opponent on a short week. Your prediction for the game in Cincinnati this week, will Joe Flacco turn back the clock against the Steelers?
Yeah, man, I remember Thursday night there with Ryan Finley, 5 years ago? That was just brutal. But I don't think this will be it. I think Steelers win 27-16.
There you go. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Thanks, boys.
Yep, not worried about Joe Flacco one bit.
What was that segment's name?
Oh, yeah, that's right. It is the Hawk Report. Donnie's biggest football topic of the day coming up next, and something we call the Donnie Football Debrief. The fan wants to showcase your kid playing some ball. So let's do it. Special visit from fan hosts like Austin Bechtold. Go to 93.7, email youthsports@937thefan.com with your group names, contact info, potential dates today. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Saloni's Italian Bread, Pelman Electric, and Keystone Custom Apparel. Right now, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Atlanta beat Buffalo 24-14 on Monday Night Football. Chicago then beat Washington on a last-second field goal 25-24 to round up Week 6 of the NFL season. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Tell you what, love Comer and Cross and what they're doing for me with my new garage floor. My current garage floor is the original concrete floor I had when the house was built 5 years ago, and it's gross. There's nothing over it. It's just stained, and there's all kinds of crap in the cracks and stuff. Like, it's just not a floor I'd ever want Stella to play on. She dropped and spilled Frosted Flakes on it the other day, and she wanted to pick it up and eat it, and I'm like, no, your mom will kill me for it. And then I picked some up and ate some. But anyways, Comer and Cross will hook you up with a brand new floor with no stains, no cracks, bad epoxy like they're doing for me. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR is the number to call. And they're going to have that floor looking like a new showroom. Like that. Overnight. Uniform pros, no subcontractors. This is how easy it is, folks. Listen to me. They're in and out in one day. All the cracks and pits will be gone in one day. And if you've got stuff in the garage, they'll take it out for you. Call and get their best price of the year right now. Don't wait. $750 off. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to comercross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College. Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Schley Deck and Fence. And Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's Joe Ball GMC's Spooktacular Sales Event.
Give me the treats, Pumpkinhead.
New GMC Sierra is just $359 a month for 24 months with $3,000 cash or trade, you witch.
Who are you gonna call?
Joe Ball GMC, 412-487-8500.
JoeBallGM.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it's time for a Donnie Football Debrief. Donnie's biggest football topic of the day. It's brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company. Over 100 years of baking experience. Before we get to Donnie's biggest football topic of the day, Jeff said, yeah, the Steelers are not going to go out and get A.J. Brown. Adam Crowley said this morning and tweeted that he doesn't want A.J. Brown. If the Eagles called the Steelers and said, hey, we'll give you A.J. Brown, Adam Crowley said no. I would not want him. Reaction from you guys on that?
Feels a little bit like you might run into a Pickens-type situation with him.
Really?
A little bit. I mean, his big problem in Philly is they can't get him the ball. I think Rodgers could get him the ball more, but...
Sure. Do you think the Steelers can win the Super Bowl right now?
No.
Would you start to change your mind if you added a massive talent to it and say, yeah, it could blow up in their face, but heck, he's probably somewhere between the 5th and 10th best receiver in the NFL?
He would change the calculus. He'd feel like if you're protecting your quarterback, he's going to
So he's a needle mover for you.
He does move the needle. He's really good when he's right. They can't, I mean...
Why would you say no to needle mover?
Because I'm not positive it's going to move the needle in the right direction. Because the Arthur Smith offense has never... I know he's had A.J. Brown as his guy, the main guy, but would he be wide receiver 1 or 2 here?
Doesn't matter. Is he wide receiver 1 or 2 there? They won a Super Bowl that way.
I mean, I think he's obviously the better player of he and Devontae Smith, but I don't know. I'm
all right, let DK Metcalf be wide receiver number 2. He was fine with that in Seattle, and he got paid. He was never the main guy there. He had JSN. He had Tyler Lockett before that. He's fine, and they played together in college.
I think implicit in these statements of would you trade for this very high-profile receiver is nobody thinks as much as it's done a good job for the Steelers at stabilizing and giving them an offensive identity, nobody actually thinks going ultra-big personnel is sustainable in the long term.
Well, right. Well, yes. I mean, I don't think that they're going to win a Super Bowl on the backs of Spencer Anderson and Darnell Washington, if that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, so I think people feel like they need to change what they are still fundamentally to have a chance at it.
I think that this would get filed under a great player is potentially available, and when that happens, you should be interested in it, especially when it also happens to be your position of, I would say, least talent.
Did he and Metcalf get along really well, I assume, at Mississippi when they were there together?
Didn't you literally say yesterday they still worked out with each other?
No, they did when they were getting ready for the draft, but I have no idea if they were best of buddies.
I would assume that they don't hate each other based on that. I know Metcalf got married recently. I'm sure we could go look back. But then again, A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts were at each other's weddings. So what the hell does that prove?
The other thing is, too, Hurts, I think, has a well-deserved reputation as a really good leader of men type of player.
And Aaron Rodgers doesn't?
Well, Aaron Rodgers, I think, has been a really good leader. The thing that's weird with Hurts is sometimes he just, misses A.J. Brown a lot. And even though I think he's the reigning Super Bowl champion, and I do feel like Rodgers, if he was kept upright, would find A.J. Brown.
I put it through this test. Donnie, do you think if at 10 o'clock tonight the Steelers traded for A.J. Brown, Crowley would go on the morning show at 6 a.m. and say this was a dumb move by the Steelers?
No.
Me neither.
I'd respect the hell out of him if he did.
Why?
Because he'd be sticking to his guns.
But I don't think he would stick to his guns.
Well, that is the Crowley
Because if they
promise.
actually did it,
everyone
we would
gets
all
excited.
Be pumped.
Everyone gets excited because no one imagines, the moment the trade gets consummated, nobody's imagining the bad side of it or the not working side. Everyone's pumped up because, holy F, they got A.J. Brown in the fold. No one thinks about the what if this doesn't work out in the immediate aftermath of it actually being done. It's just human nature.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean,
if you trade for a name as big as A.J. Brown,
right?
When
plenty of people in this town who thought Aaron Rodgers was a bad move, and he's about as big a name as you get in football.
When the Pirates traded for Chris Archer,
sure,
the overwhelming response was, holy crap, they went and got the biggest guy out there.
I agree with that.
Now, people had misgivings about it, but they weren't in the moment. You didn't have people coming on the air going, can you believe that they gave up these two guys? It was like, screw it, they finally went for it.
Yeah, but the Steelers have made a lot of go-for-it trades. And I don't think they've all been super well received. I mean, we had people calling after the Jalen Ramsey trade and bitch about Minkah Fitzpatrick being included in it.
I still think the perfect wide receiver, too, is probably somebody who's more of a complimentary player to Metcalf than a fellow number one.
But you say that. You would actually be more excited for, like, Rashid Shaheed than you would A.J. Brown?
I mean, resume-wise, no, but I just wonder about the fit. Are there enough... you got to feed a bunch of mouths now.
Since when are you fit guy? I thought you were talent guy. I thought you were talent wins guy.
I mean, when I
thought
said
you
I was
give me the best players guy.
Every time, well, no, because I was ready for George Pickens to get the hell out of town.
Yes, but I don't think A.J. Brown is George Pickens. How do I know that? A.J. Brown has been on a team that won a Super Bowl.
Isn't that self-destruct? Isn't the fact that he's been on a Super Bowl champion and he's still pretty pissed off evidence that on a lesser team, he might be more pissed off?
You're a Randy Moss guy. He went team to team in large part because he wore out his welcome. But when he got to those teams, he, generally speaking, made them really, really good. Same thing could be said for Terrell Owens.
Did he make the Titans and the Raiders really, really good?
He was at the end of his career and old by then.
Make the 49ers really good?
Well, then should we start to not put him in the category of best wide receiver of all time?
He also played, once he wore out his welcome, certain places, but he went to the Patriots with the greatest quarterback ever at that point.
Now you're starting to denigrate Randy Moss. Why do you think he's the second best receiver of all time then?
I mean, I also think Randy Moss, it's actually somewhat disrespectful to compare him, even, the character on the field and sometimes the personality issue, to George Pickens. I think Randy Moss is a way better
I'm not comparing him to George Pickens right now.
Okay, even than A.J. Brown. I think Moss knew what Moss was good at. Get me the ball.
I agree. You were the one that started to say negative things about Randy Moss's career, not me, buddy.
I just think
I
just have major fit concerns here. But apparently that just makes me like Crowley. A big wet blanket.
Well, wait a minute. Let me actually do this. I'm really going to put him on the spot here, Donnie. If the Ravens traded for A.J. Brown this week, your reaction wouldn't be, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No, it would be because I think Lamar Jackson is a better quarterback than Aaron Rodgers right now.
You've been very bullish on Rodgers all year.
That doesn't mean I think he's better than a healthy Lamar Jackson who's a top 2 quarterback in the league.
You have a good quarterback. You give him better guy to throw the football to, and your reaction is, I don't think this can work. Shouldn't it be, if you have good quarterback, give him better wide receiver? Quarterback and wide receiver get better?
Who's better?
That should be the math.
Would you say Rodgers is better than Hurts right now?
Rodgers is a better thrower of the football than Hurts.
Is he a better quarterback right now?
He's not a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts because Hurts is an elite running quarterback. He's one of the best running quarterbacks of all time. Not like Lamar Jackson because he's not as fast, but as far as physical runner, he might be the best quarterback of all time.
Does adding A.J. Brown fit with how they've run their offense so far?
He played in Arthur Smith's offense, so I would say yes.
Do you trust Mike Tomlin to deputize Arthur Smith to throw the ball around more because we've got to make sure we get our other big wide receiver involved?
Yes.
And do you really want to be doing a trade like this with Howie Roseman, who seems to pull the rug out and pull the ripcord on assets when he realizes they've hit their sell-by date for him?
Yes.
Okay.
Donnie, you want to give your 2 cents saying that this is your segment?
Yeah, I mean, I would absolutely do the deal. If there was ever such deal on the table for A.J. Brown, you absolutely do.
I am shocked that you are so scared of him.
This is also a year that you strike in the AFC because, as we have seen week by week, it looks like a team that is 500 might be the best team in football, the Chiefs, again, but no team looks dominant. This is an odd year, how it's gone through the first 6 weeks, where it actually feels as if the Steelers are right there with some of the better teams.
If Philly said we just want to wash our hands in for whatever reason, they're just like, you could have him for a second-round pick, you wouldn't do it?
No, the opportunity cost matters. The acquisition cost. It does.
So in that situation, you'd do it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm Mike Tomlin, though. Maybe I'm influenced too much by Tomlin, and I'm making hypothetical roster opinion decisions because I'm living in my fears.
Is that what the YouTube channel's saying?
No, the YouTube channel's saying, weirdly enough, young Hillary Clinton looked like Sydney Sweeney.
I mean, that's a high compliment to Old Hill.
I mean, I haven't gone looking for pictures of young Hillary Clinton, but that was a strange one. A lot of people in the chat, in all seriousness, seem to want Waddle here. They're definitely against me. I think most people are excited about the idea of A.J. Brown coming here.
I'd want A.J. Brown before Waddle because I think
Brown's a better player.
Yeah.
Is Brown better than Pickens?
Yes. He is.
Okay.
I think Brown's issue is that when he's not involved, he's not happy about it. I don't think he takes plays off like Pickens does. Then I think that's a huge differentiator between the two.
The big if for me is how much would the Steelers change their offense to fit him, and can Rodgers get him the ball? Because Hurts does miss him when he's open, which is weird.
What do you got for us, Don?
10 minutes in.
You actually wanted me to do something here?
If you have anything,
Tony was very fired up.
If you liked what we did, we can leave it at that, which I'm fine with.
What did you have?
I was just going to go over the herd hierarchy because I saw Pony tweet out other power rankings around the league.
CBS Sports has the Steelers third in the NFL right now and tops in the entire AFC. The only teams they have ahead of them are Tampa Bay 1 and Green Bay 2. How about that?
No. I mean, they're not better than the Chiefs.
I would put the Chiefs ahead of them.
So would I.
I'd probably
if
put
we're
the
just
Colts
talking
ahead
the
of
AFC.
them.
So would I.
I have to put both of those two teams ahead
I
of them,
went
man.
Indy, Seattle, Green Bay, and Kansas City. Those are the four teams I put ahead of the Steelers.
I put Tampa ahead of them.
Green
Bay's got a loss to the Browns that's worse than the Steelers lost and a tie of the Cowboys. I cannot put Green Bay ahead of them.
They also murdered the Lions.
Okay, the Lions just lost to the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's why I didn't put the Lions in, and their secondary super banged up.
I'd put Tampa up there.
So you think the Steelers are better than the Packers?
Right now, yeah. I mean, I always try to answer these power rankings questions right this second. Weirdly enough, I mean, what I saw from Buffalo, I watched majority
I didn't put Buffalo in my top 5.
No, I'm saying, you might be expecting old Mulsey to do the old, they still have Josh Allen. That team looks kind of broken.
They have Josh Allen, and that's all they have. I think Cook's a pretty good player, but they
I was following all those WGR guys that some of them whom Pony used to work with or knows really well, and they seem like they are at DEFCON 1 with that team right now, man. It was weird watching.
Same with the Eagles. That's why I didn't put the Eagles in the top 5.
It basically comes down to, can Josh Allen put on his Superman cape, and then that determines if the Bills will win.
Honestly, Atlanta's kind of an interesting team right now. They have one of the weirdest losses of the entire season.
I was going to say, I have a personal rule where if you get shut out by Carolina 30-0, I can't rank you ahead of the Steelers.
No, I know. I mean, to me, the probably two clear teams I would put above the Steelers without any reservations are the Colts and the Bucs.
Well, I had to put Seattle, too, because Seattle
beat them. Sure.
All right. Good one, Donnie. We have breaking James Franklin news, both on his contract and who the leading candidate is for the job at Penn State. We'll come back and talk about that. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. Right now, I'm talking about Mike's Beer Bar. Love Mike's. Great hangout spot. What are you doing for the game Thursday night? Why don't you go down to Mike's with your friends, take advantage of their 80 rotating their 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer that don't taste like crap. Great pumpkin beers, great Halloween beers, and before you know it, the Christmas beers will be out too. So get over to Mike's. Wings, wraps, steak on a stone, and they make sure all the games are on. So meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar. Malzik.
Mitsu by the mall, that would be Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills. It's the Harvest the Savings event. It happens throughout the month of October. It is an opportunity. Here's what it's doing. Hold on, Don. Here we go. That's opportunity knocking, baby. That's not a gavel in the judge's chambers. That's opportunity knocking at Mitsu by the mall right now, because this Harvest the Savings event gets you great deals on all new 2025 Mitsubishis, 0% APR for 60 months on all those models. The 7-passenger capable Outlander that I drive, the Outlander Sport, another great option, the Eclipse Cross, and the Mirage, which is already the lowest priced new car on the market. Perfect starter car, by the way. Every Mitsubishi comes with that unbeatable 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Plus, at Mitsu by the Mall, they want to give you $500 more for your trade. Don't hesitate here. Get your deal your way. What a great day at Mitsu by the Mall and online, Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Line Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, DJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, EGT Truck, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Let's go!
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with cherry berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, Precision Pointing. An amazing company, amazing crew of workers, amazing craftsmanship. I've been talking about them for quite some time now, and I'm not going to stop talking about them because they're that good. If you've got a masonry project that you need done, like brick pointing, chimney repair, anything else, well, I can't say enough good things about them after I saw them work their magic on my own home. No down payment required. That's crazy. A guarantee on all of their work. Who does that? Precision Pointing does. Brick Pointing Pittsburgh,
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Siding has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Harvest the Savings event. Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis. Don't wait. The road to full savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Visit JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Listen, if you have followed my story for the last couple of years, you know how important Awaken 180 has been to me. I checked in with a doctor a few years ago, and my numbers were terrible. Everything looked bad. For somebody my age, only in his mid-20s, that wasn't a good thing. And the weight, that was just part of it. I didn't like where that was either, but Awaken 180 is what helped me fix that. Awaken 180 changed my life. I followed the program, I got the great coaching, and then just 10 weeks later, I was already 45 pounds down. And now just 2+ years later, I'm down even more, over 50 pounds. I have lost the weight, I have kept it off. Without Awaken 180 steering me in the right direction, who knows where I could have been? Over 300 pounds? Maybe worse. Check it out. I promise you, it is the real deal. Awaken180weightloss.com.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a no sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take them to $8,000 off. 43-mile-per-gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the for details on all offers.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store.
kills primers, pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? At Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and Fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.